Qin Jian traversed into a soul beast that had existed for 1,000,000 years. Upon assuming his form, he encountered the divine test of 9 trials. With each romantic disappointment, he would earn the next soul ring until he ascended to divinity. Jinner, has your soul power still not increased? In the residential area of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, within a quaint lakeside building, the sword Douluo Chan Exine ascended the stairs, arriving at a sealed door on the 2nd floor. Creak! He pressed the switch on the door, and 2 heavy doors slowly swung open. Jinner, you mustn't remain in this sword pool all the time. Although this simulated training ground aids in comprehending the unique soul skills imparted by your teacher, mastery is not something to be achieved in a short period. The sword Douluo gazed into the room, a faint smile emerging on his otherwise stoic face. You should not aim too high after all. This is a technique that took your teacher 30 years to develop, comparable to the unique soul skill of the Haoyan School's great Sumeru hammer. You have only spent 3 years, and even grasping the basics is a challenge. Bang, bang. As the doors fully opened, the sword Douluo appeared inside, continuing his discourse. At your age, accumulating soul power is of utmost importance. Although you possess innate full soul power, 3 years without progress, your senior brother has already surpassed you. Where is he? Suddenly, the sword Douluo froze, scanning the sword forest within the room and finding no trace of anyone. Is he not in the simulated training ground today? He murmured in confusion, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted, his gaze fixating on the center of the sword forest. Indeed, there a figure of a boy around 8 or 9 years old gradually materialized. Teacher, I've been here all along. Qin Jian looked toward the sword Douluo at the entrance, a warm smile illuminating his face. Dressed in attire reminiscent of the sword Douluo's, in soft shades of blue, he appeared to be a miniature version of his teacher. However, his delicate visage far surpassed that of the sword Douluo. This is my body is like a sword. The sword Douluo spoke slowly, unable to conceal his astonishment. Qin Jian stepped out from the sword pool, tilting his head to smile at the sword Douluo. Yes, teacher, I have spent 3 years and finally grasped the basics of your unique soul skill. The sword Douluo took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm the tumult within. He had never underestimated the talent of his direct disciple. Despite the latter's inability to enhance his soul power, he had never doubted him, for he was endowed with innate full soul power, and his awakened martial soul was a weapon of slaughter sword. Yet, the sword Douluo had not anticipated that Qin Jian could comprehend the essence of his unique skill, the unity of man and sword, at such a tender age. Such a prodigious talent was beyond his imagination. Let us go, it is time for dinner. He resumed his usual impassive expression, ruffling Qin Jian's soft hair absent-mindedly, and turned to descend the stairs first. Qin Jian hurriedly followed suit, a smile dancing on his lips, thinking to himself, teacher is putting on an act again. I dare say he will boast to Bon Douluo after dinner. The dining table was modest, and the proximity of the sword Douluo and Qin Jian did not create a sense of distance. Thank you, teacher, for preparing dinner for me. After a day of training, Qin Jian, feeling ravenous, immediately grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat with fervor. Jian observed the boy's demeanor and shook his head, saying, take your time, eating, do not choke. Qin Jian nodded, his speech somewhat unclear. Moreover, this meal was not prepared by the teacher. Jian casually picked up a piece of vegetable, his brow furrowing slightly. The cuisine from a sec chef is far inferior to what you, Jinner, could prepare. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian chewed and swallowed his food, then looked up at Jian with narrowed eyes, saying, then I shall cook for the teacher from now on. Jian gazed at the boy's youthful and delicate features, feeling a stirring in his heart. The smile upon this child's face is perpetually so warm. Holding his chopsticks, he momentarily furrowed his brows, hesitating slightly. Qin Jian, puzzled, inquired, teacher, what troubles you? Jian opened his mouth, glanced at Qin Jian again, and slowly said, Jinner, as far as I know, after a soul beast transforms into a human, its cultivation speed is significantly faster than that of humans. Is it not? Clatter. Qin Jian's facial muscles twitched, and one of his chopsticks fell onto the table. The sound resonated sharply in the moment. Yet, Qin Jian's expression swiftly returned to normal. He nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. As he chewed, he mumbled indistinctly, teacher, Did you not previously mention that when a soul beast transforms into a human, its innate talent is remarkably high and its cultivation rapid? It is only natural that they would surpass us humans, correct? Seeing Qin Jian's seemingly calm demeanor, Jian could not help but smile slightly. Having resolved to unveil Qin Jian's true identity, he would not relent. Thus, resting his chin on his left hand, he casually asked, "Then why, pray tell, have you not increased your soul power over the span of 3 years?" Thump thump. Qin Jian's heart raced violently within his chest. He forced a strained smile and replied, "Teacher, I do not comprehend what you mean. What does my inability to increase soul power have to do with soul beasts? How could it not be related?" Jian chuckled lightly, yet his words sent a chill through Qin Jian, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. "Are you not a human who is transformed from a soul beast?" He resumed eating, but Qin Jian became rigid, slowly lowering his head, harboring a flicker of hope as he said, "Teacher, you must be jesting. How could I possibly be a soul beast?" Jian, observing the boy's cautious demeanor, felt an inexplicable urge to tease him. Always presenting himself like a little adult, he had longed to playfully provoke him. Even as a soul beast transformed into a human, he should still possess the mentality of a child. "Jinner, I must commend your disguise. It is remarkably effective. Despite not having reached 60th level soul power, you exude no trace of a soul beast's aura, which is why neither I nor Old Gu could discern your true identity at first." As he spoke, Jian rose and seated himself in the chair beside Qin Jian. "Regrettably, as my direct disciple, having spent 3 years together, certain traits of yours will inevitably differ from those of humans." He gazed down at Qin Jian. Like a hunter fixated on its prey, Qin Jian lowered his head, beads of sweat traversing his forehead and cascading down his face. "But, Master, isn't that merely your conjecture?" he murmured softly. Douluo shook his head and replied, "You are still unwilling to let go. Allow me to reiterate, this may be something you are entirely unaware of." He chuckled lightly and continued, "You believe that your aura is perfectly concealed, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that it is sustained by the soul power within you. If you deplete that soul power, you will no longer be able to mask the presence of the soul beast." Qin Jian's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly stood up, retreating several steps, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed at Douluo. "Master, is this truly the case?" Douluo beamed with delight. "Indeed, it is absolutely true." Chapter 2. Enhancing the birth rate across the continent. Inside the restaurant, lights of various sizes cast a gentle glow, enveloping the space in a warm ambience. Yet, Qin Jian felt no warmth. Instead, he was engulfed by an icy chill that gripped his heart. You push yourself too hard every time you train in the sword pool, only emerging when your soul power is utterly depleted. The sword Douluo regarded Qin Jian, who stood merely a few steps away, his expression as impassive as a dead fish. He continued, "Though the aura of the released soul beasts is minimal, the frequency allows me to ascertain the truth." "Then why did the teacher not kill me?" Qin Jian suddenly lifted his head, his delicate features devoid of warmth. The sword Douluo seemed unfazed by his demeanor, merely stroking his chin and remarking, "The ability to conceal your aura so nearly perfectly suggests that your soul power prior to transformation may surpass the 10,000-year level." Qin Jian shivered at the implication. The notion of soul rings spanning several 100,000 years, and at least 2 supreme soul bones. The sword Douluo's gaze appeared somewhat peculiar as well. Qin Jian abruptly looked up at this titled Douluo, renowned for his unparalleled offensive prowess. His eyes reflected a complex emotion, yet there was no trace of hostility. Qin Jian suddenly smiled. The sword Douluo's expression faltered, and his tone grew strange. "Now that I've unmasked your identity, why do you not flee? How could I possibly escape when my teacher is a formidable titled Douluo?" Qin Jian replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat his meal as he murmured, "So I simply chose to give up?" The sword Douluo found the situation both amusing and perplexing. After a moment of silence, he said, "This matter concerns life and death, and you rely solely on intuition?" A smile graced Qin Jian's face as he responded, "Teacher, my true form is a love flower that has flourished for 100,000 years, possessing soul power at the million-year level, making me exceptionally sensitive to both benevolence and malevolence." 100,000-year love flower with a million-year soul power? The sword Douluo gasped in astonishment. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What exactly is a love flower?" Qin Jian maintained his smile, though a hint of bitterness crept into his expression. It is a flower that grows at the heart of the Douluo forest, one that cannot move, cannot speak, and cannot do anything at all. He could hardly express the despair he felt upon discovering his transformation into a flower after traversing into this realm. He longed for death, yet lacked even the ability to end his own existence. Eventually, he resolved to accept his fate as a mere flower, waiting patiently for the day he might be consumed. Then, unexpectedly, a rabbit appeared. Not only did it refrain from eating him, but it also watered him for 100,000 years. Even after becoming a million-year soul beast, you still cannot move? The sword Douluo questioned, puzzled. The pink aura? Initially disregarded by the sword Douluo, his expression soon shifted as he lowered his head and solemnly asked, "Was it you who released that pink aura that enveloped the entire continent 10 years ago? Did it truly blanket the entire continent? I had thought it only affected the Douluo forest." Qin Jian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, "I merely wished to test my abilities, but I never anticipated the consequences would be so dire." He shuddered at the memory. That night, the entire forest was in turmoil with soul beasts in a frenzy. That year, the birth rate of soul beasts in the Douluo forest surged by hundreds of times. And that foolish rabbit, even now? Recalling it made Qin Jian's body tremble involuntarily. So it was you, the culprit from that night. Suddenly, Qin Jian felt his body rising slowly. And upon looking up, he encountered the grim visage of Sword Douluo. He was grasping Qin Jian by the collar, lifting him into the air. After so many years of confinement, cough, to be forced into using that, cough, cough, cough. Qin Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, even you cannot control it?" Bang. The corners of Qin Jian's mouth twitched incessantly. "I never imagined that Rong was born because of me." Sword Douluo, wishing to avoid the embarrassment of past events, remarked, "Is this the reason you aspire to take human form? I recall that soul beasts reach a mere 1,000 years of lifespan after attaining 100,000 years. Yet transforming into human form and cultivating to level 100 allows one to ascend to divinity." Qin Jian nodded, then shook his head. This was merely part of the reason. There was a greater one. Clenching his fists tightly, he exclaimed with sorrow and anger, "That time I released the pink aura, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between two first-level deities. They spoke of my imminent maturity, stating that in 30 years, I could harvest the elixir." First-level deities? Sword Douluo was initially taken aback, then enlightened. 100,000 year, a million-year soul power. Such a combination is indeed rare for a deity. Therefore, if I do not wish to be devoured. Qin Jian raised his head, his gaze resolute. "I must become a deity." Sword Douluo nodded, suddenly feeling relieved. "Thankfully, I did not act against you. A million-year soul power. What abilities and soul bones might it bestow upon me? But when I discovered you were a soul beast, I was unaware of this. Why did I refrain from acting? Surely, I must have felt tempted, right?" Qin Jian inquired curiously. "How could one not be tempted?" Sword Douluo shook his head, his gaze towards Qin Jian softening. "Yet humans possess more than mere desires. They possess emotions. By that time, I had cared for you for a year or two. I simply could not bring myself to act." Sword Douluo gazed at the exquisite young man before him, his eyes filled with tenderness. Having lived a life without children, to have Qin Jian by his side felt akin to having a child of his own. Moreover, Qin Jian's innate sensitivity, his understanding, and the warmth he brought rendered Sword Douluo unable to let go. "Thank you, master." Qin Jian beamed a genuine smile. To encounter a teacher who does not mind his identity as a soul beast is indeed his fortune. Sword Douluo shook his head, thinking to himself, "I should also thank you for bringing so much warmth to this old man." Yet, his nature prevented him from expressing such sentiments. Instead, he asked, "How is it that you are unable to cultivate your soul power? Logically, this should be effortless for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Jian's expression immediately became one of turmoil. "This is naturally the divine position of the 9 trials that I have encountered." Chapter 3. Only through heartbreak can one grow stronger within the confines of the room. The two conversed so intently that they forgot to eat. The divine position's 9 trials? The Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Isn't this a trial exclusive to those who inherit divine positions?" Qin Jian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, typically, one must reach level 99 to have a chance at divinity, yet my circumstances are different." He gestured towards his head, stating, "After my transformation, information regarding the divine position manifested in my mind automatically. This is a divine position that has remained unclaimed for millions of years, and it is one of the supreme gods, known as the god of emotion. He was uncertain why this divine position existed, as his memories from 100,000 years ago indicated that the divine realm only comprised the 5 supreme gods: goodness, evil, life, destruction, and Shura. Furthermore, there was the perplexing matter of how he, as a soul beast, could possess a divine position. The god of emotion? A supreme god? The sword Douluo's face, as wooden as ever, displayed eyes wide with astonishment. He was once again taken aback. The god of emotion refers to the deity of deep affection. Qin Jian shrugged and continued, as you know, my martial spirit is not an emotional flower, but rather a long sword, which is the divine artifact of the supreme god. The sword of deep affection. Of course, I must truly ascend to divinity for my martial spirit to transform into an artifact. When he spoke of this, there was no trace of pride. Instead, he appeared deeply troubled. Is the divine position's 9 trials exceedingly difficult? The sword Douluo inquired. Achieving divinity is an arduous endeavor, let alone attaining the status of a supreme god. He could easily surmise that the trials would be exceedingly challenging. It is not so much difficult as it is a profound violation of one's heart. Qin Jian rubbed his temples, his expression filled with anguish. To pass the divine position's 9 trials, I must endure heartbreak for each trial. The sword Douluo had braced himself for yet another revelation, only to be met with an answer that left him both amused and bewildered. Enduring heartbreak just to pass a trial? How is that challenging? He remarked nonchalantly. Simply find 9 individuals to fall in love with, then cast them aside. Achieving the status of a supreme god has never been easier. Qin Jian sighed, covering his face. It is not as simple as that, teacher. The 9 heartbreak partners are designated by the divine position, and each one is among the most exceptional women on the continent. The sword Douluo, listening to him earnestly recount the identities of his heartbreak partners while observing his youthful visage, could not help but feel an urge to laugh. Regardless of how precocious he might be, his mental maturity, having transformed, could only be akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Hearing such matters from him felt rather incongruous. The reason my soul power cannot increase is also tied to this. Unbeknownst to Qin Jian, the sword Douluo was lost in thought, and he continued, currently, I possess a full innate soul power at level 10. To enhance my soul power, I must cultivate feelings with the first heartbreak partner, and to acquire the second soul ring, it won't simply manifest at level 20. I must first endure heartbreak to pass the trial. Who are these 9 designated heartbreak partners? The sword Douluo inquired with curiosity. He is also curious about who the 9 most outstanding women on this continent are, either currently or in the future. I only know who the first one is. Qin Jian hesitated slightly before softly saying, my first love was Rong Rong. Rong Rong? Jian Douluo exclaimed, unable to contain himself. That little princess's willful nature hardly seems to align with being one of the most distinguished women. Qin Jian covered his face. Ahem. I'm not saying Rong Rong is unworthy. Jian Douluo felt somewhat awkward. It's just that I can't quite envision her as one of the 9. Qin Jian was not particularly surprised, for he knew that Ning Rongrong's martial soul would eventually evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Without his involvement, she would become the heir of the second-tier deity, the 9-colored goddess. The trials of the divine position are truly formidable. Qin Jian raised his small hand to rub his head. Having traversed through time, he had a general understanding of the remarkable women on the continent, allowing him to make some educated guesses about who they might be. Many of them are virtually insurmountable challenges, such as Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. And then there are others, where even the thought of competing for affection is daunting, like Zhu Zhuqing. Not to mention Xiao Wu. The one he least wishes to hurt is this foolish rabbit. Suddenly, Qin Jian clasped his hands together and fervently prayed, O heavens, please do not test me with the few individuals I just thought of, I beseech you. Jian Douluo couldn't help but feel exasperated at his eccentric demeanor. Once you become a supreme deity, you will be the heavens yourself. At the very least, that Pope of the Spirit Hall must be the most outstanding woman of our time. Indeed, it is quite a challenge for you. Jian Douluo gently stroked Qin Jian's little head and remarked, to engage in love merely to experience heartbreak is quite an extraordinary feat. It would be difficult for you. Reflecting on the years they had spent together, he recognized how profoundly emotional this disciple was, understanding just how arduous such a trial would be for him. To endure 9 heartbreaks to attain godhood, does this divine position signify the god of affection or the god of indifference? Is it truly possible to ascend in such a manner? No wonder you have consistently lost to that Guyu in the competitions over the years. You must not want to get close to Rong Rong. Fearing to cause her pain, Jian Douluo inquired. Qin Jian silently nodded. Each year, he and Guyu, the successor of Douluo, engaged in a competition to determine who would accompany Ning Rongrong as her study partner for the following year. This was a benign competitive mechanism established by Ning Fengji. Yet, no one anticipated that he would lose 3 consecutive years. Douluo cast a glance at him, saying, "The time for this year's competition is approaching. This time, it's not just between you two. It's a grand contest for the entire sect, as it will determine the partners for the upcoming year's intensive training. At that time, every direct disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect will select one person as their partner, living together for a year." He casually remarked, "Are you planning to lose again this time? If Guyu wins, he will live with Rongrong for a year, and who knows what sparks might fly." "That is impossible," Qin Jian firmly denied. He is well aware of who Ning Rongrong's true destined partner is, that uncle who sells sausages, who likely hasn't even entered Shrek Academy yet. Thus, he harbors no concerns that Ning Rongrong might develop feelings for anyone prematurely. She is merely a spoiled little princess at present, and anyone who approaches her is simply seen as a means to an end, unless someone manages to awaken her romantic inclinations. "So, do you still intend to refrain from taking action this time?" Sword Douluo inquired. "Are you truly willing to let your soul power remain at level 10? Qin Jian bowed his head in silence for a moment before responding, "Teacher, if I do not want to be consumed, I must attain divinity. No matter how arduous the trials may be, can you truly overcome the inner obstacles?" Sword Douluo gently patted his frail shoulder and asked, "I." Qin Jian lifted his delicate face, and a sudden determination illuminated his features, stirring Sword Douluo's emotions. "Teacher, I cannot merely pursue divinity for its own sake, as it contradicts my true nature. Therefore, having resolved to undertake this path, I will invest my genuine heart, sincere emotions, and earnest intentions. Regardless of the anguish and torment I may endure, if they share in the struggle, so shall I." Chapter 4. Little Qin Jian in the restaurant. Jian Douluo and Qin Jian sat side by side. The food had long since grown cold, yet neither felt hunger. As long as one stays true to oneself. Noticing Qin Jian's somewhat subdued mood, Jian Douluo deliberately lightened the atmosphere, saying, "You must make an effort for your teacher this time. I've been ridiculed by Old Bone for 3 years now." With a flicker of concern, Jian Douluo continued, "Although you have grasped the realm of body as a sword, your soul power is still too low, and that Guyu has already reached level 15. I shall enhance my abilities in the coming days." Qin Jian replied nonchalantly, "Relying on Rongrong?" Jian Douluo tilted his head and remarked, "I recall you have had little interaction with her over these 3 years. How come the change is so immediate?" Qin Jian chuckled, saying, "Teacher, I have yet to draft the continuation of the stories you've been telling Rongrong recently. If she wishes to hear more, she must come find me." Jian Douluo's eyes widened in surprise as he gently tapped Qin Jian's head. "No wonder you have been so kind as to write stories for me. It turns out it was not merely to aid me." Qin Jian rubbed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's also for you, teacher. Those days you were quite overwhelmed by Rongrong, were you not?" Jian Douluo shook his head helplessly. "Well, do as you wish, but I have one request." Qin Jian's expression turned serious. "Please, teacher, speak. Regardless of the situation, never harm others out of spite. Such guilt will torment you for a lifetime," Jian Douluo advised. "Yes, teacher, I shall remember," Qin Jian replied earnestly. Moreover, Jian Douluo gently patted his head and cautioned, "If Rongrong develops genuine feelings for you and cannot let go for many years, then after you attain divinity, you must not let her down. After all, she is our beloved little princess." "Understood, teacher," Qin Jian promised. Just as their conversation concluded, the door to the small building was suddenly thrust open with force, and a spirited girl's voice rang out, Grandpa Jian, Rongrong wants to hear you tell a story." Jian Douluo and Qin Jian exchanged glances, bemused. Just as they spoke of her, she appeared uninvited. Descending the spiral staircase, they found Ning Rongrong, adorned in a green short skirt with long hair cascading down her back, seated on the sofa, her petite feet swinging incessantly. "Rongrong, Grandpa Jian has been telling you stories every day. He must be exhausted. How about I tell you one today?" At that moment, a young boy clad in black rushed in, sprinting towards Ning Rongrong with a face full of eagerness. "Stinky Bone, get away. I don't want to hear your story. It's so boring." Ning Rongrong lifted her chin, crossing her arms, refusing to even glance at him. "Stinky Bone." The corners of Qin Jian's mouth twitched. The nicknames this little enchantress conjured were truly beyond expression. He hoped she wouldn't bestow one upon him. Grandpa Jian, where are you?" Ning Rongrong cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out, Rongrong wants to hear the story of Zhang Xiaofan. Here I come, Grandpa Jian is here. Qin Jian cast a sidelong glance at Douluo beside him. He had just been expressionless, but in an instant, his face transformed into one of tender affection as he hurriedly approached. Could she not be the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Look at how these titled Douluos indulge her. Qin Jian silently pursed his lips. Although his teacher treated him exceptionally well, the training was rather strict. Unlike the gentle care bestowed upon Ning Rongrong, as if she were a precious gem, afraid to be dropped or melted away in one's mouth. Moreover, it was not just him. The entire Seven Treasures glazed tile school, from the esteemed leader Ning Fingji to the two revered Douluos, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, treated her similarly. This indulgence had cultivated Ning Rongrong's mischievous nature. Grandpa Jian, quickly tell Rongrong the story of Zhang Xiaofan. What happened after his identity was revealed? Was he punished by the sect? And what about Bai Yao? What became of him and Bai Yao later? Ning Rongrong eagerly rushed forward. Sword Douluo could only catch her as he cast a glance at the leisurely approaching Qin Jian, saying, as for what happened next, Grandpa Jian is also unaware. Huh? How can you not know what happens next in your own story, Grandpa Jian? Ning Rongrong pouted, feigning tears as she rubbed her eyes. Will? Rongrong can't sleep without a story. Does Grandpa Jian not like Rongrong anymore? No. Grandpa Jian is not deceiving you. Sword Douluo flustered, trying to placate her. Aware that Ning Rongrong was merely throwing a tantrum, they nonetheless fell for her act. Ning Rongrong looked up in confusion and spotted Qin Jian standing quietly behind Sword Douluo. The youth's handsome visage brightened her eyes. Oh, you are not Grandpa Jian's direct disciple, the one with innate full soul power but no improvement for 3 years. What's your name again? Little Jian, right? Little Jian. Qin Jian's hand trembled slightly as he deadpanned. My name is Qin Jian. Oh. Ning Rongrong stepped down from Sword Douluo and leaned closer, her anticipation evident. Is that story of Zhang Xiaofan really written by you, little Qin Jian? Qin Jian's face darkened. It was not written by me. He turned and walked away. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Sword Douluo could not help but smile slightly. After such a long time, he finally witnessed a hint of childishness in Qin Jian. Just moments ago, he had spoken of wanting to get closer to Ning Rongrong to enhance his soul power, yet his resolve crumbled at a mere nickname. Don't go. Ning Rongrong's eyes twinkled as she realized the reason behind Qin Jian's reaction. She hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. If you tell me the story of Zhang Xiaofan, I won't call you little Jian anymore. Qin Jian, how can you not fulfill Rongrong's request? At that moment, the ever sour-faced Guyu interjected, prompting Ning Rongrong to nod repeatedly. Exactly. How can you refuse Rongrong? I've trained all day and am tired. I need to rest. Qin Jian maintained his stoic demeanor, making his way to his room. However, since Ning Rongrong still held onto his sleeve, she was inevitably dragged along. Training? With that soul power of yours that has increased in 3 years, no matter how much you train, it remains the same. Guyu crossed his arms, a hint of arrogance on his face. You've lost to me for 3 consecutive years and still haven't given up? I believe you are better suited to narrate tales to Rongrong. The pursuit of cultivation does not seem to align with your disposition. His gaze was unremarkable, yet it unexpectedly instilled a sense of pressure within Guyu. Silence, you foul bone. To Qin Jian's astonishment, Ning Rongrong turned around at that moment, her hands placed firmly on her hips as she addressed Guyu. Your words were utterly excessive. You ought to apologize to Xiao Jian. Qin Jian. Chapter 5. What brings you here in the lobby of the small building? The Sword Douluo, Qin Jian, reclined on the sofa, keenly observing the playful banter among the younger generation. He was particularly curious to see how Qin Jian would respond to Guyu's provocations. Yet, Qin Jian offered no retort. He merely gazed at his opponent. To Qin Jian's surprise, it was Ning Rongrong who began to speak up on his behalf. Though this young girl possessed a touch of royal temperament, her heart was undeniably kind. I'm merely speaking the truth. Why should I apologize? Guyu grumbled. Ning Rongrong pouted in response. You shouldn't exploit Qin Jian's weaknesses to attack him. It will only hurt his feelings. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Qin Jian's mouth, while Guyu was left speechless. Guyu, let us settle this in the sect's selection competition a few days hence, Qin Jian remarked casually, offering no chance for a reply before turning to retreat to his bedroom. Guyu's expression darkened. Do you truly think you can defeat me? I am now a level 15 soul master. Levels do not encompass everything. We shall see on the competition stage. Qin Jian replied, turning back to wave his hand at Qin Jian. Teacher, I'll take my leave for a rest. After receiving a nod from Qin Jian, he entered his room. Qin Jian, you haven't told me a story yet. Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, rushing into his bedroom with several quick strides. Please tell me what happened after Zhang Xiaofan's identity was revealed. As Qin Jian lay on his bed, she kicked off her shoes and bounced onto it. Hey, this is my bed. What are you doing here? Qin Jian's voice echoed into the lobby, causing Gu Yu's expression to shift dramatically. If you don't tell me a story today, I want to leave. I'll sleep right here. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, leaving Gu Yu feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He stomped his foot in frustration and stormed out of the small building, even forgetting to bid farewell to Qin Jian. However, Qin Jian was not one to hold a grudge. This thought lingered briefly, as Gu Yu soon found himself engrossed once more in the tale. What an intriguing story it was. Time passed, and soon, soft footsteps could be heard. Qin Jian raised an eyebrow and sat up, only to see Ning Fengji entering through the door. Uncle Jian, I heard Gu Yu say Rongrong is here? Ning Fengji inquired. Shoo. Qin Jian placed his index finger to his lips and gestured toward Qin Jian's room, whispering, Rongrong has already fallen asleep. Ning Fengji blinked in surprise, lowering his voice. She managed to sleep so early today? You must have a way with her. Qin Jian stood up and, along with Ning Fengji, stealthily approached Qin Jian's bedroom. This is not my doing. It was Jian's storytelling that lulled her to sleep, he murmured softly. Creeping open the door, they beheld a soft, expansive bed where the young lad lay soundly asleep, while the girl, sprawled beside him, one hand and a small leg resting atop him. Observing the sleeping posture, Ning Fengji was filled with a sense of exasperation. He tiptoed forward, gently pulled the blanket over the two, and then dragged the sword Douluo out. With a soft click, the door was quietly closed. The two of them simultaneously exhaled in relief, stepping into the courtyard before feeling comfortable enough to converse. Sir Uncle, I heard that little Gu Yu mentioned that Qin Jian intends to defeat him in this competition. Ning Fengji inquired with curiosity. Hasn't his soul power always been stagnant? How does he plan to overcome Gu Yu this time? A subtle smile graced the lips of Sword Douluo as he replied, that was in the past, Fengji. Did you notice Jian's soul power level just now? Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. It seems to be level 11? Has he finally advanced by one level? Sword Douluo chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He wasn't yet ready to disclose Qin Jian's greatest secret. Nonetheless, facing Gu Yu's level 15 power, it seemed unlikely that Qin Jian had a chance of victory, did it? Ning Fengji pondered aloud. Sword Douluo casually remarked, well, there are still a few days left. A few days? What can he possibly achieve in that time? Ning Fengji expressed his confusion. Sword Douluo replied, you'll see when the time comes, just don't be startled. After all, Qin Jian had once elevated his soul power by sharing a story, and he was eager to witness Qin Jian's progress in a few days. I shall await the outcome with great anticipation, Ning Fengji smiled before turning to leave. Thus, during the day, Qin Jian honed his sword energy in the simulated training ground, while at night, he recounted tales to Ning Rongrong after her classes. Captivated by the stories, this little witch became a regular guest at Sword Douluo's residence, insisting on staying in Qin Jian's bed each night, falling asleep to his storytelling. Before long, the eve of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School's partner selection competition arrived. In Sword Douluo's abode, within Qin Jian's bedroom, the two lay side by side under the covers, engrossed in a tale. As Dao Xian witnessed Zhang Xiaofan being taken away by Bai Yao, he resolutely decided that he could not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. He brought down the overwhelming Zhu Xian sword upon Zhang Xiaofan. Ah, Ning Rongrong gasped, her small hands instinctively clutching Qin Jian's arm tightly, her voice trembling with urgency. What happened next? What happened after? He surely won't perish, right? With a gentle sigh, Qin Jian continued. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Even the earth-shattering force of the Zhu Xian sword held its breath. Ning Rongrong found herself involuntarily holding her breath. A familiar gentle hand from ages past appeared beside Zhang Xiaofan, accompanied by the ethereal sound of delicate bells, guiding him aside. Qin Jian's voice grew deep and slow, reminiscent of a sound that had slumbered for millennia. At this moment, it resonated softly, reciting for the beloved in his heart. All gods and demons, spirits of the netherworld, with my blood as offering, a sacrificial tribute. 3 lifetimes and 7 deaths, forever doomed in hell, all for love's sake. Though death comes, I shall have no regrets. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face. Qin Jian paused. lost in the profound emotions that stirred the heavens and the earth, especially now that his essence has transformed into a flower of sentiment. His emotional responses have been magnified countless times. After a considerable pause, he turned his head, extended his right hand, and gently wiped away the tears from Ning Rongrong's delicate face, speaking softly, "Let us conclude for today. Do rest early, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong gazed blankly at his gesture, momentarily enveloped in silence. Chapter 6. Do you prefer Biao or Luxuiki? Seeing Ning Rongrong remain motionless, Qin Jian could not help but wave his hand in front of her. Ah. She quickly cast a fleeting glance at Qin Jian, then swiftly burrowed under the blankets, saying, I'm going to sleep." Qin Jian, amused by her adorable antics, couldn't suppress a smile. He knew his subtle ploy had succeeded. Choosing the story of Zhang Xiaofan was intended to serve as a romantic awakening for Ning Rongrong. If he could not ignite her budding feelings, then all his efforts would be in vain, just like the 3 years Guyu spent accompanying her, which ultimately resulted in nothing more than a mere playmate. Suddenly, a small voice emerged from beneath the covers. "I'm here," Qin Jian replied softly. Slowly, Ning Rongrong peeked out, her face etched with a hint of anxiety as she asked, "Will Biao come back to life?" "I certainly hope so," Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. "Then I cannot tell you in advance whether Biao will be revived," Qin Jian stated. "Oh." Ning Rongrong's expression dimmed momentarily. Yet, she quickly lifted her head to inquire, "Do you like girls like Biao?" "Of course. Who wouldn't?" Qin Jian affirmed without doubt. "There is no one who wouldn't like such a girl. I like Biao too." Ning Rongrong's cheeks glowed with excitement. However, Qin Jian glanced at her and suddenly countered, "I actually prefer Luxuiki." "Luxuiki?" Ning Rongrong pouted. "She hasn't done anything. Why do you like her?" Qin Jian paused before responding. "Because, compared to passionate romance, what I desire more is a steadfast companionship that endures through time." Ning Rongrong, somewhat perplexed, nodded her little head and remarked, "But that doesn't seem related to your preference for Luxuiki." Unable to resist, Qin Jian reached out to touzle her silky hair, saying, "This story has only revealed a third of its tale. You will understand once you hear the rest. Good night." Qin Jian softly uttered as he turned off the bedside lamp. You too." A voice as delicate as a mosquito's emerged from under the blankets, prompting a knowing smile from Qin Jian, who then slowly closed his eyes. That night, Ning Rongrong tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Jian leveled up his soul power by 1. The next morning, when Ning Rongrong groggily climbed out of bed, Qin Jian was already waiting for her in the dining room. "Good morning, Rongrong," he greeted her as always. Unlike her usual exuberance in rushing to breakfast, Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed shy, replying, "Why, you're up early too," before taking her small steps to sit at the dining table. Seeing this, Douluo could not help but interject. "Rongrong, you haven't greeted Grandpa Jian yet." "Oh, good morning, Grandpa Jian." With more experience facing Douluo, she flashed a sweet smile that placated him. After the three finished their meal, they all headed towards the training grounds where today's competition would take place. "Jianer, are you confident about today's contest?" In recent days, Old Bone's disciples have been fervently proclaiming their intent to secure 4 consecutive victories against you. Douluo walked ahead, glancing sideways at Qin Jian, and remarked, "That Old Bone has been boasting for several days now. You must strive to uphold our teacher's honor this time." "Rest assured, teacher. It shall be no trouble at all," Qin Jian casually replied, lifting his gaze. The ever-energetic Ning Rongrong, who had been bouncing along, promptly approached, saying, "Qin Jian, you absolutely must win today." Qin Jian turned to regard her, noting her hopeful expression. "Are you eager to partner with me?" he inquired with a smile. Ning Rongrong's heart fluttered unexpectedly, but being somewhat bashful, she quickly averted her gaze and retorted, "Not at all. I merely wish to hear the story of Zhang Xiaofan afterward." "Oh." Qin Jian suddenly leaned closer, their heads nearly touching, and whispered softly in her ear, "Rongrong, fear not. I shall secure victory." With a smile, he nodded confidently. "Dream on," came the sarcastic retort from Guyu, who clearly observed their earlier interaction. "With your meager level 10 soul power, you wouldn't win even if I were to fight you with one hand tied behind my back." He spoke derisively, stealing glances at Ning Rongrong, seemingly hoping to garner her attention with his bravado. Little did he realize that such antics would only serve to repel her. Qin Jian, disinterested in engaging in a war of words with this brash youth, quickened his pace to walk alongside Ning Rongrong, smiling as he asked, "Rongrong, if I were to lose today, whom would you choose?" Infuriated by Gu Yu's words, Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation, "Even if you lose, I would still choose you." Haha. Gu Yu's face, unable to maintain its composure, was a sight to behold. Sword Douluo, who had been observing the entire exchange, found it utterly delightful and could not help but chuckle. Just a few days prior, he would have never believed that Qin Jian could alter his relationship with Ning Rongrong in such a brief span, yet witnessing this scene, he finally recognized that his beloved disciple possessed a unique talent in this regard. "Rongrong, you must not be partial." At that moment, Douluo, clad in black, appeared under Gu Yu's eager gaze. He approached Ning Rongrong and bent down, saying, "Rongrong, you are the little princess of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. You should select the strongest as your partner." Ning Rongrong pouted and replied, "Not at all. I want to choose a partner I like." Douluo was momentarily taken aback, only to catch sight of Sword Douluo's gleeful expression nearby. He mistakenly believed that Ning Rongrong's response stemmed from some secret promise made by Sword Douluo. As lifelong rivals, Sword Douluo would never allow Douluo to assume, "Old Bone, this is entirely Rongrong's own choice. Do not attempt to misattribute this to me." Douluo appeared somewhat stunned. Observing his reaction, Sword Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Such moments of triumph in comparing their disciples were rare for him. Just then, Ning Fengji approached, saying, "Rongrong, Uncle Bone has a point. You must not act willfully in this matter." Chapter 7. An instant attraction at the arena on a splendid day, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was bustling with excitement. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, accompanied by the 2 pinnacle Douluos, naturally attracted the most attention. "Who is that?" The young man standing behind the Sword Douluo. "I don't know. It's quite rare to see him. Could he be the innate full spirit power youth whose soul power has never improved? It must be him. He is about to compete against Gu Yu again. No surprises, he is bound to lose." The murmurs of the crowd finally brought a slight change to Gu Yu's expression. He couldn't help but cast a challenging glance at Qin Jian, only to find that Qin Jian's gaze was solely fixed on Ning Rongrong, completely oblivious to him, which left him feeling even more frustrated. "Just wait, Qin Jian. I shall once again defeat you on the stage, leaving you in utter disarray," he vowed silently, clenching his fists. At this moment, Ning Fengji continued, "Rongrong, as you will be partnering for an extended period, you must choose the strongest among our next generation of combatants from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, you will not gain the recognition of others." "Dad, can I choose someone I like?" Ning Rongrong pouted. Ning Fengji hesitated but resolutely replied, "Rongrong, while I usually indulge you, this matter pertains to the sect's regulations, and I cannot make exceptions for you." He cast a glance at Qin Jian, somewhat surprised that his precious daughter had taken a liking to him so quickly. "Besides, you should have faith in your choice. He will surely secure first place." "One Tihi, I trust your judgment is impeccable." Prompted by Ning Fengji's encouragement, Ning Rongrong declared without hesitation, "Of course, my judgment is the best." Finally, having persuaded his daughter, Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, they had reached the vicinity of the competition arena. The partner selection contest, held once every 5 years, drew a considerable crowd, and the area surrounding the arena was filled with spectators. Qin Jian, alongside the Sword Douluo and others, took center stage, while Ning Fengji and the Douluo took their seats. He, Ning Rongrong, and Gu Yu stood behind them. A total of 32 direct disciples were to select partners, while 64 combat spirit masters participated in the selection. Ning Fengji casually explained the situation of the contest. Thus, those who are defeated in the first round will not have the opportunity to partner with the direct disciples, and will instead be assigned to ordinary combat teams to safeguard the sect. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu cast a glance at Qin Jian and remarked, "You better not lose even to those with spirit power below level 10. At their age, reaching close to level 10 was already a mark of genius, so among the participants, there were hardly any above level 10 except for Qin Jian and Gu Yu. "You need not worry about that," Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. As the tension in the air thickened, the Sword Douluo and Douluo exchanged knowing glances, sparks seemingly igniting between them before they simultaneously scoffed and turned their heads away. Ning Fengji could only smile wryly at the situation. These 2 super Douluos had fought their entire lives, and now even their junior disciples were embroiled in their rivalry. The first match was about to commence, and the participants were called to draw lots for order. The elder presiding over the contest entered the arena, carrying a large wooden box. Qin Jian and Gu Yu exchanged glances and simultaneously descended from the spectator stands, approaching the center of the field. "Qin Jian, you must win. At that moment, Ning Rongrong could not contain her encouragement for Qin Jian, inadvertently delivering a blow to the proud and spirited Guyu. Soon, everyone had completed the draw. The competition stage was rather small, consisting of only 4 platforms, allowing for 8 participants to compete at a time. To everyone's surprise, Qin Jian was scheduled for the very first match, facing a young girl clad in a pink skirt. My name is Lin Yu, a level 9 soul master, and my martial spirit is the spirit fox. A radiant white light enveloped the girl as she summoned her martial spirit, swiftly assuming an offensive stance. However, Qin Jian remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, standing at the edge of the arena. Qin Jian, soul master, martial spirit, emotional sword. His declaration left the bystanders perplexed, save for the sword Douluo, who recognized the peculiar coincidence of their names. Huh, not even daring to disclose your soul power? Afraid that your steadfast level 10 power from 3 years ago might be looked down upon? Guyu scoffed, only to be met with Ning Rongrong's furious glare moments later. Let the contest begin. With the Elder's command, all battle platforms erupted in action, except for Qin Jian's, which appeared somewhat unusual as he remained still, merely observing Lin Yu with a smile. Qin Jian, why aren't you using your martial spirit? Lin Yu, feeling a slight dizziness, gazed at Qin Jian with increasingly dazed eyes. I am already employing my soul skills. Do take care, Qin Jian kindly warned, observing her bewilderment. If you can still attack me now, you might have a slim chance. Yet, Lin Yu's eyes grew more glazed. Her mind consumed by thoughts of how handsome her opponent was, a feeling of affection. What is happening to me? She shook her head vigorously, yet found herself sinking deeper, ultimately retracting her martial spirit and standing foolishly, entranced by Qin Jian. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone. Lin Yu stepped forward a few paces, gazing dreamily at Qin Jian's face, murmuring, "You are so handsome. I really like you." What was this? Love at first sight? In the midst of a competition, truly? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. At the central viewing platform, Ning Fengji watched the scene with keen interest and inquired, "Sword uncle, bone uncle, Qin Jian claims he has utilized his soul skills. Yet I have not sensed any fluctuation in soul power. Have you?" Bone Douluo furrowed his brow, replying, "I too have not detected any soul power fluctuations." Their gazes then turned to Sword Douluo, who, with arms crossed and an enigmatic expression, remarked, "He has indeed employed his soul skills. As for the specifics, I am uncertain." Behind them, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to their discourse, simply feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis. How shameless to confess in public. In the arena, Qin Jian revealed a gentle smile and asked, "So, can you walk off the platform by yourself?" The audience erupted once more, bewildered by the unfolding drama. "Is it merely a matter of appearance?" Guyu exclaimed, indignation evident in his voice. Does he believe that this alone will compel others to concede? In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left the onlookers utterly astonished. Lin Yu, standing in the arena, nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall descend the stage myself." Without further ado, she hurriedly exited the platform. Exited. A profound silence enveloped the audience. As Lin Yu stepped down, clarity began to dawn upon her. She soon realized that she had, in fact, lost. Yet, curiously, she felt no sense of discontent, convinced instead that she had experienced an instantaneous infatuation. Thus, this round concluded with Qin Jian emerging victorious. Chapter 8. You may leave only after the elder announced the results did the surrounding audience come to their senses. How disgraceful it was to concede defeat merely based on appearance. It was utterly shameless of him to exploit the affections of the girls. Indeed, even if he were a direct disciple of the Sword Douluo, such conduct was unacceptable. The uninformed crowd arrived at a somewhat misguided conclusion, while the boys of similar age began to voice their condemnation. It was uncertain whether their indignation stemmed from a genuine sense of justice or merely from jealousy towards Qin Jian's good looks. I refuse to believe that all his opponents are girls. Once a male soul master enters the arena, he will surely be taught a lesson. Standing at the side, Guyu, fresh from victory, exhibited no signs of joy. Rather, he longed to witness Qin Jian being brought low. To his dismay, the second match featured yet another female opponent. Soon, a love-struck girl appeared at the sidelines, inciting further ire among the boys, who ground their teeth in frustration, wishing they could land a punch on him. In the third match, fulfilling everyone's expectations, a boy finally took the stage. Su Jiang, a level 9 battle soul master with the Earth Wolf spirit, was ready to face Qin Jian. Without hesitation, he charged forward, prompting the boys below to dance with excitement, eager to see Qin Jian receive a well-deserved reprimand. Yet, Qin Jian merely smiled lightly, locking his gaze on his Su Jiang, a hint of faint pink sword energy flickering in his eyes. "You may leave," he uttered casually, provoking a chorus of derision from the assembled youths, who believed he was still underestimating his opponent. However, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Su Jiang's speed abruptly diminished, and he came to a halt before Qin Jian. Silently, he turned around and walked off the stage. A hush fell over the crowd. "Hey, Su Jiang, why did you just leave?" one boy finally questioned. Su Jiang shook his head, appearing perplexed. "I don't know. I just suddenly felt no animosity towards him." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Such a subtle influence on an opponent's psyche. What a terrifying soul skill. The Bon Douluo's expression became serious. "Old sword, your disciple has boundless potential," Ning Fengji added. "This soul skill is not entirely indefensible. I finally sensed the fluctuation of soul power. It must be because his opponents are not of the opposite gender. However, Sword Uncle, he has yet to display any offensive capability, unlike your disciple." The Sword Douluo rarely smiled, saying, "Just wait and see." In the subsequent matches, all eyes were on Qin Jian, though many were left speechless. Regardless of gender, any opponent facing Qin Jian inevitably faced the same fate. It was a universal phenomenon. Finally, the last bout arrived, pitting Qin Jian against Guyu. In this ultimate showdown, as the elder's voice faded, Ning Rongrong cheered exuberantly. "Go, Qin Jian. You must win." Her exuberance ignited a firestorm of outrage among the boys surrounding the arena. "Go, Guyu. Go, Guyu. Bring him down, and we will acknowledge you as our leader. Indeed, do not falter. Under no circumstances should you descend alone." The crowd was in an uproar, leaving the surrounding elders and sect leaders in a state of bemusement. No one could have anticipated that Qin Jian would incur the wrath of the masses. Even Ning Rongrong was taken aback by the intensity of the situation. "Old sword, if that young rascal Qin Jian employs the same tactics again and allows Guyu to be defeated in such a manner, he will find it exceedingly difficult to establish himself among the younger generation of the sect," remarked Bon Douluo, shaking his head. "This battle should not escalate in that way." "I suspect," Sword Douluo replied uncertainly. Ning Fengji gazed at Qin Jian, inquiring curiously, without utilizing that soul skill. "It should be impossible for his level 11 soul power to surpass Guyu's level 15, correct?" "Level 11? Bon Douluo expressed surprise. "Has he finally advanced by a level?" Ning Fengji nodded. "Indeed, it appears he just made this advancement a few days ago. We shall see shortly." Sword Douluo's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he observed the arena, eager to ascertain Qin Jian's current level of soul power. Judging by Ning Rongrong's performance, he surmised it should be at least level 12. In the arena, Guyu clenched his fists and directed a cold glare at Qin Jian, exclaiming, "Do not think you can defeat me in that manner once more." Guyu, a level 16 defensive soul master wielding the spirit of a bone dragon. "He is at level 16? Ning Fengji remarked in astonishment. It has only been a few months since his last advancement. This young lad possesses remarkable talent. Bon Douluo nodded with pride. He is indeed diligent in his training. Buzz. A yellow soul ring emerged beneath Guyu's feet, eliciting another wave of astonishment from the audience. Most soul masters possess a first soul ring of 10 years' worth, while a century's worth would exceed the limits of many bodies to absorb. Only exceptionally gifted soul masters can absorb a century ring, and Guyu clearly falls within this category. Little Gu possesses a defensive spirit, which inherently requires superior physical attributes, thus allowing him to absorb a soul ring of 300 years, Bon Douluo stated with satisfaction, then turned to Sword Douluo. But I wonder what level Qin Jian's first soul ring is. Sword Douluo crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. Just watch. In the arena, Guyu had finished summoning his soul ring, and all eyes turned toward Qin Jian, uncertain if he would utter the words, "You may leave now." Such a statement would surely provoke a collective gasp. Fortunately, Qin Jian did not disappoint. Facing Guyu, he stated earnestly, "I have never truly fought you. This time, I shall show you respect." Buzz. A yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. The arena fell into hushed silence. This color represented the purest century soul ring. Bon Douluo's expression shifted. "Old sword, just how many years does your disciple's first soul ring encompass? It appears to be more than just a century or two." "Huh. Old Bone, Jian's soul ring has reached the utmost limit he can bear." A glimmer of uncontainable pride surfaced on Sword Douluo's typically wooden face. It is a soul ring of 900 years. 900 years. Both Ning Fengji and Douluo stood in shock. How is this possible? No one can possess such physical prowess at the tender age of 8 or 9. The astonishing appearance of Douluo filled Sword Douluo with a sense of secret delight. He mused to himself, indeed, no one could reach such heights, but Sword is no ordinary being. She is a million-year spirit beast in human form. In the arena, Qin Jian paid no heed to the rising clamor around him. He merely gazed at the equally astonished Guyu across from him, and then proclaimed loudly, "I am Qin Jian, level 14, a strong attack system battle spirit master, with the martial spirit of the emotional sword." What? Ning Fengji, who had just taken his seat, sprang to his feet once more. Level 14. Douluo did not immediately register the information. Sect Master. What level did you say he was just a few days ago? Ning Fengji's expression twisted in disbelief. A few days ago, he had only just reached level 11. Chapter 9. My body is a sword. What on earth? Douluo also stood up, his words spilling forth without restraint. Haraha. Douluo felt that it had been many years since he had laughed so heartily. The audience surrounding the arena, however, was not as astonished as the two, though they were aware that Qin Jian had not improved his soul power for 3 consecutive years. Nevertheless, as Douluo's direct apprentice, a sudden increase of 4 levels was not entirely implausible. Only Ning Fengji, who was acutely aware of Qin Jian's soul power level just days prior, found it utterly unbelievable. Douluo perked up his ears in interest. Douluo furrowed his brow slightly and leaned closer to the two, whispering, "This is Jianer's greatest secret, and I cannot disclose it lightly." Ning Fengji nodded in understanding. Old Jian, his peculiar first soul skill, combined with this rapid enhancement ability, undoubtedly surpasses Guyu in talent. However, his attitude towards the sect, Douluo hesitated to continue. Even Ning Fengji turned to look at him. Yet, Douluo appeared unconcerned. "You can rest assured about him. After years of interaction, I have a profound understanding of this child's nature. He will undoubtedly honor the sect's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji gently nodded. "With Uncle Jian's judgment, I feel at ease." In the arena, it seems that your soul power level was significantly higher than your opponent's, which led to such an extraordinary effect, right? A confident expression emerged on his face. "But I am not like them. Do not think you can employ the same tricks again." His analysis prompted the perplexed crowd below to nod, believing they had uncovered the truth. The competition began. Guyu's eyes widened in fury, but the presiding elder interrupted him. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped the ground and charged forward. Not even releasing his martial spirit, he would pay for his arrogance. He roared, and his bone dragon martial spirit surged into his body. First soul skill, Bone Claw. Impressive. The spectators below admired his fluid movements and attacks. Douluo chuckled. "Although it is inevitable that Qin Jian will surpass Guyu, I suspect my little bone will win this round." Douluo's expression remained stoic. "Do not celebrate too soon." In the arena, whoosh. As a massive bone claw soared toward him, gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Yet Qin Jian remained unfazed. He raised his right hand in a sword-like gesture before delivering a cold shout. "My body is a sword." Boom. In the next moment, a dark purple longsword crashed down before Qin Jian. Bang. The bone claw struck the long sword with a deafening sound. It was over. Once his martial spirit, the emotional sword, manifested, Qin Jian transformed entirely, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He no longer held back. Seizing the fleeting moment of Guyu's shock, he flicked his right hand. Sword chi. Clang. A dark purple sword chi erupted from the long sword, suddenly crashing into Guyu's chest, catching him off guard. Poof. Silence enveloped the arena. What was that just now? A soul skill? I did not see clearly. I only noticed that as soon as the martial spirit emerged, Guyu was defeated. He must have been concealing his true abilities over the past 3 years, despite his evident strength. Gradually, murmurs of discussion began to arise. Meanwhile, on the central viewing platform, Ning Fengji and Douluo were immersed in shock. While others might not comprehend, their familiarity with the Sword Douluo's techniques allowed them to understand. This was clearly the Sword Douluo's unique soul skill. The unity of man and sword. They exchanged glances before turning their attention to the Sword Douluo. "I told you not to celebrate too soon," the Sword Douluo remarked with a grin. Finally, he managed to put his old rival down, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Equally delighted was Ning Rongrong. Father! Qin Jian came in first. She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leapt into Ning Fengji's embrace. Yes, yes, yes. My little princess has the best eye for talent, Ning Fengji replied, echoing her enthusiasm. The ultimate victor is Qin Jian, announced the elder hosting the event. Though the reaction was rather muted. Only Gu Yu, who had just risen from the ground, understood the sheer ferocity of Qin Jian's counterattack in that fleeting moment. That sword energy had shattered all his defenses, and thus, he accepted his loss without grievance. I lost. You are stronger than I am, he managed to say before Qin Jian, standing before him, offered no words and displayed no animosity. Although all the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School viewed them as rivals, akin to the dynamic between Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Qin Jian had never perceived Gu Yu as his true opponent. Instead, it was Ning Rongrong, cheering passionately from the sidelines, and the 8 exceptional women of the future who constituted his battlefield of love. Next, the direct disciples of the sect were to select their partners. And the first to step forward was our little princess, Ning Rongrong. Before the elder's words had fully left his lips, Ning Rongrong rushed forward, calling out, Qin Jian. Qin Jian, I choose Qin Jian. The audience was not surprised by this outcome, as the sect leader's daughter, being the next generation's heir, could only select the strongest. And what about you, Qin Jian? Will you accept? Likely out of a sense of humanitarianism, the elder inquired about Qin Jian's opinion, and upon receiving a nod, declared, Very well, the first pair is Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. Gu Yu tightened and then loosened his grip, ultimately bowing his head in despair. He realized that this time, he had been utterly defeated, and the victories of the past 3 years were now rendered meaningless. Thus, everyone watched as the two departed with an air of confidence. However, the fervor ignited by this contest would not easily dissipate, for the individual who became Ning Rongrong's partner was not the expected Gu Yu, but rather the astonishing Qin Jian, who had emerged from 3 years of obscurity. His inexplicable performances in earlier matches, coupled with his overwhelming victory, provided ample fodder for discussion among the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a long time to come. Chapter 10. Rongrong is entrusted to you in the residential area dedicated to worship, the exclusive building of the Sword Douluo. On the 2nd floor, in the simulated training ground. The sword pool. Jinner, are you once again honing your martial soul? Sword Douluo inquired, standing at the door, a look of surprise on his face. Have you not told Rongrong a story? In the center of the sword pool, countless sword shadows melded into Qin Jian's form, continuously radiating outward, creating an apparent cycle. Upon hearing the voice at the door, he slightly opened his eyes, as if a flicker of sword shadow passed by. Teacher. She is still quite young, and at a crucial stage for laying her foundation, she cannot squander most of her time on stories. He smiled and added, thus, I sent her to practice. Rongrong is actually willing to heed your words? Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. Qin Jian shrugged. If she doesn't listen, I won't tell her stories at night. Sword Douluo chuckled, yet offered a thumbs up. You certainly have a way with her. Neither the sect master nor I, nor even the old bones, can manage her as you do. Clearly, you all have indulged her excessively. Qin Jian merely pouted but refrained from elaborating on that. Instead, he asked, Teacher, what does the year-long tacit training entail? That. Sword Douluo remained at the door, leaning against it and explaining. That is the greatest simulated training ground of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Within this year, your 32 groups will be completely isolated, each in a different section of the simulated training ground, where the weather and environment will change every month. What sorts of weather and environment? Qin Jian asked. Intrigued, Sword Douluo raised his left eyebrow slightly. Weather, primarily, includes torrential rain, fierce winds, thunder and lightning, heavy snowfall, as well as sweltering heat and biting cold. Qin Jian's face twitched ever so slightly. Is it really that harsh? It doesn't stop there. Sword Douluo raised his other eyebrow as well. The geographical environment will also change. Forests, oceans, mountains, deserts. Qin Jian covered his face. This is truly tormenting. Is there more? Sword Douluo nodded without surprise. Naturally, you will not be disappointed. Besides the topography and weather, in 6 months, there will also be natural disasters, such as flash floods, volcanic eruptions, avalanches, and earthquakes. Before he could finish, Qin Jian spoke earnestly. Teacher, I believe the sword pool is the best for honing my martial soul. Perhaps I shall forego the tacit training. You won't concern yourself with Rongrong? Sword Douluo shot him a sidelong glance. Teacher, I think Gu Yu's tough skin and flesh are well suited for this training. Qin Jian replied earnestly. Then you no longer wish to enhance your soul power? Sword Douluo continued to gaze at him skeptically. 1 year delay is hardly a significant issue, Qin Jian stated. Sword Douluo sighed and produced 2 exquisite wrist guards. Originally, I had prepared all the equipment for you, including these 2 soul guide devices, which possess ample storage space. It seems all my efforts have been in vain. I might as well give them to Rongrong. With that, he turned to leave, seemingly intent on delivering them to Ning Rongrong. However, in the next moment, Qin Jian appeared at the doorway, his hands deftly grasping the metallic wrist guards. Do not worry, teacher. I shall not squander the effort you have so diligently prepared for me. I am ready for this year's tacit training. Douluo turned around, lightly tapping his forehead with mild irritation. You are merely putting on an act. Hee, thank you, teacher. Qin Jian replied, lifting his head in gratitude. Douluo affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, this year is not only about fostering your tacit understanding, but also about tempering Rongrong. That little enchantress. After all, she is the daughter of the sect leader and cannot remain so willful forever. We hope this training will facilitate her growth. Douluo looked down at Qin Jian and added, so, do not shield her too well. She must endure her share of trials. The sect leader and I will keep an eye on you both and will not truly allow you to fall into despair. Qin Jian nodded in understanding. Days swiftly passed. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze stirred the air, marking the time to enter the sect's simulated training ground. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found many individuals already gathered, each accompanied by elders offering endless admonitions. Particularly, on Ning Rongrong's side, Ning Fengji held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. A flicker of concern and reluctance crossed Ning Fengji's gentle visage, yet he reassured her, well, if father misses Rongrong, I will come in to see you. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly. Observing this scene, Qin Jian quietly inquired of Douluo, teacher, does Rongrong not know what will transpire this year? She does not, Douluo replied, his expression tinged with sympathy. There is no other choice. If I were to tell her, she would certainly resist entering, and then there would be no end to her pouting and tears, leaving us all helpless. A slight twitch of Qin Jian's mouth revealed his amusement. It is easy for you to coax her in, but I will be the one to endure her tears and tantrums. Lower your voice. They are approaching. Do not let anything slip, Douluo cautioned in a hushed tone. Qin Jian looked up to see Ning Fengji, leading Ning Rongrong toward them. Qin Jian, I entrust Rongrong to you for the coming year. You must protect her well. Ning Fengji said, leaning slightly forward to place Ning Rongrong's small hand into Qin Jian's. Ning Rongrong was taken aback as Qin Jian grasped her hand. Her cheeks flushing, oblivious to the exchanged glances between Ning Fengji and Qin Jian. Rest assured, sect leader. With me here, she will be safe, Qin Jian assured. Their eyes locking as the 2 men completed the transfer of responsibility in silent accord. With a resounding boom, the simulated training ground officially opened. Pairs of young men and women began to enter, disappearing one by one. Rongrong, let us go in as well, Qin Jian encouraged, tightening his grip on her hand. All right. Douluo and Ning Fengji raised their right hands in unison, waving in perfect harmony. Goodbye, Rongrong. With a soft sound, Qin Jian took Ning Rongrong's small hand and stepped inside, disappearing into the depths of the training ground. Sigh. Ning Fengji exhaled in relief. Finally, he managed to send the little girl in. He wondered how she would react upon discovering the truth. Douluo remarked, we can observe this from the outside as well. Ning Fengji replied, I just hope her temperament can be tempered over the course of a year. If she emerges with a bit more understanding, I shall be content. Douluo added, however, entering is much easier than exiting. Let us await the outcome. Chapter 11. Put it on. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds loomed overhead, and fierce winds howled through the air. Deep within the forest, light was scarce. Ning Rongrong hugged her shoulders, cautiously trailing behind Qin Jian as they navigated the woods. Why is it so terrifying here? She couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Jian, I don't want to continue. I want to leave. We can't leave. Qin Jian casually snapped a small twig before him, explaining, from the moment we entered, we have been trapped, unless we face a life-threatening situation. Ning Rongrong gasped, halting in her tracks. But that is not what my father told me. With wide eyes, she insisted. He clearly said it would be as enjoyable as a spring outing. Qin Jian paused alongside her, feigning surprise. Rongrong, didn't the master clarify the conditions and rules of this place? And no. This is a closed, simulated training ground, and in this entire world, it is just the 2 of us. Qin Jian seated himself on a tree root and beckoned Ning Rongrong to join him. The terrain here changes every month. This time it is a forest, but next it might transform into a desert, a snow-capped mountain, or even the sea. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Moreover, the weather is equally unpredictable. Right now, we have lightning and thunder, but soon it could shift to torrential rain and fierce winds, or perhaps an unrelenting sun. Ignoring the growing horror in Ning Rongrong's gaze, Qin Jian continued, and once we acclimatize to these conditions, we will also face natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions or avalanches. Then, can we hide every day and not move? I have a tent in my soul guide. Ning Rongrong stammered, her teeth chattering. Qin Jian sighed in resignation. But what will we eat each day? Right? What will we eat? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. Qin Jian pointed ahead. Each day, we will appear at the edge of this space, and a tent will materialize 100 miles away on the opposite edge, containing our food and water for the day. Therefore, we must traverse the entire space daily to acquire sustenance, regardless of the conditions. After a moment, he noticed Ning Rongrong had fallen silent. Rongrong? He turned to see her with her head bowed, tightly clutching her dress. Rongrong, what's wrong? Yet Ning Rongrong remained motionless, her head downcast. Unable to contain himself, Qin Jian waved his hand in front of her eyes. Rongrong, please say something. Daddy, Qin Jian. Meanwhile, outside, Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances, bewildered. Don't you care for Rongrong? How can you bear to leave her in such a harsh place? Ning Rongrong vented her grievances toward the sky, her frustration boiling over. You rotten father. Bad father. Rongrong despises you. If you don't let me out, I will curse you here for a year. You are a terrible father. A bad father. The external situation left Ning Fengji in a state of bemusement. Douluo, observing from the side, felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, Master, perhaps we should release her? Ning Fengji hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head, stating, no. It took considerable effort to persuade her to enter. Releasing her now would render all our efforts futile. He had initially expected that Qin Jian would share some of Rongrong's ire, considering he was complicit in luring her inside. Ning Fengji's expression conveyed his exasperation. Instead of shouldering any blame, Qin Jian wore an innocent visage, leaving Ning Fengji to bear the brunt of Rongrong's anger. Cough. That little rascal was never foolish. Douluo regarded the unfolding scene, particularly Rongrong's loud protests, and remarked, for now, we can only hope Jian has a plan to placate Rongrong. He sighed, wishing for a solution. Ning Fengji glanced at the control console. Suddenly realizing the urgency of the situation, time was running short, and a storm was imminent. Thunder roared. Meanwhile, Qin Jian, attuned to the shifting atmosphere within the training grounds, noticed the ominously low-hanging clouds and the increasing frequency of lightning strikes. His expression turned grave as he hurriedly climbed onto a tree branch. Grasping Rongrong's arm, he urged, Rongrong, cease your antics. The master will not allow you to leave. However, Rongrong remained unyielding, continuing her loud outbursts. Rongrong, a torrential downpour is approaching. If you wish to avoid becoming drenched, we must hasten our journey to the supply tent on the opposite edge. Qin Jian implored, his voice rising in urgency. Regrettably, Rongrong merely paused momentarily before defiantly declaring, then I refuse to move. I don't believe father would allow me to get soaked. Qin Jian. With a resounding thunderclap, the sky grew increasingly dark. Rongrong, if nothing else, would you at least wear a raincoat? This storm is fierce, and we won't have time to seek shelter. He lamented, perched on the branch, while Rongrong sat beside him, sulking and refusing to heed his words. This little girl had been spoiled and had grown excessively willful. Regardless of the validity of Qin Jian's remarks, she simply would not listen. Ning Fengji, feeling vexed, slammed his palm onto the table. Douluo, however, remained fixated on the unfolding events. The storm was upon them. Suddenly, the tempest arrived with no warning, leaving no time for preparation. In an instant, both Qin Jian and Rongrong were soaked to the skin. Rongrong continued to stare blankly at the sky, as if in defiance against Ning Fengji. Yet, Qin Jian could not bear to witness her self-destructive behavior and hastily retrieved 2 raincoats from his soul guide. I refused to wear it. However, before the raincoat could reach Rongrong, she flung it aside. Frowning, Qin Jian donned one for himself and then held the other over Rongrong's head. His expression turned serious. Rongrong, this is the master's test for you. Persisting in this stubbornness will only lead to his disappointment. Yet, in her obstinate state, Rongrong remained resolute. I want to listen. I want to listen. I want to listen. She stretched out her hands and pressed her ears tightly. Qin Jian took a deep breath and suddenly disregarded everything. throwing the raincoat over her. Ning Rongrong struggled fiercely. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback, for Qin Jian's expression was exceedingly stern. He shouted into the wind and rain, "Put it on." Chapter 12, No Water Change. Put it on. Amidst the storm, the relentless rumble of thunder resounded. Yet, it was the absence of the boy's furious voice that instilled fear in the girl. In all her years, no one had ever treated her in such a manner. In that moment, she was utterly terrified. Qin Jian secretly sighed in relief and seized the opportunity to drape a rain cloak over her, fastening it securely. Without a word, he hoisted her onto his back and dashed away. Outside, Ning Fengxi and Sword Douluo also felt a sense of relief. If Ning Rongrong continued to sulk, they were uncertain if they would remain steadfast. "Qin Jian, how could you just scold me? Put me down." She suddenly began to struggle. "No way." Qin Jian not only refused to set her down but quickened his pace through the muddy terrain. "Put me down." Ning Rongrong relentlessly pounded on Qin Jian's back, her movements so vigorous that it hindered his running. Slap. He unexpectedly freed one hand and, without hesitation, gave her a sharp tap, producing a crisp sound. "Don't move." Ning Rongrong froze. Even Ning Fengxi and Sword Douluo outside were taken aback. How could you touch me there?" After a brief moment, Ning Rongrong indignantly exclaimed, "A girl's body is off limits. I touched it. What will you do about it?" Qin Jian boldly replied. Amidst the torrential rain and fierce winds, Ning Rongrong continued to be a burden, a predicament that would dampen anyone's spirits. I. Ning Rongrong was momentarily speechless, then steeled herself and bit down on his shoulder. "Ah, you actually bit me," Qin Jian exclaimed in exasperation. I will bite. I will bite." Ning Rongrong clung on. They tussled for quite a while, yet Qin Jian did not set her down. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the small boy carried the small girl through the storm. Though they appeared disheveled, it evoked an unusual warmth. Would these two little ones develop feelings for each other? Ning Fengxi suddenly felt a wave of concern. Sword Douluo remarked, "Let nature take its course. Rongrong is still young. Even if something were to arise, the impact should be minimal." This was precisely why he encouraged Qin Jian to act, for he did not believe such tender ages could truly harm Ning Rongrong. Indeed, Ning Fengxi nodded in agreement. Within the simulated training grounds, Qin Jian lost track of how long he had been running. He only knew that his legs felt increasingly heavy. At last, amidst the storm, he spotted a grand tent. Summoning his remaining strength, he boldly lifted the entrance flap and charged inside. The torrential rain, thunder, and wind were abruptly halted at the threshold. Panting heavily, Qin Jian leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. It took him a full 10 minutes to gradually regain his composure. "Qin Jian, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong finally climbed down from his back, her legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. She had been jostled for so long that her legs had gone numb. "I huff, am managing, I suppose." Sweat cascaded down Qin Jian's face. "You huff. Should first check what we have in the tent. I'll just huff, rest for a bit." "Oh, all right." Moments later, Ning Rongrong, having exerted little energy, quickly recovered her spirits and was captivated by the tent's amenities. "Wow, there are delicious foods. Wow, there are also clean clothes. And a place to bathe. Wow, what a large bed." Her delighted exclamations echoed, and a faint smile crept onto Qin Jian's lips. Truly a spirited young girl. He struggled to stretch his calves. After running for so long, if he didn't T-stretch, he would end up with legs like lotus roots. Having completed a set of stretches, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. "Qin Jian, do you want to take a bath? There's a bathing area here." Ning Rongrong eagerly approached. Qin Jian shook his head and replied gently, "You're soaked as well. You should go first." "All right, then I'll head over." Shaking his head, he noticed a fire pit in the center of the tent. He laboriously moved towards it and ignited the flames. Crackle, crackle. The warm glow of the fire illuminated the space, and he finally felt a bit more comfortable. La, la, la. The soft sound of splashing water began to drift from behind the tent, accompanied by the girl's cheerful humming. Qin Jian's eyelids grew heavier. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, the sound of water gradually faded. The radiant Ning Rongrong emerged at last. "Qin Jian, I'm done bathing. You should wash up too." She had only spoken halfway when she suddenly froze. For there, in the center of the tent, the youth sat with his knees drawn to his chest, his head resting upon them, already deep in slumber. The warm firelight danced across his face, casting a rosy hue. For some inexplicable reason, Ning Rongrong felt a pang in her heart. Drip, drop. She quietly approached, noticing droplets of rainwater still trickling from Qin Jian's clothes, soaking the ground beneath him. Qin Jian. A wave of emotion surged within her, and she was on the verge of tears. This boy had endured countless hardships to reach this place. His clothes were drenched, and he was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to change. Yet, he uttered not a single complaint, nor did he blame her for her capriciousness. He silently bore it all, allowing her to bathe first, when he himself was the one who truly needed the warm, soothing water. Qin Jian. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. Just then, the boy, resting his head on his knees, suddenly began to cough. His features contorted slightly, as if he were in discomfort, yet he remained asleep. Could he be falling ill? Ning Rongrong gasped, hurriedly squatting beside him. Qin Jian, don't sleep. You must change out of those wet clothes. Qin Jian, amid her relentless shaking. His eyes finally fluttered open, still clouded with confusion. Cough, cough. But he quickly fell into another coughing fit, which finally roused him completely. Qin Jian, please do not fall ill. The tears on the girl's face warmed Qin Jian's heart. He coughed a few times before saying, Rong Rong, do not worry. I am not sick, cough cough. You say you are not. Yet you have been coughing continuously, Ning Rongrong replied with a quivering voice. No. It is simply that I have overexerted myself. A night's rest will suffice, Qin Jian said with a gentle smile. Ah? Is that so? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled something and urged, you must quickly remove your clothes and take a bath. Soak well, for even if you are not ill now, continuing like this will surely lead to sickness. All right. Qin Jian acquiesced, slowly rising to his feet with the support of his knees. Splash. Soon, a heavy sound of water echoed as Qin Jian finally immersed himself in the bath. Wait. Ning Rongrong suddenly froze, her cheeks blooming with a deep crimson. He did not change the water before bathing. Chapter 13. The Awakening of Affection Within the Confines of the Simulated Training Ground. Nestled in a corner tent, Qin Jian had soaked for quite a while before regaining some strength. You're here. Hurry, let's eat. I'm famished. Upon Qin Jian's arrival, Ning Rongrong wasted no time and began to feast. Qin Jian smiled and promptly joined her, for he had indeed exhausted his energy and required nourishment. Once the meal was concluded and the remnants tidied away, the two reclined side by side on the large bed. It was curious that no separate bedding had been provided for them. Qin Jian, I want to hear a story, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, showing no signs of bashfulness as they snuggled under the same quilt, perhaps accustomed to such closeness after several nights together. Where did we leave off last time? Qin Jian inquired. Ning Rongrong quickly replied, last time, we were talking about Zhang Xiaofan. Oh no, he is now known as Guili. He has entered the Death Marsh. What happened next? Did he encounter Lu Sueki? Qin Jian pondered for a moment before beginning to narrate. A solitary figure stood amidst the vast expanse of the world, alone, armed only with a staff, facing the entirety of existence. How pitiful he is, Ning Rongrong murmured. On that day, he stealthily ambushed the poison prince of the Wandu sect, only to be pursued relentlessly by Lu Sueki upon being detected. That morning, they stood on opposing tree trunks, and despite her multitude of words, Lu Sueki could only express herself with a single phrase. Oh, how touching. Yes. In a twist of fate, this has played tricks on his entire life, Qin Jian whispered. Qin Jian. Ning Rongrong lifted her misty eyes and asked, do you think if Zhang Xiaofan knew what happened later, he would still wish to join Qin Yun? I believe he would still desire that, Qin Jian replied. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I don't think so. What Zhang Xiaofan has always yearned for is not a grandiose life. But if he had not joined Qin Yun, how would he have met Lu Sueki and Bai Yao? Qin Jian remarked. Were it me, even knowing that the future is fraught with hardship, I would not forsake such genuine emotions. Oh, Ning Rongrong seemed to grasp it to some extent. Yet, the image of Qin Jian sleeping on the ground earlier danced in her mind, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. She was uncertain of what this feeling was, but it felt intoxicating. Perhaps this was the essence of first love. A subtle surge of power coursed through Qin Jian, elevating his soul force by one level. Ning Rongrong sensed the slight shift and felt a wave of joy. Have you improved again? Qin Jian nodded gently. By the way, what soul skill did you use during that competition? How did you make those people walk off the stage themselves? Ning Rongrong suddenly inquired. Qin Jian paused briefly before responding. That was my first soul skill, the enchanting blade. Enchanting blade? Ning Rongrong asked, somewhat perplexed. Why didn't anyone see you use it back then? Qin Jian chuckled softly. My soul skill does not require the summoning of a martial soul. It can be unleashed simply by having my opponent gaze into my eyes. Ah, that's incredible, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her mouth. What is the effect of your first soul skill? Is it enchantment? She continued to inquire. Qin Jian nodded slightly and remarked. Due to its silent nature during use, those affected are often unaware of their enchantment, rendering them incapable of realizing they have fallen under its spell. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. So, you can use it on anyone you desire? Qin Jian shook his head and replied, that is certainly not the case. As it is a soul skill, there is an accompanying fluctuation of soul power. While it may be manageable with the opposite sex, the intensity required for the same sex would be considerably greater, inevitably attracting the attention of more powerful soul masters. Does that mean if you were to use it on me, I would certainly remain unaware? Ning Rongrong inquired, leaning closer. Qin Jian instinctively nodded, only to feel a sense of unease and quickly added, but I have never used it on you. Ning Rongrong tilted her head in contemplation before raising it again to ask, then would you like to try using it on me? On you? Qin Jian scratched his head. I have only used it against opponents in the competition. As for you, if you already have feelings for me. I am uncertain of the outcome. Feelings for you? Ning Rongrong paused, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned away. I don't have any feelings for you. Qin Jian blinked, wisely choosing to remain silent. However, the moment they fell into silence, Ning Rongrong began to feel restless, the atmosphere growing increasingly strange, and without realizing it. Her face burned with embarrassment. Hey. She suddenly threw off the covers and straddled Qin Jian, fixing her gaze upon him as she declared, you should use it on me. A playful smile danced in Qin Jian's eyes as he softly said, are you prepared for this? Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, showing no signs of retreat. In the next instant, two streams of pink sword energy materialized in Qin Jian's gaze, and Ning Rongrong, fixated on his eyes, felt a sudden dizziness wash over her. It's nothing much. She shook her head, attempting to dismiss her feelings. Is that so? Qin Jian couldn't be swayed by her bravado, for he felt his soul power surge to the next level, now at rank 16. Buzz. He abruptly extinguished the enchanting sword within his eyes. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong pouted. You said it was nothing, so why have you stopped? Qin Jian shook his head, stating, I do not wish to obtain affection in such a manner. What I desire, he gazed earnestly into Ning Rongrong's bright eyes, what I desire has always been your truest feelings and affection. Though he had ceased using the soul skill, Ning Rongrong felt as though his eyes were a vortex, drawing her in. The power of his gaze far surpassed that of the previous soul skill. You have already received it. Ning Rongrong's face turned a deep shade of red as she suddenly collapsed into Qin Jian's embrace. Whether it was the lingering effects of the soul skill or a sudden rush of emotions, she could not tell, as her petite form was wholly enveloped in his arms. Qin Jian felt a jolt run through him, as if electricity coursed throughout his body. An uncontrollable thrill surged within him, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong. Their bodies pressed closely together. Fortunately, after the two of them entered the tent, Ning Fengji and the sword duelist had already departed. Otherwise, had this scene been witnessed, Ning Fengji might have immediately taken Ning Rongrong away. At first, Ning Rongrong was lost in a haze of heart-pounding emotions. But soon she could no longer withstand the fervor of Qin Jian and could only whisper, Qin Jian, I can hardly breathe. Chapter 14. Are you afraid? Suddenly, Qin Jian stepped back, instinctively pushing Ning Rongrong's petite frame away. I apologize. Qin Jian felt an unusual blush creeping onto his cheeks. I was overly excited just now. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, unable to bear meeting his gaze. Flustered as she hurriedly burrowed into the covers, Qin Jian could not help but let out a wry smile as he observed the tightly wrapped Ning Rongrong beside him. He realized his excitement stemmed not from mere thrill, but from a profound yearning for human touch. After all, he had been human once, yet had not experienced closeness with another for 100,000 years, amplifying that primal instinct to an unimaginable degree, especially when he had just taken form. That foolish little dance had leapt upon him, leading to. The events of that night were truly beyond words. He wondered if she had recovered from it now. Little Wu must still be at the junior academy, he pondered, wondering if she had encountered Tang San yet. The following day, when Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo returned to check on them, the scene before them was astonishing. Ning Rongrong appeared transformed, shedding her former petulance and mischief entirely. Throughout their arduous journey over mountains and valleys, she obediently followed Qin Jian's lead, and they successfully reached their resting place in just half a day. What on earth happened last night? Ning Fengji mused, observing the stark contrast in Ning Rongrong's demeanor. Why is Rongrong so well behaved today? The sword Douluo speculated. Perhaps she has resigned herself to not being able to leave, Or maybe Qin Jian managed to persuade her. Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully. That seems plausible. I hope she can maintain this resolve. For the next 6 months, regardless of the challenges posed by towering mountains or flowing rivers, scorching deserts or icy glaciers, vast oceans or dense forests, Ning Rongrong persevered. Through torrential downpours, fierce winds, thunderous storms, blistering heat, and biting cold, she steadfastly held Qin Jian's hand and continued onward. As Ning Fengji observed, a realization struck him. These two youngsters might truly be igniting a spark between them. Otherwise, given Rongrong's pampered upbringing, how could she endure such harsh conditions? The sword Douluo blinked and remarked, "It's quite possible. Uncle Jian, do you think it would be appropriate if they were truly together?" Ning Fengji clasped his hands over his cane, his expression inscrutable. The sword Douluo chuckled softly. "I believe the sect master need not overthink it. Let nature take its course. At the very least, I can vouch for Qin Jian's character." Ning Fengji nodded. "I trust your judgment, Uncle Jian. The next 6 months would prove even more challenging. May they endure until the final assessment." Ning Fengji stated. "Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has not seen a duo last through to the end for nearly a century. I hope they can achieve a miracle, even if emotions are intertwined." The sword Douluo pondered before suddenly asking, "Sect Master, when was the last time a duo successfully passed the final trial?" Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "I recall that the ancient texts record events from a millennium ago." Suddenly casting a glance at sword Douluo, he added, "Uncle Jian, do you truly believe these two young souls can achieve such a feat? Who can say for certain?" Sword Douluo was uncertain how Ning Rongrong would ultimately perform, yet he held unwavering confidence in Qin Jian. In the ensuing 6 months, the environment of the simulated training ground grew increasingly severe, yet Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong persevered hand in hand. Through the vast desert, under the relentless sun, occasionally beset by volcanic eruptions, they traversed with sweat-soaked brows, navigating the arduous path. On the ocean, amidst howling gales and rampant tsunamis, they sought refuge on a small island, riding a makeshift raft to brave the waves and reach the shore. In the forest of towering trees, amid violent tremors, they leapt across the chaotic terrain, skillfully avoiding all fissures. Through mountain floods and avalanches, they never relented, consistently overcoming each trial. Even when utterly fatigued, bruised and battered, and in disarray, they ultimately managed to arrive at a safe haven, the warmth of their tent. The profound camaraderie and emotions forged through these experiences were unknown to them at that moment. By the 9th month, most pairs had been eliminated. By the 10th month, only 5 or 6 pairs remained. By the 12th month, within the entire simulated training ground, only Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong stood resilient. They were both eager to discover how far they could go together. As the final day of the year approached, the entire 7 Treasures glazed tile school was abuzz, with nearly all congregating outside the simulated training ground. It was the first time in a century that a pair had reached this stage, and there was an urgent desire to see if Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong could conquer the final challenge. On that day, the expanse of their training area had grown to 1,000 miles, encompassing landscapes from boundless deserts to lush forests, rugged hills, snowy mountains, and vast oceans, all interspersed with extreme natural disasters. If the usual disaster level were rated a 1, then the final assessment was a staggering 10. Ning Fengji's expression was grave. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stood behind him, their gazes fixed intently on the scene within. "I remember a rule from our sect," Bone Douluo murmured. "If a pair can overcome this final challenge, they shall remain partners for life, never to be paired with anyone else." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Affirming, indeed. Sword Douluo pointed forward and urged, "Let us remain silent. The challenge has commenced." Earthquakes failed to halt their progress. Tsunamis could not deter them in the slightest. They laughed heartily as they surged through the floods. Against the fierce winds, they surged forth, hand in hand, as though no terror existed in this world. The crowd outside grew increasingly exhilarated, for as evening descended, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong stood but a step away from triumph. Yet, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo's expressions grew ever more solemn. If the previous challenges were rated a difficulty of 10, then this final trial will ascend to a staggering 100. Ning Fengji spoke solemnly. "Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, should anything go awry, we must act together to rescue them immediately." The two titled Douluo nodded gravely in agreement. Before Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong stood a snow-capped mountain reaching thousands of feet into the sky. Without hesitation, they commenced their ascent. However, as they neared the halfway point, an avalanche occurred. This was the most magnificent avalanche they had ever witnessed, as the entire peak cascaded down upon them. Beneath this overwhelming calamity that blotted out the sky, countless spectators outside gasped in astonishment. Yet, within the tumult, Qin Jian merely tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong's small hand and asked, "Are you afraid?" Ning Rongrong's petite frame trembled, but she lifted her chin, meeting Qin Jian's warm gaze with determination. "I am not afraid." "Then let us together discover what makes this avalanche so remarkable." In the next instant, the two charged forth into the sweeping sea of snow. Come forth. Chapter 15. The Fusion Technique of Martial Spirits. Come forth. The youthful voices of the boys and girls resonated towards the heavens. At that moment, behind them, a purple sword and a verdant tower materialized, gradually merging through their tightly clasped hands. In a moment of inspiration, they simultaneously extended their palms forward. The fusion technique of martial spirits, Sword Tower Guardian. Clang, clang, clang. Crack, crack, crack. Endless streams of purple sword energy surged forth from Qin Jian's body, swirling around them at an astonishing speed, ultimately transforming into the shape of a purple sword tower. Boom. At that instant, the collapsing snow mountain engulfed them, the sword tower swiftly cloaked in a veil of white snow. Ah! The disciples of the seven treasures glazed sect gasped in astonishment. Only Ning Fengji and the two Douluo remained composed, devoid of any signs of tension. Who would have thought? Douluo murmured softly. Indeed, it is truly unexpected. Ning Fengji, resting his hands upon his cane, gazed in awe. I never imagined that Rongrong and Qin Jian could harness the fusion technique of martial spirits. It seems that such a feat has never occurred in the history of our sect. What is even more remarkable is that one possesses an offensive martial spirit, while the other wields a supportive martial spirit, which theoretically renders fusion impossible, Douluo added. They exchanged thoughts, while Sword Douluo remained silent, deep in contemplation. Could this be the result of deepening emotions? The abilities of Jinner are indeed becoming increasingly extraordinary. The rumbling of the collapsing snow mountain persisted for quite some time, with the spectators' eyes fixated on the spectacle. Where are they? Have they succeeded? Have they triumphed? Look over there. There's a purple light. The crowd gestured and chattered excitedly. Soon, all attention was drawn to a radiant purple light at the center of the snowy expanse, and the shimmering light seemed to draw nearer. Eventually, a purple tower tip came into view. Boom. At that moment, a burst of brilliance erupted from the purple sword tower, vaporizing the surrounding snowflakes. Only then did the onlookers realize that beneath the snow lay a seven-tiered purple sword tower, and at the base, the boy and girl were tightly embraced. They are unharmed. They have made it through. They have finally succeeded. Ha ha. That was indeed the fusion technique of martial spirits, wasn't it? They actually triggered the fusion technique. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Ning Fengji and the others exchanged knowing smiles. This unprecedented achievement after a millennium not only forged an incredibly harmonious partnership between Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, but also inadvertently strengthened the unity within the sect. Rongrong has certainly not let me down, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. Now, let us swiftly release these two young ones. Upon hearing this, the elders of the sect promptly took action. Buzz. Soon, a swirling exit resembling a whirlpool revealed itself. All stood in silence on either side, awaiting the appearance of the young boy and girl, hand in hand, gradually emerging into view. They paused at the entrance, uncertain whether it was the overwhelming crowd outside that had startled them or a sudden reluctance to part from the life within. After enduring a year of trials, they had finally made it through. Rongrong, Qin Jian. Suddenly, the crowd spoke in unison. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong were momentarily taken aback. Then, Qin Jian released Ning Rongrong's small hand, and in the next instant, she dashed forward, calling out, "Father!" The sword Douluo, seeming to embody Ning Fengji, echoed her sentiment. After a considerable time, the throng gradually dispersed, yet the remarkable achievement of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong would be etched in the memories of all, even recorded in the sect's annals. This year, the 10-year-old Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong awakened their martial soul fusion technique, the Sword Tower's protection, successfully overcoming the final barrier unseen for a millennium, leaving a vibrant mark in the history of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The exhaustion accumulated over the years surged forth, and without even greeting the sword Douluo, Qin Jian retreated into his room, collapsing onto the soft bed. Moments later, heavy breaths filled the air. The sword Douluo stood quietly at the bedside, gazing at the youth who had grown another year older, his eyes filled with an inexpressible pride. Though he had unwavering faith in Qin Jian and had contemplated the possibility of his success, the profound difficulty of that final test left him momentarily dazed. He had never expected that the disciple he had impulsively accepted years ago would exhibit such talent and resilience. Naturally, he attributed their success in overcoming the final barrier solely to Qin Jian, for Ning Rongrong's pampered nature hardly suggested she could lead Qin Jian through. Qin Jian, Qin Jian. Suddenly, a petite figure burst in. Ah, Grandfather Jian. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing the sword Douluo, did not rush over as before, but appeared somewhat unfamiliar. What is this? Has my little Rongrong come specifically to see Grandfather Jian? The sword Douluo glanced at the sleeping Qin Jian and smiled. Ah, I. Ning Rongrong, with her hands clasped behind her back, twirled on her toes, looking down. I came to sleep. Sleep? The sword Douluo inquired with curiosity. Aren't you staying here with Grandfather Jian? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. I can only sleep if I'm with Qin Jian. The sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. So, does this mean you intend to stay here with Grandfather Jian from now on? Seeing Ning Rongrong nearly bowing her head to her chest, the sword Douluo ceased his teasing. You two may sleep. Grandfather Jian will step out. As soon as he exited, Ning Rongrong hurriedly closed the door, kicked off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed beside Qin Jian. She sighed in contentment, then turned her little body to snuggle closely against him. In his dreams, Qin Jian seemed to sense her presence. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively reached out his right hand, effortlessly drawing Ning Rongrong into his embrace. Thus, the two of us, you leaning against me and me holding you, one large and one small, harmoniously fell asleep together. The sound of heavy breathing gradually echoed in the room. Chapter 16, An Engagement? In a small room, Ning Fengji stood outside the door, his face a mask of turmoil. Jian Shu, I believe their feelings for each other have surpassed my expectations. Moreover, it seems that the training over the past year has had significant side effects. He rubbed his forehead and continued, aside from the initial embrace, Rongrong has since acted rather distant, speaking to me with a certain caution. Jian Douluo pondered for a moment and replied, that does seem to be the case. Just a while ago, Rongrong spoke to me with a hint of awkwardness. Furthermore, she can only sleep soundly when beside Qin Jian. Does that not imply they are inseparable now? Ning Fengji displayed evident displeasure. Every father would likely feel upset in such circumstances. By the way, how is Qin Jian? Has he shown any signs of being affected by Rongrong's situation? He suddenly inquired. Jian Douluo shook his head. Qin Jian appears quite normal. I have detected no abnormalities. However, he has become somewhat more reticent. It seems there is indeed some impact. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow in contemplation. In that case, we must devise a way to help them emerge from this predicament swiftly. Coincidentally, Qinghe proposed something a few days ago that seems quite promising. Qinghe? The disciple of the sect leader, Shui Qinghe? Jian Douluo asked. Yes, Ning Fengji confirmed. The royal etiquette class has just commenced, and Qinghe suggested that Rongrong should attend as well. Initially, I hesitated to let this affect Rongrong's training, but now it appears to be a good idea, allowing both Qin Jian and Rongrong to participate together. After a moment's reflection, Jian Douluo agreed. That does make sense. The etiquette class will inevitably involve interactions with others. And considering they have just undergone such arduous training, a bit of relaxation is indeed necessary. After all, one must balance rigor with ease. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. He glanced at the tightly shut door, a gentle expression gradually illuminating his face. Jian Shu, given their current behavior, should we not consider formalizing their engagement? It would certainly bring some peace of mind, he suddenly suggested. Jian Douluo was taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic. Are we really discussing engagement now? They are barely 10 years old. Is this not too hasty? What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Unforeseen circumstances are inevitable, Ning Fengji mused, resting his chin on his hand. After all, youthful affections are often unstable. Their minds are still immature, and they have yet to comprehend what they truly desire and the qualities they seek in a partner. Indeed. Jian Douluo nodded repeatedly. He hoped Ning Fengji would refrain from imposing any engagement upon Qin Jian and Rongrong. Otherwise, should a separation occur, it would surely result in dire consequences for Qin Jian. Ultimately, it would depend on Rongrong's own wishes. As long as she is content, even a formal engagement at this moment would not be a matter of concern. Ning Fengji's words rekindled Jian Douluo's spirits once more. After all, Qin Jian is the direct disciple of Swordmaster, well acquainted with him, and thus there is no concern about his potential departure. Sword Douluo's expression remained impassive, yet internally. The following morning, As Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong emerged hand in hand from their room, they were greeted by the sight of Ning Fengxi and Sword Douluo already seated on the sofa, awaiting their arrival. Their gazes instinctively fell upon the tightly clasped hands of the couple. Hand in hand right after waking up? Ning Fengxi's tone carried a slight hint of jealousy. Ah! Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she hastily withdrew her hand. Ning Fengxi, however, refrained from further comment, instead rising with the support of his cane, gently stating, "You two should wash up and have breakfast first. Once you are ready, please come to the sect's council hall." "What is it, father?" Ning Rongrong could not help but inquire. Generally, she would not enter the council hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as it serves as a venue for significant discussions and the bestowing of rewards. You two have shattered a record that has stood for nearly a millennium, hence, a reward is in order, Ning Fengxi replied with a smile. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened simultaneously. After finishing their meal and preparing themselves, hand in hand, they made their way to the council hall, only to discover a gathering of high-ranking officials. Ning Fengxi took the prominent seat, resting his hands upon his cane. Behind him stood Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, while a dozen others flanked the hall. All elders of the sect at the Soul Douluo level or direct disciples at the Soul Emperor level. They constituted the upper echelons of the sect and typically possessed the authority to propose matters to the sect leader. "Sect leader, teacher, Rongrong and I have arrived," Qin Jian announced as they stepped over the threshold into the center of the hall. Being a girl, Ning Rongrong felt shy under the collective gaze of the assembly and discreetly withdrew her hand. Ning Fengxi, observing her subtle gesture, could not help but chuckle softly before continuing. "You have both broken the millennium-old record of the sect, uniting the hearts of our members. According to the sect's traditions, you shall be bestowed with the most extraordinary treasure of our sect, the Tears of the Ocean." "Tears of the Ocean? What is that, father?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ning Fengxi smiled gently, explaining, "They are 2 drops of tears left by a pair of deeply devoted lovers. It is said that thousands of years ago, this couple angered the deities and suffered divine retribution, perishing on opposite sides of a vast continent. Their ashes scattered across different oceans. However, after a millennium, the seas engulfed the land, converging in the center and crystallizing into 2 luminous tear-like droplets. This is the Tears of the Ocean." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. What a poignant tale. Qin Jian nodded in agreement beside her. At that moment, Ning Fengxi raised his hands, and instantly, 2 tear-like crystals materialized within them. The next moment, a soft blue radiance, reminiscent of the ocean, emanated forth, illuminating the entire hall and casting a bluish hue upon the faces of all present. So beautiful. Ning Rongrong shaped her hands in a heart gesture. Even Qin Jian's gaze sparkled with admiration. Ning Fengxi descended the steps and approached the 2 individuals, stating, "The Tears of the Ocean bear a similarity to the soul bone of spiritual connection, serving to enhance one's mental cultivation and prolonging endurance in prolonged battles." "Well, that's impressive," exclaimed Ning Rongrong. "However, the conditions for absorption are quite stringent," Ning Fengxi continued, glancing between them. "The Tears of the Ocean demand a high level of mutual understanding. Without such profound rapport and bond, absorption is unattainable." Mutual understanding. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, both feeling a flush of warmth on their cheeks. If they were to successfully absorb it, it would be akin to publicly declaring their relationship. Yet, if they were to fail, the consequences remained uncertain. Failure would not be a cause for concern. Ning Fengxi seemed to sense their apprehension. Even the pair recorded a millennium ago, who successfully navigated the final trial, initially could not achieve absorption. Chapter 17. The verification of the treasure of mutual understanding, initially unable to absorb it? Qin Jian came to a realization. Does this mean they succeeded in absorbing it later? Indeed. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances once more. "Well, let us try it now." Ning Fengxi placed 2 droplets of ocean's tears in the palms of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. "Focus on each other, then place the ocean's tears on your foreheads." After saying this, he stepped back a few paces. Meanwhile, the Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and other high-ranking members of their sect gathered around. After all, it was the long-dormant ocean's tears. Even though the chances were slim, they couldn't help but hope for a miracle. Rongrong, under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Jian did not falter. Instead, he turned to Ning Rongrong, his eyes softening. Mutual understanding, perhaps it could be achieved. He felt that, from the very beginning. He had not harbored the intentions of a broken heart, but had genuinely invested his true feelings and sincerity. As for Ning Rongrong, being still young, she was less encumbered by thoughts, perhaps even more pure than he. Qin Jian. Originally somewhat shy, Ning Rongrong was captivated by Qin Jian's gaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Buzz. At the same moment, they raised their hands and placed the ocean's tears upon their foreheads. Everyone's eyes widened. Buzz. A dense oceanic radiance emanated, casting a blue hue upon all present. The light persisted, vibrating, yet it struggled to merge. Alas, it appears to be futile. Someone sighed softly. No, it is not over yet. Ning Fengji shook his head. At that moment, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong suddenly closed their eyes together. Countless images surged from their minds, unfolding before them. Those nights spent leaning against each other, sharing stories. Those days of traversing mountains and enduring storms. The eternally clasped hands. And that day, facing the avalanche, they roared together, calm, with a resonant hum. The two droplets of ocean's tears vibrated in unison. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Buzz. In the next moment, the two droplets seamlessly merged into the foreheads of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. A remarkably refreshing wave surged into their minds. And Qin Jian felt a clarity wash over him, an overwhelming sensation of comfort almost prompting a groan. Ning Rongrong could not contain herself. How delightful. Inside the council hall, silence reigned. Ning Fengji exhaled. I never imagined they would succeed so effortlessly. In the next moment, all the high-ranking members broke into smiles. Indeed, who would have thought it would truly work? These two youngsters are remarkable, remarked Bone Douluo. Sword Douluo was even more jubilant. Their cultivation speed will surely accelerate, and the benefits are boundless. Ning Fengji nodded, stating, the sex-treasured artifact has finally found new masters. At this point, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong had acclimated to their enhanced spiritual power and opened their eyes simultaneously. Then they heard Ning Fengji step forward and say, congratulations to you both, but do not let your guard down. The tears of the ocean do not guarantee success after absorption. Ning Rongrong and Qin Jian were left puzzled. Ning Fengji elaborated, your current success may be attributed to your youth. Your minds are not yet overly complex, which has earned you the recognition of the tears of the ocean. His words elicited subtle nods of agreement from the Sword Douluo and the others. However, as you grow older and your intellect matures, you will inevitably develop your own thoughts and aspirations. At that point, whether your hearts will remain in harmony is uncertain. Ning Fengji continued, what happens if our hearts are no longer in harmony? Qin Jian could not help but inquire. If one cannot understand the feelings of another, the tears of the ocean within them will fall away. Ning Fengji lamented. Thus, the tears of the ocean serve as the finest test of affection. Oh. The two nodded in vague comprehension. Behind Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo regarded Qin Jian, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Well, you have received your rewards. Now take a few days to rest, and then report to the royal palace. Ning Fengji suddenly smiled. The royal palace? Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong were once again left bewildered. Yes, Ning Fengji affirmed. Your year of arduous training in the simulation realm has been grueling, leaving some after effects. As they say, one must balance work and rest. For the next 6 months, you will stay at the royal palace and study etiquette alongside the princes. Etiquette? I don't want to learn. Ning Rongrong pouted immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Jian's expression shifted. The royal palace, the princes. He could not help but think of Shui Qinghe. By now, she had been in hiding for 10 years, hadn't she? The spirit hall, Qianrenshui. Could she be one of the 8 in the future? If she turned out to be the second, not only would heartbreak be a possibility, but even fostering feelings would be a challenge. Suddenly, Qin Jian felt a sense of bleakness regarding the future, devoid of any expectation. Rongrong. This etiquette class greatly influences a person's demeanor. Your father only wants what is best for you. Ning Fengji observed Ning Rongrong's reaction, realizing he would have to exert considerable effort in persuading her. Oh, fine then. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong merely cast a glance at Qin Jian before acquiescing. Rongrong. Ning Fengji instinctively prepared to persuade her further, but he was taken aback, almost doubting his own ears. You agreed? Yes, since Qin Jian is going, I shall go as well, Ning Rongrong replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was at a loss whether to feel relieved or to chuckle bitterly. Originally, he had sent Ning Rongrong into the simulation realm to temper her temperament, and it seemed she had indeed improved considerably. However, she had grown closest to Qin Jian, which left Ning Fengji feeling rather vexed. All right, off you go. Ning Fengji waved his hand, ushering Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong out. As the two had yet to step out of the council chamber, they clasped hands once more. Ning Fingji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. An indescribable emotion surged within him, a strong desire to deliver a sound thrashing to that little rascal. Qin Jian. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo behind him exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It remained uncertain whether these two would encounter issues in the future, potentially leading to the departure of Ocean's Tears. The bone Douluo gazed at their retreating figures, pondering the implications. The sword Douluo rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by thoughts of Qin Jian's future, which brought him considerable distress. Sighing, he acknowledged the discomfort in his heart, but found it unbearable to envision potential harm befalling Rongrong in the future. Ning Fingji settled into his seat, his hands folded upon his cane. Indeed, it would be prudent to inquire about their intentions, to establish clarity early on, thus preventing any unwelcome thoughts from arising later. Beads of sweat began to form on the sword Douluo's brow. Chapter 18. A double-edged sword. Jianer, what is your current soul power level? That night, after much anticipation, Jian Douluo cautiously awakened Qin Jian once Ning Rongrong had fallen asleep, leading him outside. Alas, Rongrong has become exceedingly clingy to you. It is quite challenging for me, as her teacher, to have a private conversation. Jian Douluo remarked, exasperated. Qin Jian scratched his head and replied, Teacher, my soul power has reached level 19. Level 19. While the magnitude of this advancement was remarkable, Jian Douluo displayed little surprise. It has not exceeded my expectations. When I witnessed your fusion with the Tear of the Ocean, I anticipated you would soon attain level 20. Yes, I just need one more opportunity to reach level 20. And then, Qin Jian's voice trailed off. Jianer, your feelings for Rongrong are. Jian Douluo hesitated. However, Qin Jian clearly understood his implication. He nodded and said, Teacher, I genuinely care for Rongrong. Otherwise, I would not have been able to fuse with the Tear of the Ocean. And what will happen once you reach level 20? Will you truly part ways? Jian Douluo inquired, furrowing his brow. Qin Jian curled up, hugging his knees on the sofa. Teacher, I am reluctant. I do not know what to do. Yet, I must grow stronger. I must ascend to divinity, otherwise I shall face a grim fate, he murmured. Jian Douluo's expression darkened, and suddenly he seemed to have a revelation. Could you not confide in Rongrong? Perhaps she would understand. And you could make her a promise. Qin Jian shook his head, lifting his gaze. No, teacher, it is imperative that I do not disclose anything about the divine trials. Jian Douluo pressed his palm against his forehead. I fear that if you resolutely choose to part ways, the sect master may not take it lightly. Despondently, Qin Jian rested his head on his knees. Teacher, if it comes to that, perhaps you could hint at the divine trials to the sect master. As long as you do not inform Rongrong. Jian Douluo raised an eyebrow. I believe it would be wiser for you to consider establishing an engagement. Engagement? Qin Jian's mouth fell open. Teacher, Rongrong and I are only 10 years old. Must we get engaged? Jian Douluo nodded seriously. Consider this. If the sect master becomes aware of your divine trials, it would imply that after leaving Rongrong, you would be required to form connections with 8 other women. This is hardly something a father could accept. I am confident the sect master would prefer to marry Rongrong to a poor boy rather than allow her to wait for you, suffering in silence. Jian Douluo continued. Would you be willing to completely lose Rongrong? Completely lose her? It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck Qin Jian's heart, leaving his face pale. Alas, these divine trials are too burdensome for you, especially since you are not inherently cold and indifferent by nature. Jian Douluo sighed. Qin Jian took a deep breath and remarked, after all, inheriting the position of the supreme deity cannot involve simple assessments. If I were truly indifferent and heartless, perhaps the requirement would be to deeply love someone. The sword Douluo silently nodded, acknowledging the boy's perceptiveness. Just as the two fell into silence, the sound of shuffling slippers broke the stillness. They soon saw Ning Rongrong emerge from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. Qin Jian, why are you up? I couldn't sleep. The sword Douluo watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but sigh again. This year of close training has been rather excessive. Rongrong has become too attached to Jianer, hardly able to be apart for a moment. Fortunately, I have devoted my life solely to the sword, never entangled in romantic affairs. Qin Jian, the sword of emotion, a double-edged blade, capable of wounding both others and oneself. Before long, a few days passed. Originally, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong only needed to follow the crown prince, the imperial heir Shui Qinghe, directly into the palace. However, the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school and the direct disciple of the pinnacle sword Douluo were to attend court etiquette training, which, in the eyes of Emperor Shui, held significant political implications. Thus, a reception was arranged in advance. Consequently, Xue Qinghe arrived with an entourage to escort Ning Rongrong and Qin Jian, and even Ning Fengji entered the palace. While the sword Douluo and bone Douluo remained inseparable from him. Qin Jian, why do you keep staring at me? Inside the pristine white carriage, the young crown prince, appearing around 20, exuded an aura of elegance. He noticed Qin Jian's occasional glances and couldn't help but smile warmly. It's nothing. I am merely curious about your highness. No one noticed the fleeting blush of sword energy that flickered in his eyes. His first soul skill, the sword of enchantment. From their very first encounter, Qin Jian seized every opportunity to unleash his soul skill upon Xue Qinghe. He was both curious and wary of the inheritor of the martial soul hall's six-winged angel. Curiosity arose from the fact that she still existed, having not vanished due to his chaotic actions over a decade ago, and instead had been born precisely. Such a phenomenon was indeed miraculous. His wariness, however, did not stem from her being a battlefield opponent, but rather from the fear of becoming a rival in love. Thus, he opted for a preemptive strike. After all, she was not Ning Rongrong, and he had not grasped her true feelings. Moreover, even if she were not destined to be one of his future heartbreaks, she would undoubtedly be one of the ultimate foes. If the battlefield could be transposed to the realm of romance, it would certainly simplify matters. His first soul skill operated silently and unnoticeably in the absence of her soul power, typically effective against soul masters of lower or comparable strength. It would be significantly weakened against someone with greater power. Yet, over time, its effects could still be extraordinary. Xue Qinghe felt a slight dizziness. She was unaware of why. But from the moment she first laid eyes on Qin Jian, a fondness blossomed within her heart, and as time passed, this fondness inexplicably intensified. Could it be that a 20-year-old girl was experiencing love at first sight for a 10-year-old boy? She couldn't help but shake her head and smile. There is no need for you to feel curious. We shall embark on a 6-month etiquette training together, during which time we will naturally become acquainted. She once again bestowed upon him a smile imbued with warmth and approachability. Qin Jian nodded repeatedly, gazing at her as he unleashed his primary soul skill. This individual had, at the tender age of 14, poisoned the second prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Luochuan, and at 15, had similarly dispatched the third prince, Xue Haizong, compelling the fourth prince, Xue Bingxing, to masquerade as a dandy for over a decade, while even Prince Xue Xing had donned the guise of an inept royal. She seemed to believe that a few amiable smiles could sway Qin Jian's perceptions, but such an outcome was utterly implausible. First soul skill, I release. I continue to release. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe reached up to massage her temples and murmured softly, strange, why do I feel so dizzy today? Did I not rest well last night? Cough. Chapter 19. No need to be separated. Creak. A lengthy procession steadily traversed the spacious avenues of the imperial capital, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Rongrong, it has been a year since we last met, hasn't it? Xue Qinghe ssuddenly turned to Ning Rongrong, who stood beside Qin Jian, and smiled. I heard from the teacher that you have just emerged from the simulated training grounds. Ning Rongrong nodded but refrained from further comment, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation with the imperial prince. However, Xue Qinghe, having finally initiated a topic, was not inclined to let it slip away easily. It must have been arduous to stay there for a whole year, right? Ning Rongrong nodded and then shook her head. She glanced at Qin Jian beside her and said, although it was somewhat challenging, having him by my side made it bearable. Oh, Qin Jian, you are Rongrong's partner for this training? Yes, indeed. We even broke the sect's record. Before Qin Jian could respond, Ning Rongrong became animated. She looked at Qin Jian's profile and added, moreover, we are not just partners for this occasion. We are eternal partners. For some reason, Xue Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly. He did not attribute this to the previous influence of the enchanting sword. He was well aware that to achieve genuine results, considerable effort was required, unlike the weaker disciples in the sect. Thus, his frown was directed not at Ning Rongrong but rather at Qin Jian, as he seemed somewhat perturbed by the affection that Ning Rongrong displayed towards him. What scheme did she have in mind regarding Ning Rongrong? Qin Jian silently steeled himself. At last, they arrived within the palace city. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, Emperor Xue Yi warmly welcomed Ning Fengji and his entourage. With the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the direct disciple of the sword Douluo joining us, this etiquette training session is truly lively. Ning Fengji bowed slightly and said, then we shall trouble your majesty. Emperor Xue Yi waved his hand repeatedly. If we cannot even manage this, it would be a sign of neglect from the royal family. Qinghe, You are responsible for assigning them each a suitable palace. He turned to Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe promptly responded, understood. Just then, Ning Rongrong timidly raised her hand. What is it, little Rongrong? Emperor Shui Yi asked gently, looking down at her. I think there is no need for separate arrangements. Her small face flushed slightly, but she continued, I would prefer to stay with Qin Jian. Emperor Shui Yi was taken aback, and Xueqinghe's frown deepened. Ning Fingji also felt a pang of awkwardness, but, sensing the need to ease the tension, attempted to smooth things over. Your Majesty, for the past year, Rongrong has been training in seclusion with Qin Jian, so she has grown accustomed to living together. Oh. Subsequently, he exchanged a discreet glance with Xueqinghe, seemingly surprised. By the way, in 6 months, there will be a final assessment for the etiquette class, and rankings will be assigned. If Sectmaster Ning and Sword Douluo have time, they may come to the palace to observe. Emperor Shui Yi added. Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo exchanged a glance before he remarked, Very well, I shall return in 6 months to see how they have progressed. After much ado. It wasn't until evening that Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong finally settled down completely. Qin Jian, I wish to hear a story. In a tranquil palace bedroom, Ning Rongrong lay upon the bed, once more beseeching Qin Jian to regale her with tales. I have yet to finish the story of Zhang Xiaofan. Previously, we were too fatigued from our training to enjoy stories at night. The way Ning Rongrong pouted rendered Qin Jian utterly defenseless. He gathered her petite form into his embrace and said, Very well, let us continue. Linglong inquired about his desires, to which the beast god replied that he wished to be with her forever, yet Linglong merely shook her head repeatedly. The beast god questioned her reasoning, and she replied, Because you are not human. Thus, the beast god implored, Then let me become human. Allow me to be human. As Qin Jian's voice gradually faded, Ning Rongrong remained enraptured by the poignant narrative. How pitiful they are, the beast god and Linglong, she murmured. One is human, and the other a creature born of malice. Such a relationship can hardly be acknowledged. Qin Jian gently caressed her little head, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes. In truth, his feelings for her too were not easily recognized. Moreover, he was compelled to distance himself from her. Qin Jian. Ning Rongrong tugged at his sleeve and asked, In the stories you tell, why do those who possess genuine emotions never have happy endings? Qin Jian shook his head and replied, Because only tragedy can evoke the deepest recognition, leaving a profound impression that enables one to cherish the beauty of reality. Will we have a good outcome? Ning Rongrong inquired softly. Qin Jian's heart clenched, yet he resolutely nodded, Certainly. If one day you feel disheartened, do not be sad or mournful. It is merely because the conclusion has not yet arrived. He turned to gaze into Ning Rongrong's eyes, earnestly stating, Rongrong, you must remember my words, all right? Ning Rongrong appeared momentarily dazed, for Qin Jian had never spoken to her with such earnestness before. Promise me, will you? He urged once more. All right. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, If one day I feel disheartened, it is merely because the conclusion has not yet arrived. Qin Jian, I will remember your words with utmost seriousness. Her resolve was unwavering. Seeing her earnest expression, Qin Jian could not help but envelop the charming young girl in his arms. The lights gradually dimmed. Moonlight, like water, gently filtered through the window, casting its glow upon the bed. The cool, silvery radiance enveloped the quilt, yet could not extinguish the warmth and sweet, little happiness within the cocoon of blankets. The following day, as Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong prepared to depart, they encountered the tall figure of Xueqinghe standing in the courtyard. With a wave and a smile, she greeted, Good morning to you both. Did you sleep well last night? Her smile bore a hint of playful teasing. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to turn sideways, positioning Qin Jian in front of her. We slept exceedingly well, thanks to His Highness the Prince's arrangements. Qin Jian appeared calm and composed. Then, he silently unleashed a spell of enchantment. Xueqinghe felt her vision blur for a moment, and the young man before her seemed even more handsome. She vigorously shook her head, as if to dispel this thought, before smiling and saying, It is my duty to do this, now. Allow me to escort you to the etiquette class, where today's lesson will focus on dance training. Chapter 20, Let us dance the social dance within the palace. A myriad of trees and flora swayed gracefully, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Xueqinghe led Qin Jian and his companion forward, casually introducing the various sights along the way. You joined us later. The etiquette class has already been underway for 10 days, so you may find it challenging to keep pace with today's lesson. Suddenly, Xueqinghe added, But fret not, I shall guide you through it. Thank you, Your Highness, Qin Jian replied, then inquired, You mentioned that today is for dance training. What does that entail? Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, eagerly perked up. Xueqing smiled and explained, as part of our royal curriculum, we teach the court dance, which is essential for socializing within the royal circles. Have you had any prior instruction in this art? Court dance, meant for social interaction. Surely, that must be social dancing. Qin Jian, having traversed from another realm, felt quite unperturbed. However, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat anxious. I have never learned it. Do not worry. I will teach you when the time comes. Xueqing seemed to have anticipated this response and promptly reassured her. Oh, yet, Ning Rongrong could not help but glance at Qin Jian, asking, Qin Jian, do you know how to dance? I might know a little. Qin Jian scratched his nose, slightly bashful. Xueqing chuckled softly. Court dance differs from ordinary dance. It emphasizes interaction between individuals rather than mere aesthetics. Since you have not lived in the palace, you likely have not encountered this form of dance. Allow me to instruct you. Qin Jian regarded her with a curious expression. She appeared quite enthusiastic about teaching Ning Rongrong the court dance, which was, in essence, social dancing. The nature of the dance brought individuals into a comfortable proximity, leaving him to ponder her intentions. At last, the trio arrived at the venue for etiquette instruction. It was a grand hall where dozens of individuals sat in small clusters, likely princes and princesses, alongside several noble offspring. Your Highness, upon Xueqing's entrance, all present bowed in respect. Please, no need for formalities, Xueqing replied gently. She then gestured for Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong to step forward. Today, we welcome 2 new students, Princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and Qin Jian, a direct disciple of the sword Douluo. Let us extend a warm welcome to them. A smattering of applause arose, neither fervent nor tepid. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Suddenly, a boy of about 12 or 13 dashed from the crowd, extending his right hand toward Ning Rongrong. Hello, I am Xuebong, the 4th prince of the empire. Let us be acquainted. Xuebing? Qin Jian instantly perked up, casting a discerning glance at this adept masquerader. Ning Rongrong, however, made no move to shake hands. She merely nodded. After all, as the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, her status surpassed that of an imperial prince, rendering this behavior not impolite. Yet, Xuebing's expression shifted. Hey, do you look down on me? Qin Jian raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. 4th prince. Rongrong is a lady. She cannot simply shake hands with anyone. It is merely a matter of etiquette. Do you not understand? Xuebong shot him a sidelong glance, huffing disdainfully. And who might you be? The acting was somewhat exaggerated. Yet, for a 12-year-old boy, it was rather commendable. Before Qin Jian could utter a word, Xueqing stepped forward, frowning, and remarked, Xuebong, do not be disrespectful. This is the direct disciple of the sword Douluo, Qin Jian. Oh, a disciple of the sword Douluo? Xuebong's interest peaked suddenly. Are you quite formidable then? Shall we have a contest? Qin Jian adjusted his sleeves and replied, I am here to learn etiquette, not to engage in combat. Humph, coward. Xuebong retorted, his nostrils flaring in disdain. Well said. At that moment, a feminine voice resonated from the doorway. You are here to learn etiquette, not to fight. Prince Xuebong, you shall stand in punishment today. What? The haughty expression on Xuebong's face crumbled instantly. Yes. Teacher you. Teacher you? Qin Jian's heart stirred. Could it be Tang Yuehua? He swiftly glanced towards the entrance, where a graceful and elegant woman entered, accompanied by 2 strikingly beautiful young ladies. Upon seeing this woman, Qin Jian couldn't help but feel astonished, for he could not discern her actual age. At first glance, she appeared to be in her 20s. However, her eyes seemed to penetrate the very essence of the world, far beyond what a woman of her apparent age could convey. The silver palace gown she wore fit her exquisitely, exuding an air of nobility, and she emitted no trace of soul power, clearly indicating she was not a soul master. This is teacher Tang Yuehua, the founder of the Etiquette Academy of the Tiando Empire. Indeed, it was Tang Yuehua. Qin Jian's eyes sparkled with recognition. Although she had never surpassed level 10, her innate domain of noble rings attracted numerous aristocrats to send their offspring to study at Yuexian. He never anticipated she would personally teach at the palace. As a teacher, Tang Yuehua was exceedingly strict and began the lesson without delay. Subsequently, the 30 or so students were divided into pairs. Qin Jian, I can help you find a partner for dancing, and I shall take Rongrong along. How does that sound? At this moment, Xueqing kindly suggested from the side. Qin Jian glanced at her. Although he was aware that she was a woman and already 20 years old, He felt a strong reluctance to dance with her. I want to partner with you. I do not wish to dance with anyone else. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong tugged at Qin Jian's sleeve. Qin Jian, it's our first day. The teacher shouldn't punish us, right? If it really comes to that, we can simply stand in punishment. Qin Jian helplessly shrugged towards Xue Qinghe and said, Rongrong is unwilling to partner with anyone else. I apologize, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe merely paused for a moment before resuming his gentle demeanor. It seems I have been too presumptuous. You may observe the others as they learn. If teacher Yu punishes you, I will intercede on your behalf. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Qin Jian nodded in appreciation. As the students began to pair up for court dance, the stillness of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong became somewhat awkward. Qin Jian, what shall we do? Teacher Yu is starting to inspect. She seems quite fierce. As Tang Yuehua continuously selected several sets of questions, assigning them one by one to stand against the wall as punishment, Ning Rongrong began to feel a sense of urgency. Well, Rongrong, I am not well versed in their court dances. However, I do know a more exquisite social dance. Would you care to learn? Qin Jian whispered. Is it even more splendid than theirs? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and she eagerly exclaimed, I want to learn, I want to learn. Qin Jian replied. Then, Rongrong, listen closely. First, place your left hand upon my right shoulder. Chapter 21. Shall we change partners? Amidst the melodious strains of music, the students danced gracefully. In a secluded corner of the palace, Qin Jian began to instruct Ning Rongrong on the art of social dancing. Yes, just lightly rest your hand on my shoulder. There is no need to exert force. Now, offer me your right hand. Yes, place it upon my left. And extend it. Good. Now move in rhythm with my steps. Qin Jian gently encircled Ning Rongrong's waist with his right arm, guiding her in a slow, elegant twirl. At that moment, their faces were nearly touching, allowing them to feel each other's breath. This encapsulated the essence of social dance. Under the guise of a noble pursuit, it enabled strangers to engage in the most intimate of actions, swiftly bridging the gap between them. Qin Jian, I feel so strange, Ning Rongrong whispered, leaning closer to his ear. We often embrace each other. Yet now my heart races unexpectedly. Qin Jian leaned in, whispering back. This type of dance creates an atmosphere of ambiguity. Ning Rongrong felt dizzy as Qin Jian led her, gradually losing her sense of direction. Rongrong, teacher Yu has spotted us. Do not panic. Listen carefully to my instructions, and we can make our dance even more graceful. Qin Jian continued. This is a counter-movement technique that allows our waists to connect as we pivot our bodies, enhancing the elegance of our dance. When you step forward with your left foot, bring your right shoulder and hip forward. When advancing with your right foot, bring your left shoulder and hip forward as you retreat with your left foot. Pull back your right shoulder and hip, and the same for your right foot. Qin Jian spoke softly, and Ning Rongrong, despite her nervousness, diligently memorized his words and executed them. This is quite interesting. Initially, Tang Yuehua had intended to criticize the duo for their distinctive style. But as she observed their movements, especially after Qin Jian imparted his technique, their dancing grew increasingly graceful. She gradually fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter erupted, capturing everyone's attention and interrupting Tang Yuehua's thoughts. Angrily, she turned to see the previously reprimanded Avalanche Prince pointing at Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, laughing heartily. Look, what on earth are they dancing? It's completely wrong, ha 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 ha. Teacher Yu, you should make them stand in punishment too, he exclaimed with glee. This child truly intends to indulge in his frivolity to the end. Qin Jian sighed, halting his movements. At that moment, everyone was disrupted. No one continued dancing. As Tang Yuehua approached with measured steps, Ning Rongrong anxiously clutched Qin Jian's sleeve, as if seeking a semblance of safety. Teacher Yu, we just arrived today, so Ning Rongrong could not contain herself before Tang Yuehua spoke. She had heard the rumors surrounding the esteemed teacher Yu, known for her strictness. To her surprise, Tang Yuehua did not linger but walked past them directly towards the boisterous Avalanche. She extended her hand, pointing towards the door. You, go stand outside. Huh? Avalanche was taken aback. Teacher Tang, why do you not punish them but instead send me out? He said, somewhat disgruntled. I am the teacher, and you are the student. Here, you must heed my instructions, Tang Yuehua replied coolly. Xue Lang wished to retort but recalled the punishment he had recently endured, and thus, with no alternative, he resignedly exited. This fellow must think of me as merely a participant in a performance of debauchery, Qin Jian pondered helplessly. In contrast to her earlier demeanor, this time her tone was gentle. You must be Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, correct? Just arrived today? This caught the other students by surprise, for they had all witnessed teacher Yuehua's sternness, yet she had never addressed a student in such a manner. Upon seeing Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong nod, Tang Yuehua inquired, "What dance did you just perform?" It seemed entirely different from courtly dance, yet possessed an even stronger social connotation. In response, Qin Jian explained, "Teacher, this too is a form of social dance. It is named social dance." Named after social dance, indeed. Tang Yuehua nodded thoughtfully. "This dance is exquisite. Would you be willing to continue? I just experienced a spark of inspiration." Her words astounded everyone present. Of course, Qin Jian readily agreed. All eyes were upon them. And the longer they watched, the more they could appreciate the beauty of the performance. "What a stunning dance," someone remarked. "I believe it appears far more refined than our courtly dance." "Hey, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to inadvertently anger teacher Yuehua." The students within the palace chattered excitedly. Yet, Tang Yuehua remained oblivious, her gaze solely fixated on the graceful, continuous rotations of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong as they danced. Finally, as the performance concluded, the two ceased their movements. Ning Rongrong fanned herself with her small hands, trying to alleviate the flush on her cheeks. It was her first time engaging in such an intimate act with Qin Jian in front of a large audience. Before Tang Yuehua could speak, a girl of about 8 or 9 years, dressed in palace attire, emerged from the crowd. She rushed toward Qin Jian and sweetly exclaimed, "I am Shueku. Your dance was beautiful. Could you take me for a spin as well?" Shueku, the imperial princess? It seems she belongs to the Aesthetics Association. Qin Jian thought, noticing how intently the princess was studying his face. Before he could respond, Ning Rongrong stepped in front of him, blocking Shueku's eager gaze. "Qin Jian is my dance partner. You cannot dance with him." "Why can't I dance with him?" Shueku insisted, unyielding. "After all, you are just being led by him. I could join as well. Don't you have your own partner? Let them take you for a dance." Ning Rongrong retorted, arms akimbo. Shueku rolled her eyes and said, "I enjoy the way Qin Jian dances. We could simply switch partners." "Who would want to switch partners with you?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Angered, "Qin Jian and I are eternal partners." "Eternal partners?" Shueku shot her a glance. "Have you two become engaged?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback. And no. Chapter 22, Collaborating with you in performance without an engagement. What do you mean by eternal partners? We will always be together. I do not believe it. In the center of the palace, two girls, brimming with vigor, inexplicably erupted into a fierce quarrel. The others were left speechless. Then, all eyes turned to the exquisite visage of Qin Jian. So, this is a bloodbath ignited by male allure? Enough with the noise. At that moment, Tang Yuehua finally emerged from her reverie, extinguishing the fiery tempers of Ning Rongrong and Shueku with a single sentence. "The teacher has been struck by great inspiration today and will be revising the court dance. So today's class ends here. Tomorrow, I shall teach you a brand new court dance." As soon as Tang Yuehua departed, the entire palace erupted like a boiling pot, with everyone joyfully rushing out as if they were students who had been granted an unexpected early dismissal. Yet Qin Jian found himself in a bit of a predicament, for Princess Shueku had set her sights on him. "Qin Jian, I am an excellent dancer. Let us partner up, and we shall surely secure the top score in the assessment." Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson with rage, her hands itching to claw at Shueku. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, as others had always sought to please her. Now, someone dared to compete for her affections. This inexplicably stirred a sense of crisis within her. Glancing at Qin Jian, whom she increasingly admired, she silently resolved, "So what if we are not engaged? Once this etiquette training concludes, I shall implore my father to arrange our engagement." "Humph. All right, Rongrong." Qin Jian gently grasped Ning Rongrong's small hand, pulling her close. Before addressing Shueku, "Your Highness, Rongrong and I are a fixed pair and shall not easily change partners. I kindly ask you to seek another." Shueku, observing their intertwined hands and shoulders, felt a surge of both irritation and envy. "Shueku, do you fancy Qin Jian?" At that moment, Xue Qinghe approached her side, patting her shoulder and saying, "If you like him, go after him. After all, missing out could be a lifelong regret." "Oh." Shueku glanced up at her elder brother, responding with a mere acknowledgement before darting outside, seemingly distant from him. Qin Jian, however, posed a bit of a dilemma. Xue Qinghe watched the retreating figures of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to them, as they had already exited the palace doors, their steps were abruptly halted. A sudden roar drew the attention of all remaining princes, princesses, and noble youths nearby. Shui Qinghe and Xueku approached to observe, neither showing any intention of intervening to stop the impending turmoil. This is a perfect opportunity to see what makes Qin Jian so captivating that he ensnares the attention of the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Shui Qinghe crossed his arms, standing in a corner. Should I play along with his performance? Qin Jian pinched his chin, feeling somewhat hesitant. As a disciple of the sword Douluo, would retreating in battle tarnish my teacher's reputation? Seeing him silent, Shui Bing assumed he was too timid to accept and taunted. Hey, you just made me stand in punishment. You're not backing down now, are you? Qin Jian. Ning Rongrong tugged at Qin Jian's hand and said, the fourth prince is 2 years older than us and undoubtedly possesses greater soul power. It may be wise for you to refrain from confronting him. It's all right. Qin Jian finally made up his mind, shaking his head at Ning Rongrong. Rest assured. Everything will be fine. He then stepped forward, facing Shui Peng. I accept your challenge. Allow me to partake in your performance. Upon witnessing Qin Jian's acceptance of the challenge, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd. The events of the day had already piqued their curiosity about Qin Jian, and now they were eager to observe the combat prowess of this disciple of the sword Douluo. Shui Peng stood proudly in the open space before the palace, grounding himself as 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, illuminated beneath his feet. I am a level 20 assault system soul master. Are you prepared to be thoroughly defeated? He pointed at Qin Jian with an air of arrogance. Level 20 at the age of 12? Quite impressive. Qin Jian nodded, stepping forward a few paces under the gaze of the onlookers as a yellow soul ring glimmered at his feet. Qin Jian. Level 19 assault system soul master, at your service. His casual declaration rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Wait, isn't he a few years younger than the fourth prince? How can he already be at level 19? After all, he was the disciple of a peak Douluo. This level, well, it was still quite acceptable. No wonder he dared to accept the fourth prince's challenge. He evidently possessed confidence. The murmurs among the crowd intensified. Level 19? Indeed, a prodigious speed. Not exceeding expectations, Shui Qinghe mused silently. In the arena, Shui Peng appeared unfazed, seemingly regarding Qin Jian's level 19 as trivial, embodying the arrogance of a prince to the fullest. First soul skill, rapid assault. Without further ado, he lunged toward Qin Jian, his fist aimed squarely at his face. Hey, watch me ruin that pretty face of yours. One does not strike the face, that is rather excessive. Qin Jian casually pointed his sword. I am as one with the sword. Bang! A towering purple sword slammed into the ground before him, sending Shui Peng hurtling backward with a surge of soul power. Qin Jian had considered employing his first soul skill, Enchanting Sword, but ultimately decided against it. Fearing it might alert Shui Qinghe, he did not wish for her to realize that he was continuously unleashing soul skills toward her. Thus, for the past 6 months, he had only utilized his first soul skill against Shui Qinghe. I am as one with the sword. This method of summoning his martial soul. Shui Qinghe's eyes widened in realization. If I recall correctly, that is the pinnacle creation of the sword Douluo, a self-invented soul skill, the unity of man and sword. This revelation genuinely astonished and moved her, elevating Qin Jian's status in her mind from a genius to that of an unparalleled prodigy. Wow, so impressive. On the other side, Princess Xueku, a member of the Aesthetics Association, was utterly enamored, unfamiliar with the concept of unity of man and sword. She was among the few who could grasp its significance. All she knew was that the way Qin Jian had summoned the sword with a mere flick of his hand was simply breathtaking. Humph. Qin Jian is undoubtedly the most handsome, Ning Rongrong declared with her head held high and arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, Xueku suddenly interjected. Hey, Ning Rongrong, how about you let Qin Jian be with me? Chapter 23. Entering the mode of conflict, let it go to you? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be allowed? Why not? I frequently exchange things I like with others. Xueku leaned in closer and suggested. How about I introduce you to Brother Xuebang? Or Brother Qinghe could work as well. An idiot and an old man. Who would want that? Ning Rongrong declared with haughty pride. Old man. Not far away. Shui Qinghe nearly jumped up upon hearing this. Though he was not a man, he certainly could not be associated with being old. Ning Rongrong, how about we make a bet? Xueku said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What kind of bet? Ning Rongrong replied warily. As a girl, encountering a rival had instantly awakened her innate talent for confrontation. For this etiquette training, whoever ranks higher at the end, the other must concede the opportunity for Qin Jian, Xueku proposed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed. Qin Jian is already mine. Why would I bet with you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Shueku wrinkled her nose. She had intended to trick Ning Rongrong into accepting the wager, but it was evident that her opponent was no fool. Haha, this wager is quite intriguing. At that moment, Xue Qinghe, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward and said, Xiaoku, your brother has an idea for the bet. Rongrong, if Xiaoku loses, how about we allow her to concede her qualification for entering the junior soul hunting grounds of the Tiando Royal Academy? Xue Qinghe explained. That is a coveted internal spot at the academy. Each year, only one slot is available from the 5 Elements Academy, and sects cannot obtain it. Ning Rongrong, slightly puzzled, asked, Soul hunting grounds? What is that for? Xue Qinghe clarified, the soul hunting grounds are where the Tiando Royal Academy raises junior soul beasts, most of which are under 1,000 years old. Their strength is diminished, making them the most suitable soul beast for soul masters below level 30 like you. The teacher mentioned it once before, but I could only secure a spot for you. Rongrong, Qin Jian does not have one unless Xiaoku concedes her own. All right, I will wager my own spot against you, Shueku declared loudly. This time, do you dare accept? With that, she and Xue Qinghe eagerly turned their attention to Ning Rongrong. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong tilted her head thoughtfully and proclaimed something that left them speechless. I need to consult Qin Jian about this. It concerns him, and I cannot make a decision for him. Xue Qinghe's brows furrowed deeply. This little princess, Ning Rongrong, actually considers Qin Jian's feelings. Such profound affection is not easily dismantled, which could hinder my plans. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. Never mind, I shall see how it goes, even if I do not succeed. As long as some whispers circulate, my position as the crown prince will remain unshaken. Very well, let us wait for Qin Jian to arrive before proceeding, she concluded. The three then turned their gaze back to the arena, only to find that within this brief interlude, Xue Bang had already been thoroughly bested, his disheveled appearance eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Prince Avalanche, it would be prudent for you to concede, Qin Jian remarked casually, standing with his hand poised like a sword. You cannot withstand even a single wave of my sword energy. Were it not for the protective power of your second soul skill, you would be utterly battered by now. Of course, this was also due to Qin Jian's own restraint. After all, it was merely a performance. There was no need for excessive seriousness, as long as the objective was achieved. Observing Avalanche's grim visage, Qin Jian mused, I have played my part as required. Now it is your turn to shine. Indeed. In the next moment, Avalanche, with his nostrils flaring, retorted, Humph. The disciple of the sword Da believes himself exceptional. Just you wait. One day, I shall have you beneath my heel. The onlookers regarded his pitiful state with scorn, while Xue Qinghe, standing nearby, regarded him with even greater disdain. Qin Jian nonchalantly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Young man, I applaud you. Farewell. This gesture incited Avalanche's fury once more. You dare to look down upon me. Stand still. Do you believe I want to have someone teach you a lesson? It was only Xue Qinghe's intervention that curtailed the erratic behavior of the fourth prince. Truly, he was destined to be the future emperor of Tiando. With such acting skills, he would undoubtedly be a contender for the throne in any dynasty. Qin Jian shrugged, disinterested in further engagement, and made his way toward Ning Rongrong. Qin Jian, you are so handsome. Princess Snow seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of modesty. However, Ning Rongrong's subsequent action struck her like a bolt from the blue. She leaped into Qin Jian's arms, exclaiming, Qin Jian, your display against the fourth prince was simply magnificent. Qin Jian was taken aback, as Ning Rongrong, typically shy and sensitive to the opinions of others, seldom displayed such intimacy in public. Little did he know how swiftly the rivalry among the girls had escalated. He held Ning Rongrong tightly, leaning in to whisper, Rongrong, what troubles you? Ning Rongrong, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and whispered back, that Princess Snow has a crush on you. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian immediately understood. Fear not. I harbor no interest in her, he replied with a light chuckle, for I already possess the most adorable Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue at his words. They lingered in their affectionate embrace until Xue Qinghe approached, prompting them to part. Qin Jian, what are your thoughts on the recent proposal? Shall we engage in a small wager? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. What proposal? Qin Jian asked, perplexed. Xue Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong, his lips twitching. So, after all that ear-biting, you left the important matters unaddressed? He quickly clarified the situation. The spirit hunting grounds, featuring the outstanding students of this year's 5 Elements class. Qin Jian pondered for a moment. He felt no particular interest in hunting spirit beasts for soul rings, yet he was uneasy about allowing Ning Rongrong, to venture alone into such perilous territory. Even the spirit beasts, which have been significantly weakened in captivity, pose considerable trouble for Ning Rongrong. Moreover, the representatives from the Five Elements Academy this time are likely to include Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaoyan, and Du Tianxing. As of now, the identity of the second person remains uncertain, yet Shui Binger and Huo Wu can certainly be included in our scope of observation. Knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Qin Jian finally nodded, stating, "We shall accept this wager." Ning Rongrong responded with a hint of apprehension. "Qin Jian, are we truly going to gamble? Then it is settled. At that time, Xiao Ku and I will form a team to compete against you." However, Xue Qinghe did not linger for further discussion, decisively affirming the agreement before departing with Xue Ku. Chapter 24. Only in love with you. Qin Jian, the prince and the princess had grown up within the palace, well-versed in etiquette. What if we lose? She tugged at Qin Jian's fingers anxiously. Qin Jian, however, appeared utterly relaxed. "Do not worry, Rongrong. The assessment of etiquette will likely be akin to a performance, and we have a whole 6 months to prepare." With a mind brimming with memories of music from his past life, he mused that any chosen piece would easily outshine the other princes and princesses. Yet, they too had ample time to prepare and could enlist assistance. Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on Qin Jian's hand, reproaching him playfully. "Qin Jian, do you wish to be with the princess as well?" "Fool." Qin Jian lightly tapped her smooth forehead. "We share the ocean's tears. As long as it exists, it signifies our hearts remain in sync." "True, but what if we genuinely lose?" Ning Rongrong's concern lingered. This wager was merely a playful jest, a child's game that others would hardly take seriously. Perhaps only she and Xue Ku would regard it earnestly. It was indeed peculiar that the prince was involved at all. Qin Jian replied casually, "Even if we lose, you merely promised to let me go. However, can I refuse? You never specified." "Wow, Qin Jian, you were quite shameless." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. "But I like it, hee. Rongrong, when will you stop calling me Qin Jian?" Suddenly, Qin Jian grasped her small hand, their fingers entwined. "Doesn't it feel too distant?" "Huh?" Ning Rongrong blinked, inquiring, "What should I call you then?" Qin Jian pondered, rubbing his chin, slightly vexed. Two character names are troublesome, especially difficult to address. Ning Rongrong's eyes twinkled as she exclaimed, "Qin Jian, I know what to call you." "Really? What will it be?" Qin Jian felt a mix of curiosity and anticipation. I won't tell you." Ning Rongrong, with her hands behind her back, suddenly skipped ahead. "Not telling me? So you have no intention of calling me at all?" Qin Jian retorted, bemused. "What significance is there if you know, but refuse to share?" "Oh, you've learned to tantalize as well. Quickly tell me what it is." Qin Jian dashed forward, aiming to tap her head. "Not gonna catch me, not gonna catch me." Ning Rongrong, however, had anticipated this and swiftly evaded, sprinting away. "Ning Rongrong, do not run. Chase me, if you can, Within the palace, the occasional servant witnessing this scene wore knowing smiles. The innocence of youthful affection was enviable. Xue Qinghe emerged from the shadows, murmuring softly, "I never expected this would have no impact on their bond. How is such trust cultivated?" She shook her head and sighed. "Forget it. They are just two little children. Even if it doesn't work out this time, there will always be opportunities in the future." She rubbed her temples, looking quite distressed. "There are absolutely no fluctuations of soul power. I am not under any soul technique." "Qianrenxue, could it be that you truly have feelings for a young boy? However, he is indeed quite handsome." In the room, on the large bed, Ning Rongrong lay beside Qin Jian, pouting playfully. "Qin Jian, you are being too much. You know we shouldn't hit girls there. But I only do this to you." Qin Jian chuckled softly. Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she made a silly face. "I won't talk to you anymore." She sat up, turning her back to him. Qin Jian smiled and, without hesitation, pulled her back against him. "All right. Let's think about what we should do for the graduation performance, shall we?" Her long, fragrant hair tempted Qin Jian, causing his eyes to pleasantly narrow. Ning Rongrong leaned against Qin Jian, allowing her entire weight to rest upon him, feeling the warmth of his protection, and she couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy. "Graduation. Performance. Rongrong knows nothing. I will listen to you," she murmured dreamily. Qin Jian chuckled softly, then began to ponder on his own. There were many options available, but few were suitable. Remembering the stories he had told Ning Rongrong, he recalled a play he had seen in his previous life. Although the plot had been unbearably altered, the accompanying songs were remarkably beautiful. Times Inc., Parting Thoughts. The Ballad of the Blue Garment. Which one should he choose? Qin Jian. Qin Jian. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's murmurs interrupted his thoughts. He looked down and was instantly speechless. The little girl had actually fallen asleep while resting her head on him, and in her dreams, she was calling his name. Couldn't she use a more affectionate term? What a little rascal. Gently, Qin Jian lifted her soft body and slowly placed her on the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket. Qin Jian. Her soft whispers rose again, prompting him to look down once more. He saw Ning Rongrong clutching his left hand, clearly still asleep yet filled with infinite affection. Qin Jian. I want to always be with you. A shiver ran through Qin Jian, and he felt a slight prick in his nose. He gradually lowered his head and placed a kiss on Ning Rongrong's smooth forehead. One day, we will always be together, I promise, he whispered, filled with unwavering determination. It felt as if a force within him was ready to tear apart the wretched fate that bound him. No one had suffered as much as he had in his transmigration. He had arrived as a flower, destined to bloom for 100,000 years. Unable to die even if he wished to. After finally becoming a soul beast for 1,000,000 years, he faced the fate of being devoured. Even after taking form, he had to endure heartbreak to grow stronger, and endure it 9 times. On top of that, his true form was a love flower, innately passionate and sentimental, leaving him no chance to be a scoundrel. He suddenly felt an intense envy for Tang San, for he truly embodied the quintessential traits of a transcendent being. A formidable father, an exceptional mother, a powerful sect, remarkable talent, the inherited legacy of the Tang clan. Dual martial souls, and a colossal hammer capable of striking the heavens in the very air itself. Nonetheless, one might argue that I have experienced more romantic entanglements than he has. Qin Jian let out a bittersweet smile as he gradually sank down, burrowing into the warmth of the blankets. With his left arm wrapped around Ning Rongrong's petite form, he gently closed his eyes. If only it were possible, I would wish to spend my entire life loving only you. Chapter 25. Rongrong wishes to learn the Shao. The following day, when Tang Yuehua returned to class, she indeed brought with her a brand new court dance that fused the characteristics of social dance with those of this world, creating a unique style. You have 1 month to practice the court social dance, after which the best group will lead the graduation performance. Tang Yuehua's words ignited a fervor among the students. For this was the court etiquette graduation performance, an event graced by the Empire's emperor, nobility, and high-ranking members of influential sections. Performing well could yield immense benefits. Regrettably, a month later, the honor of leading the dance did not fall to Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, but rather to Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku. Qin Jian. It is true that you two dance the best, but leading the dance is not solely about skill, it is also about the overall effect. Tang Yuehua explained. Your performance was impressive, yet from a distance, it was Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku who appeared most graceful, as Xue Qinghe's height added to his dynamic presence. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian understood her implication. Indeed, Qin Jian, who was the same age as Ning Rongrong, had yet to begin his growth spurt, making them appear equally tall and diminishing the impact of their social dance. What shall we do now that Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku are leading the dance? Ning Rongrong asked, her anxiety palpable. She was determined not to lose. Qin Jian shook his head and replied, that is merely the opening dance. The true essence lies in the subsequent solo performances. But that will be our first impression. If they stand out too much, the pressure on us will be immense. Ning Rongrong countered. You make a valid point. Qin Jian pondered, stroking his chin. Rest assured, I will devise a way for us to become the focal point of the entire event. Ning Rongrong nodded, resolute. Qin Jian, we must secure first place. What's this? Are you so eager to change how you address me? Qin Jian teased with a smile. Ning Rongrong tugged at his left hand, pouting, not at all. I simply refuse to let you take a back seat, even if it's just a matter of words. At this, Qin Jian chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight. Thus, the matter of the leading dance was settled. In class, after making her announcement, Tang Yuehua continued, for the next 5 months. You may freely choose the format of your final performance, be it singing, dancing, or playing an instrument. I will guide you in your preparations. The first place winner of this graduation performance will become my formal student. Her final statement set ablaze the enthusiasm of all the students. For being her pupil was a tremendous honor. As a distinguished guest among numerous nobles and even royalty, her students would receive considerable attention. What shall we perform, Qin Jian? Ning Rongrong leaned in closer, her face alight with curiosity. You mentioned before that we should prepare well. Are you ready now? Yes, I am prepared, Qin Jian smiled. We shall perform a duet. Ideally, a combination of the Qin and Shao would be best, but alas, I do not know how to play the xiao. Oh, I adore the xiao. May I learn to play it? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, suddenly animated. Qin Jian shook his head gently and said, Rongrong, while you have a fondness for playing the xiao, we can learn it later. However, mastering such a wind instrument in just 5 months is quite challenging. Playing the guqin is more feasible for a quick learning process. What shall I learn then? Ning Rongrong inquired. Qin Jian smiled and replied, the guzheng. Guzheng? Ning Rongrong asked. Somewhat perplexed. I have not heard of such an instrument. It is a simplified version of the guqin. The 7-stringed instrument would be too difficult for you. So I have expanded it to 21 strings, making it considerably easier to play, Qin Jian explained. Moreover, the guzheng has a splendid tonal quality, making it ideal for accompanying our song. And what about you, Qin Jian? What instrument will you use? Ning Rongrong asked. I will play the gusun, Qin Jian replied, mentioning yet another instrument she was unfamiliar with. You know so many. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Jian chuckled and said, I only have a basic understanding of the guzheng. You will still need to learn from teacher Tang Yuehua. The gusun was a previous interest of mine, with its sound steeped in antiquity, providing an excellent accompaniment. What music are we going to perform? Ning Rongrong inquired. Qin Jian looked at her and said, I believe you will excel in this song, as it narrates the story of Zhang Xiaofan. Wow! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Jian, you are truly impressive. Naturally, she attributed the credit for composing the piece to him. Thus, when the two of them brought the guzheng and gusun to class the following day, it unsurprisingly caught teacher Tang Yuehua's attention. These are both exquisitely crafted instruments, Qin Jian. The tonal qualities of the guzheng and gusun are quite distinctive, Tang Yuehua remarked as she provided them with specialized guidance from a corner. However, to perfectly meld these two instruments, we must compose a proper score. Qin Jian, your melody is commendable, but alas, you lack the skill in composition. I shall take on that responsibility, she said, perhaps finding herself increasingly impressed by Qin Jian's surprising abilities, which led her to willingly compose for the duo. Big brother, did you hear that? Teacher Yuehua intends to personally assist Qin Jian with the composition. What should we do? On the other side, Shueku expressed her concerns. Shueqinghe waved his hand dismissively and said, Little Ku, do not worry. For this graduation performance, we have engaged professional instructors to customize everything, from instruments to music, from staging to choreography, all of the highest caliber. Such endeavors are exceedingly simple for our royal family. But the 7-treasure glazed tile school will find it challenging. Thus, even with teacher Yuehua's assistance, it will not pose a problem. He spoke with confidence. Shueku breathed a sigh of relief and said, That is good to hear. I certainly do not wish to be outdone by Ning Rongrong. Shueqinghe nodded, casting a glance at Qin Jian and the others, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He felt no apprehension regarding the court performance. His only concern revolved around Ning Rongrong's feelings for Qin Jian and the inexplicable deepening of her affection. And so, amidst their diligent preparations, 5 months swiftly passed. Aside from the two groups of Shueqinghe and Qin Jian, every other group had also devoted considerable effort, confidently awaiting the final assessment. Certainly, these matters did not concern Qin Jian. He was merely engrossed in daily training with Ning Rongrong, their bond deepening with each passing day. The only thing that piqued his interest was the gradual ineffectiveness of the enchantment sword on Shueqinghe, a phenomenon that seemed to have emerged from an unknown point in time. Could it be that excessive use had led to a form of resistance? Perhaps this was the natural order of things. After all, it was merely a first soul skill. How could it possibly perpetually enhance affection? That would indeed be an extraordinary turn of fate. Chapter 26. The red carpet time flies, and half a year has swiftly passed. As the day of the court etiquette performance arrived, the noble circles of Tiando Imperial City became abuzz with excitement. This annual etiquette training has become a significant event within the city, particularly for the aristocracy, as it presents a rare opportunity for gathering. Almost every family has descendants participating, and should any young heir achieve first place in the performance, it would be a cherished honor remembered by all. In Tiando Palace City, the streets were bustling with vehicles and throngs of people. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the palace doors. For the Emperor of the Snowy Night had risen from his seat to welcome the guests. Lord Ning, Sword Douluo, welcome. His hearty and resounding voice made the gathered nobles instantly aware of the identities of the two dignitaries, prompting them to rise in a show of respect towards Ning Fengji and his companions. This was the treatment afforded to the 3 sects of the continent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Fengji displayed utmost courtesy in the presence of the emperor. as the few took their seats at the center of the hall. The royal family and nobles had all gathered. Ah, is Rongrong and Qin Jian not here yet? Aren't they supposed to graduate today? Ning Fengji could not help but inquire, feeling a sense of nostalgia after not seeing them for half a year. Unlike Sword Douluo, who could freely traverse the skies and occasionally visit the palace, he, as the leader of a sect, could not enter the palace at will. Rest assured, Lord Ning, I have heard that this performance is exceptionally grand, so their entrance will be quite special, the Emperor of the Snowy Night replied with a smile. Ning Fengji rested his hands on his cane and nodded slightly. Then I shall eagerly await it. Lord Ning, regarding this graduation performance, I have heard an interesting piece of news, the Emperor suddenly added. Qinghe and Shueke have placed a wager with your Rongrong and Qin Jian, competing for who can secure first place in the graduation performance. Oh? Ning Fengji expressed mild interest. Achieving first place is no easy feat. What are they wagering? Haraha. The Emperor could not help but laugh. Shueke bet that Rongrong would give up Qin Jian, while Rongrong, in turn, has her eyes set on Shueke's soul-hunting qualifications. Ning Fengji paused, slightly perplexed. Isn't Rongrong already qualified? He remarked. Children's wagers need not be taken too seriously. The Emperor nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Uncle Jian, what are your thoughts? Ning Fengji whispered to the Sword Douluo beside him. Why would Rongrong make such a bet? I recall that securing first place is quite challenging, and she has never been constrained in her upbringing. Can she truly manage it? After a moment of contemplation, Sword Douluo replied. I suspect Rongrong is attempting to secure a spot for Qin Jian. She likely does not wish to be separated from him. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a surge of possibility. I recall you, Sword Master, mentioning that Qin Jian need not enter the soul hunting grounds to acquire his second soul ring, which led me to forego any attempts to secure a spot for him. Little did I expect that Rongrong, the young girl, would take it upon herself to do so. Ning Fengzheng remarked with a hint of exasperation, so attached to Qin Jian, truly. What if he loses? How will we salvage the situation? Sigh, it gives me a headache. The Sword Douluo could not help but chuckle, offering reassurance. There is no need for the sect leader to worry excessively. With Jian present, he will undoubtedly find a solution. Indeed, that little fellow, Qin Jian, is far more reliable. Ning Fengzheng nodded in agreement. At that moment, the young men and women began to unfurl a long crimson carpet, gradually extending it from the hall to the outside, capturing the attention of all. A red carpet? What could this signify? It was unprecedented. The nobles whispered among themselves, exchanging glances. Just then, the musicians within the hall commenced their melodies, the gentle tunes gradually soothing everyone as spirits. At this juncture, two figures, one tall and one short, adorned in exquisite royal attire, slowly entered through the palace doors. Each step they took was dignified and graceful. The tall figure's poise and the splendor of their garments imparted an undeniable sense of utmost nobility. They were none other than the prince and princess of the empire. Truly, they embodied the essence of royal lineage. Despite their youth, their demeanor was nothing short of remarkable. The nobles did not hold back their praise for Shui Qinghe and Shui Ku's entrance, much to the delight of Emperor Shui Yi, who chuckled heartily. I never expected such a grand red carpet entrance. It's quite amusing, he exclaimed, provoking a wave of enthusiastic applause in response. As more elegantly attired young men and women continued to make their entrance into the palace, the chatter among the attendees showed no signs of abating. This was their first encounter with such a ceremonial display. They were curious about how Rongrong and Qin Jian would present themselves. Ning Fengzheng exhibited a look of anticipation, while the Sword Douluo curiously fixated on the palace doors. Yet, the figures they awaited did not materialize until suddenly. A flash of white light appeared at the entrance. All present felt a momentary dazzle before two figures, cloaked in pure white, stepped forward against the light. Though their footsteps were inaudible, each pause seemed to resonate in the hearts of the gathered crowd. Almost all gazes converged upon them as the two silhouettes in white came into view. They were draped entirely in snow-white attire. The young man donned a tailcoat, while the young woman wore a beautifully flared gown. In contrast to the opulent garments of others, their ensemble, one ornate and the other simple, radiated a more harmonious aesthetic. The color white was seldom seen in courtly affairs, where gold or silver typically reigned supreme. Thus, this unexpected pairing of snowy hues left the onlookers utterly captivated. Moreover, unlike others who walked side by side, the young man and woman exuded a refreshing demeanor. The girl gently linked her right hand with the boy's left arm as they walked, gracefully nodding to either side, neither overly familiar nor distant. If one were to encapsulate their essence, it would be described as elegant yet harmonious, noble yet unpretentious. In an instant, all previous impressions were overturned. Even for Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke, it was Rong Rong and Qin Jian. Ning Fingji and the others' eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, the young man and woman had arrived at the center of the stage. They exchanged a gentle smile with the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fingji, then placed their hands over their hearts and bowed slightly, before gracefully turning and slowly making their way to their designated positions. The elegant demeanor, noble grace, and approachable charm blended together in a remarkable harmony. For a moment, the entire venue fell into silence. Chapter 27, on the importance of the opening to our astonishment. After 6 months apart, Rong Rong and Qin Jian once again delivered a delightful surprise. Ning Fengji surveyed the expressions of those around him and recognized that Qin Jian's entrance was resoundingly successful, overshadowing all others who had preceded them. Even if their subsequent performance did not reach the same heights, the initial impression had already laid a solid foundation for them. Qin Jian. It is no wonder you suggested making an entrance on the red carpet. It was all to seize that first impression. Xue Qinghe stood resolutely in front of Qin Jian and the others, his gaze unwavering, though his lips moved ever so slightly. Your ideas are truly unconventional. Humph. Despicable. Xue Ke's words carried a sharper tone. In her youthful exuberance, while Xue Qinghe could remain composed, Xue Ke was far less restrained. She was fiercely determined to surpass Ning Rongrong. Xiao Ku, compose yourself and wear a smile. Do not let the fade falter. Xue Qinghe quickly advised. If you lose your composure now, then our first impression will not only fail to eclipse Qin Jian and his companions, but will be utterly lost. Upon hearing this, Xue Ke quickly masked her expression, yet could not suppress a slight twitch of her lips. Humph. When the performance begins, you shall be left dumbfounded. Do not think you can best us. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, ignoring them entirely. They had previously agreed to maintain their composure at this moment. Especially since they were temporarily the victors, why bother with the vanquished? Ding ding dong. At that moment, as all the performers took their positions, elegant, soft music began to play. Accompanying this melody, pairs of students gracefully took to the stage, performing a newly choreographed court dance. The mesmerizing dance captured the attention of all present, although Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke were the leaders. The brilliance of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong's entrance drew the majority of gazes toward them. As the audience began to observe closely, they soon realized that while Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke's dance appeared harmonious at first glance, it was Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong who moved with greater fluidity and beauty. After 6 months apart, I could scarcely recognize Rongrong. Ning Fingji mused, watching his daughter dance on stage like a sprite, his gaze somewhat dazed. Indeed, who could have anticipated that they would master court dancing to such an extent? Sword Douluo also felt a sense of nostalgia, tinged with regret. If this were the final assessment, they would undoubtedly triumph. Alas, they would still have to perform individually, lacking the royal backing that could serve as their shield. Ning Fingji nodded, waving his hand dismissively. Never mind, such performances are the forte of the royal family. Losing is of little consequence. I trust they will not cling too tightly to a wager involving mere children. Sword Douluo concurred with a nod. At that moment, the court dance on stage gradually drew to a close, with each pair of students exiting gracefully. It was then that Tang Yuehua stepped forward. This is a brand new court dance, primarily adapted from the social dance presented by student Qin Jian, for which I extend my gratitude. Her elegant and noble words sparked a flurry of whispers among the assembled nobility. Who is Qin Jian? I have heard he is merely a student. It remains unclear to whom this belongs, while Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo exchanged glances. Does Qin Jian know court dance? Ning Fingji inquired. The Sword Douluo, uncertain, replied. He may have learned a bit. Could it be that his 10,000 years of existence have been so monotonous that he took up court dancing? The Sword Douluo pondered this erratically. Next came the graduation performances of the various groups of students, although I presided over the rankings. Should the elders of the students have any objections, they may voice them, and I shall address them accordingly. Tang Yuehua, facing a gathering of royal nobles, felt no anxiety. Her innate noble demeanor effortlessly drew attention. As she descended from the stage, numerous gazes followed her. The first group of students then took to the stage for their choral performance. While it appeared not particularly challenging, the array of singing techniques displayed throughout revealed their remarkable talent, even if the audience did not fully comprehend it. The overall grace and poise they exhibited were worlds apart from 6 months prior. As each group performed, the audience gradually became absorbed in the experience, be it instrumental performances, duets, or vocal exchanges. Every act ensnared their hearts, evoking admiration for Tang Yuehua's exceptional training skills. As the groups continued to perform, the number dwindled until only 2 remained. Suddenly, the lights dimmed entirely. A hum resonated as a beam of white light descended from above, yet no figure was visible until a voice, haunting and plaintive, broke the silence. Then, a faint sigh from a young man echoed. Who wishes to live in solitude? Who desires to spend their days in loneliness? If not for the depths of passion that are hard to contain, how could one's heart be so entwined, cold as frost? The voice gently faded, effortlessly immersing everyone in a profound emotional experience. At that moment, a magnificent white cradle descended from the heavens. The young man and woman sat back to back, clad in ancient attire, exuding an ethereal quality. One held a guzheng, while the other grasped an ancient sun. It was Jianer and Rongrong. The sword Douluo's eyes brightened. Yet, Ning Fingji merely murmured, "Their opening is quite intriguing. Let us observe closely." Almost everyone in the audience fell silent, captivated by the attention drawn by Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong's entrance. Tang Yuehua quietly approached the stage. Curious about how Qin Jian had orchestrated such a performance, having never witnessed the complete presentation herself. The sound of the sun began, transporting the audience into an ancient ambience. The gentle and melodious accompaniment of the guzheng followed, weaving a poignant prelude. At this moment, everyone held their breath. An unprecedented opening, unfamiliar instruments, and unheard melodies filled the air with anticipation. The snow-white cradle slowly rotated, leaving Ning Rongrong as the sole focus of everyone's gaze. The guzheng continued to resonate, but the sound of the sun gradually faded, and the young man's voice began to rise softly. Beneath the luminous moon, blossoms flourish upon the boughs. As one is stirred by longing thoughts, recalling the tales of yore, the youthful ambition soars like clouds in the azure sky. Upon the peak of Xiashufeng, we meet. Beneath the slopes of Huqi Mountain, we part ways. The tribulations of the mortal realm seem interminable, while the celestial moon remains perpetually waning. The youthful melodies gradually fade, only to be replaced by a lament of sorrow and anguish. If you desire my demise, a mere word suffices. Will becoming human enable me to be with you? I beseech you, grant me the gift of humanity. Such words, sharp as daggers, resonate within the hearts of all. The pristine cradle gently spins, revealing the youth confronting the multitude as the ancient sun is played. The voice of the maiden rises in song. Chapter 28. Will you leave me? In the depths of sorrow, one recognizes the chill of the night. How can this sentiment be truly understood? At that time, a fleeting infatuation, a reunion delayed by half a lifetime. When love blossoms between two hearts, who can bear to part? With but a glance or a smile from you, I am bestowed with endless longing. The sound of the ancient sun, accompanied by a girl's gentle voice, softly hummed in the ears of the audience, immersing them in the myriad of helpless heartaches. The cradle turned slowly, revealing the girl's narration. Throughout my life, countless individuals have sought to please me, bestowing upon me a myriad of rare treasures. Yet, she softly stated, even if all the world's gems were presented before me, they would pale in comparison to the sleeve you used to wipe the bamboo. The youth turned his back, while the girl resumed playing the guzheng. Her melody was soft, yet gradually rose in pitch. As I shed tears, I sing with you. The song resounds, and your heart is entwined with mine. In the audience, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled momentarily. While the untrained observers marveled at the spectacle, she, being an insider, recognized that the entire performance was upheld by the exquisite skill of Qin Jian, while Ning Rongrong could only hope not to lag behind. Yet, Qin Jian executed his role flawlessly, pouring his heart into the performance. She remained unaware that Qin Jian's essence was that of a million-year soulflower, particularly adept in the conveyance and perception of emotions, which explained her astonishment. At that moment, on stage, the grand cradle descended nearer to the ground. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong had unknowingly seated themselves together, facing the audience. I have heard that Li Sun from the Incense Valley has proposed to you? Qin Jian's voice bore a hint of hesitation. Yes, I refuse. Yet, the smile on Ning Rongrong's face radiated an unusual tenderness. Their exchange, however, caused a sudden change in expression for Xue Qinghe backstage, as a peculiar light flickered in his gaze. Come away with me, Qin Jian impulsively exclaimed on stage. A blush crept onto Ning Rongrong's cheeks, and she enunciated deliberately, I am very fond of you. Where shall we go? Her gaze drifted uncertainly. Anywhere you wish, to the ends of the earth. Qin Jian replied without hesitation. Ning Rongrong gazed at him, her expression a blend of laughter and tears, her voice slightly choked. Then, What about Yao? Qin Jian trembled, feeling an immediate loss of strength. Below, Douluo furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable foreboding in Qin Jian's state of mind. In the depths of sorrow, one recognizes the chill of the night. How can this sentiment be truly understood? At that moment, Qin Jian's voice resonated with deeper despair. When love blossoms between two hearts, who can bear to part? With but a glance or a smile from you, I am bestowed with endless longing. Ning Rongrong gazed silently at him, a tear gliding down the corner of her eye. The girl's narration continued. The bells choke, the flowers wither, and shadows grow thin like frost in the hair. Deeply felt anguish, a lifetime of suffering. Infatuation brings only the pain of indifference. Then came the boy's narration. In this lifetime, I desire not solitude, nor immortality. All I wish for is to be with the one I love. As they exchanged glances and wept, many sensitive souls in the audience found their eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, the final notes of the song resonated. A myriad of thoughts are in vain. Who can truly cease? The Guzheng and the ancient Sun once again intertwined in a melodious duet, lingering gently until it finally faded away. Do you still remember those fervent words, imbued with youthful innocence? They are etched deeply within the heart, an undying vow. Have you ever stretched out your arms to embrace that beloved person? Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong held each other tightly. The pristine cradle began to rise, and the white lights gradually dimmed. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. After a while, a soft applause broke the stillness, which soon erupted into a thunderous ovation, enveloping the whole hall. The applause continued for a full 3 minutes before gradually subsiding, as the stage brightened once more. Resplendent with golden light, a troupe of dancers appeared on stage, with Shueqinghe and Shueke standing at the center. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that Shueke's expression was slightly unnatural. She too was lost in the performance of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, still somewhat dazed. What was meant to be the grand finale felt more like a conclusion, as Shueqinghe led Shueke in a graceful dance. He pondered, with their brilliance preceding us, no matter how grand our performance, it pales in comparison to their emotional resonance. This Qin Jian, truly intriguing. Meanwhile, backstage, Qin Jian was also feeling somewhat flustered. Rongrong, please stop crying. The performance has concluded. Ning Rongrong was incessantly rubbing her tears on his shirt. Woo-woo. I can't seem to shake off my emotions. Woo-woo. It's all your fault for writing such touching lines. Woo-woo. Qin Jian could only hold her tightly. All right. It's all just a story. Don't take it to heart. Ning Rongrong lifted her small head, gazing cautiously into Qin Jian's eyes. Qin Jian, will you leave me? Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly falling silent. At that moment, his soul power had increased by another level, reaching level 20. This signified that Ning Rongrong's feelings for him had reached their zenith, beyond which his soul power could no longer ascend, unless they were to part ways. Qin Jian, why are you not speaking? Ning Rongrong noticed his silence and began to feel increasingly anxious. Qin Jian forced a smile, extending his right hand to wipe away the tear stains on her cheeks, softly reassuring. Rongrong, rest assured, we will ultimately be together. Ning Rongrong exhaled in relief, oblivious to the underlying implications of Qin Jian's words. All right, it's time for us to go. As they appeared, they instantly captured the attention of everyone present. It's merely a beautiful song and touching narration. Who can say who truly reigns supreme? With all eyes fixated on Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, Shueke felt a pang of jealousy in her stomach. At that moment, Tang Guihua also stepped onto the central stage. The etiquette training of this session has now come to a close, with each participant meeting the graduation criteria. As for the top-ranking duo, she paused momentarily before continuing. In my heart, I have already arrived at a decision. I am uncertain of your opinions, but at least in my view, they undoubtedly deserve the first place. She turned slightly, gracefully surveying all the students, and then announced, the top-ranking student duo is. Chapter 29. Following Brother Shui, the first-ranked student duo is. Tang Yuehua's gaze swept over the anxious Ning Rongrong and Shueke, a delicate smile gradually gracing her lips. She then stepped forward, positioning herself between Qin Jian and Shueqinghe, and announced, the first place will be determined between these two pairs. A collective murmur of dissatisfaction arose from the students and audience, who felt too apprehensive to breathe. Teacher Yu, we know the top spot is certainly between the two of them, but which one is it? Exactly, Teacher Yu, please just tell us directly. Not only were the students voicing their concerns, but even figures like the great Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengxi were bemused. Though their status rendered them less affected by such trivialities, their curiosity had certainly been piqued. Observing the crowd's agitation, Tang Yuehua chuckled lightly. This time, the prince and princess have performed exceptionally well. Both the stage setup and the quality of the accompanying dancers have significantly enhanced the overall performance. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned their attention to Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke. Could it be that they were actually in first place? Many in the audience frowned, while they acknowledged that Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke had delivered a flawless performance. It paled in comparison to the emotional impact of the combination of Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, a look of surprise began to blossom on Xue Ke's face. While Xue Qinghe remained composed, "Don't celebrate too early." Before her words could fade, Tang Yuehua shifted her tone. However, in terms of emotional resonance, they fall significantly short. As a teacher, I have a greater appreciation for Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong's graduation performance. In my heart, they are undoubtedly the true first place. Xue Ke's expression of joy instantly crumbled, yet the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Ning Fengji and others also felt a slight relief, astonished that the seemingly noble Tang Yuehua would dangle their expectations. Qin Jian, we VE1. We VE1. Ning Rongrong, brimming with joy, clung to Qin Jian, increasingly indifferent to the opinions of others. Ever since Xue Ke's appearance, she had instinctively learned to assert her claim. This little girl is becoming increasingly unreserved. Ning Fengji tapped his cane and glanced at the sword Douluo beside him. Uncle Jian, I believe that year of simulated training didn't temper Rongrong's character, but rather introduced her to a companion. It must be fate. The sword Douluo could only agree with him, though he mused that even without that year of intensive training, Rongrong would still have encountered this fate. The applause continued for some time before subsiding. From this moment onward, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong will officially become my students and may come to Yuxian for guidance at any time. Tang Yuehua presented Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong with dark silver nameplates, eliciting envious glances from the other students. While this status might not hold much significance for Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, it represented an honor that their noble families would undoubtedly cherish. Thus, the graduation performance comes to an end, and the subsequent moments are entrusted to His Majesty. She gracefully bows in the direction of the Snow Knight Emperor and slowly retreats. Yet, all eyes remain irresistibly drawn to her exquisite and noble figure, until the Snow Knight Emperor stands at the center of the stage. Congratulations to the top student. You have truly excelled. Even I, at my age, have been moved. Following this, countless maidens enter, guiding the nobles towards the banquet. Qin Jian, I shall recommend you for the soul hunting grounds of the Tiando Royal Academy. You may proceed there in a few days. At this moment, Xue Qinghe steps forward, her expression devoid of disappointment, instead her gaze fixated intently on Qin Jian, a flicker of fervor evident in her eyes. The poignant performance touched not only the audience, but even her rival. Qin Jian nods in appreciation, saying, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Ning Fengji approaches the Snow Knight Emperor, stating, "Your Majesty, I have affairs to attend to within the sect, so I shall not linger." Naturally, the Snow Knight Emperor does not impede him. Ning Fengji presents a warm smile, anticipating his beloved daughter to rush towards him as she usually does. "Father, did I perform well today?" The corners of Ning Fengji's eyes twitch. He feels that after nurturing his daughter for 10 years, she has swiftly turned to embrace another. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe's voice breaks the moment. Qin Jian cannot help but glance at her. When did her address evolve to Qin little brother? You are the little brother. No, wait, you don't even have that. It's Qinghe. Ning Fengji smiles faintly. Xue Qinghe slightly bows and says, "Teacher, you may be absent from tonight's banquet, but our top student must be present." She smiles while pointing at Qin Jian. At this, the sword Douluo ruffles Qin Jian's hair and discreetly gives him a thumbs up. "Well done on the performance. You did not embarrass me as your teacher." Qin Jian rolls his eyes slightly. Once Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo depart, Xue Qinghe approaches with a smile, saying, "I selfishly wish to keep you here for another night. Please do not be upset with me." "Your Highness is jesting," Qin Jian replies earnestly. Xue Qinghe shakes her head in feigned exasperation, saying, "Qin little brother, it has been 6 months. Why are you still so distant with me? Can't you call me Xue big brother?" It seems she intends for Tang San to address her as Xue big brother too. Does this fellow have a peculiar fondness for being a big brother? He hesitates to call the crown prince a brother. Qin Jian shakes his head. Stepping back a couple of paces, he casually releases his first soul skill, only for it to have no effect. "Haha, Qin little brother, you are too formal." Xue Qinghe laughs heartily as she pulls Qin Jian towards the hall, leaving even Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned and unable to keep up. Come, Follow Shui big brother to the banquet. I assure you it will be more delectable and visually appealing than anything prepared by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Chapter 30. You are actually. This night was profoundly unforgettable for Qin Jian. He had no inkling of why Shui Qinghe or Qian Rinxue had inexplicably bound him for an entire evening. With a casual grip around his neck, they feasted together. And whenever they encountered acquaintances, they would introduce him as my little brother, Qin. As the night wore on, even Ning Rongrong, who had been unable to interject, began to gaze at Shui Qinghe with a peculiar expression. Although they were both of the same gender, the circumstances suggested there was no alternative explanation. Qin Jian, why does the crown prince persistently cling to you tonight? During the final night within the imperial palace, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong naturally spent their time together. On the large bed, Ning Rongrong straddled Qin Jian, arms crossed over her chest, her head turned away in evident displeasure. How was I to know what was going on in her mind? Qin Jian retorted, pushing her off him. Why not? Rongrong insists on being on top, humph. Consequently, Ning Rongrong immediately clambered back onto him, prompting Qin Jian to roll his eyes and decisively pull her down into his embrace. Qin Jian, you. Before she could finish, Qin Jian had flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. See, this is the proper position. Do you understand? That's not. Ning Rongrong managed a small protest before witnessing Qin Jian supporting her head with his hands, lowering his own head gradually. Her eyes widened in shock before she tightly shut them, two crimson hues blossoming on her cheeks. Then, a gentle warmth brushed across her forehead, followed by the boy's voice, laced with amusement, whispering in her ear, "All right, time to sleep." With that, Qin Jian rolled over, extinguished the light, and covered them both with the quilt. In the darkness, Ning Rongrong pouted slightly before quietly leaning against Qin Jian, gradually closing her eyes. Soon, she drifted into slumber. However, Qin Jian found himself wide awake, lying on the bed with his eyes open, lost in thought. At level 20, if he wished to progress further, temporarily parting from Rongrong was inevitable. She was also at level 20, and the soul hunting grounds were the most suitable location. He was determined to help her obtain the best soul ring, one that would surpass her previous one. Besides that, what else could he do for her? Qin Jian pressed his lips together, his gaze growing resolute. In the heart of the sunset forest, the poisoned Douluo, the Qilua tulip. Though the story would ultimately unfold with Tang San acquiring the Qilua tulip, the one I procure will be distinct from the one he obtains later. Therefore, no matter how arduous the task, I must try. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a small stone clattered against the window frame, producing a faint, crisp sound. Qin Jian's eyes snapped open, and with a slight frown, he silently sat up. First, he peered out the window, then cautiously withdrew his hand from Ning Rongrong before gently lifting the quilt and sliding out of bed. Dressed and stepping out of the room, he entered the corridor of the small courtyard, only to be met with a scene that left him momentarily stunned. Under the moonlight, Shui Qinghe sat leisurely beside the stone table in the courtyard, a pot of wine and 2 cups at hand, indulging in solitary libations. At that moment, she noticed Qin Jian emerging and lifted her gaze to reveal her slightly flushed face, raising her cup. I thought it would take several calls for you to awaken, but it seems one was sufficient. Are you, perhaps, like Brother Shui, restless through the long night? Why not join me for a few drinks? She said with a languid tone. Qin Jian stood frozen, immobile. Did he not realize how peculiar it was for a prince to appear in another's courtyard at such an hour? Qin Jian, she suddenly ceased calling him little brother, causing a shiver to run through him. Qin Jian, why do you seem perpetually intrigued yet wary of me? She tilted her head back and took another sip. The movement revealed her throat clearly. The disguise of the soul bone was indeed remarkable. Qin Jian shook his head and replied, "If your highness seeks company for drinking, I am certain many would oblige, but I shall take my leave. Farewell." Qin Jian. A gentle voice wafted from behind, accompanied by a faint scent of alcohol. Qin Jian's body tensed, this time genuinely anxious, for he had felt no approach from Shui Qinghe. Qin Jian, do you truly have affections for Ning Rongrong? Her breath was fragrant like orchids. This was something even a soul bone could not alter. Qin Jian stepped aside and slowly turned, frowning slightly. Your Highness, my feelings for Rongrong seem inconsequential to you. The flush on Shui Qinghe's face deepened as she stepped closer. How can it be inconsequential? I hold great admiration for you, Qin Jian. What? Qin Jian's expression faltered, and he quickly leapt back a couple of steps. Your Highness, such jest is entirely unamusing. Who said I was jesting? Shui Qinghe swayed and moved closer to him, propping one hand against the wall while the other reached for his cheek, saying, "Qin Jian, how about being with Brother Shui?" He anticipated she would flee, but instead, he found himself calming down. He slowly lifted his head, stepping forward slightly, nearly closing the distance between them. "If I were to accept, would you truly dare to be with me? Do you not wish to inherit the Tiando Empire?" Shui Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Yet having concealed herself for so many years, she would not be easily intimidated. She pressed fully against Qin Jian. Her gaze lowered, but brimming with profound affection. "If you dare to accept, I shall dare to be with you. The Tiando Empire pales in comparison." A shudder coursed through Qin Jian, and he could no longer restrain himself, abruptly retreating. "Do you trust me?" Shui Qinghe pressed on relentlessly. "Trust you? Trust in what? You are a woman intent on seizing the entire Tiando Empire. I believe. What if she is one of the 8? Shui Qinghe widened her eyes. But a curious glimmer flickered deep within them. "Ah." At that moment, a startled exclamation echoed from the doorway. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Qin Jian was drenched in beads of sweat, for the figure that appeared at the entrance was none other than Ning Rongrong, who had been soundly asleep just moments before. Qin Jian, why you?" She could hardly articulate a complete sentence, clearly having witnessed the entire scene, including Shui Qinghe's confession and Qin Jian's reluctant acceptance. "You actually, like men." Chapter 31. Let go of me, be quiet. In a moment of panic, Qin Jian hurriedly rushed forward to cover Ning Rongrong's mouth, exclaiming, "I was merely speaking nonsense. Please do not take it seriously." Ning Rongrong, with her beautiful, expressive eyes filled with skepticism, struggled against him, who claimed it was nonsense. Shui Qinghe strode over with an imposing presence and earnestly addressed Qin Jian, "Young brother Qin, I eagerly await the day you accept my invitation. Do not keep me waiting too long." After uttering this, she took her leave, leaving Qin Jian bewildered in the wind. What on earth was her purpose here? If it weren't for the knowledge that she was a woman, Qin Jian would never have uttered such words. He had thought that speaking casually in the dead of night would pose no issue, yet who could have anticipated that Ning Rongrong would awaken so suddenly? Sighing, Qin Jian suddenly exclaimed, "You little dog, how dare you bite me? Just bite you. Ning Rongrong pounced, seizing Qin Jian's right hand in an attempt to bite him, but he swiftly blocked her head with his left hand. All right, I only like girls." Yet, Ning Rongrong remained unconvinced, her expression increasingly doubtful. "Which girl do you like besides me?" Qin Jian hesitated before replying. "Rongrong, I just recalled something." He leaned down, drawing closer to her head, locking his gaze onto her large eyes, and said, "It seems that a certain little one has yet to fulfill her promise." "Huh? What promise?" Ning Rongrong, as expected, was distracted. "Didn't you say you would stop calling me Qin Jian?" Qin Jian tilted his head. Ning Rongrong blinked, then quietly turned away, rubbing her eyes. "Rongrong is so sleepy. It's so late. I need to go to sleep." "Ning Rongrong," Qin Jian called out in a low tone. "Oh, is someone calling me? Am I sleepwalking?" Ning Rongrong quickened her pace. Thinking to evade this, Qin Jian snorted coldly, then lunged forward, dragging her indoors. "Ah, Qin Jian, let go of me. What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong flailed her arms. "What am I doing?" Qin Jian tossed her onto the bed and pounced again. "Qin Jian, let go. Ah, don't tickle me. No. Rongrong can't take it. Woo-woo." After much playful struggle, they lay together, breathless. "Darn you, Qin Jian," Ning Rongrong complained, nudging him but gradually resting her little head against him. "What do you want me to call you?" she asked softly. Qin Jian chuckled. "Didn't you say you had thought of something?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Do you truly want Rongrong to call you?" "No regrets, mind you." "Very well. I am curious to hear what you intend to call me," Qin Jian said. "Hiki." Ning Rongrong giggled, propping herself up on his chest. "Then I shall call you." Qin Jian felt a sense of foreboding. "I will call you Jian. Go. Ning Rongrong leaped forward, exclaiming in rapid succession, "Jian Gij, or perhaps Jian Ge?" Qin Jian's expression darkened as he effortlessly flipped Ning Rongrong over and declared, "It's time for sleep." With a playful giggle, she responded, "You asked me to call you that." Days passed, and this time, Ning Fengji accompanied them along with Jian Douluo. "Rongrong, your second soul ring should ideally be close to 1,000 years old. There are many suitable candidates, but the number you can absorb is limited," Ning Fengji advised. The hunting grounds of the Tiando Royal Academy house numerous nurtured soul beasts, none exceeding 2,000 years in age, which possess slightly lesser strength than those in the wild. This means you could absorb a higher-aged soul ring, so seize this opportunity. Must I hunt the soul beasts myself? Ning Rongrong inquired, tilting her head. Ning Fengji nodded affirmatively. This is a crucial challenge for you, as you must personally undertake the hunt. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face fell. But I can't hunt soul beasts. Do not worry, I will assist you. Qin Jian reassured, grasping her small hand. Yet, before she could feel elated, Ning Fengji interjected, that is not permissible. According to the rules of the hunting grounds, each individual can only hunt one soul beast, and while you may compete with others, you cannot aid someone else in their hunt. Ah, why is it like this? Ning Rongrong pouted. Ning Fengji gently patted her head. It's all right, even if you fail. Your father will find a suitable soul beast for you, even if it means a slight reduction in age. Qin Jian blinked, then exchanged glances with Douluo before speaking up. What if I forego my opportunity to absorb a soul ring? I can hunt a soul beast and allow Rongrong to absorb it. Would that work? Ning Fengji was taken aback by this suggestion. Qin Jian, you are already at level 20. How could you pass up this opportunity? Qin Jian shook his head with a smile. I can hunt soul beasts in the Star Do Forest later to acquire soul rings. This time, it's more important for Rongrong to gain a solid foundation. But the absorbable soul rings would be of lower age. They wouldn't be as good as those in the hunting grounds, Ning Fengji countered. You must also value your own strength. There is no need to sacrifice for Rongrong, he added. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously beside them. Brother Jian, I don't mind if my soul ring age is lower. Brother Jian? Both Ning Fengji and Douluo, along with Shui Qinghe, exclaimed in unison, their expressions turning curious as they regarded Qin Jian. Qin Jian could do little but roll his eyes and gently tap Ning Rongrong's head. Ning Rongrong beamed with joy, evidently determined to continue calling him that. Master, my unique physique allows me to absorb soul rings significantly older than normal. After all, my first soul ring was 900 years. I can certainly bear a 1,000-year soul ring for the second, Qin Jian continued. Thus, this opportunity to not absorb a soul ring is inconsequential. It is more vital for Rongrong to establish a solid foundation. Ning Fengji cast a glance at Douluo, and upon receiving a gentle nod in return, he proceeded to affectionately ruffle Qin Jian's hair, saying, then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Rongrong. However, before Qin Jian could utter a word, Ning Rongrong swiftly took her father's hand away, exclaiming, Daddy, please don't pat Brother Jian's head. He's a boy and might not grow tall. Not grow tall? Ning Fengji found himself both amused and exasperated. By now, he had grown accustomed to Ning Rongrong's protective stance towards Qin Jian. Perhaps it was a matter of habit. If he could become accustomed to such things. He truly was the most unfortunate of fathers. With a sigh, Ning Fengji covered his forehead. Chapter 32, The Absence of Masculine Presence Teacher. The rules of the soul hunting ground extend beyond merely hunting for oneself. At this moment, Shui Qinghe suddenly spoke up. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong exchanged a knowing glance before turning their attention outside the carriage. They were evidently reminded of the events from the previous night. Each qualification for the soul hunting ground is limited, yet the number of available slots increases year by year. Consequently, the Royal Academy of Tiando has introduced an additional assessment. Shui Qinghe spoke with a gentle expression. What kind of assessment has been added? Ning Fengji inquired, echoing the curiosity shared by Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. Shui Qinghe replied, an assessment for simulated hunting. Simulated hunting. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows. Is it based on the results of hunting simulated soul beasts? Your guess is astute, Shui Qinghe nodded. Indeed, it involves virtual soul beasts for everyone to hunt, and rankings are established based on performance, which subsequently determines the allocation of hunting zones within the soul hunting ground. Are the hunting zones differentiated as well? Qin Jian asked. Shui Qinghe glanced at him, stating, the soul hunting ground is divided into 4 zones. Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, and Special Grade. The higher the zone, the greater the quality of the soul beasts therein. Now I understand. Ning Fengji nodded. Fortunately, it is Qin Jian who will be competing this time. Had it been Rongrong, she would undoubtedly be assigned to the Level 3 zone. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at this remark. Indeed, it is fortunate that it is Brother Jian participating. The students attending this time are no ordinary competitors, Shui Qinghe remarked. Looking at Qin Jian, from the 5 Elements Academy, they have sent you Tianqin, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Ning Fengji shook his head. They certainly do not intend to conceal their ties with the Thunder Academy any longer, even sending their clan heir. Shui Qinghe nodded and continued. From the Elephant Armor Academy, they have sent Huyan Li, the grandson of their sect master. Even the grandson of the sect master has come. How shameless. Ning Rongrong exclaimed indignantly. Brother Jian has lost any advantage. Ning Fingji shook his head. The soul hunting ground of the Royal Academy of Tiando is indeed the most suitable hunting venue for soul masters below level 30. Even our 7 Treasures Glaze sect has sought ways to secure slots, has Tiet? What about the 3 major academies? Qin Jian suddenly inquired. Who are the representatives from the Shinfeng Academy, the Chihua Academy, and the Tianshui Academy? Shui Qinghe replied, I am unaware of their backgrounds. From the Shinfeng Academy, there is a youth named Feng Xiaodian. The Chihua Academy has a girl named Hua Wu, while the Tianshui Academy also sends a girl named Shui Bing'er. Quite a lineup. Qin Jian blinked in surprise. He had not anticipated that a single slot for the soul hunting ground would attract such elite competitors from the continent as prestigious academies. Hua Wu Shui Bing'er, what about the Royal Academy of Tiando? Surely they won't miss this opportunity? Qin Jian asked. Shui Qinghe smiled and replied, naturally, this time. It is Dugu Yin who will be participating. Qin Jian's expression shifted. Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, pondered how she might arrange a meeting with him. Meanwhile, as Qin Jian fell into contemplation, their convoy arrived at the gates of the Tiando Royal Academy, situated beyond the imperial city, encompassing an entire mountain range. This institution boasted comprehensive facilities, arguably the finest on the continent, with a faculty renowned throughout the Tiando Empire. Regrettably, the student body primarily consisted of noble offspring, many of whom, despite their considerable talent, lacked the diligence required for rigorous cultivation. Their penchant for mischief overshadowed any inclination towards serious training. However, Ning Fingji and his companions were unable to enter the academy directly as a throng of students had gathered at the entrance, effectively blocking the way. What is happening over there? Ning Rongrong, previously languid, suddenly perked up, ignoring her companions and seizing Qin Jian's hand to dash ahead. Ning Fengji shook his head in exasperation at the sight. Ah, teacher, it seems Qin and Rongrong share a close bond, Shui Qinghe remarked. Ning Fengji nodded, resignedly noting, this little girl has found someone she adores, nearly forgetting her father. Shui Qinghe's gaze flickered as he inquired, have you considered arranging an engagement for them, teacher? Ning Fengji hesitated before shaking his head. They are still young and unaware of what the future holds. There is no need to rush into binding them together. Shui Qinghe nodded in understanding, his eyes alternating between Qin Jian's figure and Ning Rongrong, lost in thought. As Qin Jian observed the unfolding situation, he let out a sigh that was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. For standing defiantly at the entrance was none other than the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, a notorious dandy, Shui Peng. Get lost. A girl's furious shout caught Qin Jian's attention. He turned to see a young lady clad in a golden red dress standing boldly at the forefront. Little sister, don't be so angry, Shui Peng said, undeterred. Striding forward with an air of flippancy. I merely wish to show you around the academy since you've just arrived. What else with all this anger? His companions chuckled knowingly behind him. I'll say this once more. Get lost. The girl's fiery aura was palpable. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Jian felt a stirring in his heart. This appearance, this temperament, could she be Hua Wu from the Fire Dance Academy? Seeing her on the brink of fury, Prince Shui Peng recklessly added fuel to the fire, exclaiming, oh dear, I'm so frightened. His laughter was echoed by several students from the Tiando Royal Academy. Suddenly, 2 yellow soul rings ascended from the girl's feet, and the surge of soul power caused the faces of those around her to shift in surprise. This level of fluctuation indicated she had already reached the 30th level. At this moment, Ning Fengji had also approached, while Shui Qinghe, upon noticing that the troublemaker was none other than the 4th prince, displayed no sign of surprise on his face, likely accustomed to such antics. Ning Fengji and his companions exchanged nods. What transpired next was, of course, well within Qin Jian's expectations. The few celestial-level students from the Tiando Royal Academy were swiftly incapacitated by the all-out assault of Hua Wu, who brought them to their knees. Observing the surrounding Tiando Royal Academy students rendered speechless with fear, Hua Wu surveyed the scene and disdainfully spat. Humph, a bunch of weaklings, lacking even the semblance of manhood. Chapter 33. The concept of the Continental Celestial Group. Well said. In front of the Royal Academy of Tiando, the lower-tier students sprawled on the ground, while Hua Wu strode past with an air of confidence that rendered the onlookers speechless. Following her was a middle-aged man clad in a similarly fiery red robe, who wore a wry smile as he walked by. At that moment, Ning Rongrong abruptly called out, seemingly provoked by Hua Wu's imposing demeanor. Mind your words. Qin Jian admonished lightly, tapping her forehead. Was he referring to you? Ning Rongrong replied playfully, sticking out her tongue and linking her arm with Qin Jian's. Brother Jian is the most charming. Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, and Xue Qinghe simultaneously shuddered, goosebumps rising on their arms. As Huowu passed by the group, she caught Ning Rongrong's words and turned her head to glance. The youth's delicately handsome visage momentarily caught her attention, but her pride compelled her to lift her chin and retort disdainfully, "He is no different." "Hey, you cannot say that." Ning Rongrong could tease Qin Jian at her leisure, but she would not permit others to speak ill of him. She stepped forward boldly. "Why should I not say so?" Huowu was unperturbed. "Those worthless ones cannot be compared to Brother Jian." She pointed at the avalanche and his companions lying on the ground, delivering yet another blow. "Oh." Huowu crossed her arms and approached Qin Jian, raising her proud head and suggesting, "How about we have a spar?" Before Qin Jian could respond, Ning Rongrong darted in front of him, declaring, "You are older than us and possess 10 levels higher soul power. Only a fool would spar with you." "You." Huowu's expression shifted as she prepared to retaliate but was suddenly restrained. Her words caused the surrounding crowd to gasp slightly, finally noticing Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo standing behind Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. To their astonishment, they realized they were from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Indeed, who are these young man and woman? Have you heard about the royal ceremonial performance a few days ago? Are they not the disciples of Jian Douluo, Qin Jian, and the daughter of the Ning clan master, Ning Rongrong?" The crowd buzzed with speculation. Huowu, upon overhearing their discourse, was taken aback. She then turned her curious gaze toward Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. "So, you two are the famed Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong from Tiando City?" The teacher from Qihua Academy, observing Huowu's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Huowu's nature is as such. Please do not take offense." Ning Fengji casually shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "No harm done. Youth is often brash." "Huowu, apologize," the teacher urged, patting her shoulder. To his surprise, Huowu refused to concede. "I said nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Unless he can defeat me in a soul duel." She turned her gaze toward Qin Jian, adding a caveat. "Huowu, his level is significantly lower than yours." As the teacher's expression grew serious, Huowu pondered for a moment and then stated, "He's here for the soul hunting event, right? Isn't the ranking for the simulated soul hunting taking place tomorrow? Let us settle this with a wager. Should I lose, I shall apologize to him." "Is the illusory soul hunt truly oblivious to levels?" Qin Jian inquired. Huowu nodded and replied, "The illusory soul hunt will select the soul beasts to be hunted based on our own soul power. Each participant faces a challenge of level 9 difficulty. In the end, we shall see who attains the highest level, and naturally, that individual will be deemed superior. What do you think?" Qin Jian glanced at Ning Rongrong, whose face was marked by indignation, and said, "Then it is settled." Thus, a rather absurd farce came to a close, and they dispersed. "Brother Jian, have I caused you trouble?" Ning Rongrong asked, a hint of concern in her voice due to Qin Jian's earlier glance. "Not at all." Qin Jian took her hand and said, "I had intended to bring you into the elite zone of the soul hunting grounds. Securing first place in tomorrow's illusory soul hunt is imperative." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes and leaned against him, exclaiming, "I knew you were the best." At that moment, Xue Qinghe stepped forward and remarked, "Brother Qin, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but all the participants here are the most outstanding students from various academies. Rumor has it they are all prospective seed candidates for the Continental Soul Master Elite competition in a few years." She patted Qin Jian's shoulder and added, "To claim first place among them will be quite a challenge." "Oh." Qin Jian subtly shifted away from her grasp, taking a few steps aside with Ning Rongrong. The two moved in unison towards the Heavendo Royal Academy. "Xue Qinghe. Huh? What is that?" Just then, Qin Jian noticed two figures entering through the door, appearing at first glance to be a pair of sisters clad in blue skirts. The color and style of their attire. Before Qin Jian could extract any relevant information from his memories of 100,000 years past, Xue Qinghe leaned in closer and said, "That is the Tian Shui Academy. The taller one is likely a teacher, while the shorter one is Shui Binger. How does she always manage to appear silently beside me?" Qin Jian was once again pulled a few steps away by Ning Rongrong. Xue Qinghe smiled, not minding the distance, and pointed to the long-haired girl, saying, "Shui Binger, to my knowledge, possesses a top-tier beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, which is as formidable as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex." Shui Binger. Qin Jian's gaze fell upon her, yet he felt something was amiss. Could this cautious girl, closely trailing her teacher, truly evolve into the commanding leader of the Tian Shui female team in the future? Moreover, she did not have long hair when she made her official appearance. She had cut it shorter. Such beauty. What is she doing as a soul master? Qin Jian mused, glancing at the sisterly pair. Murmuring to himself, I must seize the opportunity to form a girl group with them, once they hone a few routines from my past life in South Korea. Achieving stardom on the continent would be effortless. Brother Jian. Just then, Ning Rongrong's voice interrupted Qin Jian's reverie. What is it? Qin Jian replied, somewhat puzzled as he returned to the present. Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips and pouted. You're drooling. Are they really that stunning? At this moment, Qin Jian naturally would not utter that they were truly beautiful. He shook his head repeatedly and promptly seized Ning Rongrong's small hand, stating, although they are somewhat attractive, they pale in comparison to my Rongrong. Is that so? Absolutely. Xueqing's lips twitched slightly, and she ultimately let out a sigh. She realized that Qin Jian possessed an extraordinary talent for charming young ladies. Chapter 34. The timid Shui Bingo. The following day, the entire Tiando Royal Academy was abuzz with excitement. From the 3 major committees to the esteemed educators of the Tiando level, students and recipients from other academies gathered at a vast simulated training ground within the institution. The opportunity to enter the soul hunting grounds arose only once every few years. Otherwise, the cultivated soul beasts would be depleted in a matter of years. Thus, this opportunity was exceedingly rare. Each of the 5 major academies held a single slot. And Tiando Royal Academy itself possessed but 5, often relinquished to royal offspring. They might lack the requisite talent, rendering the slots wasteful. And such opportunities also served as a means to curry favor with various factions. For instance, Xueqing had never utilized her own slot, instead offering it to others, thereby garnering goodwill from numerous powers. As for her own situation, with the clandestine support of the Spirit Hall, she hardly required such opportunities. At this moment, the formidable Soul Douluo Mengshenji, at level 80 or above, stood before all present. Without further ado, he proclaimed the opening of the simulated soul hunting ground, urging the students to prepare for their entrance, one by one. 8 soul rings blazed forth from his being, unleashing a torrent of soul power that compelled those nearby to instinctively retreat a few paces. His martial spirit was the Black Demon, capable of ensnaring individuals in an endless dream cycle. The Sword Douluo remarked, it appears the simulated hunting ground is indeed related to his abilities. Otherwise, an unceasing stream of soul beasts could not possibly materialize within the training ground. Ning Fingji nodded slightly in agreement. As Mengshenji continued to channel his martial spirit's power, a shimmering portal gradually emerged before them. Please, the first student may enter, he announced, extinguishing the soul rings around him. A student from Tiando Royal Academy stepped forth. With a resonating hum, he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The water-like entrance then rippled, transforming into a reflective surface that projected the student's every movement within the training ground. This particular student, at level 30, displayed remarkable speed when confronting the initial challenges, only adopting a serious demeanor upon the appearance of the 5th-level soul beast. Given the rarity of this opportunity, it was uncommon for anyone to receive a second chance. Hence, all participants were of level 30. Hey, Qin Jian. At that moment, Huowu approached, having had a minor altercation the previous day. I intend to challenge the 9th level. Make sure you don't fall too far behind. Brother Jian will not fall short, she asserted. Brother Jian will undoubtedly triumph over you. Humph. Without waiting for Qin Jian to engage in verbal sparring, Ning Rongrong naturally took up the mantle of defense. Such audacity, she thought. Huowu's bold nature would likely never waver in the face of competition. Huowu, have you made a bet with someone? A youth clad in light green, concealing his face, approached. Upon noticing his unwavering gaze fixed on Huowu, Qin Jian surmised his identity, Feng Xiaoyan from the Shinkong Academy. I wager with him to see who can secure first place, Huowu declared, gesturing toward Qin Jian. First place. Her voice was anything but soft, instantly capturing the attention of the other participants. The first place belongs to me, Hu Yinli. None of you should even think about it. At that moment, Hu Yinli, a muscular figure from the Xiangjia sect, bellowed. With a fierce grimace, it was clear that anyone daring to contest him would face dire consequences. Apart from your brute strength, what else do you possess? Fire Dance scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly. I could defeat you with just one hand. Wow, Brother Jian, she's not just being arrogant with us. Ning Rongrong observed as Fire Dance clashed with Hu Yinli, unable to suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. She is provoking so many. She'll surely regret it when hunting soul beasts. Not necessarily. At least she has Feng Xiaotian to back her up. Qin Jian shrugged. Brother Jian. They all seem to have level 30 soul power. Do you really think you can win? Ning Rongrong asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Qin Jian merely smiled casually. Though the battlefield was not his forte, his martial spirit, the sword of slaughter, boasted formidable attack power. Moreover, this competition was not about hunting soul beasts of equal ranks, but rather an assessment based on soul power, where potential mattered more than mere levels. As Fire Dance and Hu Yanli continued to spar verbally, it was too long before Yu Tianxin from Thunder Academy approached them. Since you all seem so confident, why not let this assessment determine the rankings of this year's 5-Element Academy? Yu Tianxin suggested with a smile. Sounds good. Hu Yanli cracked his knuckles. The top spot will undoubtedly belong to our academy. Feng Xiaotian remained indifferent, nodding in agreement as he glanced at Fire Dance. Qin Jian chuckled from the sidelines. It seems this doesn't concern us. The elemental academies are at each other's throats. Brother Jian, if they actually fought, who do you think would win? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Qin Jian pondered briefly before responding. I suspect it would likely be Yu Tianxin. After all, he hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, renowned for their individual combat prowess. There is also someone else who could be a contender. He glanced around and asked, where is she? Who are you talking about? Ning Rongrong queried. The one with the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, Shui Binger, Qin Jian replied. Meanwhile, Yu Tianxin and the others were also searching for Shui Binger, only to discover her hiding behind the teacher, a comical yet pitiful sight. Hey, how about you from the Water Academy? Shall we decide this year's ranking based on the results of this competition? Fire Dance boldly asked. The teacher from the Water Academy pushed Shui Binger forward. You discuss it amongst yourselves. To everyone's surprise, Shui Binger shrank back before slowly stepping forward. Despite her stunning beauty, her gaze was evasive, betraying a lack of confidence. I think this is not quite right. Shui Binger murmured softly. This ranking cannot be altered for 5 years. It must be determined by the Academy's higher-ups. How can we make a private wager count? Let us compete first. If the Academy doesn't recognize it later, we can always contest again. Fire Dance insisted, hands on her hips. Shui Binger shook her head and said, I shall not participate. You may compete among yourselves. On that day, the teacher from the Water Academy sighed in resignation, fully aware that Shui Binger would shy away from the challenge. Oh well. One less participant renders it rather dull, Yu Tianxin remarked as she turned to leave. How disappointing. Wu huffed in displeasure, adding, I truly cannot fathom how your Water Academy allotted you a spot. If you are to compete in the rankings, I dare say your academy will surely find itself at the bottom this time. Oh. Shui Binger responded weakly, eliciting soft laughter from those who were watching. It was unexpected for such a complacent girl to be among this group of ambitious youth. Only Qin Jian found it peculiar, pondering whether the future incarnation of the poised Shui Binger would ever make an appearance. Chapter 35. This dragon is quite powerful. After a round of verbal sparring with the 5 Elements Academy, the 2 students from the Tiando Royal Academy had concluded their assessments. One had passed at level 6, while the other at level 7, both ultimately qualifying for the 3rd-tier soul hunting grounds, which left many teachers from Tiando shaking their heads in dismay. The spots for the Academy's strongest students were perpetually elusive, resulting in outcomes that often paled in comparison to those of the 5 Elements Academy. Next up, it was the turn of the Xiangjia Academy. At that moment, Hu Yanli, with his burly figure, effortlessly captured everyone's attention. He bellowed as he charged inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, covered in dust and grime. And with a voice full of indignation, he exclaimed, that level 9 dragon is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. If you lack strength, do not overreach. Just watch me, he added, undeterred by the brutal scene he had just witnessed. However, the sight of Hu Yanli's defeat did not intimidate Huowu. She confidently crossed her arms and stepped forward. After a while, Huowu stumbled out, looking disheveled. Cough, that dragon is simply not. Huowu, are you all right? Huowu, do not be upset. I shall avenge you, proclaimed Feng Xiaotian, striding with the intent to leave a gallant impression. But Huowu did not even spare him a glance. Binger, it's your turn next. Do not bring shame upon our Water Academy. The teachers from Water Academy were trying to bolster Shui Binger's confidence. Do not be fooled by the fearsome appearances of those spirit beasts. They are merely illusions. Just unleash your own strength, and you will surely succeed. Teacher, what if I only manage to enter the 3rd-tier soul hunting grounds? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for the academy? Shui Binger quietly murmured, her head bowed. The teacher had not intended to place pressure on her. But recalling her timid nature, he steeled himself and replied, "Yes, if other students from different academies enter the second-tier area while you remain in the third. You would tarnish the academy's reputation." Shui Bing nodded solemnly. "Do not worry, teacher. I will definitely conquer level 8. Level 8? The teacher was taken aback. Of course. Level 8 allows entrance to the second-tier area, doesn't it? So you do not intend to challenge level 9, then? The teacher buried his face in his hands. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaodian finally emerged from the simulated soul hunting grounds, his clothes torn in half. That level 9 dragon is indeed quite formidable, he admitted with a hint of embarrassment. At that moment, the committee member, Dream Mechanism, suddenly interjected. The spirit beast in the level 9 assessment possess a strength 5 levels higher than your own, equivalent to a level 35 spirit beast. While it is challenging, it is not without opportunity. He surveyed the group and continued, if you wish to enter the first-tier area to hunt spirit beasts, you must at least be able to match the level 9 divine dragon. And if you aspire to enter the special level area, he paused, gesturing toward the entrance, then you must defeat it. A strength increase of 5 levels? Only an extraordinary genius would have a chance of achieving parity. It remains uncertain whether anyone from this cohort will achieve success. The remaining contenders include Tianshui Academy, Leitang Academy, and our own academy's Douluo, correct? I have heard whispers that a direct disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's Sword Douluo has also arrived. The murmurs rose and fell. At this moment, Shui Binger cautiously made her entrance. As she navigated through the 8th level, everyone eagerly anticipated her challenge of the 9th level, hoping to witness her prowess surpassing that of the previous 3 contestants. However, after a considerable wait, the anticipated challenge of the 9th level did not unfold. Instead, they beheld Shui Binger emerging from the exit. Emerging. Teacher. Shui Binger swiftly concealed herself behind her mentor and timidly inquired, "Why is everyone staring at me?" The teacher from Tianshui covered her face and replied, "It's all right. They merely find you appealing." She sensed that this year's elite competition from Tianshui Academy would be far from captivating. Despite having a top-tier beast martial soul as the vice-captain, her demeanor lacked the haughty aura of the Ice Phoenix. One could only wonder when she would truly mature and stand independently. Hu Yinli, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and Shui Binger all secured qualifications for the second-level area. After the announcement by the Education Committee's Meng Shenji, he turned his gaze to Yu Tianxin. Next, Leitang Academy. If one were to challenge the 9th-level Divine Dragon, he believed Yu Tianxin would be the one to watch. Especially since the last successful contender was Yu Tianhing from the Tiando Royal Academy, and both hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Humph. Let us see if this faux dragon can outmatch me, the true dragon. Yu Tianxin strode forward confidently, directly entering the simulated training ground. The first 8 levels passed without incident, eliciting no surprise from the spectators. It was not until the 9th level that a battle erupted, far exceeding the previous encounters, captivating all onlookers. This clash endured for quite some time, culminating in both contenders collapsing, achieving a stalemate. Leitang Academy's Yu Tianxin secured the qualification for the first-level area, as declared by the Education Committee's Meng Shenji. Applause erupted, many captivated by the spectacle. Next, Tiando Royal Academy, Douluo. This name immediately caught Qin Jian's attention as the short-haired girl clad in dark green stepped forward and vanished into the training ground. What results would she yield? Qin Jian's gaze was intense. Unlike Yu Tianxin, her battles had not generated much turbulence, as she seamlessly advanced to the 9th level solely with her phosphor snake venom. In her final confrontation, she refrained from a head-on approach, opting instead for a strategy of evasion while continuously eroding her opponent with the venom. After an extensive duration, she exhausted her soul power, and the simulated colossal dragon succumbed to her poison. Tiando Royal Academy's Douluo secured the qualification for the first-level area. However, this time, there was no applause, as her combat style paled in comparison to Yu Tianxin's visceral, impactful approach, naturally garnering less recognition. Next, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. At that moment, the dream machine of the Education Committee finally called out Ning Rongrong's name. However, he swiftly added, considering that Ning Rongrong possesses a support-type martial soul with no combat capability, the Academy has decided to directly grant her qualifications for the second-tier region. Upon hearing this, although no one dared to voice dissent, the various gazes exchanged among the crowd were far from benevolent. After all, the qualifications of the others were hard-earned through combat, making it difficult for Ning Rongrong's sudden elevation to be acknowledged. even though they were all aware that the 7-treasure glazed tile was the pinnacle of support-type martial souls. Wait, I will strive to secure her qualifications. Chapter 36. Enchanting the Ice Phoenix. Just as everyone believed that Ning Rongrong had effortlessly secured her qualification, Qin Jian unexpectedly stepped forward. Esteemed chairman of the Education Committee, Rongrong does not require a direct designation for her qualification. I shall assist her in obtaining it, Qin Jian declared. All eyes turned towards him. Meng Shenji furrowed his brow and remarked, each individual is permitted only one opportunity. If you aid her in acquiring her qualification, you will forfeit your own chance to hunt soul beasts. That is of no consequence. Qin Jian surprisingly shook his head. I have come solely to assist Rongrong in acquiring her soul ring. As long as the esteemed chairman permits me to enter and aid in the hunt for soul beasts, I am willing to relinquish my own quota. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. He would forfeit his own opportunity? Did he not comprehend the rarity of such an occasion? Indeed, the qualification for the second-tier area was commendable. Was his ambition to reach the first tier? To confront the formidable 9th-level dragon? How benevolent he was towards Ning Rongrong. Without delving into the thoughts of the male students, many female students gazed at him with admiration. Whether it was Shui Binger, Du Guyan, or even Huo Wu, all were captivated by Qin Jian. After all, few would willingly forego their own opportunities for another. Such selflessness and devotion moved many, particularly the women. Are you certain? Meng Shenji asked solemnly. Qin Jian nodded slightly. Yet, Meng Shenji remained apprehensive and sought confirmation from Ning Fingxi and Jin Douluo. Only after they both nodded in agreement did he say, then the qualification for the 7-treasure glazed tile school shall be represented by Qin Jian on behalf of Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Qin Jian strode confidently towards the entrance, but his hand was grasped by Ning Rongrong. Brother Jian, please return safely. Initially, she hoped for him to triumph over all challengers. But upon witnessing the challenges of the 9th level, her only desire was for his safe return. Rongrong speaks wisely. Ning Fingxi approached and gently patted Qin Jian's shoulder, saying, do not exert yourself too fiercely. A slightly inferior soul ring for Rongrong is still acceptable. Qin Jian smiled, neither nodding nor shaking his head. He simply advanced step by step into the fray. Ning Fingxi and Ning Rongrong could not understand. He was determined to provide Ning Rongrong with the very best. This was not solely out of affection, but also a means of redemption for himself. Thus, as the gentle sound of water rippled, when Qin Jian opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a lush forest. Having observed the challenges faced by the preceding participants, he felt no trepidation. After a brief pause, he began to hear rustling sounds emanating from the dense foliage. Suddenly, a mandala snake lunged from the trees, aiming to bite Qin Jian. Yet, before the onlookers could gasp at the beast's speed, Qin Jian calmly declared, I am as swift as a sword. And a purple long sword descended from above, precisely piercing the mandala snake's body. First level, cleared. Next, a magical spider appeared at the second level, only to be swiftly dispatched by a wave of Qin Jian's sword energy. The third level presented a heavily armored giant insect, its shell formidable, requiring Qin Jian to strike thrice. Level 4 introduces the spider, yet this time it is the human-faced demon spider, which is swiftly vanquished by 5 strikes of sword energy. At level 5, the swift-wind demon wolf presents a formidable challenge with its incredible speed, yet it is ultimately reduced to mere fragments by 9 strikes of sword energy. Observing this, Feng Xiaoyan's expression contorts, for his martial soul is indeed the swift-wind demon wolf. Level 6 heralds the diamond mammoth. Huyan Li's demeanor shifts drastically as he grimly declares, the diamond mammoth possesses unparalleled defense. He surely cannot prevail. However, the outcome is that 18 strikes of sword energy result in its dismemberment. Huyan Li is left in a state of shock. Level 7 brings forth the Ice Phoenix. Qin Jian suspects that this simulated training ground is deliberately orchestrating challenges. Each soul beast bears a striking resemblance to others' martial souls. Thus, without hesitation, he eschews the usual sword energy barrage and instead employs his first soul skill, the enchanting sword. The Ice Phoenix momentarily freezes under the spell of the enchanting sword, only to be pierced through the chest by Qin Jian's long sword, resulting in its swift demise. An uproar erupts outside. It appears that his soul ring has momentarily illuminated. What soul skill was that? The Ice Phoenix, albeit briefly, was rendered stiff. This soul skill proves exceptionally useful in close combat. Moreover, have you noticed how potent his martial soul's attack power is? Even a level 7 soul beast's defenses succumb to a single thrust. In a corner, Shui Binger gazes with an odd expression. In that fleeting moment, the Ice Phoenix did not merely freeze, it seemed enchanted. How could his first soul skill be? Without delving into her thoughts, Douluo observes the unfolding scene with mild astonishment. As his mentor, he is well aware of Qin Jian's first soul skill and had initially feared that the enchantment would be ineffective against soul beasts, yet it appears to have worked. Remembering how he once influenced all beings across the continent in a single night, Douluo feels a sense of relief. Brother Jian is so impressive, Ning Rongrong exclaims, clapping her hands. Go, Brother Jian. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes drawn towards her, she casts aside her modesty, eager for everyone to recognize their connection. At this juncture, the 8th challenger emerges, proving far more formidable than its predecessors, for it is a ghost vine. Concealed within the forest, its true form is nearly impossible to discern. Thus, Qin Jian cannot employ the enchanting sword, and the sword energy can merely ensure his survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ghost vine strikes rain down from various angles, forcing Qin Jian into a frenzy of defense, fraught with peril. Maintaining an uninterrupted defense proves difficult, and soon a vine stealthily ensnares his ankle, suddenly yanking him into the air. Ah! Gasps the crowd, with Ning Rongrong's palms sweating from anxiety. In that brief moment, the ghost vine binds all of Qin Jian's limbs, the forest alive with rustling sounds. Soon, a towering ghost vine with a gaping maw looms above Qin Jian. Just as all presume that his journey will end at level 8, he suddenly smiles and declares, "My body is like a sword." A sharp exclamation reverberated as the martial spirit, the spirit sword, was once again unleashed from within, accompanied by waves of sword energy that swiftly severed the vines binding him. In the next instant, he wielded his long sword and abruptly thrust it towards the very essence of the ghostly vines hovering above. The sound of slicing echoed as the sword energy coursed through the air, reducing the ghostly vines to mere fragments. Level 8 was surpassed. Such remarkable combat intuition. Unable to ascertain the true form of the ghostly vines, he deliberately allowed himself to be ensnared, luring them into revealing their presence. Indeed, his ability to remain composed in such a dire situation was truly impressive. Chapter 37. The Hidden Challenge. Leaving aside the incessant murmurs of others, the members from the Element Academy, including Huo Wu and Feng Xiaodian, felt an undeniable tension. This was because Qin Jian had successfully leveled his scores to match theirs. Should he manage to conquer the level 9 soul beast, he would find himself entering the first-tier zone to hunt soul beasts, alongside Yu Tianhing and Douluo Yan. The quality of soul beasts in that region was significantly superior to those in the previous tier. At last, the level 9 soul beast emerged. Like all others, it was a formidable Xian earth dragon, capable of traversing both sky and land. However, due to Qin Jian's soul power being at level 20, this dragon's strength was only equivalent to level 25, rather than 35. Even so, it proved far more challenging than the combined efforts of the previous 8 soul beasts. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's claw struck down where Qin Jian stood, toppling several large trees. Had it not been for Qin Jian's quick reflexes, he would have been sent flying out of the training area. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the unfolding scene. Yu Tianxin relied on her powerful beast martial soul, while Douluo Yan depended on the venom of the Bailan snake. Both were keen to witness how Qin Jian intended to contend with a soul beast that had a 5-level disparity in strength. Humph. I refuse to believe he can also manage to match the level 9 soul beast, Wu Wu remarked, her arms crossed, though her incessantly tapping index finger revealed her inner turmoil. Teacher, can he truly stand toe-to-toe with the dragon, just like Yu Tianxin and Douluo Yan did before? Shui Bingo could not help but inquire from her corner. Her teacher cast a surprised glance her way and replied, Binger, you actually care whether someone else can succeed? Aren't you usually reluctant to engage with strangers? Well, never mind then. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong clutched her father Ning Fengji's left hand tightly. Daddy, daddy, can Brother Jian hold his ground against this dragon? Ning Fengji regarded her thoughtfully and said, based on a standard evaluation of strength, Qin Jian has a chance. However, the true extent of his abilities is known only to your grandfather Jian. Grandpa Jian, can Qin Jian truly match the dragon? Ning Rongrong eagerly turned her gaze to the side, towards Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo responded, what you should consider is whether Qin Jian can defeat the dragon. I'm not the least bit concerned about him merely matching it. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she promptly looked back at the unfolding scene. Would he truly attempt to equal the level 9 soul beast? Shui Binger's had peeked out from behind her teacher. This time, her instructor refrained from teasing her, instead fixating intently on the luminous screen, softly stating, As expected of Sword Douluo's direct disciple, his offensive prowess far exceeds that of soul masters at the same level. Even Yu Tianqin, as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, pales in comparison to his attacking capabilities. Furthermore, I suspect his aim is not merely to match. The teacher from Tianshui gazed deeply. I believe his true objective may be to defeat this soul beast. Ah? Shui Bingo gasped, covering her mouth. Teacher, is that truly possible? But before her words had faded, the scene within the luminous screen shifted once more. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Jian adeptly maneuvered, managing to ascend atop the colossal dragon's head. What on earth was he attempting? Should he fall? It would surely spell his defeat. Could it be that he intended to slay the dragon? The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that very moment, Qin Jian, with both hands firmly grasping his sword, plunged it downward with great ferocity. I shall offer this to Rongrong, not merely a first-level area. Huzzah! His entire soul power erupted forth, and before the astonished gazes of onlookers, he remained steadfastly anchored upon the thrashing dragon's head. Begone! Perish! Boom! The soul power surged forth completely, momentarily enveloping the screen in a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, a thunderous sound resonating within, though obscured from the outside world. Had he succeeded? Had he triumphed? Ning Rongrong clutched Ning Fengji's hand tightly, pained by the grip. He succeeded, Ning Fengji affirmed, hastily. Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, then leaped with joy. He did it! He did it! He did it! The spectators remained fixated on the luminous screen. At that moment, the image gradually sharpened. The forest lay in disarray, a massive dragon sprawled upon the ground, while the youthful figure stood proudly atop its head. He truly succeeded, muttered Yu Tianqin. On the other side, Huowu gaped in disbelief. That was a 9th-level dragon. How could he possess such strength? Just then, the dream mechanic from the teaching committee remarked, his offensive power is extraordinarily formidable, yet his defense is remarkably weak, necessitating a swift resolution. He has taken a significant risk. At such a tender age, to exhibit such audacity is indeed remarkable. He mused. Why hasn't Brother Jin emerged yet? Ning Rongrong, positioned at the entrance, paid no heed to the dream mechanic's words, her gaze anxiously searching. After all, the assessment was not yet over. The dream mechanic wore a peculiar smile. And before the crowd could react, his 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, suddenly ignited. Simultaneously, the ground within the screen heaved, the forest rejuvenated, restoring the previously chaotic realm to its former state in mere moments. More importantly, the dark earth dragon began to rise slowly. Roar! It bellowed to the heavens, then fixed its fierce gaze upon the retreating Qin Jian. How could it return to life? Qin Jian furrowed his brows deeply. Yet in the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly darted to the side. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the dragon's claw struck where he had just stood. Its speed had increased. The onlookers outside murmured among themselves. How could there still be an assessment? Hadn't the 9th-level dragon just been slain? Huyan Li's voice was the loudest. The dream machine cast a glance at him, then spoke aloud. This is a hidden level of the mimetic trial. Although he has already attained qualification for the elite zone, the purpose of the trial is to assess the upper limits of the participant's abilities. Therefore, beyond level 9, there exist 5 additional assessments. In other words, with Qin Jian's soul power at level 20, he must contend with soul beasts of levels 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 in the subsequent challenges. His gaze flickered slightly as he spoke. The crowd suddenly realized. However, the representatives from the other 2 major academies exchanged peculiar glances at the dream machine and murmured, "It seems we do not have any such hidden levels, do we?" The dream machine gestured subtly, urging them to keep their voices down. Chapter 38 The Contest at the 5 Elements Academy. Father, Brother Jian has already attained the highest level of qualification. Can we not continue the fight? As she watched the scene where Qin Jian was being cornered and appeared disheveled, Ning Rongrong clutched Ning Fengji's clothing, pleading, "There is no need to proceed any further." Ning Fengji's gaze remained fixed on the luminous screen, and he replied slowly, "Rongrong, we understand that we can stop, but Qin Jian himself is unaware of." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Does he still believe he hasn't surpassed the 9th level? Why does he not give up? That soul beast is far too formidable. Ning Fengji shook his head, his attention unwaveringly following Qin Jian's figure as he murmured, "It appears that Qin Jian desires to offer you the very best. Hence he will not easily concede. What should we do?" Ning Rongrong's heart tightened with worry. Suddenly, the indifferent gaze of the Sword Douluo shifted towards the figure of the committee member, Meng Shinji. As if a flash of sword light flickered in his eyes, he felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing something ominous. Fortunately, the unfolding events within the luminous screen captured the attention of the sword Douluo. They witnessed Qin Jian once more employing his previous tactic to scale the dragon's head, forcefully plunging his martial soul sword into the giant dragon's skull. Once again he succeeded. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, igniting a flurry of discussions. Yet soon, the 27th level giant dragon reappeared before Qin Jian, then came the 28th level, the 29th level. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Words failed to describe their emotions. A 20th level soul power overcoming a 29th level foe. What kind of talent and resolve could possibly achieve such a feat? Despite the fact that the youth within the luminous screen was tattered and worn, clearly depleted of soul power, and breathless to the point of barely standing, he refused to yield. What compels such unwavering perseverance? Huowu Shui Bing. And even Du Guyan cast envious glances at Ning Rongrong. For Qin Jian was not fighting for himself. He was striving to provide the very best for Ning Rongrong. At that moment, the scene reverted to its original state, the giant dragon rising once more, even swelling in size. For this time, it was at the 30th level. Qin Jian staggered to his feet, once again grasping his martial soul sword. Committee teacher, let us not continue the challenge. At last, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, imploring Mengshenji, committee teacher, quickly release him. We do not wish to challenge any further. Mengshenji, suppressing the urge to glance at the sword Douluo's icy demeanor, gently replied to Ning Rongrong, I cannot forcibly intervene. Doing so would harm Qin Jian. He may only withdraw voluntarily or succumb to failure. However, at that moment, Ning Rongrong could no longer heed Mengshenji's words, for within the luminous screen, Qin Jian, having exhausted all his soul power, continued to face the 30th level dragon. He was effortlessly sent flying several meters, yet he rose time and again, resolutely charging forward. Such tenacity moved the hearts of all. Indeed, irrespective of one's innate gifts, without perseverance, great achievements remain elusive, the other two committee members reflected. He had truly reached his limit this time. In the realm of dreams and divine mechanisms, Qin Jian was once again hurled backward. Unable to regain his footing immediately, the colossal dragon observed his struggles, surprisingly refraining from further attacks, simply waiting. Rongrong, I must provide you with the very best. With trembling hands, Qin Jian gradually pushed himself off the ground, swaying precariously as he stood before the dragon once more. Outside, silence enveloped the scene, while within, the wind momentarily ceased. Roar. In the next instant, the dragon roared, and Qin Jian unleashed a fierce shout. The dragon's fearsome maw lunged toward Qin Jian's diminutive form, causing everyone to hold their breath. At that moment, a radiant purple sword light suddenly illuminated Qin Jian as he staggered forward. Then, he transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling directly into the dragon's mouth. The fusion of man and sword. The sword Douluo's eyes widened slightly. In the scene, Qin Jian's figure vanished, completely engulfed by the dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Yet in the following heartbeat, multiple beams of sword light pierced through the dragon's body, erupting forth like a blossoming radiant flower. Then, it exploded with a resounding roar. The scene was once again shrouded in a whirlwind of branches and dust. Outside, the brilliance of the simulated training ground gradually dimmed. He had genuinely slain a spirit beast of level 30 with only level 20 soul power. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Hui Yanli's resonant voice roused everyone from their reverie. Soon, a cacophony of discussions erupted like a torrential flood. Do not forget, he did not directly challenge a level 30. He fought his way through from level 25. Yu Tianxin interjected. Huowu, Feng Xiaodian, and the others fell into silence. They could hardly believe that he had triumphed, and so decisively at that. Huowu murmured, such strength and perseverance evoke my respect. I owe an apology for my words yesterday. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaodian grew agitated. Huowu, at least our soul power surpasses his. After all, it is a spirit beast, even with level 30 strength. It cannot exhibit the power of a level 30 soul master. If he were to face me, I could easily defeat him. Unbeknownst to him, Huowu shot him a cold glance and retorted, are you truly pleased to have vanquished someone 10 levels lower than yourself? Feng Xiaodian, buzz. A subtle sound, seemingly inconspicuous, yet it brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Then they beheld Qin Jian, clad in tattered garments, emerging step by step. Brother Jian. Ning Rongrong's call flowed effortlessly from her lips. Initially laced with jest, this address now resonated with heartfelt sincerity. She rushed forward, only to halt just before reaching him, refraining from her usual impulsive embrace. Instead, she quickly took hold of his arm, steadying his swaying form. "Are you all right, Brother Jian?" Ning Rongrong gazed up at him with concern. Qin Jian strained to muster a faint smile and replied, "Rongrong, I'm fine." Yet before he could finish, darkness suddenly enveloped him as a robust figure loomed before his eyes. "You are Qin Jian, correct? The Xiangjia Academy extends an invitation for you to join, offering the highest level of treatment." Upon uttering these words, the crowd stirred as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. The instructor from Thunder Academy was the second to approach Qin Jian, stating, "Qin Jian, we invite you to join Thunder Academy. Xiangjia Academy is not suitable for you. They emphasize defense, while your offensive capabilities would be better showcased in our institution." Following suit was the instructor from Blaze Academy. "Qin Jian, consider joining Blaze Academy. Although we primarily accept students with fire elemental martial souls, your embodiment of extreme offensive power would seamlessly integrate here." Not to be outdone, the instructor from Gale Academy chimed in. "If we speak of suitability, Gale Academy would be the optimal choice. With the enhancement of speed, your offensive prowess would be fully unleashed." As the instructors from the four esteemed academies engaged in a heated debate, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 39, The Grand Gesture of the Water Academy. What is happening? Why are several elemental academies vying for Qin Jian, even if he possesses boundless potential? Isn't it true that the elemental academies only accept students with specific elemental martial souls? Have they completely abandoned their principles? It's not that they lack principles. Just look at the lack of movement from the Water Academy. Of course, the Water Academy would remain silent, for they only accept beautiful female students. The entire venue was in disarray. "Teacher, what should we do at the Water Academy?" Shui Bingo inquired with curiosity. To her surprise, her teacher waved her hand and said, "Binger, hold your thoughts. I am organizing my words." Shui Binger's eyes widened in astonishment. "Teacher, are you going to extend an invitation to? We are the Water Academy." A sudden hush fell over the crowd, as no one anticipated that the Water Academy would also approach. Hey, is the Water Academy also joining the fray? This is absurd. Qin Jian is not a female student, exclaimed a teacher from the Elephant Armor Academy. The teacher from the Water Academy chuckled softly. Though Qin Jian is not a female student, his looks are certainly sufficient. This is permissible? The crowd was left dumbfounded. At that moment, a gentle smile graced the face of the Water Academy teacher, enveloping everyone in a refreshing warmth. "Qin Jian, I am aware that you are the direct disciple of the Sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and you may have reservations about joining an academy. However, the Water Academy imposes no demands on you. All we ask is your willingness to join." Her initial statement earned a nod of approval from Ning Fingxi, prompting admiration from the other academy teachers. She did not continue with conditions but turned to Ning Rongrong, stating, "The Water Academy not only invites you to join but also extends an invitation to the daughter of your sect leader, promising the most abundant cultivation resources and ensuring optimal soul ring configurations." This second statement left the other teachers wide-eyed. They had been so focused on discussing benefits with Qin Jian that they had overlooked what he truly desired. Just moments ago, Qin Jian had exerted himself not for his own sake, but for Ning Rongrong's. Furthermore, in the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition of the advanced academies across the continent in a few years, our academy will form the Water Battle Team under your leadership, with you holding the right to suggest the other 6 team members. This was an indication that the Water Academy had lost hope in Shui Binger and sought to enlist Qin Jian as captain. The teacher from the Water Academy leaned closer to Qin Jian and whispered, "They are all beautiful young ladies, you know." Qin Jian responded, "This is downright unfair." The other teachers shook their heads in disbelief. While they could compare their hard skills to the Water Academy, no other institution could rival the fact that all its students were exceptionally beautiful. "Qin Jian, what do you say? Are you willing to join our Water Academy?" She paused to add, "Not only does the academy impose no requirements during your time here, but it will also refrain from imposing any demands upon your graduation. Aside from the Soul Master competition, there are no further requirements." No one could have anticipated that this was what he was most concerned about at this moment. Dream Machine stepped forward and nodded, stating, "You have qualified for the special region. Tomorrow, you will enter the soul hunting grounds to hunt soul beasts." He paused and continued, "Additionally, I would like to extend an invitation on behalf of the Tiando Royal Academy for you to join us. Surely there will be a place for you in the future Tiando Royal team. However, Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jian suddenly collapsed, darkness enveloping his vision. Ah, Brother Jian. Ning Rongrong frantically supported Qin Jian's body until Ning Fengji arrived. Douluo lifted Qin Jian's unconscious form and turned to Dream Machine, saying, Dream Committee. The Tindo Royal Academy is eliminated from consideration. I have made this decision for Qin Jian. Dream Machine was taken aback and quickly inquired, why is that? Because you unilaterally raised the difficulty of the assessment. Originally, it was only level 9. But you temporarily utilized your martial soul's power to construct the subsequent 5 levels. Douluo gazed at him with indifference. Furthermore, I, Qin Jian, formally challenge you to a duel. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. Dream Machine was so frightened that he nearly lost his composure. Hurriedly shaking his head and exclaiming, Douluo, I mean no offense. I did not intend to provoke you or create difficulties for Qin Jian. I merely wished to test his limits. My Jian came here solely to assist Rongrong in acquiring a soul ring, not to undergo any test of limits. Douluo's mood soured immensely. Qin Jian must not exhaust his soul power. Had there been other titled Douluos present, his identity as a soul beast would have been exposed. Although he could conceal Qin Jian's aura in such a scenario, it would still carry risks. Hence, his anger towards Dream Machine was palpable. Since you do not dare to accept my challenge alone, let the 3 of you come at me together. In that moment, Qin Jian's formidable presence overwhelmed everyone present. After tomorrow's soul hunt, we shall have a match. I too wish to gauge your limits. Embracing Qin Jian, Douluo summoned the 7 killing sword martial soul beneath him. And in an instant, he soared into the air with a resounding crash. Ning Fengji let out a faint smile, murmuring, Uncle Jian's temperament. He then stepped forward, addressing the teachers from the 5 elemental academies. Esteemed teachers, regarding Qin Jian's potential entry into the academy, the decision ultimately rests with him, if he truly wishes to attend. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will not obstruct him, you may rest assured. After conversing with several academy instructors and offering some words of comfort to the 3 committee members, he finally departed with Ning Rongrong. Having executed his responsibilities as a sect leader flawlessly, Rongrong, if Qin Jian truly wishes to pursue his studies at the academy, will you accompany him? He held Ning Rongrong's hand as they walked. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. Ning Fengji glanced at her and suddenly asked, what if he intends to go to the Tianshui Academy? Ning Rongrong blinked and responded, then I must go with him. I cannot allow anyone else the opportunity. Ning Fengji gently caressed her little head and inquired, Rongrong, have you truly set your heart on Qin Jian? Taken aback by her father's unexpected question, Ning Rongrong felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Father, why do you ask this all of a sudden? She replied, her gaze momentarily darting to the ground as she stood on her tiptoes. Ning Fengji responded, because I wish to see you happy. If you are indeed certain, I can ask Uncle Jian to arrange your engagement. Engagement? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she felt a tinge of shyness. Father, is it not a bit premature to engage at this time? Ning Fengji chuckled softly, giving her head another affectionate pat. Well, my dear Rongrong, ponder it yourself. Whenever you desire, the timing for an engagement can be at your discretion. Chapter 40. Joining the Heavenly Water Academy? The following day. Jianer, please be cautious today while hunting soul beasts. Do not exhaust your soul power again. Yesterday's situation was fraught with peril, are you aware? Douluo could not help but reiterate his advice. Qin Jian nodded, a smile lighting up his face as he replied, Teacher, I will be mindful. It was only because I knew you were there yesterday. Douluo gently tapped his forehead and advised, in the future, you must regard conserving soul power during training as second nature. Never harbor a sense of complacency unless your level exceeds 70. Yes, teacher. Qin Jian responded with a hint of resignation. Brother Jian. At that moment, Qin Jian noticed a fleeting glimmer of bluish green, followed by a soft little figure leaping into his embrace. It was, of course, Ning Rongrong, brought over by Ning Fengji. Have you recovered? Ning Rongrong whispered in his ear. Qin Jian wrapped her petite form securely in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, I have fully recovered. Today, I shall help you hunt soul beasts. Qin Jian, generally speaking, Rongrong's second soul ring can withstand soul rings of around 500 years. At this instant, Ning Fengji approached and remarked, if it concerns soul beasts within the hunting grounds, she should be able to absorb an 800-year soul ring, but it cannot exceed 900 years. Qin Jian nodded, affirming, Master, I understand. Today, I will certainly find Rongrong a soul beast of over 800 years. Ning Fengji nodded slightly and suddenly added, from now on, You need not call me master. It feels too distant. Just call me Uncle Ning. All right, Uncle Ning. Qin Jian quickly acquiesced, oblivious to the faint blush on Ning Rongrong's cheeks, believing it to be a fleeting whim of Ning Fengji. Upon their arrival near the soul hunting grounds of the Tiando Royal Academy, they found a considerable crowd gathered once more. Whatever the Tiando Royal Academy undertook, a luminous projection would invariably be cast. The reopening of the long-dormant special area naturally attracted a throng of spectators. The three major educational committees stood at the forefront, and Meng Xinji stepped forward. He cautiously cast a glance at Douluo before stating, "The soul hunting grounds are divided into 4 zones. A third-level qualification permits entry into the third-level zone. A second-level qualification grants access to both the second and third-level zones, while a first-level qualification allows entry into all areas except the special zone. As for the special qualification," he glanced at Qin Jian and continued, "those with special qualifications can access all areas, freely hunting within the entire grounds." His words evoked envious glances from others directed at Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. After all, the larger the area, the greater the selection of soul beasts, and while the quality is determined by the area, one could still chance upon suitable soul beasts in lower-level zones if luck permits. Thus, without hesitation, Meng Xinji activated his 8 soul rings, and the entrance to the soul hunting grounds materialized behind him. All qualified students may enter. No sooner had he finished speaking than the most hot-headed, Huo Wu, along with the most impulsive, Hu Yanli, dashed inside. Following closely were Yu Tianxin and Douluo. "Rongrong, let us also proceed inside." Qin Jian gently held Ning Rongrong's small hand as they approached the entrance. Qin Jian, wait a moment," she stammered. "Did you call for me? Is there something you need?" Qin Jian inquired, intrigued. Under Ning Rongrong's watchful gaze, Shui Bing stepped closer and whispered, "Teacher, she asked me to give this to you." She handed over a small plaque resembling iced jade. Qin Jian accepted it and observed the inscription, which read Tianshui Academy in elegant characters. When he turned it over, he was astonished to find his own name inscribed there. "What is this for?" Qin Jian asked. Shui Bing's voice finally flowed smoothly. "This is the enrollment plaque. With this, you can join Tianshui Academy directly." "Did you prepare this overnight?" Qin Jian asked, glancing curiously at the beautiful instructor from Tianshui Academy nearby, who waved at him with a warm smile. "She is particularly eager for you to join us as the captain of the Tianshui battle team," Shui Bing added softly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Jian queried, "You possess considerable talent as well. Why not take the position of captain?" Shui Bing shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, "It was indeed meant for me, but I lack the courage to lead a team." "Lack of courage?" Qin Jian regarded her with a puzzled expression, recalling that this future captain of the Tianshui battle team had always exuded a commanding presence. What could have transpired in the coming years to bring about such a transformation? "I will accept the plaque you provided," Qin Jian said, tucking the iced jade plaque away. "I hope we can be partners in the future." "Why, yes." Shui Bing's speech faltered once more. Qin Jian chose not to say anything further to her, and instead led Ning Rongrong into the soul hunting grounds. A thought stirring in his mind, if he truly joined Tianshui Academy, the future Tianshui girl group, an elite ensemble, would be in formation. The soul hunting grounds resembled a dense forest, albeit distinct from the simulated training grounds. The trees here were all genuine, as were the soul beasts inhabiting the area. Upon entering, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong found themselves in a third-tier zone, needing to traverse through the second and first-tier zones to reach the special area. Hand in hand, they strolled through the forest, leisurely avoiding the encountered soul beasts, which they deemed beneath their notice. "Brother Jian, do you really intend to join Tianshui Academy?" Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her curiosity. Qin Jian smiled and replied, "I'm not entirely certain yet. We shall see." His soul power had already reached level 20, and after parting ways with Ning Rongrong, he would discover who his romantic rival was in the evaluation from level 20 to 30. Only then would he ascertain his next steps. "Brother Jian, you're squeezing my hand too tightly," Ning Rongrong suddenly murmured. It turned out that Qin Jian had unconsciously applied too much pressure, his emotions fluctuating significantly at the thought of their impending separation. Qin Jian gently loosened his grip and suddenly said, "Rong, do you remember that time in the simulated training grounds of the sect? The occasion when I carried you through the rain?" "Of course, I remember. I caused you quite a bit of trouble back then," Ning Rongrong replied with a cheerful smile, looking up at him. Qin Jian chuckled softly in return and then added, "Rong, would you allow me to carry you now?" Chapter 41. the endearingly clumsy outside world as the onlookers observed the unfolding events within the soul hunting grounds. A sense of incredulity began to wash over them, while the other participants appeared to navigate the forest with purpose, swiftly searching for suitable soul beasts. An unexpected sight emerged. Qin Jian was carrying Ning Rongrong on his back. Were they here to hunt soul beasts or merely to enjoy a leisurely outing? Many discreet glances were cast towards Ning Fengji, who had already covered his forehead with his hand in resignation. How could these two youngsters be so oblivious to time and place, displaying such intimacy before the gaze of many? It seemed that the Seven Treasures Glaze sect was on the verge of transforming into the Seven Treasures Love sect. Fortunately, as Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong meandered into the second-level area, the quality of the soul beasts noticeably improved, piquing their interest. Thus, Qin Jian gently set Ning Rongrong down, and they continued hand in hand. "Brother Jian, why do these soul beasts seem so lethargic? They are either sleeping or eating, lacking any vigor," Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Qin Jian shook his head, explaining, "These soul beasts are domesticated. They have their needs met and do not require hunting or evading predators, which is why they appear increasingly indolent, as you see now. This is precisely why the soul beasts in the hunting grounds are suitable for you. If we were in the Stardow Forest and encountered a 900-year-old soul beast, not just you, but I would have to flee." "Oh," Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. "However, the quality of these soul beasts is still lacking. Let us pay attention once we reach the first-level area." With that, Qin Jian grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, applying a bit more effort as their pace gradually quickened. Given their current speed, they could reach the first-level area within half an hour. Yet, their passage through the second-level area was not without interruption. "You, how could you steal my soul beast?" A somewhat feeble voice drifted from ahead. Qin Jian paused momentarily, and Ning Rongrong beside him remarked, "Brother Jian, that voice sounds oddly familiar. It's Shui Bingo from the Water Academy." Qin Jian nodded in recognition. "What shall we do?" Ning Rongrong asked, her brow furrowing. Qin Jian gently turned her towards the source of the commotion. "Let us go take a look." Outside, the teachers from the Water Academy were engaged in a heated discussion with their counterparts from the Blaze Academy. "How could your fire dance act unilaterally to seize the soul ring that someone else was hunting?" one of the Water Academy teachers demanded. The Blaze Academy teacher crossed his arms defiantly, replying, "The soul hunting grounds permit mutual competition." The Water Academy teacher frowned. "Yet securing a quota is no easy feat for anyone. Why must we resort to conflict? It is only natural for the youth to possess a strong desire to win." The Blaze teacher retorted dismissively. "Look, two individuals are approaching. It's Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong," someone suddenly exclaimed. Both the teachers of Tianshui and Shihua were momentarily taken aback, and then they turned their gaze towards the light screen, where they indeed discovered the figures of Qin Jian and his companion approaching. Would he stand idly by, or would he extend a helping hand to Bingo? The teacher of Tianshui looked on with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Inside the soul hunting grounds, Shui Bingo, I have heard that you are the designated captain of Tianshui Academy for this term. Surely, you can comprehend this situation?" In the forest, Huo Wu, clad in a golden-red skirt, unleashed flames from her hands, relentlessly attacking Shui Bingo, who was adorned in a blue dress. Behind Bingo lay a grievously injured soul beast, bleeding profusely upon the ground. "Initially, I had no intention of seizing the soul beast you had fought so hard to subdue." Huo Wu, with a fiery shadow accompanying her, continued her assault, declaring, "Yet this soul beast possesses the ability to resist light, which is not only a divine skill for you, but also for me. So, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." First soul skill, rotating fire shadow. Huo Wu suddenly spread her arms and began to spin, her fiery shadow mirroring her movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of small fireballs was released, hurtling towards Shui Bingo. Second soul skill, ice ring armor. At that moment, Binger's second soul ring ignited, and an ice ring enveloped her. Instantly, a translucent blue armor materialized around her, encasing her alluring figure. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs exploded against the ice ring armor. While they failed to shatter her defenses, they forced Shui Bingo to retreat. Our powers are closely matched. Continuing this fight serves no purpose, and may even lead to the depletion of our soul energy, preventing us from absorbing soul rings. Shui Bingo finally expressed her frustration. "Your actions yield no benefit. Of course, continuing this battle is futile. I am well aware of that." Huo Wu replied with a confident smile. "However, my goal is the soul beast." "You fool. Consider your position." Bingo was taken aback and hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to realize she had been pushed back several meters. now positioned behind the soul beast. At that moment, Huowu was even closer to the soul beast. Then I shall not hold back. Huowu's right hand blazed with flames as she delivered a powerful punch to the dying soul beast on the ground. The soul beasts I slay are mine to absorb. You should seek out another suitable one, Huowu proclaimed triumphantly. Yet she failed to notice the faint blue figure approaching from the side. Be careful, Shui Binger suddenly exclaimed. Huowu froze momentarily. Bewildered, are you telling me to be careful? In the next instant, she sensed the fierce wind rushing toward her, but it was too late. Bang! A faint blue figure appeared before her, delivering a kick squarely to her soft abdomen. Even though Huowu had gathered her soul energy to defend, she was still sent flying. Her stomach churned, leaving her in discomfort. Hey, I came to assist you, and you're warning the opponent to be careful. Standing firmly, Qin Jian did not even glance at Huowu, instead turning to face Shui Binger with an expression of utter incredulity. Yes. I'm sorry. Thank you, Shui Binger stammered. Qin Jian shook his head in resignation. Were it not for the pitiful sight of her timid demeanor, he would not have considered offering assistance. Yet, unexpectedly, his kindness inadvertently alerted the opponent. This cannot be termed as benevolence. Rather, it seems to be foolish innocence. You, Qin Jian. Huowu stood upright, finally managing to quell the surging energy within her. Upon seeing Qin Jian engaged in a seemingly pleasant conversation with Shui Binger, her fury ignited. We have no grievances between us, so why do you hinder my endeavors? She bellowed. No grievances? That is not accurate, is it? You haven't even apologized to me yet. Chapter 42. I remember you. Qin Jian, I owe you an apology. Huowu spat through gritted teeth, her demeanor devoid of sincerity. But do you truly believe that having defeated a level 30 spirit beast during the trial, you can now contend with me, a fellow level 30? Huowu raised her fist and declared, allow me to demonstrate what true level 30 prowess entails. Qin Jian waved his hand dismissively and replied, there is no need to be so competitive. After all, we are all here to hunt spirit beasts. And your current position is not advantageous. Why not take a step back? Shui Binger nodded in agreement. Indeed. There is no need for us to fight to the death over a single spirit beast. What nonsense! Huowu's flames erupted, her fiery aura synchronizing with the spirit of her flame shadow. Even if you both join forces, I shall still bring you to your knees. The second soul ring on her body illuminated. Second soul skill, Judgment Flame. In an instant, she was enveloped in a blaze of orange-yellow light. Her hands, a flame alongside her spirit, surged toward Qin Jian and Shui Binger with remarkable speed. I am as swift as a sword. As Huowu drew near, Qin Jian swiftly pointed his right hand, summoning his spirit sword, which crashed down before him. Bang! Bang! Huowu and her flame shadow struck the blade simultaneously, unleashing a burst of fiery brilliance. Be cautious. Her second soul skill carries an explosive effect. Shui Binger's voice rang out. Qin Jian nodded slightly, then seized the spirit sword with his right hand and swiftly slashed. Whoosh! A blade of energy shot forth, colliding with Huowu in the nick of time. Flames scattered in all directions, yet in the next moment, Huowu's figure reappeared before Qin Jian, striking down upon the sword with the palm. The explosive force knocked Qin Jian back. Not only does my flame possess an explosive effect, but the radiant flames surrounding me also enhance my defense. Huowu remarked coolly as she charged forward, a disdainful sneer on her lips. With your level 20 soul power, you cannot hope to breach my defenses. Just as Huowu was about to land a blow on Qin Jian, Shui Binger activated her first soul ring. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Crack! Huowu's figure was suddenly encased in a wave of ice, surging upward. Boom! However, in the blink of an eye, the flames erupting from Huowu dissipated the cold. What a pity. Your instant casting Ice Seal is futile against me, especially since it is countered by my spirit. Huowu continued her assault without pause. At that moment, Qin Jian, wielding the spirit sword, braced himself to confront her head-on. Do you truly believe you can withstand my onslaught? Dream on. Under the enhancement of her second soul skill, the searing heat radiating from Huowu's blazing fists was almost unbearable for Qin Jian. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Just then, Shui Binger's group defense soul skill materialized at an opportune moment around Qin Jian, alleviating the oppressive heat surrounding him. Thus, Qin Jian, steadfast against Huowu's onslaught, gripped his sword with both hands and swung fiercely. Do not harbor such illusions. You cannot possibly shatter my defenses. Huowu did not even flinch. However, from the adjacent woods came the voice of a girl. The 7 treasures have a glazed tile. The emerald green martial spirit, The seven treasures glazed tower materialized before the group. Ning Rongrong emerged from behind the trees, and a golden soul ring ascended beneath her feet. The seven treasures are renowned. The first being power. In an instant, Qin Jian's martial spirits attack power surged by 20. Bang! Like a mirror shattering, the fiery defense surrounding Huo Wu was abruptly shattered, and the colossal sword of her martial spirit struck her fiercely. Poof! The force of the blow sent blood trickling from her lips. Qin Jian halted, choosing not to pursue further. Upon glancing back, he found Shui Bingo staring at him in a daze, prompting him to exclaim with irritation, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly deliver a blow to that soul beast." Huh? Oh. Shui Bingo's mind momentarily blanked, but she soon regained her senses and swiftly drew a dagger, plunging it into the soul beast's head. The creature, already on the brink of death from her earlier assault, finally succumbed, and a purple soul ring floated into the air. You all. Huo Wu finally straightened from her position behind the tree, fiercely wiping the blood from her lips. She glared at Qin Jian and Shui Binger, declaring, "The seven treasures glazed sects Qin Jian and the Tianshui Academy's Shui Binger. I will remember you." Observing that the soul beast had been slain and realizing she could no longer claim it, she could only retreat slowly. "Just wait. I will settle the score with you." After leaving that ominous remark, Huo Wu turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. Noticing Shui Binga still staring blankly at the direction where Huo Wu had disappeared, Qin Jian reminded her, "You should absorb the soul ring now. We will guard you." "Oh." Shui Binga responded absent-mindedly and sat down before the soul beast to begin absorbing the soul ring. Qin Jian was left speechless. If Tianshui Academy truly made her the captain, then this Tianshui battle team. Ning Rongrong approached and grasped his left hand. "Brother Jian, why should we help her? Have you decided to join Tianshui Academy?" Qin Jian gently stroked her silky hair and replied, "Don't twist my words. You just heard Huo Wu say she was taking the soul beast and found her despicable. Since my dear Rongrong finds her despicable, I naturally must intervene." He smiled. Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes. "Is it really so?" "Of course," he said, unperturbed, pulling her down to rest on a clean tree root. "Let us take a break. We'll head to the first level area shortly." Outside, the Tianshui Academy teachers were exhilarated, while the teachers from the Qihua Academy wore somber expressions. "Have you already recruited Qin Jian?" Upon uttering these words, he instantly drew the attention of the other Elemental Academy teachers. The Tianshui Academy teacher did not deny it. She merely ran her fingers through her hair, ambiguously stating, "Who knows?" The others, observing her demeanor and recalling Qin Jian's assistance to Shui Bing'er in the soul hunting grounds, instinctively assumed he had indeed chosen Tianshui Academy, collectively sighing in disappointment. The teacher from Tianshui wore a confident smile, secretly reveling in his triumph. "You all mistakenly believe that Qin Jian has already chosen Tianshui Academy and will no longer seek to be courted. This little fellow is already half in my grasp, he. Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo exchanged a knowing glance, unable to suppress their amusement at the scene. They had no intention of obstructing Qin Jian's choice to attend an academy for further training, nor did they care which one he ultimately selected, thus remaining indifferent to the teacher's underhanded scheming. Regardless, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would always stand as his steadfast support. Ning Fengji rested his hands upon his cane and remarked. Jian Douluo nodded in agreement, stating, "It is beneficial for Jianer and Rongrong, being still young, to venture out and gain experience." Chapter 43. The Jinx of Ning Rongrong within the soul hunting grounds. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and at that moment, Shui Binger opened her eyes. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifested around her, radiating an icy brilliance that made her appear as an ethereal sprite amidst the snow. "Thank you all for your help," she began, but upon turning her head, she was taken aback. "Huh? Where are they? Did they leave upon seeing that I was nearing the completion of my soul ring absorption?" Rising to her feet, she expressed her disappointment. "I haven't even had the chance to properly thank them." At that moment, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, who had departed early, had already entered the first level area. "Brother Jian, the quality of the soul beasts here is remarkable," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. As they traversed the path, she had already spotted numerous soul beasts suitable for her. If it weren't for the special area awaiting them ahead, she might have already chosen her soul beast. "In another half hour, we shall enter the special area. I hope there are even more suitable soul beasts there," Qin Jian remarked with a smile. "Let us hope we do not encounter any unforeseen circumstances along the way." "That won't happen. In this first level area, there are only Yu Tianqin and Du Guyan. It's unlikely they would both be after the same soul beast and happen to cross our path," Ning Rongrong replied cheerfully, clutching his arm. However, before she could finish her sentence, an angry voice echoed from deep within the forest. "You Tianxin, why are you here causing a ruckus instead of hunting soul beasts?" Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, quickly covering their heads. "Brother Jian, Rongrong isn't a jinx, is she?" Ning Rongrong pouted. No. Qin Jian gently patted her head and said, "Let us go take a look." Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment and suggested, "What if we just ignore it this time? It doesn't concern us anyway." Yet, this time, Qin Jian shook his head and replied, "Helping Shui Binger earlier was indeed unnecessary, more of a casual act. However, this matter with Douluo Yin is significantly different." Various thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated how to establish a connection with Douluo and devise a plan to acquire the Qilua tulip. If only this were in the Stardow forest, that would be his territory. Outside, the spectators were abuzz with discussion, astonished that multiple conflicts had arisen during this soul-hunting event. Unlike previous cohorts, the current participants were more restrained. After all, securing their qualification was no easy feat, and harboring grudges at this juncture could lead to lasting enmity. How is it that Jian and Rongrong are entangled in every situation? Jian Douluo shook his head. Ning Fingji remarked, "One is Yu Tianxin, a successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the other is Douluo's granddaughter. It would be unwise to intervene in their rivalry." Jian Douluo nodded in agreement. Within the soul-hunting grounds, deep in the forest, a fierce confrontation unfolded. Roar! Clad in blue lightning attire, Yu Tianxin unleashed a flurry of violent attacks against Douluo Yin, filling the air with thunderous roars and electric discharges. "Douluo Yin, is it? I've heard you are a member of the Tiando royal team along with my cousin, Yu Tianheng, and that you share quite the bond?" Yu Tianxin's voice dripped with palpable hostility. "And what if I do?" Douluo Yin retorted furiously. "Do not blame me for targeting you, for I am in a competitive relationship with my cousin regarding the family inheritance." Yu Tianxin's assault intensified with ferocity. Buzz! Two soul rings illuminated around Douluo Yin simultaneously. The first soul skill, Scarlet Poison of the Azure Scales. A crimson mist enveloped her, heightening her senses and boosting both her attack power and speed by 20. The second soul skill, Azure Poison of the Azure Scales. Subsequently, a cerulean mist was expelled from her martial spirit, the Azure Scale Serpent, enveloping her in a paralyzing toxin that dulled some of her physical pain, enhancing her defense by 30. "Yu Tianxin, since you insist on opposing me, do not blame me for being ungracious." As the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Douluo Yin naturally possessed her own pride, especially since she was a rival to Yu Tianheng. "How dare you confront me head-on?" A soul ring illuminated around Yu Tianxin. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. An intense battle erupted in an instant. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, accentuated with electric effects, combined with the Azure Scale Serpent's toxic mist, created a dazzling display of light. Even those outside could sense the ferocity of the battle within. Clearly, Yu Tianxin displayed superior strength. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus was indeed a top-tier beast martial spirit. Douluo Yin was not inferior either. She could withstand Yu Tianxin's onslaught while bearing potent toxins, making it perilous for Yu Tianxin to act carelessly. "Oh, is that Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong? Are they planning to intervene? Whom do they intend to assist this time?" The crowd murmured. At that moment, Shui Binger, Hui Yuan, and others had successfully absorbed their soul rings and emerged from the entrance. There stood Yu Tianxin and Douluo Yin. Qin Jian. Hui Wu immediately turned her gaze toward the light screen, swiftly spotting Qin Jian's silhouette. That reckless and infuriating fellow. If he dares to interfere again, he will surely miss the chance to enter the elite area, she declared fiercely. The onlookers, having witnessed their past grievances, could only shake their heads at her vengeful demeanor. Yet, Shui Bingo could no longer contain herself. Although she was quite timid at present, she was unwilling to remain silent. Qin Jian must have his own plans. He would not act rashly, she spoke softly. The teacher from the Heavenly Water Academy looked at her with surprise. How bold to speak in defense of Qin Jian. It seems my invitation for him to join the academy was indeed wise. Only in this way could Binger hope to unleash her full potential. I suspect he will not even dare to intervene. He might just flee instead, Hui Wu scoffed, pointing at the light screen. Shui Binger also gazed at the light screen, stating, with Ning Rongrong's support, Qin Jian still possesses the strength to fight. Let us wait and see, Hui Wu declared, holding her head high as she walked away. Within the soul-hunting grounds, Yu Tianxin and Douluo Yin noticed Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong standing several dozen meters away. "Ladies, this is a matter between her and me. I kindly ask that you do not intervene." Although she did not regard the level 20 Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong highly, Yu Tianxin still issued a distant warning for the sake of caution. Dugu Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at them, devoid of any indication of seeking assistance. Just as the onlookers anticipated that Qin Jian would declare whom he would support, he unexpectedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and smiled, saying, "Rest assured. We have merely come to observe and shall not intervene." Upon hearing this, the fiery dance of flames instantly radiated with joy. She shot a sidelong glance at Shui Binger, crossing her arms and declaring, "See, I told you wouldn't dare to get involved." Shui Binger furrowed her delicate brows, tempted to retort against dance of flames. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. After all, it seemed that Qin Jian genuinely had no intention of intervening. Could it be that he truly intended to remain a mere spectator? Chapter 44. A sudden embrace, Sword Master. Based on my understanding of Qin Jian, he does not seem to be one to seek out the limelight. Ning Fengji's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Surely, he must possess his own thoughts? Sword Douluo shook his head. Yu Tianxin and Dugu Yan, I truly cannot fathom what interests Jinner would share with these two. Let us continue to observe. We shall eventually uncover the truth. Ning Fengji tapped his cane lightly. Within the soul-hunting arena, having received Qin Jian's affirmations, Yu Tianxin felt emboldened to unleash her full assault upon Dugu Yan. However, both were at the 30th level, with their soul power nearly equal, and each wielded only 2 soul skills. Even though Yu Tianxin's offensive strength was somewhat superior, she could not swiftly overcome the fully defensive Dugu Yan. Yu Tianxin, how long can you sustain such intensity? Once your soul power is exhausted, I will let you experience the true power of my azure scale serpent's venom. Dugu Yan's face was imbued with an icy demeanor, clearly having ignited her true fury. I believe you shall not reach that point, for... Suddenly, Yu Tianxin retreated, harnessing her momentum as 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple illuminated around her. I have acquired my 3rd soul ring. A cacophony of thunder crackled around her. Her muscles surged, and she was enveloped in electricity. The 3rd soul skill, Dragon's Fury, now unleashed. Yu Tianxin, embodying the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, experienced an immediate 100 boost in her attack power. And now? Can you still withstand my onslaught? With a crackle, her first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, manifested. In the next moment, Yu Tianxin gathered electric energy into her hand, transforming it into the shape of a dragon's claw, and struck fiercely at Dugu Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Tianxin charged forward once more, enveloped in electric light. Apologies, but your soul hunting ends here. With that, she aimed to deliver a devastating blow. If her strike landed, Dugu Yan would undoubtedly suffer grave injury and be forced to exit the arena. As the Thunder Dragon Claw approached, Dugu Yan's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet she found herself utterly powerless to defend. Just then, amidst the electric chaos, a somewhat bashful voice emerged from Qin Jian. I have decided to intervene slightly. Yu Tianxin abruptly looked up to see Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, hand in hand, appearing behind Dugu Yan unbeknownst to her. You are merely at level 20. Do you seek your own demise? Infuriated, Yu Tianxin dismissed Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong entirely, launching a claw strike toward the 3 of them. Rongrong, let him witness the might of level 20. Yet, as the electrically imbued claw descended, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong exchanged knowing smiles before suddenly embracing tightly. Dugu Yan, witnessing this scene, nearly cursed aloud. She had hoped that Qin Jian and his companions could at least delay Yu Tianxin's momentum, thereby preserving a glimmer of hope for victory. Instead, they abruptly embraced one another. What was the meaning of this? The onlookers outside shared a similarly bewildered expression. Huo Wu laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Is Qin Jian resigning himself? Has he come out merely to show off, thus forfeiting his qualifications? No, that is not the case. I believe he has his own plans, murmured Shui Binger. Unfortunately, her voice was too faint to reach Huo Wu's ears. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo were devoid of any concern, for they were well aware of what was transpiring. In the next moment, all those gazing at the luminous screen were momentarily taken aback. A tempest of sword energy erupted suddenly from within Qin Jian. Boom. The violent shockwave even sent Yu Tianxin flying. Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong stood closely in front of Dugu Yan, embracing tightly. Spirit fusion technique. Sword tower protection. At that moment, both extended their palms outward. Clang, clang, clang. An endless stream of sword energy converged swiftly around Qin Jian, Ning Rongrong, and Dugu Yan, transforming into a radiant purple sword tower. It was, indeed, a spirit fusion technique. Yu Tianxin's pupils constricted sharply. How could this be a spirit fusion technique? The onlookers outside fell into stunned silence. At this juncture, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled like snow, while Huowu's expression darkened. You should have mentioned that you possessed a spirit fusion technique. Huowu clenched her fists, internally raging. Why did I bother with all that previous effort? I would have simply given it to you. Without delving into the myriad expressions of the external crowd, Yu Tianxin within the soul-hunting arena quickly regained his composure. Even with a spirit fusion technique, I shall fight. He had no choice but to engage, for his third soul skill could not strengthen indefinitely. It would last at most another minute before dissipating. Swish. Yu Tianxin suddenly appeared before the sword tower, his hands morphing into claw-like lightning. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Clash. The clang of metal reverberated. Yu Tianxin felt his palm tingle from the impact, yet the sword tower remained steadfast. Such formidable defense. His gaze turned fierce, and the thunder surged forth once more. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. His combat power surged by another 30, and Yu Tianxin transformed into a streak of lightning, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sounds of clashing echoed, and the sword tower began to tremble slightly. Hey! Can your spirit fusion technique withstand a third soul skill of level 30? Douluo couldn't help but inquire. With Qin Jian cradling Ningrongrong, the two were enveloped in a radiant purple sword spirit and a 7 treasures glazed tile, gently intertwining around them. With just his third soul skill, he won't be able to breach our defense, Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. Their spirit fusion technique could withstand even an avalanche. How could it possibly be shattered by the power of a level 30 soul skill? Perhaps if it were level 40, there might be cause for concern. Rather than fret over that, it would be wiser to bolster the venomous assault of the Emerald Scale Serpent. After all, a spirit fusion technique cannot defend indefinitely. Qin Jian raised his gaze at the sword tower and remarked, we should have at most half a minute remaining. Rest assured, as long as you can completely fend off his third soul skill, the next phase shall be entrusted to me. Douluo's emerald green hair swayed gently. Her hands raised slightly, as tendrils of verdant poison seeped from the ground, relentlessly assailing Yu Tianxin. Engrossed in a state of frenzied assault, Yu Tianxin remained oblivious to this transformation. Truly, as a direct disciple of the sword Douluo, she always chose the most opportune moments to intervene in battle. Meanwhile, the external committee member, Dream Machine, observed, the first time, he did not bring Ningrongrong along, thus achieving an element of surprise. This time, he waited until Yu Tianxin employed her most formidable soul skill before unveiling his martial soul fusion technique for defense. His mind remained calm, his thoughts clear. Were it not for the fact that his martial soul was a sword of slaughter rather than one inclined towards control, he would indeed possess great potential as a control-type soul master. He let out a slight sigh, lamenting, alas, in a moment of impulsive curiosity. I tested his limits and inadvertently offended the sword Douluo, rendering my efforts to recruit Qin Jian into the academy futile. Such a pity. Chapter 45. You have been struck by the venom of the azure-scaled serpent within the soul-hunting grounds. The fusion technique of Qin Jian and Ningrongrong dissipated almost simultaneously with Yu Tianxin's third soul skill. Gasping slightly, Yu Tianxin remarked, indeed, the fusion technique is formidable. As the sound of footsteps approached, Douluo stepped forward, stating, you've exhausted your third soul skill and significantly depleted your soul power. Do you still wish to continue battling me? Casting a sidelong glance at her, Yu Tianxin replied, while it is true that I cannot expel you from the soul hunting grounds at present, do not presume that you can claim victory over me. I shall keep a close watch on you, and see if you can still find an opportunity to hunt a soul beast. Despicable. Douluo could not help but exclaim, though a smile soon crept onto her lips. Yu Tianxin, do not think that I remained idle while they protected me. Are you still able to lift your arm? Wow, what? Yu Tianxin froze, only to realize she could not raise her arm. A cold sweat breaking out upon her brow. This is the venom of the azure-scaled serpent? When did it happen? Douluo merely shrugged, disinterested in providing an explanation. When battling a poison master, one must always be wary of their toxins. Observing Yu Tianxin's bewildered expression, Qin Jian kindly interjected. From the very beginning of the battle, you were being continuously poisoned. With a disdainful snort, Douluo continued, had it not been for your third soul skill. If I had just delayed you for another 3 minutes, you would have been incapacitated. Such a fool, only knowing how to fight. Yu Tianxin glared at her, her expression darkening. I acknowledge my oversight, and you had assistance from Qin Jian and the others. Thus, my defeat is not unjust. You should quickly seek the committee for an antidote. If you delay further, no one will be able to save you. Perhaps sensing Yu Tianqin's acceptance of defeat, Douluo Yin offered this piece of advice. Nodding, Yu Tianqin turned to Qin Jian and said, "Your fusion technique is indeed powerful. But I hope that one day I can engage in a proper battle with you, not in this manner." Qin Jian shrugged, responding, "Perhaps another time." As she departed, Douluo Yin suddenly sank to the ground. This person is truly formidable. It took so long for the azure-scaled serpent's venom to take effect. "And I too am at my limits," she panted softly. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in realization, "So you two are unable to hold on." Douluo Yin shot her a glance before turning to Qin Jian. "Thank you for your assistance this time. I shall remember this kindness." Brother Jian, noticing Qin Jian's unwavering gaze, Ning Rongrong scolded, "You must not keep staring at her." Douluo Yin regarded Qin Jian with curiosity, perplexed by his intense scrutiny. "Have you discovered something?" she inquired, intrigued. Qin Jian hesitated momentarily before responding, "Forgive my candidness, but I have noticed that you seem to have been afflicted by chronic toxins." "I am poisoned?" Douluo Yan's face was a mask of confusion as she quickly shook her head. "That is impossible. My own martial soul is a deadly poison. How could I possibly be poisoned?" Qin Jian shook his head and said earnestly, "The poison coursing through you is that of the emerald scale serpent, likely a consequence of prolonged exposure to its martial soul." Despite his serious tone, Douluo Yin wore a skeptical expression. Qin Jian offered a gentle smile and continued, "I understand your disbelief. I merely share this for your consideration. Whether you choose to believe it or not is inconsequential. However, if my judgment is accurate, the continued onslaught of this poison will undoubtedly impact your lifespan." His additional remark caused Douluo Yan's complexion to alter dramatically. "I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims, but I shall inform my grandfather," she stated with utmost seriousness. "If this holds true, I shall remember your kindness." "Thank you." Hearing her express this sentiment eased the tension in Qin Jian's heart. "What I need is for you to discuss this with Douluo." He gestured lightly. "I am merely offering a warning. I cannot remedy this lingering emerald scale serpent poison. Only a certain friend of mine could." He uttered the last part in a hushed tone, ensuring Douluo Yin could barely catch his words. Half an hour later, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong finally entered the elite zone. During this time, Douluo Yin had successfully located a suitable spirit beast and commenced absorbing her spirit ring. The other students engaged in the soul hunting expedition had already completed their tasks and stood before the luminous barrier, eager to discover the spirit beasts residing in the elite zone. "Rongrong, your first spirit skill enhances your attack power. Your second should ideally augment your speed or defense. Let us pursue spirit beasts with this in mind," Qin Jian remarked, their expressions turning serious. "Moreover, it would be preferable for the spirit beast's age to lie between 800 and 900 years. We hope to find an appropriate match." Gradually, they delved deeper into the elite hunting grounds, encountering numerous spirit beasts. Yet, despite their commendable qualities, none matched their desired attributes or age. An hour passed, and even Douluo Yin had completed her absorption of the spirit ring, exiting the hunting grounds. At that moment, the entire Tiando Royal Academy was focused on Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air. Qin Jian's eyes brightened. "That is the sound of a demon wolf. If it is a Gale demon wolf, it would be perfect." The two hastened toward the source of the cry. Soon, atop a mountain peak, a colossal wolf enveloped in emerald winds materialized before them. A Gale demon wolf with wings. Outside, Feng Xiaoyan's gaze flickered. This was undoubtedly the most suitable spirit beast for him, albeit slightly younger than preferred. A Gale demon wolf, with wings, aged. Qin Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 900 years. Perfect. Rongrong, that is the one. As Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong charged toward the winged Gale demon wolf, the onlookers, including Ning Fengxi and Sword Douluo Mengshenji, furrowed their brows in concern. The 900-year-old soul beast, though Sword and Rongrong could barely contend with it, was none other than the Gale magic wolf, whose prowess lay predominantly in its swiftness. Ning Fengxi could not help but grip his staff tightly. Once it took to its heels, it would be impossible to catch up, and the presence of wings indicated that this Gale magic wolf possessed the ability to fly. Similarly, Sword Douluo clenched his fists in trepidation. Even in the soul hunting grounds, this soul beast resided at an unequivocal pinnacle of power. Sword, do exercise caution. Chapter 46. A heart-stopping encounter in the soul hunting grounds as Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong gradually approached the summit. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The Gale Wind Demon Wolf had already detected their presence. its emerald eyes fixated intently on the duo, showing no signs of retreat. Rong, this soul beast is formidable, Qin Jian urged, halting at a distance of approximately 100 meters from the menacing creature. Once you unleash your first soul skill, retreat and follow me discreetly. Do not get too close, he instructed. Ning Rongrong instinctively nodded, yet concern clouded her expression as she replied, Brother Jian, if I'm not by your side, we won't be able to execute our martial soul fusion technique. This is the Gale Wind Demon Wolf. Its speed will not allow us to perform the fusion technique. Before Qin Jian could finish his thought, the demon wolf surged forward with impatience. A powerful gust followed in its wake. Rong, soul skill. Qin Jian summoned his martial soul, the purple sword, into his grasp, while Ning Rongrong manifested the 7-treasure glazed tower. 7 treasures, renowned. The first, strength. Instantly, a luminous halo enveloped Qin Jian, augmenting his attack power by 20%. Retreat. Qin Jian commanded, launching himself forward, sword raised, aiming a strike at the demon wolf's head. However, the creature swiftly conjured a verdant whirlwind around its head, effortlessly deflecting Qin Jian's attack. With a ferocious growl, it lunged at him, jaws wide open. Brother Jian, be careful. Ning Rongrong's warning barely reached him as he dodged, unleashing a massive sword energy aimed at the wolf's exposed flank. The wolf, being a canine soul beast, boasted formidable defenses at both its head and tail, with its weakest point lying at its waist. Did you think I would aim for your head? Qin Jian scoffed, as he delivered a blow that sent the wolf staggering. Propelling himself off the ground, he darted to the side of the creature. Behold, sword energy. A surge of purple energy shot forth, targeting the wolf's vulnerable midsection. Yet, having learned from its earlier misstep, the Gale Wind Demon Wolf braced itself, channeling its soul power to form a protective whirlwind around its waist, narrowly countering Qin Jian's sword energy. Quite clever, Qin Jian mused as he quickly retreated. Just as the wolf's paw swiped at his previous position, both combatants withdrew several meters, catching their breath while maintaining an unwavering gaze upon one another. The rapid exchange of blows left Ning Rongrong dizzy with excitement, her heart racing with tension, and even the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. With a keen awareness of Qin Jian's tenacity, the Gale Wind Demon Wolf took a few steps back, unfurling its wings as if preparing to take flight. Trying to escape? Having finally encountered such a fitting soul beast, I cannot let you go so easily. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Jian charged forward. As the wolf's wings began to flap, lifting its massive form into the air, Qin Jian's resolve solidified. You shall not flee. At this moment, Qin Jian had already reached the front of the Wind Fury Demon Wolf and decisively leapt onto its back. The demon wolf, unable to evade in time, found itself with Qin Jian astride upon it. With a ferocious howl, the beast flapped its wings at incredible speed, soaring into the sky with Qin Jian in tow. Brother Jian, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock. The onlookers outside were equally astounded. Qin Jian possessed only a soul power of level 20. Should he be thrown off by the Wind Fury Demon Wolf, it would surely result in his demise. In a flash, Sword Douluo radiated with a brilliant light, summoning his 7-killing sword martial soul, prepared for any necessary rescue. Meanwhile, within the soul hunting arena, the Wind Fury Demon Wolf ascended to great heights, occasionally diving down in an attempt to dislodge Qin Jian. Yet, Qin Jian had long since retracted his martial soul, gripping the wolf's mane with both hands, firmly affixed as if he were a nail driven into its back. The demon wolf, realizing that neither the heavens nor the earth could rid itself of this persistent rider, plunged into the forest, weaving between branches at breakneck speed, attempting to fling Qin Jian against the trunks of trees. This demon wolf was remarkably cunning. After enduring several jarring impacts, Qin Jian felt his soul power significantly depleting. He understood that perilous measures were now imperative, otherwise, he would be the first to succumb. With his left hand still clinging tightly to the mane, he spun several times, wrapping the wolf's fur around his palm, then gradually loosened his grip with the right hand. The demon wolf sensed Qin Jian's maneuver and immediately intensified its erratic flight. With one hand occupied, Qin Jian struggled to maintain his balance, colliding with a tree trunk and nearly being flung off. The harrowing scene elicited gasps from the spectators. On the mountaintop, Ning Rongrong watched in a frenzy, unsure of how to react. Just a mere 900-year soul beast, submit to your fate. Qin Jian roared, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. His right hand summoned the purple sword martial soul, wielded it in reverse, and thrust it fiercely into the demon wolf's flank. With such proximity and the full force of Qin Jian behind the strike, The purple sword successfully penetrated 3 inches deep. The wind-fury demon wolf emitted a deafening roar, a flicker of fear manifesting in its cruel eyes. In the next instant, it ascended skyward, its wings unfurling, catapulting its body backward and leaving Qin Jian suspended in midair. Brother Jian! Jianer! Qin Jian! The arena erupted in astonishment. Yet, Qin Jian did not fall, for he remained steadfastly gripping the wolf's mane, and once more. His right hand summoned the purple sword, plunging it into the same wound with renewed vigor. Submit now, and become Rongrong's soul ring. Suspended in the air, the young man bellowed in fury. Drawing upon an inexplicable reserve of strength, he tightened his grip on the demon wolf and the sword's hilt, swinging himself in midair, causing another gasp from the crowd. In the next heartbeat, he flipped and positioned himself beneath the demon wolf's belly, facing the sky. Die. With both hands gripping the sword inverted, he plunged it downward with all his might. The Gale demon wolf was finally gravely wounded, rendered incapable of maintaining its inverted position, and bereft of the strength to right itself. Thus, it plummeted from the heavens alongside Qin Jian. The descent quickened. Qin Jian cast a glance downward, realizing that a fall of this nature would undoubtedly lead to his demise. With determination, he thought, I refuse to perish alongside you. In a bold maneuver, he seized one of the wolf's wings midair, flipping it over. Utilizing the power of his martial soul, the long sword, he managed to turn the creature right side up while suspended in the air. As the ground loomed ever closer, the wolf's instinct for survival ignited, prompting it to laboriously flap its wings in a desperate attempt to regain control. Chapter 47. A sword in my hand with a swift and ferocious descent. Even the magical wolf's dual wings could not entirely mitigate the falling momentum. As they plummeted towards the ground at a staggering speed of at least 100 miles per hour, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a cloud of dust that billowed from the depths of the forest, dragging along the earth for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Brother Jian! Ning Rongrong exerted all her strength to dash towards the direction where Qin Jian and the Gale magical wolf had fallen, taking a full 5 minutes to finally arrive. By this time, the dust had begun to settle. All eyes, including Ning Rongrong's, converged upon the scene. They beheld the massive form of the Gale magical wolf sprawled upon the ground, blood seeping profusely around it. On its back, Qin Jian leaned against his purple sword, swaying unsteadily. Brother Jian, are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired anxiously. Qin Jian turned his gaze downward and spotted her diminutive figure. A slow smile crept across his face. Rongrong, quickly deliver a finishing blow to this wolf. It's on the brink of death. Are you unharmed? Seemingly oblivious to his concern, Ning Rongrong attempted to climb up. I'm fine. Qin Jian replied helplessly. I'm merely fatigued. You must strike it down swiftly, or my efforts will be in vain. Only then did Ning Rongrong feel reassured, hastily retrieving a dagger from her magical device and approaching the wolf's head. However, just as she prepared to deliver the final blow, the dying wolf suddenly bared its teeth, startling her. Bang! At that moment, Qin Jian placed his foot firmly upon the wolf's head, growling fiercely. Even at death's door, why do you still show your fangs? Rongrong, finish it. His tone had not yet softened, and the ferocity in his demeanor startled Ning Rongrong, causing her to tremble and nearly drop the dagger. Rongrong, I wasn't directing that at you, Qin Jian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He realized that the sword, indeed a weapon of slaughter, influenced him to exude a menacing aura during intense battles. Oh. Ning Rongrong hurried forward. This time, no further mishaps occurred. She plunged the dagger down, extinguishing the last remnants of the wolf's life force. Subsequently, a yellow soul ring shimmered into existence. Outside the soul hunting arena, everyone collectively exhaled in relief at that moment. The series of events had been so heart-stopping that they had not dared to breathe, remaining tense until now. That child Jian possesses an innate ferocity. It's no wonder he awakened a sword-shaped martial spirit, the sword Douluo remarked as he finally retracted his martial spirit. The 7-killing sword. Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully, saying, initially, I regretted that he was not a control-type soul master, given his calm interference in others' battles. Yet now, witnessing his prowess in hunting soul beasts, it is apparent. He paused, a smile breaking forth. He is undoubtedly a born strong attack-type battle soul master. A perfect match for Rongrong. The sword Douluo shot him a sidelong glance, sensing that his sect leader seemed particularly fond of Qin Jian at that moment. Fengji, you wouldn't be contemplating a union between Jian and Rongrong, would you? He probed cautiously. Ning Fengji nodded slightly and remarked, although it may be somewhat uncomfortable for me as a father, Qin Jian has truly gone above and beyond for Rongrong. whether it was yesterday or today. I find little reason to hesitate. The sword Douluo averted his gaze, uncertain of what expression to wear. One was his cherished disciple, the other a precious gem of the entire sect. If they were to become engaged, it would indeed be a match made in heaven. Yet, alas, Qin Jian is a million-year soul beast, endowed with the burden of the 9 trials of emotion. This is an existence fraught with heart-wrenching implications. Should they be bound together now, one can only ponder the myriad entanglements that may arise in the future. He truly did not know. Disregarding the myriad discussions and astonishments from the outside world, Ning Rongrong finally began to absorb her second soul ring. 900 years. This was precisely her limit. Thus, despite her body trembling incessantly, she persevered with great difficulty. Until half an hour later. Brother Jian, I did it. Ning Rongrong stood up with a flourish, a bright yellow soul ring ascending from beneath her feet. My second soul skill consumes a similar amount of soul power as my first, enhancing my speed. Her words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Qin Jian's eyes. Generally speaking, as soul skills progress, their power increases, along with the consumption of soul power. The fact that Ning Rongrong achieved such a result was likely due to her martial soul as supportive attributes and the constancy of her amplifications. As she absorbed higher-level soul rings, the required soul power would relatively diminish. It was worth all my efforts to procure this soul beast for you. Qin Jian nodded with satisfaction. Ning Rongrong leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Hee, thank you, Brother Jian." Qin Jian affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, we should head out now. Everyone is probably waiting for us." As they emerged hand in hand from the soul hunting grounds, they found all eyes fixed upon them. More precisely, all gazes were directed at Qin Jian. Even in his tattered clothing and dusty visage, not a soul dared to mock him. Even Wu Wu and Yu Tianxin, who had previously borne a grudge, found themselves at a loss for words, for the scene of Qin Jian's final hunt of the Gale Demon Wolf was simply too exhilarating, leaving them with lingering trepidation. Qin Jian, Ning Rongrong, congratulations on obtaining the soul rings you desired. Dream God Machine first extended his congratulations to them before addressing everyone. Thus concludes this round of soul hunting. I wish all students greater achievements in the future. After delivering this statement, he did not wait for the crowd to disperse, but rather, along with the 2 committee members, hurriedly made his way to his side, clearly attempting to avoid someone. Yet, as fate would have it, trouble was at hand. 3 committee members, don't rush off. At that moment, the sword Douluo stepped forward with arms crossed and a commanding presence. Have we forgotten our agreed-upon sparring? The crowd, initially ready to disperse, suddenly brightened at the prospect. The battle between the peak Douluo and the 3 soul Douluo was indeed a rare sight to behold. The trio of Dream Machine turned around with furrowed brows, their clandestine plan to sneak away having utterly failed. Despite the obstacles they faced, Jinner and Rongrong ultimately obtained what they desired, and I shall not burden you further. The sword Douluo's 9 soul rings illuminated with a radiant glow. You shall receive my strike. The 3 members of the committee exchanged glances before nodding in unison. To shy away from even a single strike from the sword Douluo would bring disgrace upon their faces in front of the students. Among them, 2 were control system soul Douluo, and the 3rd was a defense system expert. They believed that unleashing their full power might indeed withstand a blow from the sword Douluo. Jinner, observe well. This is the true embodiment of the unity between man and sword. The sword Douluo's figure gradually ascended into the air, his right hand pointing skyward as the martial soul, the 7 kills sword, materialized above him. With a resounding clang, an endless stream of sword energy transformed into myriad sword shadows, enveloping a radius of 1 mile. In the next moment, like a flock of birds converging towards the phoenix, all the sword energy coalesced into the central sword above the 7 kills sword martial soul. With a resonating hum, a colossal sword measuring several hundred meters in length manifested before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 48. The poison Douluo comes knocking. Behold, a single stroke. The sword Douluo's right hand, a sword pointing forward, sliced through the air. With all his might, he prepared to resist. The 3 committee members activated all 24 soul rings. Their martial souls manifested, uniting their strength to confront the immense sword descending from the heavens. Boom. They could not withstand the attack of a pinnacle Douluo, let alone the fearsome strike of the sword Douluo. Master Jian, show some mercy. At that moment, Ning Fengji's voice echoed through the air. The sword Douluo smirked, then redirected his sword. The colossal sword in the sky similarly altered its course, slicing toward the distant mountains. Swoosh! A sharp sound pierced the silence. And just when everyone anticipated a cataclysmic upheaval, all the disturbances suddenly vanished. Could it be that the sword Douluo's strike was merely grand in spectacle, yet lacking in true power? Some could not help but ponder. Yet, in the next instant, all gazes narrowed. For upon the opposing mountain, a fissure appeared diagonally. Rumble. Then, the entire mountaintop collapsed, stones and trees raining down like a tempest. All were momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming force. The might of a single stroke was terrifying beyond measure. The aftershocks of the soul-hunting event could not dissipate so swiftly. Nearly the entire imperial city buzzed with discussion. Whether it was Qin Jian piercing through level 9, then breaching the hidden level 5, or his selfless relinquishment of his hunting quota for Ningrongrong. Whether it was his invitations from the Five-Element Academy and even the Tiando Royal Academy, or the Sword Douluo's challenge to the 3 major committees. Whether it was Qin Jian aiding the Water Ice Princess of the Tianshui Academy, or assisting Douluo Yan against Yu Tianxin. Whether it was Qin Jian single-handedly hunting the twin-winged Gale Wolf, or the Sword Douluo's terrifying strike. This edition of the soul-hunting event had witnessed an abundance of occurrences, far too many to be quelled within just a few days. In all these tales, regardless of the circumstances, the name Qin Jian could not be avoided. Even the Sword Douluo's actions were for his sake. Thus, in no time, Qin Jian's fame skyrocketed to the point of attracting crowds wherever he went. Naturally, Qin Jian paid little heed to this. His greater concern lay in whether the poisoned Douluo would come calling. As fate would have it, scarcely a day passed. The very next morning, Douluo arrived unaccompanied at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the reception hall, Ning Fengji rose to greet Qin Jian as he entered. Qin Jian, the poisoned Douluo wishes to speak with you privately. What are your thoughts? Though Douluo's visit was unexpected, with the Sword Douluo as his mentor, Ning Fengji harbored no fears about Douluo's intentions. Upon entering, Qin Jian felt the piercing gaze of serpentine eyes upon him. Maintaining his composure, he replied, Uncle Ning, I anticipated this matter. You need not worry. Hearing this, Ning Fengji set aside his remaining doubts and slowly exited. Do you refer to Sect Master Ning as uncle? Douluo did not hastily broach the subject of the Bailin snake's poison, but instead inquired about this. Qin Jian smiled and replied, It is the Sect Master's kindness that permits me this address. Douluo slowly nodded, elevating Qin Jian's status in his mind. Let us discuss the matter at hand. I have heard from Yin that you have discovered the accumulation of emerald scale serpent poison within her, which may even endanger her life. Douluo's serpentine eyes suddenly pierced through, making Qin Jian feel as though he were facing not a man, but a venomous serpent. Not just her. It seems to me that you are even more deeply poisoned, to the point of being critically ill. Qin Jian was not intimidated by Douluo's demeanor and calmly replied, I believe you are quite aware of this yourself. As your soul power increases, the erosion from your emerald scale, serpent martial spirit intensifies. Douluo's gaze gradually narrowed. If you were not a disciple of the sword path Qinshin, I would have already been unable to restrain myself from attacking you. Why bother? Senior. Qin Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, I am merely offering a kind reminder. Without any ill intentions. Douluo snorted coldly and remarked, You are not merely reminding me. You are waiting for me to seek you out, are you not? Otherwise, how could you have mentioned that there is a way to cure it? Qin Jian chuckled and did not deny it. Indeed, Senior, you possess something I require, which prompted me to resort to this strategy. Does that mean you can truly assist Yin and me in detoxifying? Douluo's figure suddenly appeared before Qin Jian, his gaze both chillingly menacing and secretly hopeful. Unfortunately, Qin Jian felt no fear. His understanding of Douluo's character, combined with the subconscious implication in his mention of Yin before himself, indicated that he was not a malevolent person, merely eccentric. Perhaps Douluo misheard. In truth, I cannot detoxify. As soon as Qin Jian spoke, Douluo's expression turned frostily severe. Are you deceiving me? Calm down, calm down. Qin Jian waved his hands repeatedly, saying, As a mere level 20 soul master, how could I dare to deceive a titled Douluo? The one who can detoxify is a friend of mine. Qin Jian clarified, but he is not here at the moment. He may take another 3 or 4 years to arrive, and at that time, he would be able to detoxify both you and Douluo. Douluo's expression revealed no sign of joy. He simply asked, What do you want in return? Qin Jian blinked and responded, I have heard that the poisoned Douluo possesses a treasure hidden in the heart of the Sunset Forest. I desire a flower from within. Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly. What flower? A tulip, Qin Jian replied. There should be only one in your treasure trove, so it should not be difficult to find. Wait here. Suddenly, the figure of the poisoned Douluo shot outward and vanished in an instant. Why did he agree so readily? Qin Jian furrowed his brow. At that moment, The sword Douluo and Ning Fengji entered the reception hall. Jinner, what does that old poison master want with you? The sword Douluo asked impatiently. Qin Jian composed himself and replied, Teacher, do not worry. I merely wish to exchange a precious item for Rong. Again for Rong. Ning Fengji observed Qin Jian's expression with great tenderness. Jin Douluo nodded and said, If he harbors any ill intentions, you may seek me at any time. All right. Qin Jian replied with a slight nod. The strength of the title Douluo was indeed formidable, as their pace was remarkably swift even while traveling. Qin Jian observed. Beads of sweat immediately trickling down his forehead. He could not comprehend how Douluo had mistaken the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tianju for the exquisite Qilua Yujingxiang. Chapter 49. Please administer the poison, senior. What you have brought is a chrysanthemum, not a tulip, Qin Jian cautiously reminded. Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly. I am adept in the art of poison. How could I possibly misidentify it? I declare this to be a tulip, and so it shall be. Qin Jian was taken aback. He regarded Douluo intently, and after a moment of silence, he solemnly inquired, Senior, what price do you wish me to pay? Ha ha. Douluo suddenly burst into hearty laughter. I must admit, I find you rather amusing, little one. You are quite astute. After a spell of laughter, he moved to a nearby chair, took a sip of water, and continued, You expect me to wait 3 or 4 years. How can I be certain you are not merely a wolf in sheep's clothing? You must earn my trust. Qin Jian shook his head, Senior. You are aware that I am a direct disciple of the sword Douluo and a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could I be so deceitful? Douluo huffed disdainfully. With the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the sword Douluo, I have no reason for concern. However, I, Douluo, have lived my life as a solitary wanderer and cannot place my hopes upon your sex renown. Senior, please articulate how I can gain your trust, Qin Jian boldly asked. Douluo's serpent-like gaze fixed upon him, and he slowly replied, Since you have pledged to cure Yin and me of our poison, I require you to endure the same poison we bear. Qin Jian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such caution from Douluo. Believing that his lineage as a disciple of the sword Douluo and his affiliation with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would suffice, he could choose to avoid this negotiation and discuss it with Ning Fengji instead. Yet, the consequences of such an action were uncertain, especially given Douluo's notoriously eccentric temperament. Moreover, this was the last opportunity he had to do something for Ning Rong before they parted ways. What's the matter? Afraid? Douluo sneered coldly. Do not think you can intimidate me with the titles of Sword Douluo or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your faction is vast, yet I stand alone. I am certain that Master Ning would prefer not to irreparably offend a title Douluo. Senior. Qin Jian smiled gently and raised his head. Please administer the poison. Douluo was taken aback. You truly dare to accept my Bihua snake poison? Know that what I administer directly is far more potent than that which resides within Yin. If you cannot resolve it, you may perish before even I do. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Please, Senior, administer the poison, Qin Jian said, clasping his fists respectfully. Douluo was somewhat moved. Before that, might you share what compels you, little one, to make such a sacrifice? A gentle expression graced Qin Jian's delicate features. For the one I cherish. The cold, serpent-like glint in Douluo's eyes faded. He could not help but acknowledge that this little one's character was quite to his liking. Behind him, a massive martial spirit, the Bihua snake, began to slither towards Qin Jian. However, a transaction is a transaction. Once you have found someone to relieve Yin and me of our poison, then we may discuss camaraderie. Hiss! The Bihua snake opened its gaping maw, releasing a wave of putrid odor. It was then that Qin Jian realized the source of the foul stench emanating from Douluo. The emerald serpent paid no heed to its victim's thoughts, swiftly sinking its fangs into Qin Jian's left hand, the visibly vibrant green venom gradually infiltrating his bloodstream. Well, I initially intended to inflict a venom that would grant you no more than 5 years of life. However, having changed my mind, I have administered merely half the dose. You shall live for at least another decade, Douluo proclaimed. Qin Jian nodded lightly, unperturbed by the venom coursing through him. After all, he would eventually reunite with Xiao Wu and inevitably cross paths with Tang San. Thus, the prospect of antidotes was hardly a concern. The marks on your left hand will soon vanish. Fret not. I shall fetch you that tulip. The decisive Douluo swiftly disappeared once more. Qin Jian glanced down at his left hand, where the intricate network of veins had turned a ghastly green hue, a sight both alarming and grotesque. Jinner, I have heard that the Snow Knight Emperor has brought Xue Qinghe, to propose to Rongrong. Come with me to witness this. At that moment, Jian Douluo entered the reception hall. Master, what did you just say? Their astonished exclamations echoed in unison. Master, this is merely a transaction. There is no need for concern. Jian Douluo furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Qin Jian's left hand before continuing. As you know, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has always supported the Tiando royal family, and the sect leader is the Prince's Minor. His visit to propose is intended to solidify their ties with her sect. Qin Jian's brow furrowed deeply. This event was never supposed to transpire. What went awry? Or is this merely a false alarm, one that will not materialize? Master, let us go and see, Qin Jian said, concealing his left hand within his sleeve. Jian Douluo regarded him, stating, Jianer, you cannot simply let go of Rongrong, can you? Indeed, Master, I shall never be able to forget her. Qin Jian replied earnestly. Jian Douluo nodded slightly and proceeded toward the door. As the two approached the entrance of the conference hall, before they could step inside, they overheard Ning Rongrong's furious voice. Father, I do not wish to be engaged to him. My heart belongs to Qin Jian. Qin Jian hesitated, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Taking a deep breath, he slowly entered. At this juncture, Ning Fengji interjected, Your Majesty, Qinghe, as you can see, Rongrong has already pledged her heart to Qin Jian. It is indeed inappropriate to further discuss the matter of Qinghe and Rongrong. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Qin Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The figures of Jian Douluo and Qin Jian entering the hall captured the attention of all present. From Qin Jian's perspective, the highest authority was naturally the Snow Knight Emperor alongside Ning Fengji, flanked by Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong, with no one else in attendance. Ah, it is young Qin. Xue Qinghe seemed unfazed by the proposal, greeting Qin Jian warmly. Qin Jian nodded in acknowledgement, then, along with Jian Douluo, respectfully bowed to the Snow Knight Emperor before standing alongside Ning Rongrong. Brother Jian. Without a second thought, Ning Rongrong clasped Qin Jian's left arm. I wish to be with you. Qin Jian smiled in return, affirming, I feel the same. Oh, Brother Jian, what has happened to your hand? As his left hand was intertwined with Ning Rongrong's, his palm inevitably revealed itself, the vivid green veins captivating the attention of all present. I am perfectly fine. Qin Jian casually brushed his left hand aside, stating, This will fade away shortly. Are you truly all right? Where did this come from? Ning Rongrong pressed on with her inquiries. Before Qin Jian could respond, Sword Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Xue Qinghe across from him and remarked, Jianer, is this not the poison you incurred in your transaction with Douluo for Rongrong? Chapter 50, Engagement for the sake of Rongrong? Engaging in a transaction with the solitary bow. Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe spoke simultaneously, their focus divergent, leading to differing expressions. Ah! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Jian, you struck a deal with the poisoned Douluo? And you were poisoned? Qin Jian tenderly brushed her silky hair and reassured her, Do not be alarmed. This is merely a chronic toxin. I know the antidote. The willingness to be poisoned was solely to exchange for a treasure. He then gently caressed Ning Rongrong's smooth cheek, adding, It is something of utmost importance to you. Upon hearing this, even Ning Fengji felt a twinge of curiosity. However, Xue Qinghe was quick to intervene, sensing that if the conversation continued, her plans might be jeopardized. Teacher, I am aware that Rongrong harbors strong feelings for Qin Jian. She stepped forward with a sincere expression, continuing, I do not seek to tear them apart. But firstly, youthful emotions are often unstable. Secondly, such an engagement bears significant political implications for both the royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, ready to interject. But Xue Qinghe pressed on. This engagement can be annulled in a few years if Rongrong is unwilling. What the royal family desires is merely the semblance of support. A whisper to the empire that we have the backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this juncture, Xue Qinghe addressed Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. I truly do not wish to complicate matters for you. I have faith that your bond will remain untainted. Her words were delivered with remarkable candor, seemingly trivial. Yet, for Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, this was of monumental significance. How could a couple in love be indifferent to such an engagement? After all, it effectively meant that Ning Rongrong would be regarded as Xue Qinghe's fiancée. I refuse. I will never be engaged to you. Ning Rongrong's anger swelled. I do not even like you. I will not consent to this engagement. Rongrong, this is not solely for you. It is for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xue Qinghe smiled. Do not call me Rongrong. Are we that close? Ning Rongrong retorted. I only wish to marry Brother Jian. If you persist in your demands, I will embrace Brother Jian in the streets every day, bringing shame upon your royal family. Her childish outburst, though humorous to Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and the Snow Knight Emperor, bore considerable weight. This matter, Rongrong might truly follow through with it. Ning Fengji chuckled wryly at the Snow Knight Emperor. I have indulged her too much. Your Majesty, please do not take offense. The Snow Knight Emperor maintained a serene demeanor, revealing neither joy nor anger. Master Ning, you are too polite. Since Rongrong is unwilling, we can compromise and forego the engagement, merely allowing a whisper to circulate. How does that sound? Shui Qinghe nodded slightly. That would be acceptable. With the conversation reaching this point, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School found it difficult to refuse. For they had been supporters of the royal family for many years and could not genuinely sever ties. Ning Fengji cast a troubled glance at Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong, letting out a soft sigh. Then let us first. Father. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Subsequently, Ning Fengji and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, for at that instant, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly leaped into Qin Jian's embrace, her soft lips pressing against his. Qin Jian's eyes widened slightly, soon feeling the gentle warmth of her lips, refreshing like jelly. This was their first kiss. An unexpected setting, an unforeseen moment. Yet neither felt out of place, as if this was destined to happen. Ning Fengji covered his forehead, lamenting, my old face has been thoroughly embarrassed by this little girl. Shui Qinghe's expression twitched as he remarked, Rongrong truly is. While the Snow Knight Emperor burst into hearty laughter, saying, Qinghe, let it be. Forcing them apart would only make us the villains. I certainly do not wish for the Tiando royal family to become adversaries with the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, Shui Qinghe replied. Yet his gaze did not rest on Ning Rongrong but rather lingered on Qin Jian's exquisite features, lost in contemplation. All right. Even the wind has ceased, Rongrong. You are truly remarkable, he whispered with a smile in Ning Rongrong's ear. This unexpected moment had taken even him by surprise. Yet the stirring of emotions was enough to be etched in memory. This youthful, fervent affection, as Ning Rongrong's initial anger dissipated. A sudden shyness enveloped her, prompting her to bury her little head in Qin Jian's embrace. Observing her demeanor, Ning Fengji shook his head and turned to Sword Douluo, saying, Uncle Jian, I believe there is no better day than today. Let us arrange their engagement right now, especially since His Majesty is here to witness it. Sword Douluo smiled gently. I think that would be fitting. Rongrong? Ning Fengji approached, patting Ning Rongrong's small head. What say you? Do you still oppose this? And no. I do not oppose. Ning Rongrong murmured from within Qin Jian's embrace. And you, Qin Jian? Do you wish to be engaged to Rongrong? Ning Fengji inquired. Directing his gaze at Qin Jian. Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a sudden turn of events. He looked up at Sword Douluo, then glanced at Shui Qinghe across from him, finally focusing on the young girl in his arms. He spoke softly yet resolutely, I am willing, and I shall never have regrets. Ning Rongrong trembled slightly, raising her head to meet Qin Jian's gaze, exclaiming, So am I. Ha ha ha. I initially intended to arrange Qinghe's engagement, but it seems I have inadvertently facilitated this young couple instead. The Snow Knight Emperor displayed no signs of anger, instead speaking warmly. Then, in the name of the royal family, I shall draft their marriage contract as an official witness of the Tiando Empire. How does that sound? Ning Fengji smiled and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. He understood that this was the Snow Knight Emperor's way of yielding to a failed union, thus facilitating a personal favor. This approach effectively alleviates the lingering animosity between Ning Rongrong and Qin Jian, truly reflective of a sovereign's cunning. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not overly concerned with such matters, Ning Fengji originally sought a moment to propose an engagement between Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong. As Emperor Shui Yi departed with Shui Qinghe unexpectedly paused beside Qin Jian, her demeanor radiating warmth. Little brother Qin, she said, her face aglow with cheer, momentarily leaving Qin Jian in a state of surprise. Do not forget our agreement. What agreement? Qin Jian inquired, perplexed. Shui Qinghe chuckled softly, replying, The agreement regarding whether or not we shall be together. Qin Jian scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. He truly could not fathom what the heir of the spirit hall was contemplating. Shui Qinghe laughed heartily as she departed. Chapter 51. The accompanying celestial gift, a farce unfolded. Ning Fengji shook his head and rose to his feet. He approached Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, You two are now betrothed. Do not waver in your affections. His beaming demeanor left Qin Jian feeling somewhat stiff. "Jianer, you have reached level 20. When do you plan to?" He understood that Qin Jian had done so much for Ning Rongrong recently, likely due to the impending separation. As a teacher, he could only contemplate ways to soothe Ning Fengji. "Brother Jian, what are you going to give me?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask, lifting her gaze. Qin Jian managed to force a smile, replying, "You'll find out soon enough. Come find me after dinner." "Oh." Ning Rongrong nodded absent-mindedly. Watching as Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong strolled out hand in hand, Ning Fengji fell into a moment of contemplation. Jian Douluo pondered for a moment before speaking. "Fengji, there are certain peculiarities about Qin Jian, which may lead him to act in ways you might find difficult to comprehend. However, I can assure you that he will never act against the interests of the sect." Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and replied, "What concerns me most at present is not the sect, but whether he can bring happiness to Rongrong." Jian Douluo remained silent for a moment before responding. "He will undoubtedly bring happiness to Rongrong. I trust in his character, although the journey may be fraught with challenges." "Uncle Jian." Ning Fengji hesitated but continued, "Uncle Jian, since Qin Jian is now Rongrong's fiancé, I wish to understand the nature of his issues and why the path may be difficult. If you still hold any trust in me, please share this knowledge. This is not a demand of the sect leader, but rather a plea from a father." He spoke earnestly. Jian Douluo sighed, recognizing that Ning Fengji could no longer be kept in the dark. "Sect leader, it is as follows." Without delving into the specifics of how Jian Douluo communicated the concerns regarding Qin Jian, a short while later, Poison Douluo Douluo reappeared before Qin Jian. "Little one, I have brought you the tulip you desired." Upon receiving the exquisite tulip from Douluo, Qin Jian's face bore no trace of excitement. "What's wrong? You finally obtained what you wanted, yet you display no joy?" Douluo glanced at him. Qin Jian forced a smile and replied, "This is the final gift. With the situation as it stands, I can hardly find joy in it. I truly do not understand what you are saying at such a young age. Shouldn't you be carefree?" Douluo crossed his arms. "When I was your age, I caused all sorts of trouble. What is there to fear? Pursue what you desire." "Thank you, senior." Qin Jian expressed his gratitude sincerely, then added, "In no less than 3 years and no more than 5. I shall bring others to help you and Douluo Yan with the antidote." Douluo nodded, suddenly tossing him the rare mushroom he had previously gathered, saying, "I find you somewhat likable. Since I picked this, I might as well give it to you as well." Qin Jian hurriedly accepted it. "Young man, do not burden yourself with heavy thoughts. You are still young, and no matter what you encounter, there will always be opportunities to start anew." Douluo waved his hand and said, "Then farewell." Qin Jian barely had the chance to express his gratitude before Douluo's figure vanished. The title Douluo is indeed elusive. Qin Jian shook his head, glancing at the Chihuahua tulip in his left hand and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in his right. He was surprised to find an unexpected bonus. He carefully stored both celestial plants in his soul guide before heading towards the grand simulated training ground of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon finally reaching the vicinity of the training ground entrance, he spotted Ning Rongrong's petite figure waiting there. Brother Jian, she called out, skillfully rushing towards him. Qin Jian adeptly embraced her soft form. "Brother Jian, why are we meeting here today?" Ning Rongrong inquired, leaning closer. Qin Jian smiled and replied, "Here. I asked the elder to prepare some arrangements. We will be spending the night inside." Spending the night inside the simulated training ground? Ning Rongrong looked up at him, suddenly blushing. "Is this a date?" Qin Jian bit his lip and softly affirmed, "Yes." As they entered the training ground hand in hand, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo appeared at the entrance. "I never expected something like this to happen." Ning Fengji's expression was somber. "If it weren't for Rongrong's clinginess, I would have seriously considered separating them." Jian Douluo shook his head and said, "Often, external forces cannot sever bonds. They may even deepen them. Fengji, let us regard this as a challenging trial." He spoke solemnly. "In this world, happiness cannot be obtained easily. Their future lies in their own hands." "Very well." Ning Fengji's gaze lingered on the entrance. "If it is truly destined, then I need not play the villain. If their fates are insufficient, let it serve as a test for Rongrong. I believe this will lead to her genuine growth, for I cannot protect her forever." Inside the simulated training ground, Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong strolled hand in hand. There were mountains, rivers, forests, deserts, snowy peaks, and oceans. "Brother Jian, these are scenes we have once experienced. Apart from the lack of natural disaster trials, everything else is the same, and the weather is much more pleasant." Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with nostalgia, Although not long had passed, it felt distant. At that time, she and Qin Jian were just beginning to know each other. And now, they were already engaged. Brother Jian. Ning Rongrong could not help but lean against him. That year's trials were particularly arduous. Yet when I think back, they are cherished memories I shall never forget. Rongrong. Qin Jian held her tightly, his heart gradually tightening. This cursed fate. Rongrong, do you still remember the words I asked you to cherish? Qin Jian spoke softly. Ning Rongrong lifted her head and replied without hesitation. Of course I remember, Rongrong. You said that if one day I feel that the present is not good enough, there is no need to be sorrowful or disheartened, for that merely signifies that it is not yet the end. Chapter 52. Rongrong can give you anything, let us go, Rongrong, to the tent. Qin Jian gently grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, their fingers entwined tightly. Brother Jian, do you still want the tent where we previously stayed? Ning Rongrong inquired with excitement. Qin Jian nodded affirmatively, saying, I requested the elder for the tent we inhabited, which I personally decorated. As he lifted the curtain, they entered, and indeed, it was an exact replica. Wow! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, eagerly discarding her little shoes and collapsing onto the bed. The soft bedding made her giggle joyfully, and she couldn't resist rolling around a few times. Brother Jian, come up quickly, she called out. Qin Jian chuckled softly, then removed his outer garments and slowly sat on the bed, enveloping Ning Rongrong's delicate form in his embrace. Ning Rongrong nestled against his chest, emitting a contented sound. Rongrong. At that moment, Qin Jian spoke slowly. If I were to leave, what would happen to you? A heavy weight seemed to strike her heart. Ning Rongrong trembled and lifted her head in alarm. Why would you leave? It's nothing. I was merely jesting. Qin Jian smiled gently, attempting to shift the conversation. Yet, something felt amiss. The girl's intuition was remarkably sharp. Ning Rongrong's expression grew anxious. Brother Jian, you've been acting strangely today, initiating the mimicry training ground and preparing the tent. It's nothing. Don't overthink it. Qin Jian tenderly stroked her smooth hair. However, Ning Rongrong remained unsettled, her mind racing through recent events. Brother Jian, you've been peculiar lately. It feels as though you were compensating for something, offering me the finest soul ring, and today you even made a deal with the poisoned Douluo. Are you truly going to leave me? Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. The story of Zhang Xiaofan. Ning Rongrong murmured, then suddenly asked, Brother Jian, you have yet to reveal the conclusion. Have you been waiting for this moment? What exactly do you intend to do? Despite her childish demeanor, at crucial moments, her insight rivaled that of a mature woman. Rongrong, last time I spoke of the impending crisis at Qin Jian. The entire Qin Jian mountain has been besieged by the Ghost King sect, advancing towards the Yuqing Palace. Due to Biao's disappearance, Zhang Xiaofan fell into despair in Xiaomia village, only beginning to recover with Lu Sueqi's companionship. On that fateful day, he seemed to be summoned to the Illusion Moon Cave, the very place that harbors the ancient sword of extermination. Once more, he traversed that treacherous Illusion Moon path, as arduous as ever. Through mountains and rivers, he journeyed alone. In the twilight snow upon the mountains, he walked in solitude. Zhang Xiaofan wept bitterly. Throughout his life, he sought not solitude, nor immortality. What he truly desired was. Qin Jian's voice trembled slightly. What he yearned for was merely to be with the one he loved. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, her eyes misty with emotion. However, at this moment, Qin Jian smiled. At long last, he had gained the acknowledgement of the ancient sword, Zujin, and wielded a power that transcended the heavens and the earth. He vanquished the Ghost King and defeated the Azura. Yet he did not attain what he desired. Many years passed, and in Kaomayakan, Lu Sueqi exchanged a smile with Zhang Xiaofan. The verdant corners of her garment were adorned with a golden bell that chimed melodiously with the breeze. This was the conclusion. Qin Jian lowered his head and said, Rongrong, do you know? I hold a particular fondness for Zhang Xiaofan, for like him, I do not crave power, nor do I wish for solitude. All I desire is to remain by the side of my beloved. Ning Rongrong gazed at him in a daze, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks. She seemed to sense something. Yet this world is perpetually unjust. It seldom grants what you seek, and misfortune often prevails. Ning Rongrong wept, while Qin Jian smiled. Like that solitary monkey, to attain love one must relinquish power. To acquire power, one must forsake love. But without strength, how can one protect love? And with strength, why sacrifice love? Qin Jian raised his head, suppressing the mist in his eyes. How cruel fate can be. Yet we lack the strength to resist. He looked down at Ning Rongrong, the light in his eyes gradually intensifying. Ultimately, he resolved, Rongrong, fate may be unjust, but I shall fight against it to the end, thus. However, the words that followed remained unspoken, for Ning Rongrong suddenly lifted her head, disregarding the tears that flowed unabated. Brother Jian, she abruptly interrupted Qin Jian, speaking rapidly. Brother Jian, may I accompany you? You wish to defy fate. I shall stand by you. Whatever you choose to do, I shall be with you. The tears flowed ever more swiftly. Please do not leave me. She cautiously grasped Qin Jian's sleeve. Whatever you desire, Rongrong can provide. The 7 treasure glazed tile school can offer you. I, Rongrong, can give you anything you wish. Her grip on his sleeve tightened with fervor. Rongrong is willing to be the Lu Sueki who remains by your side. Do not abandon me. I implore you. Do not leave me, please. Those who have never experienced heartbreak will never understand the agony of this moment. The mingling of despair and heartache brings forth a genuine tightening of the heart, as if cleaved by a knife. Yet Qin Jian continued to smile. Come, Rongrong, consume this Qilua tulip. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Ning Rongrong shook her head repeatedly. Be good. Do not let my efforts be in vain, all right? Qin Jian gently brought the Qilua tulip to Ning Rongrong's lips. Come, open your mouth, ah. With tears streaming down her face, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, and the Qilua tulip transformed into pure energy that surged into her being, though she longed to be willful and refuse. She did not wish to disappoint Qin Jian's goodwill. The immense energy compelled her to instantly enter a state of cultivation, rendering her incapable of doing anything else. It was only when Ning Rongrong closed her eyes and entered this meditative state that 2 streams of tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. No one was watching. At last, he could cease his endurance. He gently lifted his hand, slowly placing it upon Ning Rongrong's smooth cheek. Rongrong, he uttered, his voice tinged with emotion. Rongrong, you are my fiancée. I shall protect you from harm, even at the cost of my own life. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Finally, he rose and dashed towards the curtain, yet the moment he lifted it, he found himself inexplicably halted. Chapter 53, The Fallen Tear of the Ocean. In the forest of the simulated training ground, a gentle rain brings a refreshing chill. Amidst the trees, a youthful figure kneels upon the ground. He incessantly pounds his chest, yet is utterly unable to alleviate the throbbing pain. Tears stream down his face. In this world, what wounds the heart are not swords or battles, but the despair and anguish that arise when genuine emotions, rooted deep within, are ruthlessly shattered. Simulated training, palace tutelage, graduation performance, hunting soul beasts. He weeps bitterly. In the external monitoring room, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo stand in silence. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the slight tremor of the sword Douluo's lips. And even Ning Fengji's eyes glisten with moisture. Alas, such a wonderful child. Why must fate be so cruel to him? Ning Fengji murmurs with a sigh. Initially, upon learning of Qin Jian's emotional trials, he was filled with rage, wishing to separate them for eternity. Yet now, witnessing Qin Jian's heartfelt display, he cannot help but be moved. Such sincerity of feeling. How many in this world possess it? It is a pity that ascending to divinity is so arduous. As his teacher, I am powerless to protect him. Bang! The sword Douluo's fist crashes onto the table, shattering it into splinters. At that moment, within the light screen, a brilliant purple soul ring gradually illuminates around the struggling Qin Jian. This is the second soul ring. A soul ring over a millennium old. Ning Fengji exclaims in astonishment. It is indeed heartbreak that grants a soul ring. How can such a thing be? Fengji, I must see Jian off. The sword Douluo suddenly strides towards the door. As his mentor, I cannot offer much assistance, but I must at least know his next intention. Let us go together. Ning Fengji steps forward. Upon reaching the exit of the training ground, the disheartened figure of Qin Jian emerges. He appears somewhat dazed, until he notices Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo standing before him, at which point his gaze slowly sharpens. Teacher, and sect master, he murmurs, lowering his head. He ought to call Ning Fengji Uncle Ning, yet at this moment, he finds himself unable to utter the words. You. Ning Fengji gently pats his shoulder, speaking softly. It is still best to call me Uncle Ning. After all, you are Rongrong's fiancé. Uncle Ning. Qin Jian is momentarily stunned. Do you still wish to acknowledge our engagement? Ning Fengji gently nods. I only hope that you will not disappoint Rongrong in the future, nor betray such passionate feelings. Where do you plan to go next? The sword Douluo inquires with concern. Qin Jian replies quietly. After obtaining my second soul ring, the target for the next trial has emerged. Therefore, I must journey to Tian Shui Academy. Tian Shui Academy? The sword Douluo nods slightly. It seems that person must be a student of Tian Shui Academy. Fortunately, you have received an invitation from them. Qin Jian. At that moment, Ning Fengji cannot help but interject, even if you were to experience heartbreak 8 more times. As your father, I still hope that the one you love most will always be Rongrong. Qin Jian gazed at him, observing Ning Rongrong's father, and softly remarked, Rongrong is my first love. She will always hold a unique place in my heart. Ning Fengji nodded slightly. Rongrong's cultivation will not last much longer. If you wish to depart, now is the time. He then added, please have Uncle Ning deliver this letter to Rongrong. Qin Jian produced a letter and handed it over. Wait. Ning Fengji's unusual voice suddenly resonated from behind. Your heart of the ocean has not fallen away? Upon hearing this, Qin Jian paused, touching his forehead to feel the refreshing essence there. My heart of the ocean has always remained. Shortly after Qin Jian's departure, Ning Rongrong finally concluded her cultivation. A hum resonated as light burst forth from her, revealing her martial spirit. This surge indicated at least the 27th rank. Ning Fengji stood by the bed, incredulous. What on earth did Qin Jian give Rongrong? The sword Douluo swiftly approached and grasped Ning Rongrong's wrist, checking before he stated, fortunately. It is not a substance that drains potential. Wait. Ning Fengji's voice suddenly faltered. Uncle Jian, count the layers of Rongrong's glazed tower. Am I mistaken? It seems to be 9 layers. The sword Douluo appeared uncertain as well. The two exchanged glances. 9 treasure, glazed tower. In the next instant, both exclaimed in unison. The tulip that Qin Jian had given Rongrong had remarkably evolved her martial spirit. Henceforth, the most powerful support-type martial spirit could also ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Ning Fengji inhaled deeply to suppress the tremors within him. His expression reflected a mix of emotions. This young lad, Qin Jian, is a great benefactor of our 7-treasure glazed sect. Brother Jian. At that moment, Ning Rongrong finally opened her eyes. Without hesitation, she nearly blurted out, don't go. Then she realized that the figures before her were not Qin Jian, but Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. Father, where is Brother Jian? Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly. Her anxious search elicited a pang of sorrow in Ning Fengji's heart. Yet he replied, Rongrong, Qin Jian, has already left. Ning Rongrong gasped, and in the next moment, she dashed towards the tent's entrance, only to be intercepted by the sword Douluo. She attempted to bypass him, but Ning Fengji grasped her arm from behind. Rongrong, don't go. He has been gone for quite some time. You cannot catch up. Is it true? Ning Rongrong trembled as she turned, tears streaming down her face. Ning Fengji gently nodded. Why did he have to leave me? Ning Rongrong's body weakened, and she slowly sank to the ground. Suddenly, the blue tear at her brow began to shimmer. The tear of the ocean. Ning Fengji's gaze shifted. Ning Rongrong, startled, hurriedly covered her brow, but felt only a chill in her palm as the tear of the ocean fell into her hand. My tear of the ocean has separated. Her eyes stared blankly, tears flowing uncontrollably. He no longer wants me. He no longer desires my presence. What have I done wrong? How could he forsake me? Ning Fengji beheld his precious daughter in such a state of distress, and his heart was filled with an indescribable ache. For he understood that no one was at fault. The true culprit lay within the cruel rules of this world. Rongrong. Ning Fengji knelt down, aligning his gaze with that of Ning Rongrong. My dear, I must share something with you, and that is, the ocean's tears of Qin Jian have not fallen away. Chapter 54. Never letting go, father. You said that Brother Jian's tear of the ocean has not fallen? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened slightly, and even her tears began to flow more slowly. Ning Fengji nodded and said, you know the nature of the tear of the ocean. It signifies that Qin Jian's feelings for you remain unchanged. He still cherishes you and has never contemplated giving you up. Is it truly like that? Ning Rongrong was taken aback. But I have not changed towards him either. Why then has my tear of the ocean separated? She gazed at the tear of the ocean in her hand, pondering. What am I lacking compared to him? Ning Rongrong asked urgently, what is it? Ning Fengji replied. It pertains to your self-awareness and your faith in the future. Do you truly know what you want? Are you certain about what you wish to pursue in life? Are you truly committed to spending your life with Qin Jian? Ning Fengji's series of probing questions left Ning Rongrong in a daze. What is it that I truly desire? Do I genuinely wish to spend my life with Brother Jian? She fell into a trance. While you linger in the innocent stirrings of youth and vague affections, Qin Jian has already attained clarity of mind. Ning Fengji continued. He knows what he wants and how to achieve it. He is certain about his feelings and understands what his greatest pursuit in life is. He has never doubted his emotions, which is why his feelings for you have remained constant. Even if temporarily apart, he firmly believes in a future for both of you. This is why he can keep the tear of the ocean from falling away. Ning Fengji gently wiped away her tears and spoke softly, "And you, Rong Rong? You have just expressed doubt. Your confidence in your mutual feelings has faltered. You do not trust him, nor do you trust yourself, and you are questioning the future. In such a state, how can you expect the tear of the ocean to recognize you?" Ning Rongrong stared at the radiant tear of the ocean in her palm. Lost in thought, is it because I lack belief in myself? Father, I now understand what I must do. She offered Ning Fengji a gentle smile. The sweetness of her smile struck a pang in his heart. Is this the price of growing up? Learning to mask one's emotions, to empathize with family. Father, once I have rejoined with the tear of the ocean, I will seek him out again. No matter where he is, I will be with him. She clenched the tear of the ocean tightly in her hand, her gaze resolute, almost unrecognizable to Ning Fengji. Rongrong. Ning Fengji patted her frail shoulder and said, "Since you've come to this realization, then strive earnestly. With the tulips that Qin Jian gifted you, your soul power has already reached level 27. More importantly, your martial spirit has transformed into the 9 treasures glazed tile." He spoke earnestly. "This is the miracle that Qin Jian has bestowed upon you. So you must not disappoint his efforts. Do you understand? The 9 treasures glazed tile." Ning Rongrong raised her left hand, and her martial spirit materialized. She gazed intently, and suddenly tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Brother Jian, thank you. There is one more thing that Jian Qin left for you. You may examine it yourself." Ning Fengji placed the letter left by Jian Qin into Ning Rongrong's hands, then took the sword Douluo and departed from this place. He had expressed all that needed to be said and done what he could. Now, it was up to Ning Rongrong to ponder and discern her own heart. This is a journey that everyone must undertake alone. No one can substitute for it. The letter left for me by Brother Jian. Ning Rongrong delicately opened it, revealing a purple card nestled within the envelope. It was not a mere sheet of paper, but rather possessed the thickness of a finger. As she gently unfolded it, enchanting melodies of the Guzheng and ancient Sun began to play. Soon, a familiar voice echoed forth. Under the moonlight, flowers bloom in abundance. Someone yearns with longing. She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. This is the performance of separation that Brother Jian and I shared. The melancholic yet beautiful song resonated again, even more poignant than during their rehearsals. For Ning Rongrong had finally comprehended the beauty, the nostalgia, and the helplessness contained within. Her gaze drifted down to the clear and refreshing handwriting on the letter. "Rongrong, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I regret not being able to bid you farewell in person, for I knew that I would find it hard to let go. I understand you may have many questions, perhaps even harbor considerable resentment." Ning Rongrong instinctively shook her head. Even so, she had never felt an ounce of resentment towards Jian Qin. "There are certain matters I cannot disclose, for they are bound by rules. However, regardless of the heartache and sorrow, I will endure it alongside you. I do not know when it began, but you have become an inseparable part of me. I truly do not wish to leave you, yet fate is cruel. At times, I wonder if my presence is a burden to you. Without me, you would still be that willful and headstrong young girl. You would grow up joyfully, meet a boy you adore, and perhaps marry someone else." Tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face as she vigorously shook her head. "Rongrong, I sincerely hope that my presence has brought you joy and happiness. I wish for you to be even happier than you were without me. I cherish you deeply." Rongrong, for the first time, I felt a physiological pain in my heart. It was not merely an emotional strain, but a genuine heartache. Thus, I realized that I cannot be without you, regardless of whether you come to understand your own heart in the future, or if you are attracted to others. I, Jian Qin, will never let go. Wait for me, for one day I shall marry you, because you are my fiancée." Ning Rongrong smiled and wept simultaneously. She slowly crouched down, cradling the letter tenderly in her embrace. "Brother Jian, Rongrong could never change her heart. Rongrong awaits your proposal. The melody from the music box lingers endlessly, as I cherish your every smile and frown, gifting me with everlasting longing." Chapter 55. The Trials of a Scoundrel. Tianshui City, a quaint town named after Tianshui Academy, is nestled not far from the Starry Forest and falls under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. Despite its modest size, the city is exceptionally exquisite, with streets and buildings crafted in an astonishingly beautiful manner. It is no wonder that a city affiliated with a women's academy exudes such charm. Dressed in a light blue outfit, Qin Jian strolled along the streets of Tianshui City. His curiosity piqued as he took in his surroundings. To his surprise, his target for the second assessment was Shui Binger. His gaze drifted towards the heart of Tianshui City, where, as he anticipated, Tianshui Academy was located. My soul power has reached level 22. I never expected her to hold such strong feelings for me. As he walked down the central avenue, he was greeted by the vibrant and youthful students of Tianshui Academy, with a second soul ring of 3,000 years and a soul skill related to first love. These were the consequences of parting ways with Rongrong. He exhaled a breath of frustration. To pursue Shui Binger now would be beyond my capabilities. How could I possibly overcome the barriers within my heart? Unless I were to become a scoundrel. He lightly tapped his forehead, murmuring, but being a scoundrel is not something just anyone can achieve. Yet, the pain of unrequited love is too great. And in my quest for self-preservation and strength, I find myself compelled to adopt the guise of a scoundrel. After all, only by remaining detached can I safeguard myself. At this moment, Qin Jian felt a slight tremor within his essence. A clear indication that as a flower of emotional energy with 1,000,000 years of soul power, shedding one's inherent nature is an impossibility. Never mind. Frustrated, Qin Jian kicked a nearby stone pillar, exclaiming, "What matters most now is to grow stronger, to succeed in the 9 trials of divine ascension. Regardless of the demands that may arise or the heartbreaks that may follow, I must pass them all to become a deity, to seize control of my fate, and to fulfill the promise made to Rongrong." "Hey, why are you carelessly kicking stone pillars?" Just then, a voice, slightly androgynous yet distinctly feminine, rang out beside him. Qin Jian turned to see a short-haired girl clad in the academy's uniform, furrowing her brow at him. The girl was tall and well-proportioned, her appearance striking. Yet her snow-white hair lent her an air of gallantry. "What is wrong with me kicking the stone pillar? Did I damage it?" Had Qin Jian been in a better mood, he might have offered an apology and moved on, but his spirits were far from high. So he coolly replied to the silver-haired girl, "Is there a rule in Tianshui City against touching stone pillars?" The girl raised her elegantly arched brow, stating, "While Tianshui City has no such regulation, the roads are meticulously maintained by the students of Tianshui Academy, who dedicate their time and soul power to this upkeep. You should respect our labor." "Oh," Qin Jian replied, maintaining his composure, "since there is no rule against it, you have no grounds to admonish me. Farewell." With that, he turned away, resuming his journey towards Tianshui Academy. "Hey, how could you be so lacking in decorum?" The girl with snowy hair hurriedly pursued him, swiftly positioning herself in front of Qin Jian, exclaiming, "You cannot simply walk away like this. I merely kicked a stone pedestal. Must you make such a fuss about it?" Qin Jian crossed his arms and tilted his head, asking, "What exactly do you want?" "You must clean the footprints off the pedestal before you can leave." The girl with snowy hair replied coldly. Qin Jian regarded her with a peculiar gaze and muttered, "You're insane." He circumvented the girl and continued on his path. "How dare you insult me?" Her voice took on a more androgynous tone, resonating with a certain magnetism. "If you have the time to argue with me, you might as well clean the pedestal yourself. That would swiftly yield the results you desire," Qin Jian remarked nonchalantly. The snowy-haired girl frowned. "It is clearly your fault. Why should I assist you in cleaning?" The girl seemed momentarily taken aback by his words, "But others do not behave like you. They are willing to heed our opinions." Qin Jian could not suppress a roll of his eyes. "As a beautiful young woman, you ought to recognize your greatest asset. Do others defer to you because you are right? No, it is solely due to your beauty and figure that they overlook your faults. If you truly perceive this as their acknowledgement of you, then I can only say that, well, is that how it is?" The girl's worldview appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse, yet this was of no concern to Qin Jian, who turned once more towards the entrance of Tianshui Academy. Beneath the azure gates of Tianshui Academy, reminiscent of rolling waves, female students frequently entered and exited. However, the sight of a young man like Qin Jian venturing inside appeared exceedingly out of place. Another one who is deluded, attempting to sneak into Tianshui Academy? A young man remarked from the roadside. Someone beside him chimed in, "He must be itching for a beating." Remember the last guy who dressed as a woman to enroll at Tianshui Academy? What was the outcome again? Ah, yes, he ended up with a few broken legs. Indeed, 3 legs broken, the young man replied, arms crossed. 3 legs. Another person shuddered at the thought. Just then, the snowy-haired girl caught sight of Qin Jian once more and rushed up to him, stating, "This is Tianshui Academy. Absolutely no males are permitted entry." What do you think you're doing? Qin Jian cast her a sidelong glance and said, "What a pity. I have come to shatter the absolute." The girl with snowy hair felt her mind faltering today, to shatter the absolute? Then she watched as Qin Jian confidently approached the gates of Tianshui Academy, where the female guards had already raised their swords. This fellow truly was insufferably arrogant. I shall see how he intends to shatter the absolute. The snowy-haired girl stood near the entrance, anticipating the sight of Qin Jian being unceremoniously expelled. Others around her also directed their intrigued gazes toward the unfolding scene, clearly eager for the same outcome. Halt. Tianshui Academy prohibits any male from entering. Clang. The two armored female guards raised their swords simultaneously, clashing them together to block Qin Jian's path. Another foolhardy individual, and this time, who knows how many legs will be broken? Perhaps all 5 limbs will be severed. 5 limbs? My dear brother, you are quite talented. Too kind, too kind. Many bystanders are engaged in lively discussions. Chapter 56. The entrance turmoil before the magnificent gates of the Tianshui Academy. Qin Jian stood resolute in the face of 2 fierce female guards, undeterred by their intimidating presence. I have been invited. I should not be subjected to your prohibitions, he stated calmly. Invited? Several onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, including a girl with snow-white hair, who appeared somewhat astonished. While Tianshui Academy frequently hosted inter-academic exchanges, such invitations were typically extended to groups, making this solitary invitation a novel occurrence. Which teacher extended this invitation? What is your purpose in coming to Tianshui Academy? The guards remained vigilant, their gazes laden with skepticism. I regret to say that I do not know the name of the teacher, Qin Jian replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, I have come at her behest to join Tianshui Academy. Join Tianshui Academy? A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, quickly followed by scornful glances directed at him. This fellow must be out of his mind. He is courting disaster. The tempers of these 2 guards are notoriously foul. I must intervene to prevent any serious harm. The girl with the snow-white hair stepped closer to the entrance. Tianshui Academy has never admitted male students. Do you dare to deceive us? True to form, the 2 female guards erupted in fury, brandishing their swords and preparing to strike at Qin Jian. Wait, Qin Jian shouted, furrowing his brow. Yet he could not avert their assault. Curious and expectant gazes from the surrounding crowd converged upon the scene. Please, ladies, show some mercy, he implored, as the girl with the snow-white hair rushed forward as well. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow soul ring appeared beneath Qin Jian's feet. First soul skill, enchanting blade. 2 beams of pink sword aura flashed from his eyes, momentarily dulling the focus of the guards for a fleeting second before they regained their composure. In that brief interlude, Qin Jian seized the opportunity, deftly retreating a few paces to evade the strikes of their swords. He frowned slightly, realizing that their soul power vastly surpassed his own, enhanced by their activated soul abilities. What was originally a 3-second disorientation effect against women had been reduced to merely 1 second against them. Though dissatisfied with the outcome, the onlookers were utterly astonished. The 2 female guards, possessing formidable soul power at level 50, a rank of Soul King among Soul Masters, had failed to land a blow on a mere boy. This was indeed remarkable. After exchanging glances with Qin Jian, the guards' hostility seemed to wane. A rather practical soul skill, impressive, one of them remarked, then turned to the girl with the snow-white hair. Shui Wu, did you just ask us to spare him? Do you know him? Shui Wu. The Shui Wu from Tianshui Academy? Ah, is she the one capable of assisting Shui Binger in wielding the Ice Phoenix martial soul? A spark of realization ignited within Qin Jian's mind. Ah? Shui Wu was taken aback for a moment and quickly waved her hand, saying, No. I do not know him either. I am merely concerned that you 2 ladies might act too harshly. After all, he has done nothing to offend our Tianshui Academy. Unlike that last fellow who disguised himself as a woman. Well then, let us give a little consideration to the young girl, Shui Wu. The other female guard impatiently waved her hand, saying, In the future, refrain from such thoughts. We will not allow any men inside. Now be on your way. However, Qin Jian shook his head and said, Please take a moment to look at this before you dismiss me. I am not here to sneak into the academy. Are you still not giving up? If you provoke the 2 ladies further, you will not leave here on your own 2 feet, Shui Wu remarked, frowning at him. Thank you, but I have not deceived you. Qin Jian retrieved a small, exquisite ice jade token from his gauntlet magical device and said, Look. This is the token she gave me. Both Shui Wu and the 2 female guards momentarily appeared bewildered, but the next instant, their eyes widened in unison. A special student invitation token? And it is the unique ice jade token of the Academy's higher-ups, Shuewu exclaimed. Where did you obtain this? Inquired one of the female guards, who then scrutinized the name etched on the back of the ice jade token, Qin Jian. Even the name is engraved. I was given it by a female teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Is it for the soul-hunting event that Binger attended? Shuewu's eyes widened once more. You are the Qin Jian that Mentor Ji Ning spoke of? The one who single-handedly pierced through soul beasts of levels 25 to 30 with a soul power of level 20? The direct disciple of the sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Is it really necessary for you to exert such effort to promote me? Qin Jian's lips twitched as he replied. The Qin Jian you speak of is likely me. Shuewu, are you implying that this young man was personally invited by Mentor Yin? The expressions of the two female guards grew solemn. If he is indeed that Qin Jian, then it is confirmed. Mentor Ji Ning indeed invited him to the Tiando Royal Academy. Shuewu nodded affirmatively. She could not help but scrutinize Qin Jian from head to toe, utterly perplexed as to what made this young man special enough to warrant a personal invitation from her most esteemed mentor. Could it be due to his affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and his status as the direct disciple of the sword Douluo? If that is the case, I shall seek out Mentor Yin for confirmation. One of the female guards, her demeanor now serious, approached Qin Jian and said, Please temporarily hand over the ice jade token to me. I will verify your claims. We overreacted earlier, and I apologize. Qin Jian shook his head but handed the ice jade token to her. The female guard took it and swiftly darted into the academy. Meanwhile, the commotion at the academy gate had drawn the attention of numerous students, as it seemed a young man was about to join Tianshui Academy. With such significant news, more and more people gathered. By the time Mentor Yin Ji Ning appeared at the entrance, nearly 100 onlookers had assembled. Mentor Ji Ning, you actually came in person? Shuewu's androgynous face displayed a look of astonishment. Haha, I went to great lengths to invite him here. Of course, I must come out to welcome him personally. Yin Jiqing stood with one hand on her waist, her smile radiant with joy. Qin Jian, have you truly chosen our Tianshui Academy over the Five Elements Academy? Her words elicited gasps from the onlookers. The esteemed Yin Jiqing personally extending an invitation? She is one of the high-ranking officials of our academy. Could it be that Qin Jian received invitations from all the academies? Who is he, indeed? We are a girls' academy. How can we allow a young man to enter? Ignoring the rising tide of murmurs around them, Yin Jiqing, upon seeing Qin Jian nod slightly, took his hand and exclaimed, Come, I shall arrange your enrollment and accommodation forthwith. The crowd stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such enthusiasm from teacher Yin Jiqing towards anyone. Save for the time when Shui Bingo was admitted. Hold on to this ice jade token. It symbolizes your identity. Qin Jian nodded, accepting the token from Yin Jiqing's hand. Teacher Jiqing, are you truly permitting a young man to join the academy? I heard that instructor Xiao Jing had a heated argument with you over this matter. Shuewu quickly followed, her inquiry piquing the interest of others around. Chapter 57. Accommodation arrangement. Xiao Jing is truly short-sighted. Yin Jining curled her lips and stated, Not only do I want Qin Jian to join our academy, but I also desire for him to be part of the Tianshui battle team. Join the Tianshui battle team. Shuewu's mouth fell agape. Teacher, our roster for the Tianshui battle team has already been finalized. Not only her, but all the other students who overheard were equally astonished. Moreover, having a male in our Tianshui Academy's team will only serve as fodder for ridicule from other academies. Shuewu furrowed her brow. Yin Jining firmly grasped Qin Jian's hand and continued onward. Not only will Qin Jian join the Tianshui battle team, but he will also be the captain. Upon this declaration, the surroundings fell silent. Mentor Jining, you must be jesting. Shuewu's expression turned grave. Our captain is clearly Bing Air. How can we possibly change that? Qin Jian glanced at her expression, sensing a hint of intrigue. It seemed she held a particular regard for Shui Bing Air. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Shuewu's lips moved as if she wished to argue, yet she found herself at a loss for words. But, Mentor, we only acknowledge Bing Air as captain. Even if it means losing the match, we are willing to accept that, she finally concluded. Yin Xining's tone grew serious. Shuewu, the Tianshui battle team belongs to the academy and represents the honor of the academy. It is not a matter of personal preference. Shuewu clenched her fists, casting a glance at Qin Jian, unable to restrain herself. But I don't believe having him, a male, as captain will bring any improvement. It might even worsen our situation. Huh. Yin Jining revealed a cryptic smile. Setting aside your opinions, at least for Bing Air, this is a significant upheaval. I am quite eager to see the outcome. Qin Jian felt a stirring within. This mentor Jining seemed to be aware of Shui Bing'er's affections towards him. It appeared that her motives extended beyond merely the Academy's honor, perhaps seeking to alter Shui Bing'er's circumstances as well. Mentor Jining, Xiao Jing is approaching. Just then, Shuewu suddenly tugged at Yan Jining's free hand in a state of alarm. What are you afraid of? I am prepared to bear the consequences of my actions. Yan Jining remained unperturbed. Qin Jian lifted his gaze, only to see a woman clad in icy blue swiftly approaching beneath the lush canopy of trees. Yan Jining. The woman's furious voice silenced all nearby students. I have told you before. Our Tianshui Academy only admits beautiful female students. This boy must not be allowed to enroll. Her words drew all eyes towards Qin Jian, filled with curiosity. Was this boy about to incite conflict among the higher-ups? Xiao Jing. I have already reported this matter in the high-level meeting. Whether he can enroll is not solely your decision, Yan Jining coldly retorted, glaring at the opposing female instructor. It was evident that the two were sworn adversaries. But the higher-ups have not fully agreed. They merely stated they would discuss it further once he arrived. You have brought him here without authorization, Xiao Jing accused, pointing a disdainful finger at Qin Jian. This woman. Could it be that she only has an affinity for women? Qin Jian silently scrutinized her. This matter pertains to the higher echelons of their academy, and he has no place to interject. Let us convene a senior meeting. I shall first assist him with the necessary formalities. Yan Jining, seemingly unfazed, pulled Qin Jian along as she prepared to depart. You are preoccupied with arrangements. Once he is ultimately expelled, I shall observe how you manage the aftermath. Xiao Jing flicked her sleeves and turned towards the central building of the academy. We shall see if the esteemed leaders are foolish enough to bar the students of other elemental academies from entry. With a toss of her long hair, Yan Jining declared. Come, I will arrange accommodations for you. Shuewu followed closely, whispering a reminder. Mentor Jining, our Tianshui battle team occupies a separate building. You do not intend for him to reside with us, do you? Of course, you are all part of the same team now. Would it not be absurd to separate your lodgings? Yan Jining replied with conviction. Shuewu's eyes widened slightly. Mentor, he is not a girl. How can he share a residence with us? Moreover, there are only 4 rooms in total, and we have already allocated them. I recall that Xiao Ruoshui seems to occupy a room alone. Each room, after all, has 2 beds. Yan Jining pondered, stroking her chin. It would be entirely feasible for Qin Jian to move in as well. Mentor Jining, Ruoshui is rather carefree. How could she coexist with him without concerns of impropriety? Shuewu incessantly voiced her objections. Qin Jian wisely maintained his silence. He had grasped some semblance of Mentor Jining's intentions, yet did she not fear that such an arrangement might backfire, leading to the complete disintegration of the Tianshui battle team? Upon hearing Shuewu's words, Yan Jining surprisingly nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Ruoshui indeed may not be suitable. Exactly. Shuewu, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly added. Therefore, he is utterly unsuitable to reside with us. Mentor Jining, perhaps you should arrange for him to stay elsewhere. He merely should not share a room with Ruoshui. A peculiar smile crept upon Yan Jining's lips, causing Shuewu to tense up. Mentor, what scheme have you concocted? She inquired cautiously. The mentor's erratic thought process often led to decisions that left one astounded. Shuewu instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Yan Jining clapped her hands. Since Qin Jian is not fit to share a space with Ruoshui, then Shuewu. You shall move in with Ruoshui, and Qin Jian will stay with Bing'er. Ah, no, please. Shuewu cried out in despair, gripping Yan Jining's hand tightly. You cannot separate me from Bing'er. Qin Jian found himself quite enlightened. Truly, this was a women's academy. Such relationships were exceedingly intricate. Yan Jining waved her hand dismissively, ignoring Shuewu's mournful gaze. At last, the trio arrived before a quaint 2-story building nestled against the mountains. Yan Jining strode confidently inside with Qin Jian. New member joining, children, come out and extend your welcome. The declaration was reminiscent of receiving guests. The building featured a spacious living room on the ground floor, seamlessly connected to the exquisite ceiling above. The 4 spacious rooms are situated around the corridor on the 2nd floor, allowing an immediate view of the scenes in the hall upon exiting. However, the voice of Yan Jining received little response, with only 2 female students emerging in total. Oh, it's you, Qin Jian? A voice tinged with surprise rang out, prompting Qin Jian to turn his gaze, whereupon he beheld Shui Bing'er standing charmingly by the railing on the 2nd floor. The other young lady, instantly intrigued, inquired, Qin Jian? Is he the one you have frequently mentioned, Bing Er? Chapter 58. Sharing a room? She is Chiu Ruoshui. Upon noticing Qin Jian's gaze, Yan Jining casually introduced her. Then she raised her head and declared, Binger, from now on. Qin Jian will officially join our academy as the captain of the Tianshui battle team, and you will be sharing a room with him. The weight of her words left both Shui Binger and Chiu Ruoshui momentarily stunned. Tutor Jining, a male student, is actually joining our Tianshui academy, and he is to be the captain of our Tianshui battle team? He will be living with Bingo? Chiu Ruoshui echoed in disbelief. Yan Jining nodded and instructed, Shui Wu, go tidy up your belongings. Binger, assist Qin Jian with his enrollment procedures and help him familiarize himself with the academy. I must attend a high-level meeting now. Without regard for Shui Wu's discontented expression, she strode out. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Shui Wu, does this mean you can no longer share a room with Bingo? Chiu Ruoshui descended the stairs, exclaiming, Wow, our future captain is actually a male. What a surprise. You have yet to discover many more surprises. Shui Wu said, visibly upset. I can't believe Tutor Jining allowed a male to live with Binger. I wonder what she was thinking. What if he harbors ill intentions? Hey, Shui Wu, is it? I'm standing right next to you. Is it really appropriate to say such things? Qin Jian replied, exasperated. Humph. Shui Wu shot him a glare, then haughtily ascended the stairs and entered the room from which Shui Binger had just emerged, followed by the sound of clattering from within. What a temper. It's merely a matter of taking her space. Qin Jian shook his head. Not just that. Chiu Ruoshui chuckled. You will now be sharing a room with our beloved Binger. How could she possibly be pleased? Ruoshui, stop joking. Shui Binger felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. I'm only sharing a room with him. It's not like we'll be sleeping together. It doesn't really matter. In the hall, only Qin Jian and Shui Binger remained, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me in the soul hunting grounds, Shui Binger said, her head lowered. Qin Jian smiled and replied, Consider it fate. Who would have thought we would become roommates? Roommates. Shui Binger felt her cheeks heat up anew, the warmth from moments prior still lingering. She did not resist Tutor Jining's arrangement, nor was she displeased that Qin Jian had unexpectedly taken the captaincy that was originally hers. Not only was she unaccustomed to refusing, but she also held a genuine fondness for him. The rescue in the soul hunting grounds and his dedication to Ning Rongrong had left a lasting impression on her. Did you come to the academy alone? Did Ning Rongrong not accompany you? She inquired curiously. After all, during their time at the Tiando Royal Academy, it was evident to all how close Qin Jian and Ning Rongrong were. It struck her as odd that he had arrived at Tianshui Academy all by himself. Surely, he was here solely for the company of beautiful girls. Shui Binger refused to believe that Qin Jian was such a person. Rongrong. Qin Jian's heart tightened slightly, yet his expression remained unperturbed. She has chosen to remain at the Seven Treasures Glaze sect for her cultivation. It is a more suitable environment for her. Oh. Shui Bingo instinctively sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as Qin Jian portrayed. Yet she hesitated to press further. Nodding, Qin Jian fell into step beside Shui Bingo as they exited together. Bingo seems rather pleased, doesn't she? Suddenly, Shui Wu's figure appeared at the doorway, sulking as she muttered, Is it really that delightful to be living with a man instead of me? Of course it is, hee. Shui Wu's expression grew increasingly sullen. Humph. Men are all boorish and unrefined. What do you mean by boorish? At that moment, another girl in a sky-blue skirt entered through the doorway. Your sister. Shui Wu's eyes darted, and she exclaimed, She has run off with a man. What? Shui Yuer looked bewildered. Where would there be a man in our academy? That Qin Jian, the one your sister has been mentioning these past few days. Shui Wu leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Shui Yuer's neck. He not only enrolled in our academy but also took your sister's place. More importantly, he has been assigned by Mentor Jining to share accommodations with your sister. What? Shui Yuer tightened her grip on Shui Wu's arm. Shui Wu, you must be joking. Mentor Jining would never arrange something like that. Shui Wu shook her head. Regrettably, it is all true. Mentor Jining is currently attending a high-level meeting to secure the approval of all the higher-ups for Qin Jian's enrollment. That is fine then. Mentor Jining's proposal is bound to be rejected, especially by Supervisor Xiaojing. Shui Yuer responded with ease. Perhaps he won't even stay today, and will be sent packing soon. Shui Wu remarked, You make a valid point, but just in case, we should take some measures. Right? Can you truly bear to watch your sister share a room with a man? Absolutely not. Shui Yuer shook her head vigorously. My sister has even shared a bed with me yet. How can she let a man get ahead of me? Hey, you two should mind your wording. It's not about sharing a bed, merely sharing a room. Qiu Ruoshui chimed in cheerfully. Be quiet. Shui Wu retorted. You look far too pleased about this. You have no standing in this matter. Shui Yuer blinked. Sharing a room. Seems even more inappropriate, doesn't it? Qiu Ruoshui. Shui Wu waved her hand dismissively. Forget about that. Yuer, aren't you supposed to attend class? Your sister will surely go too. Qin Jian is unfamiliar with the academy. Perhaps they will head there together. Why don't you give him a hard time when the moment arises? Give him a hard time? Chapter 59. Qin Jian. Though the Tianshui Academy is situated in the heart of Tianshui City, a small river meanders through the institution, surrounded by verdant trees and picturesque mountains. Harmoniously complemented by exquisite and thoughtfully designed architecture. Shui Bingo walked alongside Qin Jian, her cheeks flushed and her composure elusive. She had underestimated the task entrusted to her by Yan Jining. Guiding Qin Jian through the academy was no simple endeavor. After all, he was the sole male student in the entire Tianshui Academy. Wherever they went, whispers followed them, and numerous female students trailed behind. Their giggles making it difficult for Shui Binger to remain composed. Shui Binger. Hiki. A fresh wave of laughter erupted from behind. Shui Bingo lowered her head once more. Why are you so easily embarrassed? Just think of these onlookers as a bunch of pumpkin heads. Imagine that a crowd of pumpkins is gazing at you. Qin Jian raised his hands, animatedly illustrating his point. Pumpkin heads. Unable to suppress her curiosity. Shui Bingo glanced around and then burst into laughter, realizing she had relaxed considerably. It was not that she truly viewed them as pumpkins, but rather the ease of Qin Jian's demeanor. His lack of embarrassment or awkwardness inspired admiration within her. She instinctively wished to emulate his confidence. Earlier, they had passed the cafeteria, which generously provided unlimited meals thrice daily. This was the Academy's simulated training ground, one area designated specifically for the Tianshui battle team. Ahead lay the teaching hall, where instructors delivered lectures and occasionally conducted practical exercises. The surrounding female students displayed expressions of astonishment as Shui Binger suddenly cast aside her previous shyness, becoming notably more poised after exchanging a few words with Qin Jian. Qin Jian was equally taken aback. He had been pondering why this originally confident captain of the Tianshui battle team exhibited such a timid demeanor. Yet, in that moment, something seemed to invigorate her, allowing her to blossom into her true self. Was this her authentic personality, with her previous timidity merely a form of self-protection or insecurity? Qin Jian found himself increasingly intrigued by this girl. Witnessing her gradually reveal her assertiveness would undoubtedly be fascinating. At that moment, Shui Binger pointed towards the water blue teaching hall, exclaiming, "It seems the class has just begun. We still have time." "Then let us take a look," Qin Jian replied with a smile. As Shui Binger led him toward the teaching hall, she abruptly paused at the entrance and turned to the side. "Oh, it's my sister. She has finally arrived." In the center of the hall lay a circular area with a 10-meter diameter, encircled by rows of seats. The instructing female teacher stood in the middle of the space, addressing the students with ample room available for practical exercises. At that moment, Shui Wu and Shui Yuer sat side by side in a position that allowed them to see the entrance. "Yuer, be ready to make things difficult for that Qin Jian," Shui Wu whispered. Shui Yuer nodded repeatedly, her gaze fixed intently on the doorway. Outside, Qin Jian pointed quizzically at the entrance. "Is it through here? Where are you going?" "Through the back door, sneaking in." Qin Jian pressed his forehead. "I thought you had gained some confidence. Yet you reverted so swiftly to your old self." Shui Bingo lowered her head in embarrassment, but in the next moment, her frosty eyes widened. Qin Jian had suddenly grasped her small hand and, amidst her bewildered expression, pulled her directly through the front door. Qin Jian, don't." Shui Binger's instinctive protest left Qin Jian exasperated. "We're already halfway in. Are you really telling me not to go now? It's too late. Follow me and stride in with confidence. You are Shui Binger of the Tianshui battle team. What is there to fear?" Without further ado, he tightened his grip, dragging the blushing Shui Binger into the lecture hall. The room fell silent, even the teacher momentarily taken aback before smiling gently. "Ah, it's Qin Jian, right? I heard that Instructor Yin invited you to join us." Qin Jian smiled and nodded, still holding onto Shui Binger's hand. Seemingly oblivious to the curious gazes fixated on their intertwined fingers, the female students whispered among themselves, brimming with curiosity and gossip. Shui Wu gritted her teeth in annoyance, while Shui Yuer cupped her cheeks, gazing at Qin Jian's exquisite features with sparkling eyes. "Wow, he is incredibly handsome. It must be your first class, right? Please, find a seat." the female teacher kindly suggested. Before Qin Jian could respond, Shui Binger, as if granted a reprieve, hastily sat down beside him. In her fluster, she forgot her hand was still in his, inadvertently pulling Qin Jian towards her. Instinctively, she caught him, their eyes locking momentarily. Shui Binger's face flushed crimson. Wow. Qin Jian, however, exhibited no hint of embarrassment. He smiled at the other students before calmly taking his seat. Humph. Such thick skin. Shui Wu remarked disgruntledly. Wow. So handsome. Came Shui Yuer's voice. Shui Wu immediately shot her a glare. Yuer, what are you saying? Wait. Why are you drooling? Flustered. Shui Yuer hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth. No, you must be mistaken. Shui Wu regarded her with skepticism, inching closer and gently touching Shui Yuer's smooth cheek. Yuer, you can't possibly have taken a liking to him, right? I have not. Shui Yuer turned her head away defiantly. Shui Wu narrowed her eyes. If both of you sisters dare to abandon me, you will experience the full extent of my wrath. Shui Yuer discreetly rolled her eyes. She doubted Shui Wu could truly be menacing. After all, Shui Wu was merely good at putting up a front. Her heart far softer than her words suggested. Her current desire to confront Qin Jian stemmed largely from her unwillingness to let anyone usurp what rightfully belonged to Shui Binger. She cared deeply for the Tianshui battle team, which explained her heightened reaction. Chapter 60. I approached you voluntarily in the lecture hall. The female instructor was engaged in her teaching. However, Shui Binger was lost in her own thoughts, profoundly affected by the recent events. She had never experienced being the center of attention, especially not under the watchful gaze of the teacher. She had entered hand in hand with Qin Jian and even shared a brief embrace. Oh, she could not help but bury her head in her hands once more. Shui Binger, if you continue like this, the teacher will surely notice you soon. Qin Jian remarked with a hint of amusement in his voice. Indeed, upon hearing that she might be observed, Shui Binger immediately straightened up. Adopting a serious posture akin to a diligent student, reminiscent of Qin Jian's past experiences in university lectures. You are truly fascinating. Qin Jian chuckled softly. Shui Binger appeared perplexed. What do you mean by fascinating? Everything about you is intriguing. Qin Jian leaned his head on his hand and replied casually. You possess a commanding presence, yet your confidence is lacking. Despite your evident talent and strength, you exhibit timidity. The very notion of being in the spotlight feels burdensome to you. This contradiction is quite jarring. Even I find myself uncertain about which version of you is the true one. Why should the true me be known to you? Qin Jian was taken aback. You are excessively cautious, aren't you? Shui Binger bit her lip and suddenly inquired. Qin Jian, may I ask you a question? Not at all. Qin Jian teased with a tilt of his head. Oh. Shui Binger promptly lowered her head, looking quite pitiful. What a timid soul you are. Qin Jian playfully tapped her forehead, but his gesture froze abruptly, for he had often done the same to Ning Rongrong in the past. Qin Jian. Shui Binger pouted slightly. Why do you treat me this way? How have I treated you? Qin Jian queried. Shui Binger raised her beautiful eyes. Looking at him with clarity, you held my hand and tapped my head. This has crossed the boundaries of friendship. Qin Jian smiled. It was merely a casual gesture. I hope you do not mind. It was far from casual. He was simply employing a strategic approach to draw closer to Shui Binger. His primary desire was to grow stronger. Yet he lacked the emotional bandwidth to truly invest in feelings. He hoped not to develop affections for this girl as fluid as water. You are deceiving me. This was intentional. Shui Binger chastised softly. You already have Ning Rongrong. Why must you tease me? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qin Jian's eyes. Despite her hesitance and lack of confidence, this girl was equally perceptive and astute. He slowly leaned closer, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Smiling. Is this how one teases? Shui Binger quickly shifted her body slightly, attempting to evade Qin Jian's hand. Yet, the more she tried to escape, the closer he drew. Qin Jian, you are not a good person. Her sudden outburst caught Qin Jian off guard. Beneath that timid exterior, you indeed possess the heart of a dominant woman? Humph. Shui Binger appeared to sit up straight in a huff, yet from Qin Jian's perspective, he could see her earlobes turning crimson. Thus, he deduced that she was not truly angry, but rather had an air of playful affection. From the very beginning, he was aware of her fondness for him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed his soul power to soar to level 22. It was upon this foundation that he dared to take her hand and engage in intimate gestures. Had she not harbored any affection, his advances would surely have branded him a rogue. Moreover, when she remarked that he was involved with Ning Rongrong, rather than expressing disinterest in him, the underlying implication was clear. If Qin Jian were not with Ning Rongrong, then such liberties could be taken with her. Qin Jian, you mustn't treat me that way anymore. Shui Binger softly murmured, your bond with Ning Rongrong is so strong. I do not wish to intrude. At this moment, Qin Jian had no intention of retreating. He leaned in closer to her, the proximity allowing him to clearly perceive the delicate fragrance of her icy blue hair. Binger, it is not you intruding, rather. I am merely drawing closer to you. He gently exhaled near her ear. You are simply being swept along. There is no need to bear any burden. A flicker of peculiarity crossed her beautiful eyes. With her keen intellect, she understood Qin Jian's meaning. He was reassuring her that regardless of what transpired, she could continue to maintain her timid demeanor without fear of blame. At worst, others would consider him fickle, while she remained a victim of circumstance. This fellow. He does not seem as dissolute as I initially thought. Shui Binga regarded Qin Jian with an odd gaze. You seem different now. The you here is not the same as in the Tian-Do Royal Academy. You seem less authentic. What has transpired with you, Qin Jian? Qin Jian's expression faltered, and he gradually withdrew all his deliberate actions. If there is anything troubling you, I am here to listen and help. This time, it was Shui Binga who drew closer. However, Qin Jian found himself devoid of the inclination to tease her. He merely shook his head. I am fine. You are overthinking it. While the two shared whispers in their secluded exchange, they remained oblivious to the fact that almost all the students had quietly turned their attention to them, their expressions tinged with intrigue. All right, Qin Jian, what is the direction of the water element martial soul's development? Qin Jian blinked, finally comprehending the situation as he noticed the gazes of those around him, akin to that of observers marveling at rare creatures. Shui Wu instantly broke into a radiant smile, and the class erupted in a chorus of astonishment. The two who had come to Qin Jian's aid now wore even more suggestive smiles, for they were indeed sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer. Shui Wu's voice emerged like a serrated whisper, causing Shui Yuer to shudder involuntarily. She too was bewildered by her sudden impulsive desire to assist Qin Jian, perhaps enchanted by his charm. Chapter 61. The thoughts of Qin Jian. She could only muster her courage to stand and said, Teacher, I believe that water-type martial souls should fully embody their unique characteristics. Whether it is the embracing nature of water or the hardness of ice, these are intrinsic traits, and we should strive to maximize them. Indeed, maximizing these characteristics is a commendable notion. The teacher nodded slightly. After allowing Shui Yuer to take her seat, she continued, Our lifetime energy is finite. It is impossible to master everything. Therefore, focusing on the specific traits of our martial souls for singular development is an exceptionally astute strategy. However, she did not conclude the discussion there. Instead, she scanned the room with a smile and asked, Does anyone wish to add something? Noticing the silence, she turned her attention to Qin Jian and Shui Binger. What about you two? Especially you, Shui Binger. Do you have any other insights? Shui Binger pondered for a moment and replied, Teacher, although we at Tianshui Academy predominantly possess water-type martial souls, we have strong attack, agile attack, and supportive types. This indicates that the water element encompasses all characteristics. Thus, rather than striving for the pinnacle of water-type abilities, we should aim to maximize the potential of our own martial souls. Excellent. The female teacher's eyes sparkled with delight. That is precisely the answer I was eager to hear. The other students nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Shui Binger's perspective. Is there anyone else who wishes to contribute? While the teacher posed the question, her gaze was fixed intently on Qin Jian. Recognizing the attention directed at him, Qin Jian reluctantly stood up. Then, I shall share my personal insights. As he rose, all eyes were drawn to him, akin to spectators observing a rare creature. Hey, Shui Binger has already articulated the most standard answer. What more can he possibly say? A man so concerned with appearances, Shui Wu scoffed. However, Shui Yuer's gaze remained unwaveringly focused on Qin Jian, pondering the possibility of unique insights. Shui Wu snorted dismissively, clearly skeptical. At that moment, Qin Jian spoke with clarity. I largely concur with Shui Binger's response. For most soul masters, maximizing the specific traits of their martial souls is indeed the most intelligent and attainable route to achieving greater heights. However, he paused before continuing, there exists another category of soul masters, the control-type soul masters. What should their defining characteristics be? Is it merely about devising strategies and commanding the battlefield? This inquiry plunged many into contemplation, though Shui Wu remained unimpressed, dismissing it as mere showmanship. I believe otherwise. Qin Jian gestured with his hands. I contend that the future of a control-type soul master should progress from the foundation of boundless imagination. Only by breaking free from constraints can one fully unleash the strengths of each martial soul, allowing for the most appropriate choices in various circumstances. While many were left bewildered, a few appeared contemplative, particularly the female teacher. Why can't agile attack types assist? Why can't strong attack types control the field? Why can't control types execute strong attacks? Why can't supportive types launch surprise attacks? A series of probing questions posed by Qin Jian illuminated the eyes of many, yet soon left them furrowing their brows in contemplation, finding it difficult to grasp the profundity of his thoughts. Thus, I opine that for ordinary spirit masters, it suffices to merely harness the characteristics of their martial spirits. However, for prodigious spirit masters, especially those present here, one ought not to be content with such limitations. Instead, they should consciously expand their thoughts, unbound by conventional constraints, lest their ultimate achievements remain incalculable. At this moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Even Shui Wu became lost in contemplation. You are absolutely right, Qin Jian. My previous notions were indeed too narrow-minded. In the classroom, the first to comprehend Qin Jian's message was Shui Binger. Observing her enlightened demeanor, Qin Jian couldn't help but smile again, softly remarking, "You know, in terms of the class itself, your answer is the best, for it truly suits the majority." Eh? Shui Binger's confusion was evident on her face. "But I have gained so much from your answer." Qin Jian affectionately ruffled her silky hair and replied, "That is because you are a genuine genius spirit master. What I just said was reserved. My words are only suitable for prodigies of your caliber. The others are simply not capable." Shui Binger blinked, uncertainly inquiring, "Do you really believe my talent is exceptional? How lacking in confidence I am." Qin Jian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Your talent surpasses that of all the others." Shui Binger blinked again, and for some reason, Qin Jian felt as though there was something more in her gaze. "Thank you," she whispered. Qin Jian shook his head, but asked, "Is there something amiss in the environment you grew up in? Has no one ever acknowledged your talent?" Shui Binger pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose I should blame my father. He has undermined my confidence since I was very young, constantly telling me what I could not achieve." Qin Jian realized, I see. He likely intended to spur you onward, yet was unaware of the grave error he was committing. Grave error? Shui Binger queried, puzzled. Qin Jian nodded, explaining, "While the method of suppression is indeed effective, it breeds insecurity, which is contrary to human nature. Encouragement and recognition are far more beneficial. They align with human instincts. You possess such profound understanding." Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. At that moment, the others emerged from their reverie, beginning to murmur among themselves. Qin Jian's ideas are truly remarkable. They have even opened my own perspective as a teacher, the female instructor remarked with a smile. "I had previously wondered why Yin insisted on bringing you to the Tianshui Academy. Now I have some understanding. Qin Jian, I sincerely hope you can thrive at the Tianshui Academy." Her words indicated her complete alignment with Qin Jian's stance. Finally, the class concluded, and as the teacher exited the lecture hall, the female students felt liberated. However, Qin Jian found himself in a rather dismal situation as many rushed towards him, and he was almost instantaneously engulfed by the crowd. "Qin Jian, I am Ling Shui. May we become acquainted?" "Qin Jian, your previous remarks were exceptionally insightful. However, there are still some aspects I find perplexing. Could we perhaps engage in a private discussion?" As Qin Jian's figure began to fade from view, Shui Binger could no longer contain herself. She grasped Qin Jian's hand and ran, finally breaking free from the encirclement. Chapter 62. A one-on-one challenge. The figures frolicking and laughing in the hall fell into an eerie silence upon the entrance of Qin Jian and Shui Binger. Qin Jian, maintaining his composure, scanned the room. Apart from the familiar faces of Shui Wu and Qiu Ruoshui, he also recognized Shui Yuer, whom he had met in class. The remaining three individuals had been described to him by Shui Binger: Yu Hai Rou and Shen Luyu, both formidable assault-type soul masters, and Gu Qingbo, a swift attack-type soul master. The future Tianshui female team was complete. "You are our newly appointed captain, Qin Jian?" A girl with her hair elegantly pinned up approached him, resembling Shui Wu in a rather tomboyish manner. "Yu Hai Rou." Before Qin Jian could respond, she continued, "I apologize, but after our discussion, we cannot accept you as our captain, so please leave our team." "Indeed," Shui Wu concurred with a nod. Qin Jian crossed his arms, pondering if these two women had wielded such authority within the team for too long. "Hai Rou, Shui Wu, the decision to appoint me as captain was made by Mentor Ji Ning, and you cannot privately exclude me." At that moment, Shui Bingao hesitantly stepped in front of Qin Jian. Yes, yes. I think it's quite good for Qin Jian to be captain. Shui Yuer, whose hairstyle mirrored Shui Binger's, suddenly raised her hand, disregarding Shui Wu's glare. Since Bingao has no objections, I also support him as captain, Qiu Rua Shui added with a cheerful smile. And what about Qing Bo and Lu Yu? Shui Binger, encouraged by the support she received, perked up. Gu Qingbo and Shun Lu Yu exchanged glances. Shun Lu Yu stepped forward, stating, "We merely hope everyone can remain united and not become fragmented. If Bingao has no objections, then anyone can be captain." Before Shui Binger could express her delight, Yu Hai Ro coldly interjected, "Then I'm afraid, if he becomes captain, both Shui Wu and I will withdraw." At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood that Shui Wu and Yu Hai Ro were indispensable. Their soul power had reached level 28, significantly higher than the other four. Second only to Shui Binger. One was an assault type, while the other served as a support type, enhancing Shui Binger's ice-related soul skills, making their departure untenable. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Yan Jining entered with a beaming countenance. "Qin Jian, I've arranged for your admission. Temporarily serving as captain of the Tianshui team is also acceptable." "Oh, what else with those expressions?" Shui Wu hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward. "Mentor Jining, we cannot accept Qin Jian as our captain. If you insist on this decision, then Hai Ro and I shall have no choice but to withdraw." Yan Jining's expression turned serious. She glanced at Shui Wu, then at Yu Hai Ro, and finally surveyed the expressions of the others, comprehending the unfolding situation. "Qin Jian, what is your perspective on this?" Instead of soothing Shui Wu and Yu Hai Ro as others anticipated, she turned her attention to Qin Jian, who stood with his arms crossed. "Me?" Qin Jian's lips curled slightly, and he beckoned with a finger. "Doubt my capability to lead? Then let us engage in a duel." Yan Jining smiled, recognizing that Qin Jian had grasped the crux of the matter. As long as one's strength was sufficiently formidable, no one would dare to contest the position of captain. A one-on-one duel. Shui Binger exclaimed in disbelief. "But your soul power is only at level 22. You are barely on par with Qing Bo, Lu Yu, and the others." Yu Hai Ro cast a fleeting glance at Qin Jian, her expression subtly shifting. It must be said that Qin Jian's suggestion resonated well with her temperament. "I agree to the spar. Should you best me, I shall remain," Yu Hai Ro stated. However, Shui Wu was less than pleased. "I am a support-type soul master. How can I possibly fight you?" "Not to worry. You may team up with Yu Hai Ro, and I shall take on both of you," Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. "Qin Jian." Before anyone else could speak, Shui Binger hurriedly interjected. "Both of them possess level 28 soul power. Should they join forces, I would undoubtedly lose as well. You cannot possibly win." Her unexpectedly loud voice drew startled glances from Yan Jining and the others, who were astonished by the extent of her influence over Qin Jian. "Qin Jian, is it? Your proposal surprises me. Your courage is commendable," Shui Wu remarked, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Hai Ro. "If you can triumph over both of us, I shall follow your lead from that point onward." She paused, adding, "I find you somewhat more agreeable now. Should you lose, you could still serve as a substitute in our team." "Substitute?" Qin Jian tilted his head, casually responding, "I'd rather be the captain. It sounds far more intriguing. And a female captain at that. The future continental supergroup is within reach. Since you have made your decision, let us convene tomorrow morning at the designated training grounds of our team," Yan Jining proclaimed, clapping her hands. "Rest well, children. Tomorrow we will determine the team captain." As she turned to leave, she playfully winked at Qin Jian. "Qin Jian, do not bully our Binger tonight." Qin Jian merely responded with a silent expression. "Ha ha." Yan Jining laughed heartily as she departed. She was confident that Qin Jian would not do anything untoward, given that he was the direct disciple of the sword Douluo and bore the esteemed reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yan Jining did not lower her voice, allowing the others to hear her words, which elicited a variety of expressions. Shui Binger lowered her head, feeling the weight of all the gazes upon her, and she flushed with embarrassment. "Sister, shall we switch rooms?" Shui Yuer suggested suddenly, her eyes twinkling. Shui Binger hesitated, stammering, "But this is Mentor Jining's arrangement. It would not be appropriate to change it privately." The others regarded them with increasingly peculiar expressions. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Shui Binger hurriedly ascended the stairs, her high heels clicking as she made her way into the largest room on the second floor. Qin Jian observed her retreating figure and waved to the others. "Good night, everyone. I shall head in as well." He ascended the stairs leisurely, entering the room that Shui Bing-er had left ajar, and with a soft click, the door closed behind him. The other 6 girls exchanged glances, truly astonished by the audacity of this man. Shui Wu remarked with irritation, "Hyro, we must give him a good thrashing tomorrow and see if he still has the audacity to behave this way." Unfazed, Yu Hyro casually stretched her neck, clenched her fists, and replied, "He's merely at level 22. With our combined soul power at level 28, defeating him will be a mere formality. Even I alone could handle it. Rest assured, it will be no problem." Chapter 63. On the transformation brought by a man. The accommodations arranged for the battle team at Tianshui Academy were exceptionally splendid, verging on the luxurious. The room, adorned in a soothing azure palette, featured exquisite decorations, crystal chandeliers, and pale blue wainscoting, all arranged with remarkable elegance. Naturally, upon entering, the first sight that captivated Qin Jian was the 2 soft beds positioned a meter apart in the center of the room. At that moment, Shui Bing-er was seated beside the window-side bed, seemingly startled by his entrance, her hands flitting about in a flustered manner as she fumbled with this and that. "Is this my bed?" Qin Jian inquired with a smile, breaking the increasingly intimate atmosphere of the room. Shui Bing-er turned around, startled, and responded with a soft, bashful murmur. "There's no need to be nervous. I won't do anything to you." With that, Qin Jian flopped onto the bed with a thud, exclaiming, how comfortable." Suddenly, he paused, inhaling deeply, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Shui Bing-er, observing his actions, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Qin Jian then sat up, approached Shui Bing-er, and leaned close to her ear, his expression shifting to one of realization. "Can I call you Bing-er?" he asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Shui Bing-er blinked in surprise before nodding. "Sure, that's what Shui Wu and the others call me. Isn't there a difference between how men and women address each other?" He mused, bemused by her innocence in matters of the heart, which seemed to lack the finesse one would expect from a soul master. Perhaps it was a case of great wisdom appearing foolish. "Bing-er, did you switch beds with me?" Qin Jian continued, a grin spreading across his face. "The fragrance of the quilt on my bed is identical to that of your hair." Anticipating his earlier actions, Shui Bing-er blushed and replied softly, That was originally my bed. Shui Wu didn't want you sleeping on hers, so we switched." "That's quite all right. I certainly wouldn't want to share a bed with that tomboy." Qin Jian chuckled lightly. Shui Bing-er couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Gradually, she rose, seemingly acclimating to the atmosphere of sharing a space with Qin Jian. She made her way to the elegantly appointed bathroom, retrieving various toiletries from her soul guide. Qin Jian followed her, observing her actions with a hint of curiosity. "Haven't you been with me all this time? When did you prepare all this?" I went to the Academy's logistics department while you were eating." Shui Bing-er's expression softened at this moment. "You've been through a lot today. You must be tired. The bathtub here is very comfortable. Why don't you relax for a bit?" Qin Jian nodded gently in response. "Thank you." At that moment, Shui Bing-er produced a pair of men's slippers and 2 or 3 sets of sleepwear. "The Academy provides these as well?" Qin Jian exclaimed in astonishment. A faint blush appeared on Shui Bing-er's face. "These, I went out of the Academy to buy," she stammered. Qin Jian's expression turned peculiar. "You were only gone for half an hour, darting in and out of the logistics office and beyond the Academy. How swift. You should freshen up and take a bath." Unable to bear the implications in his gaze any longer, Shui Bing-er pushed him inside and firmly shut the bathroom door with a resounding thud. Breathing heavily against the door, she tried to calm her racing heart. This was the first time she had invested such thoughtfulness into a male companion, ever since learning they would share a room. Her mind had been occupied with his needs, making preparations during their brief moments together after meals. She vividly recalled the strange and suggestive look from the shopkeeper when she purchased men's slippers and pajamas in Tianshui City. That encounter had escalated to the shopkeeper even promoting contraceptives, marking one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. Suddenly, curious sounds drew her toward the door. What was that noise? She wondered, only to overhear whispers outside. "Did you hear anything? It seemed like there was something earlier, but now it's gone. Could they be asleep already? It can't be that quick. Perhaps Qin Jian has silenced Bing-er." With what? Various voices chimed in, and Shui Bing-er felt her head spin. With a sudden burst of determination, she flung the door open. "Oh my," she gasped, as 6 well-built girls tumbled into the room. "You were eavesdropping." Shui Bing-er accused them indignantly, pointing her finger. The girls scrambled to their feet, flustered. "Bing-er, we were just concerned for you, worried that Qin Jian might do something untoward," Shen Luyu said awkwardly, her green hair swaying. Exactly. Shui Wu and Yu Hai Ro echoed, crossing their arms defiantly. Where's Qin Jian? Gu Qingbo peeked in curiously. He's freshening up, Shui Binger replied. Just then, Shui Yuer chimed in. Freshening up? Sister, does he have toiletries? Should I bring a set? I have some spare in my room. Shui Binga shook her head. I've prepared everything. Oh. Shui Yuer pondered for a moment before adding. What about men's pajamas? What shall we do about those? Shui Binger's beautiful eyes blinked as she softly replied, those are also ready. Is that even possible? The girls exclaimed in unison, their astonished gazes turning indescribable. Shui Binger lowered her head, her cheeks growing warmer, nearly touching her chest. Binger, isn't this treatment rather excessive? Shui Wu complained. When I moved in, you only told me where the logistics office was. Yes. I didn't receive such preferential treatment either, Shen Luyu added, flicking her light green hair. Subsequently, a wave of accusations surged against Shui Binger for prioritizing romance over friendship. Unable to endure any longer, Shui Binger finally let out a furious cry. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Did Binger just raise her voice? Could I have misheard? Since you heard it too, it must be true. How astonishing. It is the first time I have heard Binger express herself so loudly. Has her demeanor transformed since she found a man? Eventually, Shui Bingo could no longer withstand the verbal onslaught from her friends, decisively pushing them all out and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Well, Bingo has a temper after all. Indeed, it is quite rare and intriguing. Are we to lose our gentle, soft-spoken Binger forever? Reflecting on the changes a man has brought to her. Outside, the voices grew fainter, indicating that they were moving away. Yet, the scattered whispers lingered, prompting Shui Binger to cover her cheeks in disbelief. Have I truly changed so significantly? Is it Qin Jian who has brought this transformation upon me? Chapter 64, Can you have some dignity? As Qin Jian emerged from the restroom, he found Shui Binger sitting against the door with her face concealed in her hands. And no, it's nothing. Shui Binger hurriedly rose, avoiding Qin Jian's gaze, and dashed into the restroom, muttering, I'll go wash up too. Qin Jian scratched his head in confusion. I don't think I did anything. Why is her face so flushed? Moreover, his soul power had just reached level 23. Qin Jian felt a sense of bewilderment. Who assisted in this? Little did he know, it was the unconscious encouragement of the other 6 members of the team. The night passed in silence. Qin Jian refrained from teasing Shui Binger further, sensing that he had already done enough for the day. Any more might overwhelm the timid and insecure girl. The following morning, as Qin Jian and Shui Binger descended the stairs together, they were met with 6 pairs of bright, sparkling eyes observing them. Unfortunately, Qin Jian maintained his usual demeanor, while Shui Binger walked with her head bowed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. The others exchanged glances, revealing their disappointment. Everyone's up quite early today. I didn't even need to knock on doors individually, remarked Yin Jining as she appeared at the door, scanning the 8 of them before waving her hand. Let us go. We'll have breakfast first, then head to the simulation training ground. Upon arriving at the entrance of the simulation training ground, they discovered 7 or 8 female instructors waiting. Aside from Xiao Jing, who appeared relatively youthful, the others were clearly middle-aged or older. These are the senior members of our Tianshui Academy, each at least a Soul King level, Yin Jining explained. Today, Qin Jian will be sparring with Yu Hai, Ro Shui, and the higher-ups will be observing the entire match. Shui Binger and the others were slightly taken aback, then turned their gazes toward Qin Jian. The presence of these senior figures indicated their lack of trust in Qin Jian, which made his performance today crucial. A failure could result in the loss of his qualification and expulsion from the Tianshui team. You may enter. I will watch from outside with them. Yin Xining gestured for Qin Jian and Shui Bingo to proceed inside, then activated the light barrier to project the scene within. If Qin Jian loses this match, I suggest revoking his status as a student of Tianshui Academy, Xiao Jing suddenly stated. Yin Jining shot her a glance, retorting with a cold snort. I mentioned yesterday that even if he is not made the captain of the Tianshui team, we cannot strip him of his student status. After all, he is backed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and his teacher is a peak Douluo. This statement elicited nods of agreement from the other senior instructors, clearly in support of her. Then let us expel him from the Tianshui team. Xiao Jing, seeing her lack of support, took a step back, arguing. A captain who cannot command respect is better off not being one. Rest assured, I have faith in him, Yin Xining replied casually. She had witnessed Qin Jian, at level 20 soul power, defeat a soul beast of level 30. So even with the combined might of Yu Hai and Rou Shui at level 28, she harbored no excessive concern. Xiao Jing cast a fleeting glance at her, arms crossed in defiance. I understand where your confidence stems from, after all. You have triumphantly overcome a soul beast equivalent to level 30. Humph, that hardly compares to the formidable alliance of Yu Hai Rou and Shui Wu. Several teachers nodded in agreement at this moment. Indeed, Yu Hai Rou is a powerful attacker, while Shui Wu provides invaluable support. Together, they embody the prowess of a level 35 soul master, capable of fierce combat. Yan Xining chose not to elaborate further, merely stating, "Let us watch and see." At that time, the 20-level Qin Jian had yet to acquire a second soul ring. How could these individuals, not having witnessed it firsthand, comprehend the immense potential he possessed? A confident smile graced Yan Xining's lips. Inside the simulated training ground, the world was blanketed in a cascade of snow, an astonishing imitation of a frozen landscape. Qin Jian, within this simulated environment, our water-type soul masters shall witness an enhancement in our abilities. Shui Bing'er gazed at him with concern. Are you truly going to face Hai Rou and Shui Wu alone? If you falter, I shall lose respect for you. Suddenly, Yu Hai Rou interjected. Shui Wu displayed a similar expression of disdain. Indeed, no one appreciates a cowardly man. Hai Rou, Shui Wu, you are 2 against 1. Could you exhibit a modicum of fairness? Shui Bing'er felt compelled to defend Qin Jian, but found the words stuck in her throat. However, the mere suggestion she managed to voice held significant weight, prompting Shui Wu to exclaim, "Hey, Bing'er, after spending a night with a man, you now dare to criticize me? Qin Jian, enough of the chatter. Come forth and fight," she commanded fiercely as Yu Hai Rou stood resolutely beside her. Facing the nonchalant Qin Jian, the others stepped back, and the higher-ups outside the arena heightened their focus. Please reveal your soul rings. Shui Bing'er assumed the role of referee. Yu Hai Rou, level 28 attack-type soul master, with the soul spirit of the coral needlefish. Shui Wu, level 29 support-type soul master, with the soul spirit of the elegant snow satin. The two positioned themselves, and simultaneously, 2 bright yellow soul rings emerged beneath their feet. All eyes turned to Qin Jian. A gentle smile graced his lips. Qin Jian, level 23 attack-type soul master, with the soul spirit of the emotional sword. Buzz. A bright yellow soul ring illuminated the area, not surprising anyone. Buzz. A second soul ring followed, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. For it was a purple soul ring. The second ring is indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. Gasps of astonishment erupted. How could he possibly withstand the power of a 1,000-year soul beast soul ring? Not only the girls, but even the high-ranking officials outside were taken aback. I have never witnessed a second soul ring being a 1,000-year soul ring before. An elderly teacher remarked in awe. Xiao Yan's insight is truly remarkable, he added. Xiao Jing furrowed her brow, retorting. Perhaps he merely managed to barely reach the threshold of 1,000 years. That does not surpass the rings of Shui Wu and Yu Hai Rou by much. Silence enveloped the others. Even Yan Xining was disinclined to argue. For the distinction between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring was of an entirely different caliber, resulting in a vast disparity in the soul skills they would yield. The Millennium Soul Ring. As Yuharu and Shui Wu exchanged a glance, their expressions grew solemn. Regardless of the circumstances, in terms of innate talent, the young man before them undoubtedly surpassed them. The battle commenced. Before the words of Shui Bing'er could fully escape her lips, Yuharu darted forward like a swift fish, her first soul ring illuminating brilliantly. The first soul skill. Snow Shuttle Stab. Simultaneously, Shui Wu spun gracefully, casting a luminous ring upon Yuharu. The first soul skill, Shadow Dance Light. Chapter 65. The second soul skill, the Ethereal Dance of Snow, enhanced by the light of the Shadow Dance, grants a 20 acceleration, while Hai Rou's Snow Shuttle Stab, embodying the essence of a shuttle, elevates her attack power by 20. Shui Bing'er, filled with concern, lamented. The synergy of their soul skills renders even me incapable of emerging victorious. Shen Luyu, stroking her delicate green hair, nonchalantly replied, "It matters not whether they win or lose. As long as we are together, that is all that counts." Meanwhile, the expressions of the onlookers varied greatly. Facing the sudden onslaught of Yu Hai Rou, Qin Jian remained composed, declaring, "I am like a sword." With a resounding clash, his martial soul, the purple sword, descended from the void, embedding itself into the icy surface before him, effortlessly blocking Yu Hai Rou's assault. But the encounter was far from over. With a confident smile, Yu Hai Rou's form shifted, appearing abruptly at Qin Jian's left side, launching another attack. With impeccable timing, Qin Jian grasped the hilt of his weapon once more. narrowly parrying her strike. The force of their clash reverberated through his palm, causing a sting as his soul power rapidly diminished. The disparity in their levels, 5 or 6 above his, was indeed significant. In a sudden burst of determination, Qin Jian surged forward. A flicker of pink sword energy flashing in his eyes, first soul skill, enchanting sword. Yu Hairo was momentarily blinded. Her mind overwhelmed by the exquisite visage of Qin Jian, the stunning effect of the skill rendering her dazed for at least 2 seconds. With a subtle smile, Qin Jian seized Yu Hairo's hand, lifting her effortlessly and casting her toward Shui Wu. The impact was immediate and forceful. Shui Wu, an auxiliary soul master, was caught off guard and struck directly. Is this his first soul skill? The effect is stunning. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Shui Bingo rolled her eyes. It is not stunning, it is enchanting. At that moment, wielding his purple sword, Qin Jian approached the still recovering Yu Hairo, declaring, I shall show no mercy. Underestimating us, Yu Hairo swiftly regained her footing, and her second soul ring flared to life. Second soul skill, Explosive Wave. This skill further amplified her attack power by 30 while bolstering her defense by 20, as Shui Bingo noted. And I too, Shui Wu announced, executing her second soul skill simultaneously. Snow Dance Frost Radiance. This skill augmented her own attack and defense by 30. Nervously clenching her fists, Shui Bingo remarked, Hairo now possesses at least a level 35 in both attack and defense. Fear not, Hairo won't harm your little lover, Qiu Ruo Shui chuckled. Yet, Shui Bingo grew increasingly anxious. With a resounding crash, the empowered Yu Hairo unleashed a snow-infused strike, sending Qin Jian hurtling away. Who is it that lacks mercy? Allow me to enlighten you. In a flurry of snow shadows, Yu Hairo's speed and ferocity overwhelmed Qin Jian, who found himself unable to retaliate, enduring a relentless onslaught of blows. The current state of Qin Jian, besieged and diminished, seemed to signal his inevitable defeat. Outside, Xiao Jing wore a smile, while Yin Jining cautioned, rejoicing too soon is not a wise habit. Upon the glacier, Qin Jian's condition continued to deteriorate under the barrage of attacks. First soul skill. At this moment, he once again wielded the sword of enchantment, seizing a fleeting moment of dizziness to evade Yu Hairo's relentless assault. In this formal battle, the previous effect of bewitching one's opponent into submission was no longer attainable, which was truly regrettable. Moreover, the enhancement of the opponent's defenses had inexplicably diminished the duration of the dizziness. Qin Jian let out a soft sigh, unaware that his display of dizziness had astonished all spectators. Qin Jian, your first soul skill is formidable, but in my current state, it cannot inflict any damage. You are destined to lose. Yu Hairo charged forward once more, this time with sharp icicles manifesting from both her hands. It's over, Qin Jian. Shui Bingo and the others watched with rapt attention. Then, they witnessed the purple soul ring beneath Qin Jian slowly ascending, accompanied by a snow-colored sword aura emanating from his eyes. An indescribable thrill stirred within Yu Hairo's heart. What soul skill is this? Why does it evoke memories of the past? Second soul skill, Sword of Innocence. Yet this skill not only affected his opponent. At the moment of its manifestation, it simultaneously resonated within Qin Jian himself, awakening memories of his moments with Ning Rongrong and reigniting his initial desire to grow stronger. A 20 enhancement to all attributes. I shall not be defeated, he proclaimed softly, his body radiating with sword light. A swift strike of his finger descended, and his martial soul, the purple sword, howled forth, crashing down upon Yu Hairo's icy defenses. With a resounding clash, the sword aura surged forth, enveloping Yu Hairo in a multitude of brilliant sword lights, shattering her defenses entirely. The sword aura cleaved through. A palpable sense of lethal intent bore down upon all present, rendering them breathless. Hairo. Shui Wu struggled to catch Yu Hairo, only to find her already unconscious. Tap, tap. The young man approached, sword in hand, traversing the icy surface. Shall we continue? His tone was calm, yet it rendered Shui Wu speechless with trepidation, for she sensed the sharp sword aura emanating from Qin Jian, imbued with a murderous intent. This ferocity was what students like her, molded by academia, lacked most. No, there is no need. We concede. Shui Wu lowered her head. Buzz. Ah, all right. It was only then that the others reacted, hastily rushing to help Shui Wu lift Yu Hairo. Qin Jian. You have triumphed over Hairo and Shui Wu. How impressive. Shui Bingo could not help but inquire, what is the effect of your second soul skill? How did it reverse the situation so abruptly? The others leaned in, eager to listen. A reduction and enhancement of all attributes? They exclaimed in unison. Even the higher-ups from the outside were astonished. Regardless of Qin Jian's identity, his remarkable talent and strength were more than sufficient for him to serve as the captain of the Tian Shui team, the elderly female teacher remarked. Her words seemingly commanding the respect of others. Many nodded in agreement. Even Xiao Jing found herself at a loss for words this time. Let us hope our academy does not become the laughingstock of the elite Soul Master tournament among advanced academies across the continent. With a male student as the captain of a team predominantly composed of female students. This was all she could muster to say. Yanxi smiled gently and remarked, by that time, there will undoubtedly be changes. I firmly believe that Qin Jian is merely a precursor. He will reveal our true essence. Chapter 66. Practice well, children. From this moment forth, Qin Jian shall be the captain of our Tianshui battle team. After bringing Yuhara to find a healing mentor, she swiftly regained consciousness. Upon returning to the dedicated building of the battle team, Yin Jining announced Qin Jian's new role as captain. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. What? Do any of you harbor dissent? Yin Jining inquired. The 7 girls shook their heads in unison. Yin Jining smiled and continued, thus it shall be. You will continue your elective courses as usual, while the training of the battle team, apart from my arrangements, will be solely at the captain's discretion. Qin Jian. Do you have any thoughts regarding the team's training? She turned her gaze towards Qin Jian and asked. Qin Jian glanced at the 7 colorful young ladies seated on the sofa, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. You'll find out tomorrow. Yin Jining nodded, saying, the team's strength heavily relies on the performance of control-type soul masters, and our only control-type, Binger, is rather lacking in this regard. I hope you can practice with her more. Practice with Binger? The girls blinked in surprise, while Shui Binger quietly lowered her head. Once Yin Jining finally departed, the girls, who had just been behaving like obedient little angels, suddenly came to life. Captain, you must ensure you practice well with Binger. Qiu Ruoshui exclaimed with a grin. Where will the captain practice, I wonder? In the training grounds, or the bedroom? Gu Qingba chimed in, joining the banter. Then, Shui Yue blurted out, what if it's on the bed? Yue. Her words caused Shui Binga to exclaim in surprise. Ha ha. The hall erupted in joyous laughter. Even Shui Wu and Yu Heru couldn't help but smile at this moment. Though they were somewhat resistant to having Qin Jian as their sudden captain, they possessed a profound sense of belonging to the Tianshui battle team, and their bonds ran deep. They had never truly considered leaving. Captain, what exactly is the training you just mentioned? Yuhara suddenly asked. As she spoke, the others fell silent, their faces breaking into smiles. Yuharu's calling him captain signified her acceptance of Qin Jian. Shuewu pouted and also inquired. Indeed, what sort of training? The captain must clarify so we can prepare ourselves. Qin Jian chuckled. Well, that's still up in the air. Whether we can practice that way depends on our Binger. Me? Shui Bingo raised her head in bewilderment. The others appeared equally puzzled. However, Qin Jian refrained from elaborating, instead pulling Shui Binger to her feet and saying, I noticed you have no classes today, so I shall begin your training this afternoon. Practice. Shui Binger widened her eyes slightly. Where will we practice? The others chorused. Qin Jian smiled subtly. In the bedroom. Oh wow. As expected. This sparked another wave of exclamations from the girls. Once the other 6 individuals had either immersed themselves in their cultivation or attended their classes. Qin Jian indeed confined Shui Binger within the confines of his bedroom. Captain. Shui Binger felt a flutter of anxiety as Qin Jian scrutinized her form. What are you planning to do? What do you think? He inquired, drawing closer to her delicate visage. Naturally, I intend to train you. Then, how should I proceed? Her heart raced as Qin Jian's warm breath brushed against her cheek, causing her to instinctively tilt her head back, yet she quickly lost her balance. However, she did not fall, as Qin Jian had deftly encircled her slender waist. Is this intentional? She questioned, feeling flustered. As Qin Jian stepped forward, her body pressed against his. Of course not, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. You are the one taking advantage of me. How could I possibly be? Qin Jian replied, feigning innocence. With her arms wrapped around herself, Shui Binger cast her gaze downward, feeling aggrieved. You just held me. It was merely a moment of support when you nearly toppled over, he countered nonchalantly. Besides, it's just an embrace. There's nothing unusual about it. Unusual? Shui Binger was taken aback. It is quite unusual. I've never been embraced by a man before. Relax, Qin Jian assured her, a playful smile gracing his features. By this afternoon, you will find it quite customary to be in my arms. Shui Bingo clutched herself once more. A mixture of trepidation and curiosity flooding her mind. What do you intend to do with me? Me? Qin Jian inched closer, his eyes narrowing with amusement. I am here to teach you. To dance. What? Dance. The unexpected revelation brought a sigh of relief, albeit mingled with confusion. Why would you want to teach me how to dance? Taking a seat at the edge of his bed, he explained, our first training task as a team involves this. You will be the lead dancer, responsible for instructing the others tomorrow. Dance as a training task? Shui Bingo struggled to comprehend, her thoughts swirling. How could that possibly qualify as training? Why not? I decree it so, he replied casually. Shui Binger was rendered speechless, her mind racing with thoughts of how the Tianshui team might be led astray by Qin Jian's whimsical approach. In truth, dancing doesn't require any physical contact. I could simply dance while you follow my lead, she suddenly suggested. I knew you were clever. It isn't so easy to deceive you, Qin Jian sighed dramatically. Yet without sincerity. However, I genuinely plan to guide you step by step. What can you do about it? Qin Jian, how can you be so brazen? Shui Binger's face reddened. You can't possibly have devised this dance practice for such selfish reasons. That is utterly irresponsible. In that moment, the powerful and affectionate image of Qin Jian crumbled in her perception. No, Binger, while I admit to harboring a small degree of selfishness, it constitutes but a minor fraction of my intentions. Realizing he could not continue to tease her without jeopardizing his reputation, he added, there is a significant purpose behind my decision to have the team practice together. Do not misjudge my intentions. He spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. What significance does dancing hold? Shui Bingo pouted. Qin Jian could not help but stroke her hair, responding, you will come to understand this in due time. For now, even if I were to explain it, you would likely dismiss it. Oh. Shui Bingo cast him a sidelong glance, skepticism creeping into her voice. Even if the dance of the battle team has meaning, what does that have to do with you teaching me step by step? Well, it indeed bears little relation, Qin Jian admitted, scratching his nose. Shui Binger seized upon this admission, stepping closer as if she had caught him in a small lie. I knew you were just making excuses. There's nothing I can do about it. Qin Jian shrugged, replying, this is a feminine dance, quite charming and alluring. You surely cannot expect me to demonstrate it for you? An image suddenly flashed through Shui Binger's mind, and she could hardly contain her laughter. Chapter 67. Softened You Dance the Women's Dance. Giggle. Haha. Water Binger transitioned from a soft chuckle to an uncontrollable laughter, her entire face blooming like a flower. This is what is meant by the saying, a smile like a blossoming flower. A slight ripple stirred in the lake of her heart, yet Qin Jian remained oblivious. He merely shook his head with a smile, saying thus, I can only teach you this dance hand in hand. Demonstrate? Not a chance. As Water Bingo continued to laugh heartily, Qin Jian, unable to contain his irritation, placed his hands on his hips and declared, what are you laughing about? We've said all that needs to be said. Now it's time to practice the dance. Don't forget, tomorrow you must teach those 6 yourself. I am to teach them? Water Bingo finally ceased her laughter, her beautiful visage slowly revealing a look of distress. I cannot teach others. Even if you cannot teach, you must, Qin Jian replied. Am I to instruct each one individually? At this, Water Binger's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid. You can teach them too. Just like you, hand in hand? Qin Jian tilted his head in inquiry. Water Binger blurted out, no. The firmness of her voice starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. Oh, why not? A smile graced Qin Jian's face. Only then did Water Bingo realize the implications of her words, her cheeks flushing crimson. Wasn't her statement implying that only she could be taught hand in hand, while others could not? The ambiguous undertone was unmistakable, and Water Bingo was utterly at a loss as to why she reacted in such a manner. Thus, my method is indeed superior, is it not? Qin Jian did not press her further, instead proposing, then I shall teach you, and you shall teach them. How does that sound? All right, Water Binger replied. Her gaze lowered in submission. What dance are we to practice? She inquired. Huh? What did you say? Water Binger asked, somewhat bewildered. This is a local dialect. Translated into our common expression, it signifies. Qin Jian's countenance softened as he gently uttered, I love you. It was as though a subtle flash of lightning struck her, causing Water Binger to tremble. Yet, when she furtively glanced at Qin Jian, she found that although his gaze was upon her, it lacked focus. Was he not looking at me? Water Binger's eyes suddenly turned inquisitive. Who exactly is he looking at? Is it Ning Rongrong? Her small hands unconsciously clenched tightly together. She was acutely aware of her fondness for Qin Jian, which is why she overlooked his behaviors and even tacitly permitted his hand-holding and embraces. Yet, if there was someone occupying the most important place in his heart, then what about me? Instinctively, she felt the urge to withdraw, but deep within her, another voice emerged. Why should you concede? Waterbing, you are never inferior to anyone. Do not let your father's oppressive words dictate your life. Strive for what you desire. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly declared as Qin Jian's gaze refocused, Captain, please teach me this dance. At this moment, the gaze of Shui Binger, imbued with an air of aggression, felt strikingly unfamiliar to Qin Jian, yet it perfectly showcased her inherent elegance. A unique, suffocating charm radiated from her, causing Qin Jian's focus to waver once more. It dawned upon him that he truly preferred her in this manner. Shui Bingo blinked her beautiful eyes, a subtle warmth blossoming in her heart. She realized that this time, Qin Jian's attention was solely for her, no longer for anyone else. Is it permissible? She took another step forward, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Qin Jian, a fragrant aura wafting towards him, graceful, poised, and beautiful. Qin Jian exhaled softly, gazing into her eyes as he uttered, "This is the most perfect version of you." Shui Bingo smiled with delight. Yet she could not maintain this state for long, for Qin Jian began to instruct her on the dance movements. Come, stand here. He positioned himself behind her. The first movement was crucial, destined to captivate all eyes. He grasped both of Shui Binger's delicate hands. You must place your hands behind you and sway gently with your body. As he guided her, one hand maneuvered her small hands while the other rested on her waist. No, that's too stiff. The essence of this movement is allure. Let us try again. Shui Binger's face flushed crimson, the fleeting aura of a confident woman lost somewhere. Due to Qin Jian's reluctance to demonstrate, he meticulously led her through each movement. Not only did he touch her all over, but he also embraced her from behind several times to adjust her posture. After merely 15 minutes of practice, Qin Jian, bemused, set Shui Bingo down on the bed. Your body is too soft to stand straight. Your combat readiness is inadequate. Let us take a break before continuing. With that, Shui Binger lowered her head and hurried into the restroom, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Having practiced for only a short while, she certainly wasn't exhausted. It was merely her youthful sensitivity that had rendered her pliant. Turning on the faucet, Shui Bingo splashed cold water on her face for quite some time before finally looking up at her reflection in the mirror. This is really me? The girl staring back had dreamy eyes and a rosy complexion, appearing exquisitely alluring. Oh no, how could I let him see me like this? Lowering her head, Shui Binger splashed water on her face again, murmuring, calm down, calm down. I must not be underestimated. Are you ready for a break, Binger? Qin Jian's voice called from outside the door. Come on, we need to continue learning. You must acquire some skills to teach them tomorrow. After 3 persistent calls, Shui Binger reluctantly emerged from the restroom. Upon seeing her, Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback. Was this enchanting girl truly the shy and insecure Shui Binger from before? Shaking his head, he pulled her to the center of the room. Come, let us repeat the previous movements. Perhaps it was an illusion, but this time, Shui Binger's movements were undeniably captivating, leaving Qin Jian parched with desire. Binger. The overall style of this dance is healing, refreshing, and beautiful. He hesitated for a moment before saying, therefore, although this movement is quite alluring, you must restrain yourself. Do not make the amplitude too large. Oh. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger immediately covered her face, wishing to rush into the restroom. However, she was halted by Qin Jian, who embraced her waist. Where do you think you are running off to? You have only practiced once. No escaping. Continue practicing. Chapter 68. The team's dance practice half a day had passed. What happened to them? Yu Haru inquired, puzzled. Shui Wu furrowed her brow. They can't possibly have been in the bedroom all afternoon. Can they? Surely they are not practicing? Qiu Ruoshui suggested. Gu Qingba contemplated. That seems unlikely. Who would practice in a bedroom? Then what are they doing? Shin Liuyu instinctively brushed her light green hair. Why not just go check? Shui Yuer proposed. We were just waiting for you to say that. The others chimed in unison. Consequently, Shui Yuer was pushed to the forefront, ascending to the second floor. Hey, why are you all pushing me? Shui Yuer exclaimed, flailing in protest. Who told you to be Binger's sister? It's only natural for you to handle this. If you happen to see something inappropriate, Binga wouldn't really be angry with you. Qiu Ruoshui chuckled. You mischievous lot. Shui Yue pouted. It still knocked on the door, sister? Captain, are you there? No sound emerged. The 6 exchanged puzzled glances. Yue, why don't you take a look inside? Shui Wu suddenly suggested. Hesitating but ultimately yielding, Shui Yue extended her hand. With a soft click, the door creaked open. The tranquil bedroom was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, which spilled onto the plush bed and illuminated two slumbering faces. Oh, they actually fell asleep? And on the same bed, Qin Liu whispered. The group tiptoed in, approaching Qin Jian's bedside. They found Qin Jian and Shui Bing'er fully clothed, even their shoes still on, lying side by side with breaths that varied in intensity. Exchanging knowing glances, they silently retreated, carefully closing the door behind them. What on earth did they do this afternoon? They appear quite exhausted. Yuhara remarked, crossing her arms. Well, as long as their clothes are intact. Qin Liu replied. Indeed, Bing'er knows her limits, she added. Oh, Shuewu, you actually care about the captain? Qiu Ruoshui said, taken aback. I'm concerned about Bing. Shuewu retorted, turning her head. Our captain has a long way to go before earning my approval. When Qin Jian and Shui Bing'er awoke from their dreams, they noticed dinner waiting at the bedside. They exchanged glances, warmth evident in their eyes. The feeling of being cared for was always delightful. We practiced too hard today. Qin Jian stretched and suggested, let us finish dinner and turn in early. Tomorrow's team training will depend on you. Oh, Shui Bing'er replied softly. At that moment, she recalled the scenes from the afternoon, her body warming and softening slightly. Fortunately, Qin Jian remained focused on his meal, which, although a bit cold, still retained its flavor, rivaling the cuisine of the Heavenly Water Academy with that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Captain, Shui Bing'er suddenly recalled something and asked, aren't you going to practice? In recent days, it seems I have not observed your cultivation of soul power. I have been diligently training. Level 24? Shui Bing'er widened her eyes in astonishment. It has only been a short while. And you have already ascended a level? Wait. She suddenly stood up. On the day you arrived, you were clearly only at level 22. This is my unique talent. My advancement differs from that of others. Qin Jian replied with a smile. Generally speaking, within a major realm, the initial 5 levels are easier to attain, while the subsequent levels become increasingly arduous. To transcend a major realm, one must endure excruciating trials. Shui Bing'er listened, her eyes glazed with confusion. Qin Jian had no intention of explaining further, for doing so would jeopardize his divine position 9 trials and could lead to the collapse of his entire soul power. Well, just consider me somewhat of a genius. Overall, if fortune favors me, my progress can be remarkably swift. Qin Jian chuckled. Shui Bing'er could only nod in a daze. How could she know that within the realm of great soul masters, each increment in soul power for Qin Jian relied entirely on her goodwill? The following day, as Qin Jian and the 7 members of the Tianshui team arrived at their designated training ground, they found Yan Jining already waiting there. Today's team training would commence. Organized by our newly appointed captain, she led the group into the training area. Unbeknownst to them, after their entrance, Xiao Jing, accompanied by several high-ranking officials, activated the observation screen once more. I am curious to see what Qin Jian can orchestrate with the Tianshui team. Xiao Jing observed the scene before her with an indifferent gaze. Still the same icy landscape. Qin Jian, what training do you have planned for today? Are you intending to engage in pair battles to enhance practical abilities? Or will it be team drills to cultivate synergy? If so, I may need to activate other states of the training ground. Yan Jining inquired. Qin Jian exchanged glances with Shui Bing'er, then stepped forward with a smile, stating, today's training content for our team is. All eyes were curiously fixed upon him. Well, today we shall learn to dance, Qin Jian declared casually. A chilling gust swept through, causing everyone to shiver. Qin Jian, are you jesting? Yan Jining responded incredulously. Learning to dance can hardly be considered training. The others nodded in agreement. Yet, to their surprise, Qin Jian earnestly nodded and said, Instructor Jining, the first item on my training agenda is indeed to learn team dance. After scrutinizing him for a moment and confirming he was not joking, Yan Jining could only rub her forehead in resignation. Very well, since you are my appointed captain, it is your prerogative. Fortunately, there will be no higher-ups observing today. Otherwise, I would bear the pressure once more. Thank you, Instructor Jining, Qin Jian expressed sincerely. He understood that implementing such training would actually be quite challenging, yet he was taken aback by the trust the instructor placed in him. What they did not realize was that, outside, a group of high-ranking officials was indeed watching, and the situation had already erupted into chaos. Esteemed mentors, observe this Qin Jian. He hardly embodies the qualities of a captain. Xiao Jing eagerly fanned the flames of dissent. How could he possibly make the team learn to dance? Isn't that a sheer waste of time? Many senior officials nodded in agreement, resonating with her sentiment. Yet, it was the wise, silver-haired instructor's words that momentarily quelled their opinions. Let us observe further before forming conclusions. Do not be too hasty in judgment. Chapter 69. The significance of learning team dance within the training ground. The 6 members of the team resigned themselves to forming 2 lines, preparing to learn the dance. Captain, will you personally teach us how to dance? I heard from Binger that you were the top performer in this year's Royal Etiquette Training Graduation Showcase. Qiu Ruoshui inquired with curiosity. The moment she uttered those words, the interest of the others was piqued. Although dance seemed incongruous with the team's style, as young women, they still harbored the desire to perform beautiful dances. After all, it was a reflection of their own charm. Qin Jian nodded and then shook his head, smiling as he said, I do know how to dance as a team, but I will not be teaching you personally. Then who will teach us? Shui Yuer asked. At that moment, the quick-witted Yuhara glanced at Shui Binger, who stood beside Qin Jian. Could it be Bingo? No way, how could she possibly teach? Shui Wu expressed her skepticism. The others nodded in agreement. However, Qin Jian then pushed Shui Binger forward, stating, Hera guessed correctly. I taught Binga some of the moves yesterday, and today she will instruct you. The 6 others turned their doubtful gazes toward Shui Binger, but Yan Jining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of Qin Jian's ulterior motives behind teaching dance, having Shui Binger as the instructor was undoubtedly a brilliant move. Today, I will teach you the moves that the captain showed me yesterday. Follow my lead. As Shui Binger spoke, Qin Jian leaned in, pretending to clean his ears. Binger, I can't hear you. Could you speak a bit louder? We're your teammates. We won't bite. Upon hearing Qin Jian's remark, Yan Jining became even more convinced of her judgment. This was indeed a practical exercise aimed at Shui Binger. Oh, I understand. Shui Binger took a deep breath, striving to elevate her voice. The other 6 exchanged glances, beginning to comprehend why Qin Jian insisted on having Shui Binger teach. The first move is, everyone watch me perform. Shui Binger thought it quite well, as long as the others followed her lead. It would be considerably easier than the previous day's lesson with Qin Jian. Yet, when she stood at the forefront to demonstrate the first move, she felt as if her body had become rigid, resulting in an utterly dismal performance. Shui Wei couldn't contain her laughter. But Qin Jian quickly overshadowed her voice, exclaiming, Binger, you did quite well, the others just haven't caught on yet, so let's see it again. Simultaneously, he gestured to the other 6. Pay close attention to Binger's demonstration and do not get distracted. Shui Wu and the others immediately grasped his intent. Even those who were initially oblivious quietly reminded one another. Shui Binger inhaled deeply and demonstrated once more. Wow, that move is splendid. At that moment, Qiu Ruoshui exclaimed, Binger, you're amazing. I want to learn that move too. As she spoke, Qin Jian clearly noticed that Shui Binger's body relaxed slightly. He secretly gave Qiu Ruoshui a thumbs up. Upon the arrival of others, they quickly grasped the essence and began to praise her. Shui Binger, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her head and consequently relaxed even further. Now, let us all attempt this movement together, she encouraged, finally prompting the other 6 to commence their practice. Qin Jian interjected. Binger, considering the differing physical conditions of the few present, the postures and movements of this dance may require slight adjustments. Please observe their unique characteristics closely and provide individual guidance. Understood, Shui Binger nodded obediently, attentively scrutinizing each participant. Yan Jining, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, finally placing complete trust in Qin Jian, having understood his intentions. After a thorough session of instruction, Shui Binger had corrected each person's movements multiple times and had gradually begun to embody the role of an instructor. The morning swiftly passed. Naturally, their first attempt at a cohesive dance was rather chaotic. Thus, Qin Jian advised, while perfecting your own movements, you must also remain aware of each individual's positioning and actions. How can that be achieved? Shui Yuer exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. Qin Jian shook his head, stating, once you become accustomed, it will come naturally. We are a team, and being vigilant of our companion statuses at all times is an inherent responsibility. Gu Qingbo, Qiu Ruoshui, and others nodded in understanding. Those like Shui Binger, with her remarkable intelligence, along with Shui Wu and Yu Hairo, who possessed exceptional talents, began to comprehend what Qin Jian aimed to cultivate in their training. It was not merely about the dance itself. They all realized that the experienced high-level instructors from the outside world were also gradually awakening to this truth. The elderly instructor, leaning on her cane, remarked contemplatively, Simplifying the complex is indeed commendable. Combat is an exceedingly intricate endeavor. Cultivating a qualified control-type soul master and fostering a team with seamless cooperation may require countless practical drills. She continued. However, Qin Jian initially chose to simplify this process, opting for dance rather than simulating combat. Primarily, this decision stemmed from Shui Binger's character. She has always been insecure and timid. By assigning her the role of teaching everyone, Qin Jian not only provides her with valuable experience, but also helps to build her confidence. Furthermore, as a control-type soul master, she must constantly monitor each team member's condition, understanding the characteristics of every companion, a skill that can be honed through teaching dance. From the small to the grand, I believe this captain is quite capable. She paused, tapping her cane thoughtfully, and addressed Xiao Jing. Xiao, you should cease clinging to this concern. If he can foster a more mature Tianshui team, even leading them to a top 3 finish in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, then the occasional criticism is inconsequential. Xiao Jing, unable to restrain herself, stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, Dean, even with these advantages, have you seen the dance he is teaching? Some of the movements are rather provocative, aren't they? What kind of spectacle is this? Haraha. Chapter 70. Complete team dance. Thus, the morning was dedicated to dance practice, while the afternoon was spent teaching Shui Binger, occasionally accompanying her to classes. Time flew swiftly, and Qin Jian gradually integrated into this academy, becoming a part of the Tianshui battle team. Captain, we have completed this particular dance. What shall we do next for our team training? Xiao Ruoshui inquired curiously within the simulated training ground. You aren't planning to teach us a new dance, are you? Qin Jian chuckled and addressed the 7 pairs of sparkling eyes. Do you wish to learn another team dance? The girls exchanged glances and unanimously nodded. Dancing together indeed fostered camaraderie, and the dance Qin Jian taught was visually captivating, much to their delight. However, Qin Jian shook his head and smiled. After all, we are a battle team at the academy. We cannot truly prepare to debut as a girl group. I will teach any new dances to Bingo in due time. You all should find opportunities to practice on your own. After we complete the final team dance training, we shall proceed to rehearsals for our combat synergy. Yin Jining, who had been observing them, nodded in agreement. Initially, she had worried that Qin Jian intended to continue in this manner indefinitely, but fortunately, his vision was clear, alleviating her concerns. Captain, what is the final team dance training? Shui Bingo stepped forward to inquire. After a month or 2 of training, she had grown considerably more confident in expressing herself within the team, even pointing out the mistakes of others. Her growth was the most remarkable, and Qin Jian could gradually envision the future leader of the Tianshui battle team in her. Although when alone together teaching dance, Shui Binger still appeared somewhat timid, perhaps due to Qin Jian's assertiveness. He is now at level 25. You all have worked hard to perfect this dance. It deserves to be fully realized. The eyes of the 7 girls sparkled with excitement. After all the effort they had put in, how could they not wish to perform it in its entirety alongside the accompaniment? Qin Jian activated the sound recording magic device, and the long-familiar accompaniment began to play softly, his gaze drifting slightly. Wow, this accompaniment is beautiful. Shui Wei suddenly clapped her hands. The others quickly nodded in agreement, including Yin Jining. Their anticipation for the fusion of dance and music intensified, particularly for Shui Binger, who was regarded as the core soul of the dance. She spent the most time standing at the forefront, while the others predominantly coordinated around her. Binger, your movements have become stiff. Be more confident. You dance splendidly. Thus, the entire morning was predominantly spent with Qin Jian correcting Shui Binger. With prior practice, rehearsing with the accompaniment proved not difficult, and by the time battle training was nearing its end, they had nearly perfected it. As the music began to play, the 7 girls danced gracefully. Qin Jian lounged leisurely on the ice surface ahead, resting his elbows on his knees, his palms supporting his head, fingers rhythmically tapping along with the accompaniment. Each girl's enchanting dance posture, every charming or alluring expression, radiated beauty, especially as Shui Bingo gradually found her liberation. Her self-assured and gracious demeanor exuded an innate charm that effortlessly drew the gaze of those around her. Qin Jian's eyes remained steadfastly fixed upon her. A mere exchange of glances and a smile from him could provide Shui Binger with the utmost encouragement. Grateful for this world of soul masters and these ethereal girls, he felt they perfectly embodied the beauty that lingered in his memories. In the future, he hoped to find an opportunity for them to debut in the soul arena. Their grace combined with their beauty would surely possess an enchanting effect, akin to a collective intelligence debuff, diminishing all attributes by 30%. Qin Jian's thoughts meandered aimlessly until the accompaniment concluded, leaving him still immersed in reverie. Hey, Captain, what are you thinking about? Shui Binger approached with curiosity. After an entire dance, not a single bead of sweat graced them, a testament to their soul master physique as they executed various poses with effortless ease. The captain must be smitten by our Binger, he. Xiao Ruoshui teased, drawing near. Stop joking. Shui Binger felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Am I not? Just look, Binger is now so at ease with us, Shui Wu chimed in, wrapping her arm around Shui Yuer's shoulder. Yuer, your sister has begun to treat us differently. Her typically thoughtless remarks proved to be quite impactful. Yue. Shui Binger stomped her foot in playful indignation. Next time, your training tasks will be doubled. Ah, no. Shui Yue cried out, pleading, Sister, you can't treat me this way. Humph. Shui Binger crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly upwards. Yanji looked on with satisfaction, reveling in the sight of Shui Binger's newfound confidence. Silly sister. You're not the captain. Humph. I'll go to the captain. Shui Yue trotted over to Qin Jian, adopting a charming demeanor. Captain, my sister is bullying me. You must stand up for me. Shui Wu, you hi. And the others simultaneously shook their heads. Yue still hasn't grasped reality, such an innocent child. Indeed. In the next moment, Qin Jian lifted his gaze, smiling as he regarded Shui Yue, then said, Yue, your sister's words are my words. You shall obediently double your training tomorrow. Ah, Shui Yue lamented once more. How can you all treat me this way? Ha ha ha. Chapter 71. Returning to the Star Do Great Forest. Qin Jian, how do you intend to train the team collaboration next? Once the day's team training concluded and the girls dispersed, Yan Jining pulled Qin Jian to the dining hall for a meal. The female students in the academy had gradually grown accustomed to Qin Jian's presence. Although they still regarded him with curiosity, they no longer crowded around him. Mentor Jining. Nothing surpasses real combat for team coordination training. The Star Do Great Forest? Yan Jining furrowed her brow. Typically, members of your team would hunt spirit beasts accompanied by us mentors. Relying solely on yourselves will be quite challenging, after all. The requirement for the third spirit ring is at least 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Mentor Jining, we are 8 in number. If we cooperate well enough, hunting 1,000-year spirit beast should pose no issue. Qin Jian replied. This is the crux of our synergy. If our team cannot achieve this, how can we participate in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent? Yan Jining nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. However, the Star Do Great Forest is fraught with danger, as 10,000-year spirit beasts may roam within. Thus, you can only operate in the outskirts. And I will discreetly follow to ensure your safety. Yet, should you venture deeper, I may not be able to protect you. Qin Jian acknowledged her words with a nod, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his lowered gaze, unnoticed by Yan Jining. The Star Do Great Forest. That is my domain. What danger could there possibly be? And so, a week passed. When all was prepared, Qin Jian led the 7 girls confidently out of the academy. Striding through the bustling streets of Tianshui City towards the Star Do Great Forest, these girls had trained in the academy for several years and had not ventured outside in quite some time, now resembling a group of exuberant rabbits eager to explore and play, significantly slowing their pace. Yan Jining observed from the shadows, shaking her head. These little ones certainly need some rigorous training. With such discipline, do they truly expect to compete in the Soul Master Elite competition? Throughout the journey, Qin Jian paid them no mind, allowing them to frolic freely while he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Shui Binger, enjoying his own amusement. Even upon entering the Star Do Great Forest, the girls remained unfazed. Fortunately, the initial encounters were with spirit beasts only a few decades to 100 years old, posing no threat to them. However, they soon encountered their first 1,000-year spirit beast, a bloodthirsty demon fox. Binger, quickly seal it. At Xiao Ruoshui's panicked cry, Shui Binger instinctively locked onto the bloodthirsty demon fox and unleashed her first spirit skill. I seal. Crack. Crack. The unavoidable first spirit skill proved effective. And several powerful attack-type soul masters, Hai Rou, Shen Lu, and Xiao Ruoshui, immediately launched an assault, while the agile attack-type duo of Gu Qingba and Shui Yue swiftly joined in to assist. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the strength of the 1,000-year spirit beast. With a mere sharp howl, the fox broke free from Shui Binger's icy grip. Woo! The crimson fox expanded in form, spinning rapidly like a blood cell swelling in size. instantly propelling the 5 attackers away. With a swift glance from its cunning blood-red eyes, it fixated on everyone hidden within the woods, then darted towards Shui Wu, who stood at the back. At that moment, the other 5 were momentarily exhausted, and Shui Binger was at a loss. As the monstrous claws of the fox reached directly towards Shui Wu, the others exclaimed in alarm. Finally, Qin Jian, who had been observing, took action. Binger, activate your second soul skill. Ah, yes. Shui Binger instinctively activated her second soul ring, second soul skill, Ice Soul Armor, with a series of crackling sounds. A protective armor enveloped Shui Wu and Qin Jian. Bang! Under the assault of the 1,000-year soul beast, the ice blue armor shattered instantly. However, that brief moment of respite was sufficient. Qin Jian, wielding his martial soul sword, surged towards Shui Wu, sword chi. A beam of sword light cleaved through the air, striking the magical fox and forcing it back a few steps. Shui Wu, use your second soul skill now, he commanded, prompting Shui Wu to promptly unleash her second soul skill, boosting his defense and attack by 30%. Second soul skill, Sword of Innocence. As the bloodthirsty gaze of the magical fox turned towards him, Qin Jian's eyes filled with sword energy. His attributes surged, while the fox's attributes waned. First soul skill, Sword of Enchantment. He remained relentless, immediately deploying his first soul skill. The fox, which had been poised to strike, suddenly froze, pausing for 2 seconds. Seizing the moment, Qin Jian unleashed 10 successive sword strikes, causing the fox to suffer grievous wounds. Meanwhile, the others, having regained their strength, rushed forward. Yet, cunning as it was, the bloodthirsty magical fox sensed the shift in its fortune and fled, leaving no opportunity for them to deliver a fatal blow. Gasping for breath, nearly everyone collapsed onto the ground as the soul beast retreated, though Qin Jian maintained a more composed demeanor. Once he sensed the 7 girls had calmed down, he approached their center and said, "Now, it is time for a debriefing, akin to our dance practice. Let us reflect on the issues we encountered." However, the girls remained somewhat silent, particularly Shui Binger, who could not lift her head. "Before we entered the Stardow Forest, what was my arrangement for you?" Qin Jian's tone was not overly stern, yet the 7 girls instinctively straightened up, attentively listening. "My plan was for Bingo to lead and control the situation, Shui Wu to assist and observe, while the others followed commands, with me as a flanking presence." He gestured towards Shui Wu, saying, "Let us begin with you, Shui Wu. Please share whether you fulfilled your role." Shui Wu could not help but lower her head, murmuring, "I did nothing just now, before they faced the soul beasts. I should have employed a group support soul skill. Moreover, I failed to pay attention to my positioning. As the soul support soul master in the team, I ought to have occupied the safest position. According to our previous arrangement, I should have closely followed you, Captain." Qin Jian nodded, saying, "Indeed. Had you been positioned behind me, the magical fox would not have been able to strike you, thus averting such a perilous situation. Next, Ruo Shui. Please share whether you fulfilled my expectations just now." He then gestured towards Chiu Ruo Shui. This girl, who usually exuded cheerfulness, now found herself unable to lift her head. I made a significant mistake, one even greater than Shui Wu's. Chapter 72, Sudden Assault. Oh, please do share. Qin Jian said. Chiu Ruo Shui pursed her lips and replied, "Not only did I fail to wait for Bingo to give instructions, but I also, out of sheer anxiety during the soul beast's assault, inadvertently directed Binger, resulting in utter chaos within our team." Indeed, as she spoke, Chiu Ruo Shui's head drooped lower, until she could hardly lift it. Next, Yuhara turned her gaze toward the girl with her hair in a bun. Yuhara straightforwardly admitted, "I neither heeded the commands nor utilized my soul technique to enhance my attack power. I rushed in without hesitation. As a powerful assault-type soul master, it was utterly negligent of me to forget to employ my soul skills in the heat of the moment." Qin Jian nodded and turned to the next. "What about Shen Liuyu?" "I also disregarded the commands and became completely disoriented. I only focused on attacking, oblivious to the positions and actions of my teammates," Shen Liuyu replied. "And Gu Qingba and Shui Yueo?" Qin Jian inquired. Gu Qingba raised his head and said, "I am a speed-type soul master, not a power-type, yet I conducted myself as though I were a power-type soul master, failing to leverage the advantages of my speed. For instance, when Shuwu was under attack, had I not been temporarily incapacitated by the magical fox's counterattack, I could have saved her with my speed." Shui Yuer, hugging her knees, softly stated, "My mind was a blank. I merely followed the others, forgetting my soul skills and my role within the team." Qin Jian nodded, finally looking at Shui Binger. "Binger, it's your turn." Shui Binger slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with self-reproach. Captain, the greatest responsibility lies with me. Her expression was earnest, enough to astonish the other girls. In our team, I am the control-type soul master, the one who orchestrates our battles. I should have remained composed and maintained an overview. She gazed at everyone and continued, yet I faltered. I knew I needed to direct Shuwu to provide support. Instruct Heru to lead the charge against the soul beasts, and guide Qingba and Yuer to exploit their speed for disruption. Yet despite knowing what needed to be done, I hesitated. I doubted myself, which nearly led to Shuwu's injury. All this responsibility falls upon me. Her self-blame evoked sympathy from the other girls. Binger, this cannot be attributed to you. It is clear that I did not perform adequately, Shuewu quickly interjected. I failed to wait for your guidance, Yuhiro added decisively. The others also chimed in with words of comfort. A flicker of warmth passed through Shui Binger's eyes as she suddenly stood, slightly bowing to everyone. Thank you for your understanding. I will surely improve in the future. Clap. Clap. Qin Jian applauded, a smile lighting up his face. I commend your self-reflection. I shall refrain from adding further. From this moment forth, let us progress together. Each of you must remember your roles. Reflect on how we coordinated during our practice, how we signaled each other while swapping positions, and how we trusted our teammates. The essence of battle is no different. He pondered for a moment and then said, regardless of the circumstances, I will support you all. There is no need to be overly anxious. Just strive to perform to the best of your abilities. The 7 girls rose, their gazes towards him brimming with trust. That fleeting moment had been perilous. Had it not been for Qin Jian's timely command and assistance, their training session would have ended in failure. Of course, they were unaware that Yin Jining was right behind them, observing everything unfold. Qin Jian's combat experience and state were truly remarkable. Yin Jining stood atop a tree trunk, quietly observing below, with him present, as long as they did not encounter soul beasts exceeding 3,000 years in age. They should be safe. Moreover, Bing Er had shown significant growth. She finally dared to assume the responsibilities of the team's commander and was willing to shoulder this burden, marking her greatest advancement. I find myself eagerly anticipating the elite competition at the Advanced Soul Master Academy 3 years hence. With Qin Jian as the core, I wonder how far our team can go. Surely, aside from the Spirit Hall's team, others would not stand a chance against us. After enduring a crisis, they finally ceased their aimlessness and began to work together earnestly. Shui Bing Er gradually gained the confidence to lead. She was naturally intelligent, possessing a strong control ability as a control-type soul master, with keen insight. Thus, when she finally cast aside her psychological insecurities under pressure, the entire team coalesced around her. Shui Wu, enhance everyone's status. You Er, utilize your speed advantage to disrupt the soul beasts. Hai Ro, unleash both of your soul skills together for a strong attack. Ruo Shui, once Hai Ro has expended her power, you will follow. In the forest, under Shui Bing Er's command, the group surrounded a 2,000-year soul beast, engaging in a well-coordinated battle. Captain, you protect Shui Wu, Shui Bing Er added. Haha, I'm up in the tree. This raging bull cannot climb. Shui Wu chuckled from her perch on the trunk. Captain, just ensure Bing Er's safety. She needs your protection the most. And that is for a lifetime. Shui Wu, focus on the battle. No joking around. Shui Bing Er admonished. The expression on her face compelled Shui Wu to silence. Yet she failed to notice the faint blush on Shui Bing Er's earlobes. Qin Jian shook his head and said, All right, this soul beast is nearing defeat. Everyone else, stand down and let Hai Ro deliver the final blow. Her third soul skill is ready. Understood. Although the primary command during the battle was in Shui Bing Er's hands, when Qin Jian spoke, everyone instinctively heeded his words, Shui Bing Er included. The girls retreated, and at that moment, the 2,000-year raging bull lay broken and incapacitated on the ground. With just a few more strikes from Hai Ro, it would be easily slain. However, at that instant, Qin Jian suddenly shouted, Hai Ro, be careful. Swish. A sudden rush of wind startled Hai Ro, who immediately sensed a faint yellow figure appear behind her. Reacting swiftly, she abandoned her attack on the soul beast, pivoting her body to execute a sweeping kick. Bang! The two individuals collided fiercely, only to retreat simultaneously. However, Yuhira stepped back several paces more than her opponent. Qin Jian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the suddenly appearing young man. For this visage stirred fragments of long-forgotten memories within him. Chapter 73. Dai Mubai dressed entirely in white, with golden hair and striking heterochromatic eyes. He possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, yet his expression bore a hint of irreverence. Could it be that he is? Qin Jian pondered thoughtfully. Hey, who are you? Why did you attack me? At this moment, Yuharu furrowed her brow. This soul beast is quite suitable for me. The figure across from them, initially fixated on the soul beast, shifted his gaze, his pupils widening slightly. It is likely that anyone encountering such 7 stunning young ladies in the Stardow Forest would react similarly. As for Qin Jian, he certainly did not notice. Oh no, I merely observed that you lovely young ladies were struggling too much in hunting soul beasts, so I came to lend a hand. The youth suddenly altered his tone. Shui Wu, Yuharu, and the others simultaneously rolled their eyes, suggesting that such encounters were not unfamiliar to them. He is rather handsome. Shui Yuer, a member of the Beauty Association, gazed at him a few more times. Is that so? Qin Jian's voice was devoid of emotion, yet to Shui Yuer, it resonated like a silent threat, a call for intensified training looming before her. Not at all. He cannot compare to our captain. Shui Yuer hastily countered. Captain? The young man then noticed Qin Jian's presence, instinctively frowning at the sight of him surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. TCH. Seeing that the individual across had fallen silent, Yuharu decisively delivered a punch towards the soul beast. Buzz. Just then, a wave of soul power surged forth, repelling her away. Qin Jian and the others were all taken aback, for they had failed to detect the presence of another. A middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared within their line of sight. Mubai, have you not been tracking this soul beast for several days? You let it slip away so easily? The middle-aged man scolded, tapping his head. Don't let your feet become immobile at the sight of beautiful women. The young man awkwardly covered the back of his head. Mubai. As Qin Jian's memories combined with the current scene, he finally recalled who these two were. The future captain of the Shrek team, Dai Mubai. The principal of Shrek Academy, Flander. I never expected to encounter them here. Gentlemen, have you been pursuing this soul beast for long? Observing the awkward silence, Shui Binger stepped forward, now gradually acclimatizing to such roles. Indeed, we have been tracking it for 3 days. Had it not been to provide Mubai with experience, I would have subdued it long ago. Flander adjusted his glasses with a hand. However, this soul beast was captured by us. We cannot simply relinquish it to you now. Shui Binger frowned. Flander surveyed the 8 of them slowly, stating, My soul power level has already surpassed level 70. Do you truly wish to contest it? Soul Sage. They exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances. If they were to resist, would that not lead to their immediate annihilation? At this moment, Flander too gazed in the same direction. Contemplating. There is a soul master presence over there, slightly weaker than myself, but not by much. It seems these young ones also have a guardian, thus. Direct coercion by strength is not feasible. Let's not say that I am bullying you. After all, the soul beasts are what you have painstakingly hunted. He adjusted the frame of his glasses and smiled, suggesting, how about we engage in a battle between the soul masters who need to absorb soul rings? The victor claims the spoils. What do you think? The members on Qin Jian's side exchanged glances, and Yuharu stepped forward to inquire, Captain, do you think this is feasible? It is indeed feasible, but you are likely to lose. Qin Jian murmured, that young man's strength surpasses yours. Captain. How do you know? Yuharu asked. Flander's face twitched slightly. What do you wish to do then? I desire nothing in particular. He ran his hand through his hair, revealing an exceptionally charming smile. I simply wish to get acquainted with a few of you. Suddenly stepping forward, he approached Shui Binger. His gaze brimming with intensity. My lady, could you kindly share your name with me? I still believe the previous suggestion is more suitable. Qin Jian replied nonchalantly, however. I shall be the one to face you. Wow, the captain is angry. Qiu Ruoshui's eyes gleamed with excitement. Shui Wu crossed her arms, scoffing, dare to provoke our Binger. And you shall face the wrath of our captain. Shin Liuyu brushed her light blue hair, remarking leisurely, after all, Binger is the captain's Achilles heel. As they bickered, Shui Binger's face flushed crimson. She quietly lifted her gaze to the silhouette of Qin Jian standing protectively in front of her, her eyes as gentle as flowing water. You? Aren't you yet at level 30? Dai Mubai scrutinized Shui Binger, who was hiding behind Qin Jian, frowning. I am at level 25, Qin Jian replied calmly. There was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes directed at Dai Mubai, aware that this fellow was a notorious womanizer. Yet he didn't expect him to set his sights on Shui Binger. Humph. If Zhu Qing is among the remaining 7, then. Qin Jian thought to himself. Apologies, but I have no intention of bullying a child. Dai Mubai's demeanor towards Qin Jian had shifted from amiable to hostile. Either we engage in a battle to determine the ownership of the soul beasts, or you concede. The choice is yours, Qin Jian declared. Dai Mubai cast a glance at the others, stating, "You truly expect him at level 25 to contend with me?" His gaze lingered on Yuharu. "If he loses, your soul ring will be forfeit." Yuharu shot him a cold glare. "Do you believe I would question the captain's decision? Attempting to sow discord? Save your breath. I trust the captain's judgment." "Exactly. We all follow the captain's lead," the others chimed in, nodding in agreement. Dai Mubai's lips twitched as he stepped back. "Very well. I shall witness what prowess your level 25 captain possesses." Without having obtained a third soul skill, Qin Jian stepped forward, positioning himself opposite Dai Mubai. "In my eyes, you are but a featherweight." "Ah, this little fellow is quite confident." Flander had already cleared the arena, watching the spectacle unfold. He was unconcerned about Dai Mubai losing. Regardless of whether Qin Jian was level 25 or even level 30, he firmly believed that Dai Mubai would ultimately triumph. After all, he possessed an exceptional beast martial spirit, and few could rival him in terms of attack prowess. "Allow me to witness the audacity that fuels your arrogance." Dai Mubai, with hands transformed into claws, summoned his exquisite beast martial soul, the evil-eyed white tiger. In an instant, he lunged toward Qin Jian. I embody the sword." The blade of my martial soul swiftly pierced the air, positioning itself before Qin Jian, deftly parrying Dai Mubai's onslaught. Chapter 74. Joining Shrek? The martial soul is actually the sword of slaughter? Flander's expression grew somewhat serious. In the arena, after Qin Jian blocked Dai Mubai's attack, he did not pause for a moment. His eyes narrowed, and with a firm grip on the hilt, he swung his sword. Swish. The sword energy was intercepted by Dai Mubai's crossed arms, producing a piercing sound. Such formidable offensive power. Dai Mubai frowned, shaking his slightly numbed arms. His sinister gaze narrowing. "But you are still far from being able to contend with me." Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Dai Mubai transformed into a streak of light, charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce attacks continuously enveloped Qin Jian. Yet he wielded his martial soul sword to deflect them one by one. "My soul power is depleting too rapidly, indeed." This exceptional beast martial soul possesses far superior defense and strength. Suddenly, Qin Jian retreated explosively, raising his sword, with sword energy enveloping it, and then unleashed a fierce beam of sword energy. Sword chi slash. In the shadows, Yanji Ning was inexplicably astonished. This is not among his soul skills, is it? A self-created soul skill? Sizzle. Flander smiled slightly. Fortunately, he did not overestimate himself. Dai Mubai's white tiger barrier enhances attack, defense, and strength by 50, allowing him to withstand the strike. Indeed, the sharp sword energy sizzled as it sliced through Dai Mubai's protective golden light, eventually weakening and dissipating. "This individual is truly formidable. I am indeed lacking." Yuhairo murmured. "His martial soul is more powerful than mine, and his various enhancements surpass my own." "Can our captain win?" Shui Yuer asked with concern. "He will not lose." Shui Bing'er's words drew the attention of the other girls. "Bing'er, you are beyond saving." Shui Wu sighed. Shui Bing'er shook her head. "You have not seen him challenge Soul Beast of level 30 at that time. He was only at level 20 soul power. Otherwise, you would share my belief." In the arena, after Dai Mubai blocked the sword energy slash, he no longer held back. Taking advantage of the white tiger barrier's enhancement, his second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Second soul skill, Sword of Innocence. At that moment, the bright purple soul ring beneath Qin Jian's feet dazzled Dai Mubai and Flander's eyes. Dai Mubai stumbled slightly, almost forgetting to unleash his soul skill. The second soul ring, a millennium. Flander's eyes widened slightly. Always proud of capturing monsters, his gaze sparkled at this moment. Dai Mubai clearly sensed that his condition had been significantly weakened, yet with an arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. The white tiger's radiant wave shot forth like a beam, seemingly intending to engulf Qin Jian. "The captain has no defensive soul skill. What to do?" Xiao Ruo Shui exclaimed. Even the most confident Shui Bing'er clenched her small fists. "No defensive soul skill? Then we attack directly." Qin Jian murmured softly, instantly draining all his soul power and enveloping himself in sword light. Unity of man and sword. Before them, Qin Jian transformed into a massive purple sword, charging into the light wave. "Captain!" The team from Tianshui exclaimed in surprise. But Flander's pupils constricted. Unity of man and sword. The self-created soul skill of the sword Douluo. He is a direct disciple of the sword Douluo. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with a mischievous brightness. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If I could deceive him into joining us, the Academy's funding issues would be resolved. Just as the thought crossed his mind. The clash of sword light and waves erupted violently, sparking a flurry of bursts. With a sharp hiss, the sword energy prevailed, and encased in the brilliance of the sword, Qin Jian surged swiftly towards Dai Mubai, ultimately delivering a fierce blow upon him. Boom! The violent shockwave radiated outward, sending Dai Mubai hurtling away. Crashing against the trunk of a tree, rendered powerless in combat. As the sword light dissipated, Qin Jian half knelt upon the ground, exhausted of soul power. He emanated the aura of his true self, penetrating deep into the Douluo forest, stirring a ripple of disturbance. Captain! 7 maidens rushed forward simultaneously, encircling Qin Jian. I am fine, merely drained of soul power. With Shui Bing'er's assistance, he rose to his feet, gazing up to find Dai Mubai wearing a look of envy. Surrounded by so many beautiful girls, it seemed to be his lifelong aspiration. Flinder also helped Dai Mubai to his feet, and upon witnessing that expression, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Hastily, he covered his eyes with one hand, wishing to shield himself from the sight. You have won. The soul beast belongs to you. He waved dismissively, then turned to Dai Mubai with irritation. What are you staring at? Let us go. After Hua Yuhao defeated the soul beast, everyone finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, awaiting her to complete the absorption of the soul ring. Whoosh! Yet at that moment, Dai Mubai inexplicably reappeared. Why are you here again? Shui Bing'er frowned, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Jian, while the others regarded him with caution. No need to be tense. No need to be tense. Dai Mubai waved his hand, flashing a charming smile. I merely wish to have a private conversation with him. He gestured towards Qin Jian. Captain. Shui Bing'er hesitated. Qin Jian rose and offered her a reassuring smile. It's all right. Following Dai Mubai, he meandered around several large trees, distancing themselves from the group. What is it you wish to discuss? Qin Jian inquired. The playful demeanor on Dai Mubai's face slightly subdued as he replied. Our principal mentioned that you are under the protection of your teachers and cannot come in person. So he sent me to inquire if you would be interested in joining our Shrek Academy? Joining Shrek Academy? Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Flinder would take an interest in him. Indeed, Dai Mubai continued. Although Shrek Academy may not be as renowned as other advanced Soul Master Academies, it exclusively cultivates prodigies, making it the most suitable environment for talented Soul Masters to flourish. He regarded Qin Jian intently. So, what do you think? Please consider it. Qin Jian's expression turned somewhat peculiar, to be candid. Do you genuinely believe I would leave my current academy? Dai Mubai blinked in confusion. Which academy are you currently attending? Heaven. Water. Academy. Qin Jian responded slowly. Indeed, he observed Dai Mubai's eyes widen in astonishment. Heaven Water Academy? Qin Jian nodded, chuckling. Do you now believe I might leave? Furthermore, I am the captain of the Heaven Water Academy battle team. Suddenly, Dai Mubai wrapped his arm around Qin Jian's shoulder, leaning in closely as he whispered, Brother, how did you manage to enter the Tianshui Academy? It's quite a challenge to gain admission there. At that time, I was even disguised as a male. Cough. Cough. As Qin Jian listened, a peculiar expression crossed his face. So the rumor about someone breaking 3 legs, it was you? Coughing again, Dai Mubai replied. How could that possibly be me? You must have heard incorrectly. In truth, I could have left Tianshui Academy. Qin Jian gazed at him and remarked. But that certainly wasn't what you hoped would happen. Why? Dai Mubai asked, his confusion evident. Qin Jian shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. For there was only one person who could compel him to leave Tianshui Academy for Shrek Academy, and that was Zhu Zhiqing. Chapter 75, The Pink Rabbit After Parting Ways with Dai Mubai. Qin Jian and the others waited for over half an hour until Yahara finished absorbing her soul ring before they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest. However, throughout the entire day, they astonishingly failed to encounter any suitable soul beasts. How peculiar. We are nearing the inner depths of the Douluo forest. Yet we haven't come across a single 1,000-year soul beast, Yahara remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she led the way. Qin Jian's gaze flickered momentarily. He understood that the greatest trial awaiting the Tianshui battle team was imminent. Everyone, remain vigilant. Perhaps a formidable soul beast lurks nearby, causing this unusual situation, Shui Bing'er cautioned. The several girls nodded in agreement, reinvigorated by her words. Meanwhile, the other 7 had yet to perceive any anomaly. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, causing the leaves to whisper. You all, Be cautious. Suddenly, a voice from behind, belonging to Yin Jining, echoed. All members momentarily paused in surprise. Whoosh! Abruptly, a beam of pink light surged forth from a distance, hurtling toward Qin Jian. Swish! In that instant, Yin Jining dashed forward, positioning herself in front of Qin Jian as 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated beneath her feet. She was indeed a soul sage above level 70. Bang! Nevertheless, even with her martial spirit fully unleashed, she could not withstand the onslaught of the pink light. Thud! Yin Jining was sent sprawling, and even Qin Jian behind her was knocked away. Teacher Jining, Captain, the other 7 exclaimed in alarm, but before they could react, the pink light refracted, and a tremendous surge of soul power swept them off their feet. Each of Shui Binger's group collided with branches as they fell, their bodies racked with pain. What on earth is this? Buzz. As the pink light gradually dissipated, the group could finally discern the source, leaving them momentarily stunned. For there stood a rabbit, towering to the height of a person, a pink rabbit. Swish! Yin Jining reappeared in front of the others, her body tense and her spirit in a heightened state of alert. You all flee. I will buy you time, she suddenly shouted. A black soul ring expanding around her, 6th soul skill, soul power amplification. In the next moment, the 7th soul ring also shimmered to life, 7th soul skill. True form of the snow phoenix. Caw! A colossal snow-colored phoenix materialized before them. Teacher Jining had activated her martial spirit's true form, a skill with significant side effects. The soul beast before them was undoubtedly beyond their capability to confront. Qin Jian swiftly rushed forward, positioning himself in front of the others. Run now. At last. The 7 girls of the battle team comprehended the gravity of the situation. Shui Bingo exclaimed urgently, What about you? I will be right there. You must flee first. Do not hinder Teacher Jining. Qin Jian urged hastily. A purple soul ring ignited beneath his feet, 2nd soul skill, Sword of Innocence. The all-attribute weakening soul skill took effect instantaneously, albeit only marginally due to the vast disparity between the 2 parties. 2nd soul skill, Snow Dance Frost Blossom. At this moment, Shui Wu realized the urgency and promptly bestowed all her supportive soul skills upon Yin Jining. Let us go. After completing these preparations, Qin Jian beckoned the group, and the 8 of them dashed towards the forest's edge. Boom, boom, boom. Captain, should we not assist Mentor Jining? Shui Wu could not contain her inquiry. Everyone listens to the captain. Do not act foolishly. Shui Binger's chimed in loudly. Indeed, the other 6 echoed in unison. Suddenly, an enormous explosion erupted behind them. Mentor Jining, Qin Jian, Captain. With a gasp, Shui Wu and her companions, Hai Rou, Guqing Bo, and the others, rushed forward, each throwing themselves into the fray to absorb the impact, which eventually dissipated as they collided against a tree and fell to the ground. Bang! The group struggled to rise. Mentor Jining has lost consciousness. You all must evacuate with her. Qin Jian urged urgently. He entrusted Yin Jining to Hai Rou and sprinted ahead. However, the 7 girls gazed at his retreating figure, and rather than fleeing, they gritted their teeth and followed him forward. Hai Rou handed Yin Jining to Shui Wu, saying, Shui Wu, take care of the mentor. I will assist. This is a 10,000-year soul beast. We stand no chance. Qin Jian slowly rose, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, insisting, every escape counts. Do not hesitate. Suddenly, a colossal purple sword manifests behind him, countless sword energy swirling around, gradually forming a massive silhouette of a purple sword. The man and sword became one. This was the true embodiment of their unity. He had never before felt such oneness with his martial spirit. Whoosh! The blinding sword light propelled Qin Jian forward, colliding violently with the rapidly approaching pink beam. Crack, crack. The sword light, concentrated from all his strength, shattered like glass. In the next instant, a pink orb enveloped him. Qin Jian, Captain. The others cried out simultaneously. But they were powerless to intervene, merely watching as Qin Jian was ensnared within the orb, while the enormous pink rabbit loomed before him, seemingly poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Shui Wu, give me all your support. At the forefront, Shui Binger was suddenly engulfed in flickering ice flames. Shui Wu froze in shock, her expression turning grave. Binger, you lack the soul power to summon the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Enough chatter. Hurry. In that moment, Shui Binger advanced as if she were the goddess of ice and snow, step by step, moving forward. Chapter 76. I can also die, sister. You will die? Binger, you will die? The crowd was left in shock. Both Shui Wu and Shui Yu were aware of the immense power possessed by Shui Binger. Yet they also understood that it was far beyond her current capabilities to unleash. It required an ample reserve of soul power to be wielded, if forced. The inevitable outcome would be Shui Bingou's tragic demise. As he rushed forward, he had never considered the possibility of death. Suddenly, an infinite radiance of ice erupted from Shui Bingou. I can also die? Tears streamed down Shui Wu's face, yet she channeled all her soul skills into Shui Bingou. A pure phoenix cry resonated throughout the forest, enveloping everything in a noble aura. Within the pink light, Qin Jian's eyes widened in shock. This is getting serious. What a fool. In the next moment, the light shattered, and Qin Jian's figure surged forth, rushing to Shui Bingou without a second thought, embracing her. With a hum, the brilliance of his martial soul, the purple sword, flared in unison, gradually merging with the ice phoenix martial soul. Only then did the utterly exhausted Shui Bingou regain a semblance of clarity. Qin Jian, are you all right? She murmured, leaning against him. Qin Jian replied with irritation, you don't want to live, so how could I dare to be in trouble? As long as you're fine. Shui Bingou leaned weakly against him, saying, I never imagined we could awaken a martial soul fusion skill together. She smiled contentedly, reminiscent of a child. Qin Jian gently caressed her cheek, his gaze filled with complexity. He softly remarked, you are such a fool. The martial soul fusion skill. Ice Snow Sword Phoenix. At that moment, the ice blue phoenix, forged from countless sword lights, finally took shape. With a cry, the sword phoenix charged towards the pink rabbit. Boom. The entire forest was instantly engulfed in dust and chaos. When the aftermath settled, Shui Wu and the others were left speechless. Before Qin Jian and Shui Bingou, the once lush forest had been cleaved into a long, barren strip. This is truly incredible, Qiu Ruoshui murmured. Shui Wu's gaze appeared dazed. Is this destructive power really from the captain and Bingou? The martial soul fusion skill. I never expected their martial souls to be so compatible. Yuharu exclaimed. Stop talking and come help us. We've completely exhausted ourselves this time. Qin Jian's weak voice echoed, jolting the girls from their stupor. However, just as they rushed forward, the ominous pink light shot towards them once more. Whoosh. They barely had time to react before Qin Jian and Shui Bingou were enveloped in a sphere of pink light, whisked away into the depths of the forest at lightning speed. Captain, Bingou. 6 girls cried out in vain. Yet they could only watch in despair as the figures of Qin Jian and Shui Bingou vanished completely from sight. Auntie Douluo, your actions today seem rather ruthless. I merely requested you to impose some trials. Deep within the forest, the scenery flashed by like fleeting shadows, indistinguishable in its haste. Wrapped in a sphere of light, Shui Bingou had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to exhaustion. Qin Jian gently cradled her in his arms, his expression tender. Xiao Qing, I assure you, I did not act too harshly. Do not wrongfully accuse Annie. A gentle feminine voice echoed in Qin Jian's mind. Your mentor overexerted herself in wielding her martial soul's true form. And this little girl in your arms is merely seeking her own demise, but it is not Annie's fault. Reluctantly, Qin Jian nodded. Had it not been for the immense pressure she exerted, Yin Xining would not have fought so desperately, and as for Shui Bingou, it was only upon witnessing his capture that she unleashed her strength. Truly foolish. He couldn't help but tighten his embrace around Shui Bingou. The woman's voice carried a hint of reproach. Jian Douluo? A human. The tone of the woman's voice shifted to one of seriousness. Xiao Qing. Did he not intend to seize your 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? A warm smile spread across Qin Jian's face. No, my teacher is a wonderful person. And he had already been aware of my identity for 5 or 6 years when he discovered it, thus he was able to resist temptation. You must remain cautious. Do not be deceived. After all, humans will not regard us as allies. To them, we are merely soul rings to be exploited. The woman cautioned, you know, if it weren't for your sacrifice of 100,000 years of soul power to create the illusory mist, allowing the Pope of the martial soul hall, Bibidong, to experience 100,000-year romantic tribulation, I would have already perished at her hands. Qin Jian blinked. He was aware that Bibidong's current 100,000-year soul ring was not the original from Xiao Wu's mother, but rather formed from his own 100,000-year soul power. He hoped Bibidong would not recall the appearance of the male protagonist from that 100,000-year emotional tribulation. After all, it was a dreamscape he constructed, entirely modeled after himself. He then inquired, it has been over a decade. Annie Douluo, are you still unable to transform back into human form? Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. The 100,000-year soul beast named Dawu swiftly traversed the depths of the Star Do forest with him and Shui Bingou. Yet no soul beast dared to attack. My soul power was scattered by Bibi Dong. Regaining my human form is no simple task. I anticipate it will take at least another decade, the woman's voice replied. Qin Jian furrowed his brow. Bibi Dong. I hope to avoid any future entanglements with her. You mean the 9 trials of emotion? The woman's voice continued. In fact, if she were one of them, that would be quite beneficial. Shaoqing. You could inflict deep emotional wounds upon her, plunging her into despair. That would serve as revenge for Auntie. Qin Jian found himself somewhat speechless, yet that would require me to invest my emotions as well. Bibi Dong has endured a tumultuous life, being a revered pope, and her character presents significant challenges. It is not so easy to love someone. I see you have reached the 26th level of soul power. Have you already captured a girl's heart? The woman, with a smile, inquired, Is this one the second? Qin Jian responded with a gentle murmur, then fell silent. Little Qing, I am aware that your essence is the flower of profound emotions, unable to restrain your feelings. Yet, while many journeys are fraught with obstacles, they often lead to a more splendid conclusion. This sentiment was indeed unprecedented. I had never encountered an elder attempting to counsel a scoundrel. The woman replied indignantly. That girl has been running wild ever since she left, even abandoning her mother. A light chuckle escaped Qin Jian's lips as he reassured her, Do not worry. Auntie Douluo. She too is a soul beast transformed into a human and must engage with others to flourish. The woman sighed, alas. Had it not been for your overly fervent affection towards her, she would likely be by your side now. Chapter 77. Homecoming. Aunt Douluo. Could we refrain from discussing the past? Qin Jian was drenched in perspiration. I never intended to treat Xiaowu in such a manner. I am simply innately starved for affection. Haha. If it's meant to be, so be it. After all, you have shared a bond for 100,000 years, closer than kin. This is trivial. The woman laughed heartily. Isn't it true that every time she enters heat, she comes to borrow emotional mist from you? Qin Jian replied, speechless. Aunt Douluo. Is Xiaowu truly your biological daughter? The woman scoffed lightly. Humans often say daughters are endearing, yet this girl, without a hint of concern for me. What use is she? Qin Jian blinked and suddenly remarked, What if Xiaowu is also one of my 9 trials? Unable to contain his laughter, he realized that this Aunt Douluo was habitually stubborn. Speaking of which, I wonder how Xiaowu is faring. A hint of worry tinged the woman's voice. Qin Jian reassured her. Rest assured, Aunt Douluo, Xiaowu will be very happy and will encounter many intriguing individuals. Individuals? It would be better for her to be one of the 9 trials you face. The woman retorted, displeased. There are both good and bad people. Not everyone will indiscriminately hunt us. Qin Jian countered. The woman's tone turned solemn. Shaoqing, as you navigate the human world, remain vigilant. Human hearts are complex, unlike our pure souls. Indeed, I shall remember your words, Aunt. Qin Jian nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the pink rabbit swiftly maneuvered them around several sturdy ancient trees, unveiling a breathtaking sight. The bright moon illuminated a lake spanning several miles, coming into view. Buzz. The radiant sphere enveloping Qin Jian and Shui Bing'er gradually dissipated. He gently lifted Shui Bing'er and rested her against the roots of an ancient tree by the lake's edge. Roar. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by a fierce gust of wind that nearly toppled Qin Jian. Bang. As his vision refocused, darkness enveloped him, and a massive ape's head loomed before him. In the next moment, the world spun, and when clarity returned, Qin Jian found himself suspended in midair. Erming, how many times have I told you that you can only lift me with my permission? Have you grown restless after years apart? Qin Jian planted a foot on the Titan great ape's enormous hand, sprinting up its arm and leaping onto its head. This is my designated spot. Yours is for Xiaowu, Qin Jian remarked, patting the Titan great ape's head. Hoo. The Titan great ape pounded its chest like a gorilla. TCH. You haven't even learned to speak properly, yet you dare claim strength? Qin Jian sat firmly atop its head. If you have the capability, transform as well. And see if I don't knock your teeth out. Wow. The Titan great ape ambled toward the lakeside, emitting unintelligible sounds. The pink rabbit followed closely, transmitting its voice into Qin Jian's mind. They gradually approached the lake's edge. Splash. At that moment, a colossal creature resembling a bull's head, as large as 3 or 4 Titan apes, slowly emerged from the water's surface. Splash, splash. The bull's head soared into the sky, supported by its massive serpent-like body beneath it. The azure bull python. It has been quite a while. Deming, Qin Jian stood atop the Titan ape, waving his hand and calling out, Shaoqing. The bull's head drew nearer to the Titan ape, its overwhelming aura completely unrestrained. And its voice resonated as if from the heavens, deep and melodic. Hey, 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 let's make a deal. Please don't call me Xiaoqing anymore. It sounds so awkward. Qin Jian exclaimed. Xiaoqing, do you have an issue with the name I bestowed upon you, dear aunt? The voice of the pink rabbit held a hint of danger. Actually, it's quite nice. Douluo, Xiaowu, Deming, Erming, Xiaoqing. Qin Jian scratched his head. He held great respect for Aunt Douluo, who had always cared for them. Even though her power was now inferior to that of the Titan ape. How would you like us to address you? The azure bull python inquired slowly. Qin Jian pondered for a moment and replied, Since Xiaowu calls me brother, how about you and Erming call me big brother? No way. The azure bull python disagreed. I am older than you, so you should call me big brother. Who says you are older? I was much larger than you before I transformed. Qin Jian crossed his arms defiantly. I'm not referring to that size, the azure bull python retorted. I don't care. I'm older than you, so you call me big brother. Qin Jian insisted with an air of authority. The azure bull python. The Titan ape instinctively scratched its head upon witnessing this. You fool, Erming, what are you doing? I'm still on your head, you know. Qin Jian hastily jumped onto its shoulder. Ha ha ha. The Titan ape grinned widely. I'll make you laugh. Qin Jian playfully punched and kicked it, while the Titan ape continuously blocked his antics. But to it, Qin Jian's playful hits felt no different from a tickling. They were merely engaging in light-hearted fun. Under the moonlight, the azure bull python and the pink rabbit quietly observed this scene. One still, one in motion, gradually transforming into a beautiful and warm tableau. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shui Bing'er finally stirred awake beneath the tree. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open. The scenery before her was still somewhat hazy when a familiar youthful voice echoed in her ears. You're awake. Shui Bing'er blinked and suddenly realized. Qin Jian. You're unharmed. She dashed forward, throwing herself onto Qin Jian. It's truly wonderful that you're all right, she murmured. Qin Jian embraced her warmly, smiling. Bing'er. You're becoming less reserved. Shui Bing'er pulled back slightly, lowering her gaze. I didn't mean to. Hiki. In the next moment, she found herself leaning back into Qin Jian's warm embrace. But I quite like it, he said with a smile. Really? Is that true? Shui Bing'er quietly inquired. Qin Jian nodded and remarked, the confidence and grace of Bing'er are truly enchanting. At that moment, he felt two delicate hands, as cool as jade, encircle his neck, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance that enveloped him. A fleeting warmth brushed against his cheek. How about this? Shui Bing'er's slightly flushed visage emerged before him. Do you like it? Qin Jian gently touched the other side of his face and chuckled. Let us achieve symmetry, for this side remains untouched. I have a bit of a compulsive nature. With a playful giggle, Shui Bing'er left a tender imprint on the opposite cheek. Oh, where exactly are we? You only just thought to ask this question? Chapter 78. The Titan ape pretending to sleep. The moonlight shimmered softly upon the tranquil lake, where ancient trees swayed gently, casting shadows in the serene beauty of the night. How can this place be so enchanting? Shui Bing'er's eyes glimmered faintly. Qin Jian shook his head and replied, If I were to reveal to you the true nature of this place, you might not find it so beautiful. What is this place? Shui Bing'er inquired, her voice laced with anxiety. Qin Jian smiled knowingly and said, We are at the heart of the Star Dough Forest. The heart of the Star Dough Forest? Shui Bing'er's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that the area where 10,000-year soul beasts roam? Qin Jian nodded, affirming, Indeed. We may encounter a 10,000-year soul beast at any moment. At this, Shui Bing'er tensed. Then, what shall we do? By the way, Qin Jian, how did we survive? She suddenly asked. Qin Jian shook his head. I too am uncertain about what transpired. I merely woke up a little earlier than you. To divert her from probing further, he added, It seems you no longer refer to me as captain? Shui Bing'er blinked her beautiful eyes and softly replied, I just didn't want to be like everyone else in the team. Oh. Qin Jian deliberately elongated his response. This place is fraught with peril. We should leave quickly. Shui Bing'er grasped Qin Jian's hands and pulled him up from the roots of the ancient tree. Huh? What is that? At that moment, Shui Bing'er's gaze was suddenly drawn to a glimmering light amidst the ancient woods. What do you sense? Qin Jian followed her gaze and inquired. Shui Bing'er's expression was slightly dazed. It feels as though something is beckoning me. Let us investigate, Qin Jian declared, taking her small hand without hesitation and leading her toward the source. Wait. Shui Bing'er said anxiously. Isn't this the territory of the 10,000-year soul beasts? Is it truly wise for us to venture so recklessly? The one you're holding is a soul beast of a million-year soul power level. Qin Jian rolled his eyes discreetly but whispered, "It is a rare opportunity to enter the core of the Douluo forest. Who knows what treasures we might find? We cannot let this chance slip by. We shall proceed with caution." Shui Bingo looked at Qin Jian, her head swirling with questions as he swaggered confidently ahead. Is this what he calls caution? It feels more like a stroll in one's own backyard. Suddenly, after covering a distance of over 100 meters, they were met with a thunderous sound of breathing. Qin Jian, what is that? Shui Bingo grasped his hand tightly, panic evident in her voice. Perhaps we have encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. Shui Binger's pupils dilated. Then, we should run quickly and not approach any further. Let us observe first. Before long, the scene before them opened up dramatically. Shui Binger tilted her head in astonishment. This is... Oh, it appears to be the Titan ape. Qin Jian whispered in her ear. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed the king of the forest, without a doubt. Ah. Shui Binger, gripped by anxiety, struggled to articulate her thoughts. We should run, but not too hastily. Qin Jian pointed towards the sprawled Titan giant ape and remarked, it is evidently in slumber, posing no immediate threat. What if it awakens? Shui Binger finally felt a slight relief. Let us set that aside for now. Look over there, do you see that? It may be something advantageous for you. Qin Jian suddenly gestured toward a small ice blue flower beside the Titan giant ape's massive hand. That is, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder I was drawn to it. It's an ice phoenix flower. Ice phoenix flower? What is that? Qin Jian inquired. A glimmer of longing flickered in Shui Binger's eyes. The ice phoenix flower is said to grow in the presence of the ice phoenix, possessing the ability to awaken its martial spirit. So, it would be immensely beneficial to you? Qin Jian felt a surge of joy. Shui Binger nodded earnestly, stating, indeed, it is exceedingly valuable. With it, I will be able to unleash the ice phoenix martial spirit independently, without relying on others for assistance. Wait here. I shall retrieve it for you. Without hesitation, Qin Jian moved to approach, but Shui Binger grasped his hand urgently. No. Qin Jian, do not go. Her voice trembled with fear. That is the king of the forest. If it awakens inadvertently, we would be doomed. The Titan giant ape's snores momentarily ceased. Not far away, a large rabbit, peering from behind an ancient tree, lost its footing and tumbled down. The moonlit lake shimmered, as if rippling. Yet, Shui Bingo appeared dazed, her spirit adrift, momentarily oblivious to her surroundings. Qin Jian cautiously approached the Titan giant ape's palm, bending down to pluck the ice phoenix flower. A low rumble. Just then, the Titan giant ape let out a snore, rolling over from its back to lie on its side. The flower, which was nearly within reach, was now enveloped by its colossal hand. This sudden turn of events made Shui Binger's heart race. Nevertheless, Qin Jian remained unfazed, slipping through the gaps between the Titan giant ape's fingers, inching closer to the flower nestled in its palm. Shui Binger held her breath. Just as Qin Jian was about to grasp the ice phoenix flower, the Titan giant ape seemed to stir uncomfortably, its hand unconsciously swiping at the ground, inadvertently covering both Qin Jian and the flower. Shui Binger nearly gasped in alarm. Fortunately, both Qin Jian and the ice phoenix flower were spared from the Titan giant ape's grasp. However, Qin Jian's maneuvering space had been entirely constricted, rendering him unable to approach the flower. Qin Jian, please do not pick it. I don't want it anymore. Shui Binger whispered with a quavering voice. Yet, she dared not speak louder, and even if Qin Jian heard her, he would likely feign ignorance. Thus her plea would fall on deaf ears. In that moment, Qin Jian's actions left Shui Binger breathless with fear. He gently pushed aside the fingers of the Titan ape that obstructed his path. Yet the minuscule gap revealed was insufficient, prompting him to nudge another finger aside. At last, he could once again reach for the flower, and Shui Binger felt a weight lift from her heart. However, trouble was far from over. The Titan ape, sensing discomfort in its fingers, tightened its grip once more, obliterating any semblance of space, and pressing Qin Jian down to the ground. Qin Jian. Shui Binger nearly rushed forward, but halted upon noticing Qin Jian's subtle shake of his head. Chapter 79. Fortunate Encounter in the Heart of the Starlit Forest. Upon hearing Qin Jian's words, the Titan giant ape's massive eyelids fluttered, and it cautiously opened a slit in its eyes to steal a glance at Qin Jian. With a loud snort, it startled Shui Binger once more before naturally turning over from its side to lie flat. Finally, Qin Jian rose to his feet and successfully plucked the ice phoenix flower. However, Shui Binger merely stared at him, as if entranced. What is the matter? Qin Jian waved his hand before her eyes. In the next moment, disregarding the dust covering Qin Jian, Shui Binger rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist as if attempting to merge her essence with his being. A subtle ripple of soul power emanated from Qin Jian. Level 27. This felt like cheating. He couldn't help but chuckle at the still slumbering Titan giant ape before silently tightening his embrace around the girl. Warm liquid dampened his neck, and Qin Jian paused momentarily, only to hear Shui Binger's choked voice whisper, Thank you. All right, we must leave this place quickly. Qin Jian patted her back. He wished to avoid further attention. Yes, let us hurry. Shui Binger, recalling the earlier scene, was filled with trepidation. She lifted her tear-streaked eyes, grasped Qin Jian's hand, and dashed away. Along the way, to prevent Shui Binger from sensing any anomalies, Qin Jian occasionally masked his aura, allowing a soul beast to approach before skillfully leading Shui Binger away. Yet, while Qin Jian found this process leisurely, Shui Binger perceived it as a thrilling escapade. Binger, the threat from soul beasts has diminished significantly. Find a safe spot to consume the ice phoenix flower, Qin Jian suggested. Shui Binger obediently nodded. They soon located a secure area where Shui Binger could absorb the ice phoenix flower. However, as she held the icy blue blossom, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. What troubles you? Qin Jian inquired. Shui Binger pursed her lips and confessed, I just feel reluctant. This was a gift from you. It was so perilous at the time. In truth, there was no danger at all. It was exceedingly safe. Is that so? Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon seeing Qin Jian's affirmative nod, she finally placed the ice phoenix flower into her mouth. As a celestial-grade plant, it dissolved instantly, enveloping Shui Binger in a radiant icy blue light. Buzz. The icy blue glow persisted for a considerable duration before eventually fading. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Shui Binger slowly opened her eyes, and an ethereal silhouette of an icy blue phoenix emerged from her form, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Her beautiful gaze, regal as that of an empress, looked upon Qin Jian with an icy, aloof demeanor. Qin Jian took a small step back, and when he looked again, she had returned to her usual appearance. The aura she had just projected was truly remarkable. How do you feel? What is the effect? Qin Jian asked. Waterbinger leaped to her feet, a radiant smile illuminating her face. My soul power has increased by 3 levels, and now I can independently wield the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Moreover, when we perform the martial spirit fusion technique, it will no longer deplete my soul power. Qin Jian nodded with satisfaction. That is wonderful. This is all thanks to you. Her eyes, devoid of the Ice Phoenix's usual pride and chill, were instead filled with warmth. Without you, I would have no idea when I could rely on myself to unleash the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. She gently took a few steps forward, leaning her soft form against Qin Jian. I am truly fortunate to have met you. I hope you will always feel this way. Qin Jian silently embraced her tighter. Just then, a somewhat familiar female voice echoed through the woods. Indeed. It is you too. Both Qin Jian and Waterbinger looked up simultaneously to see a figure descending from the tree trunk, their mentor, Yanji Ning. In a flurry, 6 other girls swiftly emerged from the thicket, appearing before Qin Jian and Waterbinger. Captain, Bingo! Shuiwu exclaimed with delight. Qiu Ruoshui covered her mouth. I am so relieved to see you both safe. Where have you been? How did you escape? We searched high and low for you. This was the more composed Yuharu. Sister. Shui Wei rushed over, but since Waterbingo was in Qin Jian's embrace, she could only grasp Waterbingo's hand tightly. I was so worried about you. Gu Qingba and Xin Luyu also gathered around. The 6 girls chattered incessantly, their joy so infectious that Qin Jian couldn't help but smile. The feeling was simply exquisite. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Not only had Shui Wu acquired her 3rd soul ring, but you all had truly become a cohesive unit. Yan Jining descended from the tree, beaming with happiness. Shui Wu has already attained her 3rd soul ring? Qin Jian asked with curiosity. Shui Wu nodded, explaining, after Mentor Jining awoke. We intended to venture deeper to find you, but the soul beast grew increasingly powerful, making it impossible to proceed. We had to retreat. At that moment, I encountered a 2,300-year-old soul beast that was perfect for me, so I absorbed it. She turned to Waterbinger. My 3rd soul skill enhances individual soul power by 50. From now on, Binger, your martial spirit can be unleashed with my assistance. Yes. With this technique, our team's overall strength has significantly improved. Shui Yue exclaimed excitedly. And with the martial spirit fusion technique between my sister and the captain, our power is truly formidable. Martial spirit fusion technique? Yan Jining questioned with intrigue. Shui Yuera replied, Indeed, Mentor Jining, you missed it at the time. The captain and my sister can execute the martial spirit fusion technique, and its power is astounding. Yan Jining glanced at Qin Jian and Water Binger, remarking, You two are quite fated, but Binger's martial spirit still requires Shui Wu's support, so the fusion technique must involve all three of you, correct? At that moment, Water Binger shook her head. That will no longer be necessary, Mentor Jining. 7 pairs of puzzled eyes turned towards her. Shui Binger remarked, I am now capable of unleashing my martial soul independently. Has your soul power increased? Yan Jining suddenly sensed the fluctuations of her soul power and then turned to Qin Jian. Has your soul power also risen? Did you encounter some fortuitous event in the forest? Indeed, my soul power has ascended by 2 levels, while Binger's has risen by 3. It can be considered a fortuitous encounter, Qin Jian replied. What transpired? Yan Jining inquired, astonished at the significant increase in their power within such a short span. Shui Binger gazed at Qin Jian, her voice soft and gentle. It is because he retrieved an ice phoenix flower from the grasp of the forest's king, the Titan Great Ape. Chapter 80. The Captain's Lady, King of the Forest? Titan Giant Ape. Almost everyone was struck with fear at the mention of those words. As Shui Binger recounted the tale, the expressions of the 7 grew increasingly astonished, ultimately directing their peculiar gazes toward Qin Jian. How audacious to pluck flowers from the grasp of a Titan Giant Ape. Yan Jining stared vacantly. Shui Yuer's eyes sparkled with admiration. Captain, you treat my sister so well. Yu Hai Ro expressed her admiration, saying, Truly the captain. Remaining calm and courageous even in such dire circumstances. Shui Wu sighed and remarked, No wonder Bingo was so elated to share a bed with you. I wish I could sleep with the captain too. This was the candid outburst of Qiu Ruo Shui. How touching. Gu Qingbo commented. Shenliu ran her fingers through her light green hair, exclaiming, I envy Bingo so much. Qin Jian felt a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Instead of pride, he was engulfed by discomfort, as if seated upon a bed of needles. This tale, so heartfelt, so brave, so splendid, was nothing but a performance. Yan Jining nodded, stating, This training session was fraught with surprises yet yielded substantial rewards, and Bingo has gained valuable experience. From now on, she shall serve as the vice-captain of the team. What do you all think? The other 6 nodded in agreement without a hint of dissent. Mentor Jining. The title of vice-captain does not quite suit our Binger. At that moment, Qiu Ruo Shui suddenly chuckled, saying, I believe Captain's lady suits her much better. Ruo Shui? Shui Binger exclaimed in embarrassment and annoyance. Ruo Shui makes a valid point. The beautiful maidens erupted in excitement, surrounding them. Greetings, Captain's lady. We hope you and the captain will look after us in the future. When will the captain's lady share her wisdom? How did you manage to win over such a remarkable captain? Amidst the cheerful cacophony of the maidens, Qin Jian and Shui Binger, alongside Yan Jining, exited the starry forest. Upon re-entering Tianshui City, although little time had elapsed, everyone felt as though they had transcended into another realm. The lively atmosphere of the city was a welcome relief, as the starry forest had been overwhelmingly oppressive and tense. Qiu Ruo Shui inhaled deeply of the fresh air. Qin Jian remarked, The starry forest is the abode of soul beasts, and their existence there mirrors your own feelings here. Shui Bingo cast him a puzzled glance, sensing an underlying meaning in his words. Qiu Ruo Shui, however, seemed oblivious to any hidden implications, eagerly pulling everyone forward. You all must be weary after this endeavor. Let us rest for the next month. Yan Jining turned to Qin Jian, stating, We can afford to relax a bit in our training sessions, allowing them to fully digest the lessons learned from this practical exercise. Qin Jian nodded. Then with a twinkle in his eye, suggested, How about we learn a team dance? Like a bombshell dropped amid them, before Yan Jining could respond. The others crowded around. Captain, what dance shall we learn this time? Is it as beautiful as the last one, the Tiamo? Shui Yuer exclaimed with excitement. Gu Qingba gently flicked her long hair and inquired, Captain, could you possibly teach us something more alluring this time? I believe I am more suited for that style. She suggested that they should ask the captain what he would like to see them perform. Yuhiro interjected, Indeed, we dance for the captain's enjoyment. However, Qiu Ruo Shui countered. Shouldn't we be asking what the captain wishes to see Binger dance? Or what he wants to teach her? After all, they have been instructing each other intimately in the bedroom. Qin Jian rubbed the back of his head, while Shui Binger covered her face in embarrassment. Yin Xining pressed her forehead, expressing her sentiment. It feels rather peculiar under Qin Jian's leadership. The atmosphere of our Tianshui battle team seems a bit off. He had naturally chosen a highly addictive dance tune, one that could enliven the entire venue. For he harbored aspirations of leading the Tianshui battle team to debut on the soul fighting stage, a true continental phenomenon. Yet, the mood within the academy was somewhat strange, with many girls appearing despondent. Instructor Jining, it appears the student spirits are rather low, Qin Jian remarked, furrowing his brow. Children, trouble has come knocking at our door. Her voice summoned everyone from their rooms to the central hall. Instructor Jining, what has transpired? Qin Jian asked on behalf of the group. Another academy is challenging us. Yin Jining's eyes flashed with anger. They have defeated all Tianshui Academy students below level 35. What? Which academy has dared to do this? The crowd gasped in shock. Yin Jining glanced at Shui Bing'er and Qin Jian, stating, this stems from the lingering issues with the Tiando Royal Academy. It is the Flame Academy and the Divine Wind Academy that have come to challenge us. She added, currently, only one individual is set to battle. The fiery dancer from the Flame Academy. Who is that? Shui Wu inquired. Qin Jian and Shui Bing'er exchanged knowing glances, their understanding dawning. It must relate to an incident in the soul hunting grounds where I assisted Bing'er in fending off the fiery dancer, preventing her from obtaining the soul ring she desired. Qin Jian explained. Yin Xining nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it has been said that the fiery dancer first visited the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. And upon failing to find you, she came to Tianshui Academy, specifically demanding to challenge Bing'er. Yin Jining continued. Initially, the academy sent students of the same level, 32, but they were all defeated. They then dispatched students with 2 or 3 levels higher. Yet they still could not secure a victory, which is why the morale of the entire academy is so disheartened. After all, this is a direct affront to our pride. She frowned heavily. Chapter 81. Outside, not entering then. What is the name of the student from Kamikaze Academy? Qin Jian pondered and inquired in the hall. Yin Jining replied, it should be Feng Xiaotian. Qin Jian rubbed his temples in exasperation. Let us ascertain why he has come. He is a suitor of Huo Wu. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. If Huo Wu insisted on challenging Bing'er, it would be a futile endeavor. Qin Jian casually shrugged. Currently, Bing'er is at level 35 and can summon the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Even at level 39, she would prevail. Indeed. Yin Jining smiled. Bing'er now is quite different from before. Huo Wu is merely courting trouble. Then you all should rest well. Tomorrow we'll suppress the arrogance of the Blaze Academy. Once Shui Bing'er closed the door, she found Qin Jian sprawled across her bed. Qin Jian. That is my bed. You've made a mistake, Shui Bing'er remarked. I favor this bed. Let us switch, Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. Shui Bing'er was taken aback. Puzzled? Huh? Why? Because the sin of Bing'er has faded from my bed. This one is much better, freshly used, Qin Jian said, taking a gentle breath. Rascal. Shui Bing'er chided. Will you switch or not? Qin Jian sat up, grinning. Shui Bing'er rolled her eyes at him. You're the captain. You decide. So the captain possesses the authority to assign beds. Qin Jian mused, chin in hand, his eyes darting playfully. Shui Bing'er noticed and immediately felt wary. What are you scheming now? Don't you think our bed is a tad small? Qin Jian tilted his head. I think it's quite spacious. Shui Bing'er replied. Qin Jian shook his head. Not enough. If I roll thrice in the same direction, I fall off. Roll thrice? Shui Bing'er's eyes widened slightly. Then you'd need 2 beds. Exactly what I was thinking. Qin Jian nodded vigorously. What exactly do you intend to do? Shui Bing'er blinked her beautiful eyes in inquiry. Qin Jian grinned widely. How about we combine our beds to sleep? Absolutely not. Qiu Rua Shui, passing by the hallway, suddenly halted, having overheard the voices from Qin Jian and Shui Bing'er's room. Then came Qin Jian's voice. Why not? I think it's quite nice. Qiu Rua Shui's interest peaked as she stealthily leaned against the door. No, it's entirely inappropriate. We cannot sleep together. Shui Bing'er's protest made Qiu Rua Shui's eyes widen. Is the captain unable to resist anymore? How can you agree to me? Qin Jian seemed to press on. I will never agree. Shui Bing'er's voice faltered. What are you doing? She seemed to be caught off guard. How about this? Does that still mean you want to agree? Qin Jian's tone took on a commanding edge. No, that is not possible. Shui Bing'er's voice weakened. Qiu Rua Shui's excitement grew. She sensed that her captain was on the verge of success. I assure you that I will remain outside tonight and not venture inside, Qin Jian declared. Xiao Ruoshui's eyes widened in surprise, staying outside, not going in. The captain is quite adept at this tactic. Is it truly only outside? Shui Bingo inquired for confirmation. Of course, I stand by my word, Qin Jian affirmed. Then, very well. Xiao Ruoshui promptly dashed away from the doorway, her expression brimming with excitement as she knocked on the doors of others one by one. In the bedroom, at some point, Shui Bingo found herself pressed against the wall, her cheeks flushed, while Qin Jian's hands were propped on either side of her head. The legendary wall slam technique. Once you agree, there is no turning back, Qin Jian remarked with a playful glimmer in his eyes. I will only remain on the bed outside and will not venture onto the bed inside. As long as you can indeed do that. Shui Bingo pondered before nodding in agreement. I will certainly manage. You need not worry. A peculiar smile danced on Qin Jian's face, causing Shui Bingo to feel a twinge of unease, though she could not pinpoint a specific concern. Go wash up and bathe. I shall move the bed, Qin Jian instructed, then set about pushing the bed on his own. Thankfully, in this world, the presence of soul power made it a trivial task for him. Being a level 27 soul master. As he listened to the sounds of water from the bathroom, Qin Jian found his thoughts wandering. Regardless of everything, family would not abandon him, would they? Moreover, life is lived in every fleeting moment. If he were to dwell on past sorrows or fret over an uncertain future, he would ultimately lose the present and transform it into another source of regret. No matter what lies ahead, I must cherish every moment now. It is the only way to honor myself and those who care for me. With a long sigh, a warm smile spread across his face. Just then, Shui Bingo emerged from the bathroom. The young lady, freshly bathed, radiated an alluring charm. Qin Jian restrained himself from lingering too long in his gaze, hastily darting into the bathroom. However, upon finishing and stepping out, he could not help but widen his eyes. Binger, this is quite excessive. Shui Binger had wrapped herself in a blanket, revealing only her gentle, smiling face. Did you not say you would only remain outside? What difference does this make? Qin Jian pointed at the row of books positioned between the two beds, his lips twitching slightly. Is this partition meant to serve as a barrier like Xuingtai? Who is Xuingtai? Shui Bingo asked curiously. That is not important. Qin Jian placed his hands on his hips. Standing before the beds, I said I would not sleep on your side, and I mean it. Can we not maintain a bit of trust between us? I believe trust can still exist, Shui Bingo replied with a smile, as long as you truly do not intend to come over to my side. Shui Bingo remained motionless, watching his actions until he sat at the edge of the bed, at which point her fingers tightened nervously around the blanket. Qin Jian lay sideways on the bed, looking at Shui Bingo with a grin. Do you wish for me to be exceedingly proper and not come over, or do you secretly hope I might disregard the rules? Shui Bingo replied without hesitation. You are a man, and surely you will keep your word, won't you? In truth, she herself was uncertain about what she hoped Qin Jian would do. If he were to remain within the bounds of propriety, she need not worry about that matter. However, it also indicated her own lack of allure. Conversely, if he were to overstep, she would find herself at a loss, for they were still young, and it seemed premature to contemplate such matters. What would they do if a baby were to come into the picture? Chapter 82, Regret Not. Worry not in the tranquil night. After the lights were extinguished, the soft glow of moonlight streamed in, ethereal and beautiful, on the vast bed formed by the joining of two smaller beds. Qin Jian was unaware that a single remark of his had triggered a myriad of associations in Shui Binger's mind, even to the extent of contemplating the name of their future child. Fear not, I shall not overstep my bounds upon uttering these words. Qin Jian first sensed Shui Binger's relief, only to soon catch a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. You seem rather regretful, he remarked, inching closer. Shui Binger, feeling cautious, retreated towards the window, clutching the quilt. I am not regretful at all, Binger, Qin Jian suddenly whispered, the playful demeanor on his face vanishing, replaced by an indescribable tenderness. Do you truly not wish to share the night with me? Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, yet her bashful nature compelled her to bury her head deeper into the quilt. I absolutely do not, determined not to succumb to the allure of male charm, she insisted. No way. Very well, you have squandered your final opportunity. Do not blame me. Then before Shui Bingo could decipher the meaning behind Qin Jian's words, he swiftly rolled over and positioned himself beside her. You have crossed the line, Shui Bingo exclaimed in a flustered manner. Qin Jian, you have broken your promise. I have not. I did not. Do not misinterpret my words. Qin Jian resolutely shook his head. I merely pledged not to sleep within the confines of your bed. I never stated I could not come closer. Besides, suddenly, He swept Shui Binger into his arms, twirling her around amidst her startled gasp, and brought her onto the outer bed, cradling her gently. See? I am not sleeping inside. It is you who is outside now. So, what do you say? I have kept my promise, haven't I? Wow, Qin Jian, I must admit, I have never realized you could be so shameless. Shui Binger could only roll her eyes at him, left at a loss for any other expression. Then let it be shameless. Qin Jian tenderly embraced her exquisite form, refraining from any inappropriate gestures, merely inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. The aroma of the quilt cannot compare to the delight of your essence. I adore your scent above all, even if I am scolded for it. Shui Binger subtly lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of Qin Jian's smiling countenance. There was no hint of desire, only an extraordinary gentleness radiated from him. Suddenly, she nestled closer, fully leaning against his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. Qin Jian tightened his hold around her, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Qin Jian. Shui Binger murmured softly, "Why did you come to help me regain my confidence? Why did you assist me in picking the ice phoenix flower? Why are you so kind to me?" Qin Jian shook his head gently, replying in a low voice. "Why ponder so many questions? I simply follow my heart. If I wish to do something, I shall do it." "Then what about Ningrongrong?" Shui Binger hesitated, her words hanging in the air for a while before she finally inquired. Though understanding the difficulty of action matching intention, he remained steadfast in his approach, guided by sincerity, genuine emotion, and true purpose. He finally comprehended how laughable it was to desire to flirt without becoming emotionally involved in the beginning, for that was not truly him. "Bingo." Qin Jian gently brushed her silky hair and softly remarked, "All I know is that the one in my embrace now is you." Shui Binger fell silent, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, both joy and concern. "Binger, have you ever contemplated what you truly desire?" Qin Jian suddenly inquired. "What do I truly desire?" Shui Binger shook her head and replied, "I do not know. My father has always wished for me to become a formidable soul master, so I pursued that path, seemingly without ever considering what I wanted for myself. Everyone must discover their own aspirations and strive for them throughout their lives, thus avoiding regrets. One may have regrets, but one should not harbor remorse, correct?" Shui Binger quietly gazed at Qin Jian's profile, lost in thought. "If I must express what I desire at this moment, I would say, I want you." The following day, as Qin Jian and Shui Binger stepped out of their room, they were met with 6 pairs of piercing eyes fixated upon them. "What now?" Qin Jian covered his face. The scene was strikingly familiar. Yet, the 6 pairs of eyes were not focused on him, but rather on Shui Binger. "It seems nothing is amiss," Xiaorua Shui remarked. "Could it be that her soul master physique is so exceptional that she does not exhibit the usual signs of an ordinary person?" Yuhara speculated, pondering. "Shouldn't sister take a rest today and face Wu Wu tomorrow instead?" Shui Yuer added. What are you all talking about?" Shui Binger asked, bewildered. Shui Wu approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe, then teased, "They all think something transpired between you and the captain last night." "Something happened?" Shui Binger was still trying to grasp the situation, but upon noticing where their gazes lingered, she suddenly realized. "What are you looking at? Nothing happened between us. Come on." "Binger, we are merely concerned for you." Xiaorua Shui replied with a grin. "Last night, I distinctly heard your conversation. Something about how you would stay outside and not enter. I refuse to believe our captain truly stayed out." Qin Jian covered his head. "I truly admire your imaginative prowess." Confirmed. Confirmed. Suddenly, Shen Liuyu rushed down from the 2nd floor in a flurry, exclaiming, "Confirmed." "What is confirmed?" Shui Yuer and the others inquired. Shen Liuyu looked at Qin Jian and Shui Binger with a teasing tone. "I just sneaked a peek into their room and discovered. Their beds are pushed together." "Ah." The group gasped in unison. Then, 6 pairs of eyes, filled with unwavering belief, regarded them, still denying that nothing happened. "You have no words left now." I. Shui Binger's face turned crimson, unsure of what to say. She glanced at the smiling Qin Jian. Suddenly darting behind him and gently pushing him forward, "You must explain this to them." "What should I explain?" Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. "Explain that nothing happened last night." Shui Binger exclaimed, visibly irked. Qin Jian shrugged, adopting a tone of resigned indifference. "There's no use in explaining. They have already concocted their own narratives. No matter what I say, they will never believe me. So, let them think as they please. Besides," he suddenly turned around with a smile and added, "I actually wish what they claimed had occurred." Chapter 83. Longing for You. Qin Jian. Ignoring the raucous voices of the other 6, Shui Binger could no longer endure the situation. She stomped her foot fiercely on Qin Jian's, exclaiming in frustration, "You think about it yourself. I won't pay you any mind." With that, she stormed out of the small building in a flurry. "Wow, our captain is magnificent." Qiu Ruoxue suddenly raised her hands, exclaiming. To make the normally composed Binger so angry, the captain is truly remarkable. The other 6 girls joined in a chorus of admiration, their voices sweet and lilting. Qin Jian crossed his arms, stating nonchalantly, "It's perfectly normal for Bingo to lose her temper. You will all have your chances in the future." Before the others could process his words, he followed after Shui Binger, heading in the direction she had taken. After the 8 of them finished their breakfast, Yin Jining summoned them. "Let us go to the Tianshui duel arena. There's nothing to look forward to. Bingo can handle Huowu without any trouble," Qiu Ruoxue said cheerfully. Shui Bingo cast her a cool glance. "Oh no, I've caught the captain's wife's attention. I'm doomed. Captain, you must help me." Qiu Ruoxue quickly hid behind Qin Jian. "Apologies, but if I were to assist anyone, it would be my Binger," Qin Jian replied without hesitation, stepping aside and causing the corners of Shui Binger's mouth to curve slightly upwards. "Sigh, these two are truly of one mind." Qiu Ruoxue exclaimed with hands on her hips, "My days ahead are going to be tough." The others couldn't help but chuckle. "Seeing you all so relaxed puts me at ease," Yin Jining remarked. She could sense that ever since they emerged from the Stardow forest, the entire Tianshui team had genuinely become a cohesive unit, devoid of any lingering barriers. This was the team dynamic she had always desired. When the 9 of them entered the Tianshui Academy's duel arena, they were met with a sea of people. The seats were filled with girls clad in water blue academy uniforms. A visual spectacle that momentarily dazzled Qin Jian. Humph. Then, he heard Shui Binger huff beside him, gripping his left hand and pulling him forward. "No looking. Let us go over there." Wow, Binger has really changed. The older would never have dared to act so in public. Qiu Ruoxue's voice was the loudest. Yet it prompted agreement from the others. On the high platform, aside from the senior instructors, there were 4 figures that stood out as distinctly out of place. Huowu in her golden red battle robe, accompanied by her instructor from the Blaze Academy, and Feng Xiaotian in his green battle robe, along with the teachers from the Wind God Academy, formed a striking quartet. Yet, their presence overshadowed Tianshui Academy, rendering it incapable of lifting its head. Even before Feng Xiaotian had made a move, Huowu alone had already decimated the remaining third-year students of Tianshui Academy who were above level 30. Is that the Tianshui Academy team? At that moment, they finally noticed Qin Jian and his group. The girls in the stands fell silent, their hopeful gazes fixed upon them. After all, the Tianshui battle team represents the most promising students of Tianshui Academy, although they currently consist of only 3 members above level 30. By the time the elite competition for Soul Masters across the continent arrives, their levels will undoubtedly surpass all others. This is the essence of potential disparity. How could there be any males in the Tianshui Academy's battle team? Observing Qin Jian being surrounded, even Feng Xiaotian, who was entirely focused on Huowu, felt a twinge of envy deep within. Meanwhile, Huowu, leaning against the railing not far away, casually glanced over, commenting, "The only real threat from the Tianshui battle team is Shui Binger, but she was no match for me last time. And this time she is even less likely to succeed. If it weren't for Qin Jian's interference, I wouldn't have missed that soul beast. I wonder where that guy's gone. He is not at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School." Just as she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. Qin Jian. How could he be here? Huh? That's him? Oh right, I have seen him before. His performance during the simulated soul hunting was nothing short of perfect. Feng Xiaotian, who had initially appeared bored, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I didn't expect him to join Tianshui Academy, and by the looks of it, he is part of the Tianshui battle team. Well, I may not have been able to best him last time, but this time will be different. If he dares to stand before me again, I will make sure he is left searching for his teeth. Huowu cracked her knuckles in anticipation. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Caught by Shui Binger, Qin Jian halted abruptly and turned his gaze toward the high platform, where he indeed met Huowu's excited stare and Feng Xiaotian's eager expression. Huh, why are these two looking at me? Qin Jian thought silently. ISNT today supposed to be your solo showcase, Bingo? Shui Binger noticed the scene as well. A smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It seems they are more interested in you. Finally, they arrived at the base of the high platform. Ascending the wide steps, they were now clearly visible to all. ISNT that Qin Jian? The only male student in our academy. He is holding hands. And it's with Shui Binger, the previously designated team captain. Wow, are they actually a couple? Initially, all the female students were focused on the upcoming soul battle. But the appearance of the Tianshui battle team, especially Qin Jian and Shui Binger holding hands at the forefront, sparked a different kind of gossip regarding their relationship. Truly, the students of Tianshui Academy seemed to be more captivated by gossip than the soul battles themselves. Qin Jian chuckled, "Ah, the gossiping hearts of a group of girls. Truly astounding." Shui Binger smiled slightly. "So do you like it here?" "Of course," Qin Jian replied without hesitation. "Then, would you stay here forever?" Shui Binger suddenly turned to look at him. Qin Jian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Binger, you're really different now compared to before. You never used to take the initiative for anything, let alone have the courage to hold my hand in public like this." A serious expression emerged on Shui Binger's face as she gazed at Qin Jian. "Qin Jian, I have come to understand that to attain one's desires, one must actively strive for them. In the past, I was uncertain of my path, merely propelled forward by the currents of life." She looked intently at Qin Jian and continued, "From now on, I wish to pursue what I truly desire, to embrace life with open arms." As she fixed her gaze upon him, the brilliance in her eyes intensified, akin to a phoenix on the brink of awakening, eager to take flight. "I want to have you." Her words left Qin Jian wide-eyed in astonishment. "I refuse to be overshadowed by Ning Rongrong or anyone else. I simply wish to keep you by my side forever." Chapter 84. Come here and fight, finally ascending to the high platform. Qin Jian felt a momentary daze as he faced Wu Wu and Feng Xiaoyan. The aura of Shui Bingo from just moments ago was simply captivating. Her innate confidence and commanding presence radiated an extraordinary charm. No wonder she was recognized by the 9th test of the divine position. Once she recognized her true self and broke free from the constraints of her family, she transformed like a fish entering the vast ocean, emerging anew. "Qin Jian." Laughter rippled through the crowd, both on and off the stage. Wu Wu clenched her fists in frustration. "I have been speaking to you. Did you not hear a single word?" Qin Jian scratched the back of his head and turned to Shui Binger. "Binger, what did she just say?" Shui Binger, struggling to suppress her laughter, replied, "She was expressing her indignation towards you, especially regarding your interruption during the soul hunting grounds and your absence when she sought out the 7-treasure glazed tile school." "Oh." Qin Jian nodded nonchalantly. "Is that all? What do you want?" "Is that all?" Wu Wu lowered her head, her fists tightening as flames flickered around her. "Is that all?" With a thunderous roar, Wu Wu stunned everyone present. "You scoundrel. I challenge you." The teacher from the Flame Academy firmly grasped her shoulder. "Calm down, Wu Wu. Remain composed. You are already level 32. He clearly has not yet reached level 30. Challenging him would be foolish." "I don't care. Qin Jian, come here and fight." Wu Wu was engulfed in flames, transforming into a fiery figure. "What a vivacious girl." Qin Jian remained unfazed, even amused, remarking, "Oh no, it should be fiery vigor. But alas, that makes her less endearing." As Wu Wu neared the brink of fury, Shui Binger could no longer stand by. She stepped in front of Qin Jian. "Wu Wu, weren't you going to challenge me? I will fight you." The teacher from the Flame Academy furrowed his brow, glancing at Shui Binger. "What level are you?" "Our Binger is currently level 35. Yan Jining stepped forward, pride evident in her voice. "Level 35? Weren't you just level 32? The higher-ups displayed expressions of delight. They had previously worried about Shui Binger's chances. But with her at level 35, victory seemed assured. After all, she possessed an exceptional beast martial soul, her potential rivaling that of Wu Wu. "You are 3 levels higher than me." The enraged Wu Wu momentarily fell silent. "This is impossible. I have worked so hard. How could you surpass me?" Her words, though sincere, unwittingly struck a nerve with Wu Wu. "Once again, it's you, Qin Jian. Are you deliberately opposing me? So, what level are you?" The teacher from the Flame Academy's demeanor turned serious as he directed his gaze toward Qin Jian. "Me? Oh, I'm a bit behind them. I'm only level 27, Qin Jian replied nonchalantly. "Level 27? Wu Wu and her teacher, along with the instructors from the Shifeng Academy, gasped in astonishment. They vividly recalled that at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Jian was merely at level 20, with a soul power disparity of 10 levels separating him from Wu Wu and her companions. Yet now, while others remained at levels 32 or 33, he had already reached level 27, with the gap in soul power diminished to a mere 5 or 6 levels. Truly, a prodigious talent. It is no wonder he is a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's sword Douluo. Wu Wu's teacher wore an expression of deep regret. If only he had joined our academy back then. Yan Jining proudly lifted her chin. "Isn't it still my prowess that shines?" The senior members nodded in agreement. Qin Jian, at level 20, could contend with a soul beast of level 30 and could even force me back. even with Ning Rongrong's assistance. Huo Wu stepped forward, challenging him. Now that you're at level 27, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Where does this girl's animosity stem from? Qin Jian shrugged at Shui Bing-er, saying, one might think I have abandoned her. Shui Bing-er shot him an exasperated look and then addressed Huo Wu. If you wish to battle Qin Jian, what about our contest? Huo Wu frowned, about to respond, when Feng Xiaotian suddenly approached. Let us all go together. It cannot be that Huo Wu alone steals the limelight. Allow me to handle Shui Bing-er. You? Shui Bing-er regarded him with a frown. What? Afraid my level isn't sufficient? Feng Xiaotian crossed his arms, declaring, I have my own fortuitous encounters. And now I am also at level 35. The crowd from the Tian Shui Academy erupted in surprise. No one anticipated that among the challengers there would be someone of Feng Xiaotian's caliber, and many cast worried glances toward Shui Bing-er. After all, the previous Shui Bing-er could only exert 80 of her full strength. Qin Jian, what do you think we should do? I have no objections. It ultimately depends on the mentor's thoughts, Qin Jian replied, looking towards Yin Jining. After contemplating, Yin Jining stepped forward. Since you intend for 4 to participate, why not forego splitting into 2 matches and instead have a direct 2-on-2? After all, you are all members of a battle team. While individual strength is crucial, cooperation is paramount. The instructors from Qihua and Shifeng exchanged glances, recognizing the joy in each other's eyes, and spoke in unison. We have no objections. Yin Jining. Xiao Jing, who had always been at odds with Yin Jining, approached and whispered, the Qihua Academy excels in fire, while the Shifeng Academy specializes in wind. Their synergy will exponentially amplify their power. Have you lost your senses? This time, Yin Jining refrained from arguing with her, acknowledging that Xiao Jing's intentions were for the good of the academy. Rest assured, if Qin Jian and Bing-er's combination cannot prevail, I cannot conceive of any other pairing that could succeed, Yin Jining asserted confidently. Xiao Jing furrowed her brow and remarked, this matter concerns the honor of our academy. I hope you can clarify why the combination of Qin Jian and Shui Bing-er would be more advantageous than fighting individually. Yin Ji smiled gently and whispered, this time during our training in the Starry Forest, we encountered an exceedingly perilous situation. Qin Jian and Bing-er, they activated their soul fusion technique. Soul fusion technique. Xiao Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, and she eagerly inquired, what type of soul fusion technique was it? Yin Ji's smile deepened. It was undoubtedly an offensive soul fusion technique. Chapter 85. The Sword of Emotion and Soul upon the High Platform. No one could discern the hushed conversation between Yin Jining and Xiao Jing. However, when Xiao Jing departed, the smile adorning her face left the senior members utterly perplexed. Everyone was aware of the long-standing discord between Yin Jining and Xiao Jing, making this scene all the more astonishing. Qin Jian, on the other hand, shook his head in resignation. He whispered to Shui Bing-er, Bing-er, do not let your guard down. Feng Xiaotian is no ordinary opponent. We may not secure an opportunity to utilize our martial soul fusion technique. Though he could not recall every soul skill employed by Feng Xiaotian, he distinctly remembered that during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, Feng Xiaotian reached the finals solely through his first and second soul skills, ultimately succumbing only to Tang San's Haotian hammer. In Tang San, he was truly a formidable figure. At least Qin Jian felt he lacked the extraordinary luck that Tang San possessed, especially when it came to dealing with divine weapons. It was as if his fortune soared to the heavens. Very well, I shall occupy Feng Xiaotian's attention, Qin Jian declared. Shui Bing-er nodded in agreement, stating, you should focus on eliminating Huo Wu first, then we shall confront Feng Xiaotian together. Once their strategy was settled, the lights in the entire Tianshui Fighting Soul arena dimmed, with all illumination concentrating on the vast central battle stage. This was an expansive indoor fighting arena. Qin Jian, Shui Bing-er, Huo Wu, and Feng Xiaotian exchanged glances before descending onto the stage. I have long desired to battle you, Qin Jian. We did not encounter each other in the soul hunting grounds, so let us have a proper match this time. Feng Xiaotian, shrouded in a black mask, approached Qin Jian. The girls shall face off. How about a duel between us? Shui Bing-er frowned, preparing to voice her objection. However, Huo Wu was the first to express her discontent, saying, Feng Xiaotian, you should take on Shui Bing-er. I want to fight Qin Jian. Feng Xiaotian scratched his head, conceding his initial stance. All right, I shall contend with Shui Bing-er first, then assist you. Qin Jian and Shui Bing-er exchanged glances of bemusement. Very well, both sides are now in position. Yin Jining temporarily assumed the role of referee and commentator, announcing, Please unleash your martial souls. The four swiftly adopted their stances. A gust of emerald wind swirled around Feng Xiaotian as he proclaimed, Level 35 Assault System Soul Master. Martial Soul, Gale Demon Wolf. Huo Wu followed, declaring, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Level 35 Control System Soul Master. Martial Soul, Ling Shui Fei Wan. Shui Binger introduced herself, causing Qin Jian to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Can martial souls even be named? Shui Binger winked at him, indicating her intent to keep her secrets concealed. All three of them boasted the optimal soul ring configuration of yellow and purple, as expected. In contrast, Qin Jian, with his solitary 2 soul rings, appeared somewhat lacking, yet his presence dazzled the onlookers. Level 27 Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul. Sort of emotion and soul. No one paid heed to the peculiar name of his martial soul. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon his radiant purple second soul ring. Feng Xiaotian approached Huo Wu, cautioning her. Huo Wu, be careful. Qin Jian previously fought on par with a level 30 opponent using only a single soul skill. Huo Wu's expression, initially serious, brightened at his words. I am well aware of that. There's no need for your concern. Standing upon the high platform with a microphone in hand, Yan Jiqing remarked, It appears that our Tianshui battle team's captain, Qin Jian, has startled everyone with the age of his second soul ring. What might his second soul skill entail? Let us anticipate together. Qin Jian shot her an exasperated glance. I can't help but feel that Instructor Jiqing excels as a commentator more than as a mentor. She certainly knows how to build suspense. I hereby declare. At this moment, Yan Jiqing raised her voice. The soul battle begins. Swish. Before her words had fully faded, Huo Wu's figure lunged forward, flames enveloping her fists as she aimed a strike at Qin Jian. Take my punch. Qin Jian remained unfazed. You must not have witnessed how I summon my martial soul. Such a surprise attack is futile. I am like a sword. With a swift motion, he drew forth his martial soul, the purple sword, and planted it before him. You underestimate me, Qin Jian. Huo Wu smirked, her martial soul, the fire shadow, swirling behind her as it suddenly appeared at Qin Jian's flank, launching a fiery assault. Huo Wu's adept utilization of her extraordinary martial soul struck unexpectedly. How would Qin Jian respond? Yan Jiqing's commentary was nothing short of commendable. I do not wish to be caught in a pincer, Qin Jian declared, drawing his long sword and stepping forward, aiming directly at Huo Wu. Then prepare to be surrounded. Huo Wu retorted with a cold laugh, her fiery silhouette spinning as the fire shadow advanced towards Qin Jian's back. Let us see how you evade. Huo Wu's fists, ablaze, clashed against Qin Jian's purple sword, causing a fiery explosion that momentarily halted his movements in midair. Meanwhile, the fire shadow bore down behind him. This is a team battle. Qin Jian ignored the impending threat, retracting his long sword to unleash a fierce downward slash. Behold, sword chi. A sharp wave of sword energy surged towards Huo Wu. Simultaneously, Shui Bingor's first soul ring illuminated beneath her feet. First soul skill, I seal. At her level 35 strength, she could simultaneously freeze 3 opponents through mental locking, ensnaring not only Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian but also the fire shadow behind Qin Jian. Though the ice was swiftly countered by Huo Wu's explosive flames, she was unable to brace against Qin Jian's sword energy in time, resulting in her being flung away. An exquisite display of teamwork. The audience erupted in melodious cheers, reminiscent of silver bells. Under Yan Jiqing's insightful narration, everyone grasped the unfolding scenario with clarity. In the meantime, Qin Jian pursued Huo Wu relentlessly, yet she refrained from directing the fire shadow to flank him further. Whoosh! The fire shadow swiftly repositioned itself, reaching Feng Xiaotian before Shui Bingo could react, flames radiating from its hands. Crack! Instantly, the ice binding Feng Xiaotian shattered. A wise choice. Huo Wu calmly prioritized rescuing her teammate. Yan Jiqing exclaimed, Feng Xiaotian, do not hinder me. The roar of the fire dancer caused Feng Xiaotian's expression to darken. The ice seal of Shui Binger is a mental lock from which I cannot evade. Then I shall let the fire shadow follow you. Without further ado, the fire dancer once again ignited her hands in a dance of flames, advancing towards Qin Jian. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, and the second soul ring beneath him illuminated. Second soul skill, Spirit of the Magic Wolf. Chapter 86, the Summoning Chapter. Attention, fellow readers. Without further ado, this work is now available. A surge of updates is imminent, and I humbly request your support. As I reflect upon the journey of this book thus far, I find myself quite satisfied. Crafting the romantic narrative as the central theme has proven to be an excellent fit for me. Including my earlier work, the Jian fanfiction, I have penned over 2 million words without ever receiving criticism regarding the awkwardness of my romantic scenes. By this point, I trust you have faith in my abilities. With the groundwork for the 2 female protagonists laid, we shall soon delve into a battleground of emotions where the true excitement awaits. This book will not be excessively lengthy, as it is a fan fiction with limited autonomy. I wish to avoid repetitively retelling the original plot and will strive to incorporate a substantial amount of original content. The narrative will have a clear beginning and conclusion, aiming to conclude around 1 million words. My next project is envisioned as a Naruto fan fiction exploring themes of heartbreak. The outline is already in place, although I am still contemplating which female protagonists to include. I hope you will accompany me on this journey. Supporting the official publication is of utmost importance. Why is it that Douluo fan fictions rarely end well or are abruptly abandoned? It is primarily due to poor subscription data, leading to authors being forsaken by platforms. Many writers are passionate and dedicated, yet dwindling subscription numbers ultimately drain their motivation, resulting in their withdrawal. Therefore, I earnestly implore everyone to support the official version. Thank you immensely. Signing in and watching videos is sufficient for subscriptions. It costs nothing, dear friends. Please refrain from resorting to piracy. I plead with you. Additionally, I kindly ask that you avoid reading at 4:30 a.m., as I frequently enable anti-piracy measures. Surely, at that hour, you should be asleep, right? Surely not a night owl, right? I hope to maintain the commendable performance of this new release. Below is the plan for the surge of updates upon launch. Currently, the recommended votes and rewards for additional chapters are. Thus, on the day of release, there will be 10 updates. Future additional updates will depend on your support. 50 votes will yield 1 extra chapter, 300 votes will grant 1 more. 50 monthly votes will add another, and a leader will contribute 3 additional chapters, while silver supporters will receive 36. In conclusion, I seek your initial subscription. I request automatic subscriptions. I hope that prominent readers will subscribe wholeheartedly. I will continue to write, bringing forth more captivating stories and romantic tales for your enjoyment. I hope you will journey alongside me. The battleground of emotions awaits. Long live the realm of passion. The author gazes at you with wide, hopeful eyes. Chapter 87. The fusion of wind and fire upon the battlefield. All eyes converged upon Feng Xiaodian. Initially, some had underestimated him due to his prior entrapment in ice, but in that moment, any semblance of disdain vanished. With the spirit of the demon wolf and dual wolves at his side, a fierce surge of soul power emanated from him. In the blink of an eye, he swept through the arena like a tempest, not only interrupting Qin Jian's assault, but also catching Shui Binger, his primary target, off guard, forcing her to resort to her ice-sealing technique once more. However, this time, the fire shadow accompanied it, instantly shattering the icy barrier. Shui Binger, at a loss, activated her third soul skill, Repel Light, as her purple soul ring shimmered. A brilliant ice-blue circle radiated outward, repelling both Feng Xiaodian and the fire shadow. In that moment, Qin Jian seized the opportunity, abandoning Huowu to launch a beam of sword energy towards the trajectory where the fire shadow and Feng Xiaodian were sent flying. With his first soul skill, the rotating fire shadow, Huowu, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward, joining forces with the fire shadow to unleash a barrage of fireballs, each colliding with Qin Jian's sword energy. The air erupted with thunderous sounds as the relentless consumption of power caused the sword energy to dissipate just as it reached Feng Xiaodian. Excellent. Another splendid exchange. The timely voice of Yan Jining resonated throughout the arena. Feng Xiaoyan's second soul skill is indeed formidable, compelling our Shui Binger to utilize her third soul skill, Repel Light. Yet, Qin Jian's combat awareness is exceptionally keen. He executed his self-created soul skill at the perfect moment. Unfortunately, Huowu has been closely monitoring his every move, and her first soul skill effectively countered this perilous attack. Yan Jining's voice echoed across the venue. Truly, these are the elite students from our 3 academies. Their clash is nothing short of thrilling. Go, Qin Jian. Go, Shui Binger. Victory to Tian Shui Academy. Suddenly, Qiu Ruoshui's voice rang out from the high platform, igniting a fervor akin to a domino effect, as the entire soul-fighting arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. Go, Qin Jian. Go, Shui Binger. Tian Shui shall prevail. After days of being relentlessly pressured by Huowu, the pent-up frustration was unleashed, casting a shadow over the faces of both Huowu and Feng Xiaodian. This was Tian Shui Academy's home ground, and they were certainly feeling the weight of this pressure. Feng Xiaodian, let us defeat them together. Huowu suddenly roared. her fire shadow flickering intensely as she charged forward. Second soul skill, Judgment Flame. Seeing this unfold, Feng Xiaotian was struck by inspiration. Bolstered by the enhancement of her second soul skill, he abruptly stepped into the center of the battlefield, positioning himself before Huowu. Huowu, direct your searing flames upon me. Huowu hesitated momentarily, but the urgency of the battlefield left no room for doubt. Instinctively, she raised her hands, unleashing a torrent of flames upon Feng Xiaotian. A gasp swept through the audience. Huowu's second soul skill had been entirely directed at Feng Xiaotian. What had transpired between them? Was it a betrayal? Yan Jining's voice cut through the tension. Meanwhile, the instructors from Qihua Academy and Shinkong Academy exchanged glances, and one from Shinkong Academy assured, "Fear not. There is no issue whatsoever, and Tianshui Academy is on the verge of defeat." The instructor of the Blazing Fire Academy gazed downwards and beheld Feng Xiaotian. His fist clenched tightly as a brilliant yellow soul ring illuminated around him. First soul skill, Wind Blade Array. In an instant, flames and wind blades merged, creating a fusion of fire and air that erupted into a multitude of fiery wheels, cascading towards Qin Jian and Shui Binger. "You have lost." Feng Xiaotian laughed heartily. This formidable assault caused a pallor to wash over the faces of all present. For the synergy of wind and fire unleashed a force rivaling that of a level 40 combatant. Just then, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from Shui Binger. She opened her ice-blue eyes, resembling an empress descending upon the world. "The only reason we allowed you the time to combine your soul skills is that we too intend to conclude this with a single strike." Crackling sounds accompanied the chilling aura enveloping the arena, causing even the fiery wheels to momentarily halt. "Allow you to witness the power of Qin Jian and myself." Shui Bingo transformed into an icy phoenix, charging towards Qin Jian. "Fire dance." Feng Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically. "Stop them. It could be a martial soul fusion technique." Without a hint of hesitation, Fire Dance unleashed her most potent soul skill in the face of the unknown. Third soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring. Fortune favored her, as she had chosen the most opportune skill. Boom. A luminous circle with a diameter of 45 meters radiated from her, instantly repelling Shui Binger and Qin Jian to the sides of the platform. "What a pity," Yan Jiqing murmured softly. "We were unable to utilize the martial soul fusion technique. The power that Bingo has accumulated is but half." "Then allow me." Shui Binger unleashed her full offensive. Ice Phoenix, Snowfall. Boom. The shadow of the Ice Phoenix clashed violently with the Wind Blade Fire Array, creating massive waves of soul energy that momentarily pushed Feng Xiaotian and Fire Dance back. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The fierce icy tendrils surged forth towards the two. Third soul skill, Resistance Fire Ring. Fire Dance, disregarding the toll on her soul energy, activated the Resistance Fire Ring once more, nullifying all opposing soul skills within its range. Yet, Feng Xiaotian remained motionless, allowing the countless azure beams of ice to engulf him. When the soul skills finally dissipated, only Shui Binger, Qin Jian, and Fire Dance remained standing in the arena, while Feng Xiaotian lay sprawled on the platform, seemingly unconscious, gasping for breath. Both Shui Binger and Fire Dance had reached their limits. At that moment, Yan Jiqing picked up the microphone. Both sides have unleashed a large-scale collision of soul skills. Whether it be the explosive Ice Phoenix martial soul of student Shui Binger or the combined soul skills of Fire Dance and Feng Xiaotian, both exhibited extraordinary power. As it stands, Feng Xiaotian appears to have lost consciousness, while Shui Binger and Fire Dance are nearly depleted of soul energy. It seems only student Qin Jian retains any soul energy. Her voice resonated throughout the venue. Has the outcome been determined? The victory is surely ours. Cheers of delight erupted from the audience. However, Qin Jian's gaze narrowed, for Feng Xiaotian's body suddenly twitched. In a flash, he surged forward, targeting Feng Xiaotian, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered students. Suddenly, the figure of Huowu materialized before him. "Though I am unaware of your intentions, I am determined to thwart you." Qin Jian frowned, and a brilliant yellow soul ring illuminated beneath his feet, decisively unleashing his first soul skill, Enchanting Sword. Exhausted of her soul energy, Huowu was unable to resist. Her eyes immediately glazed over in a state of dizziness, before Qin Jian seized her with his right hand and flung her aside. Bang! The young maiden's body spiraled out, the first to fall beyond the stage. However, at that moment, Feng Xiaotian had already risen from the platform. "Thanks to Huowu buying me time, your defeat is inevitable." Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed his soul energy, his third soul skill, Gale Wings. Chapter 88. I have struck you. My third soul skill, Gale Twin Wings. allows me to restore my soul power and physical condition to their zenith in an instant. Two ethereal wind wings gently fluttered from Feng Xiaotian, suspending him in midair. The audience was left in astonishment. A stunning reversal. Yan Jining's voice echoed. Although the fire dance student has retreated, Feng Xiaotian's third soul skill has restored his condition to its peak, causing the situation, once favorable to Qin Jian and Shui Binger, to once again turn on its head. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with all the female students clenching their fists. Even the senior figures gathered at the railing, their gazes fixated on the stage. No one anticipated that this duel among students would unfold with such dramatic twists and captivating moments. Feng Xiaotian from Shunfeng Academy is exceedingly formidable. This battle may prove challenging for us, Xiao Jing remarked, furrowing her brow. Yan Jining, without a microphone, added, had we released the martial soul fusion skill earlier, we would not be in such a passive position. The elderly dean tapped his cane and stated, in battle, anything is possible. One cannot rely solely on a single skill. Indeed, both Yan Jining and Xiao Jing nodded in agreement. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian, gracefully floating above the arena, glanced at Shui Binger and then at Qin Jian, declaring, you are formidable, so I intend to defeat you with my most powerful attack. He spread his arms wide, and his wings began to thrash violently. Self-created soul skill. Gale twin wings 9 slashes. Whoosh. Almost imperceptibly, he soared to Qin Jian's side. Clang. The martial soul longsword was raised just in time to block his dual-winged assault. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian used the momentum to rebound, turning his wings toward Shui Binger. Bang! Shui Binger barely managed to raise her hands in defense, yet was pushed back several steps by the ferocious impact. In the next moment, Feng Xiaotian was again before Qin Jian. Clang! The martial soul longsword quivered violently as Qin Jian's eyes widened. The power has increased by 30%. This is dire. I recall this technique resembles Tang San's chaotic cloak hammering method, which continuously accumulates power. Whoosh! Suddenly, he charged toward Shui Binger, unleashing a fierce sword energy directed at Feng Xiaotian. This was the 4th slash. Feng Xiaotian swiftly turned back, his wings slicing through the air once more. Qin Jian realized that after this accumulation, his power would be at least double that of the first strike. He could not withstand it. Second soul skill. Sword of original intention. The purple soul ring beneath his feet illuminated as Qin Jian activated his full attribute weakening skill. Clang. The enhancement of his own power against the weakened effect allowed him to finally endure the 5th slash. Such an impressive soul skill. The previous accumulations were largely negated by you. Feng Xiaotian laughed heartily. However, I still have 4 slashes left. Can you withstand them? At this moment, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. No one expected that this young Feng Xiaotian had comprehended such a powerful self-created soul skill. Dean Tianshui sighed. We cannot claim injustice in this defeat. Yet, it is not over. Perhaps there are still surprises in store. Xiao Jing replied, unwilling to concede. At this moment, even Yan Jining shook her head, declaring, it cannot be done. Even if Qin Jian employs his second soul skill, he can only withstand 2 more strikes. And he will not endure the last 2. The 6th strike, the 7th strike, the 8th strike, just as Qin Jian seemed incapable of resisting any further. The figure of Shui Binger suddenly appeared before him, exclaiming, second soul skill, I soul armor. You must evade. But Shui Binger gritted her teeth resolutely, replying, even if it cannot be blocked, I will still stand firm. Bang! The ferocious attack shattered the ice soul armor, crashing down upon the frail Shui Binger. Puff! Bingo! Qin Jian's eyes widened in fury, abruptly rising to his feet. Feng Xiaotian, you have gone too far. Since there were no titled Douluo present here, why retain any soul power? 2 soul rings ascended from Qin Jian's body. Qin Jian, my 9th strike will inflict severe injury. Think carefully before you proceed. Feng Xiaotian warned. I will not rest until you are vanquished. I shall not be called Qin Jian, he declared, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that compelled everyone to rise. The captain looks terrifying now. Shui Yuer murmured from the sidelines. Is it because of her sister's injury? The others nodded in stunned agreement. It must be so. At that moment, Qin Jian's 1st and 2nd soul rings converged high above, instantly merging into a colossal wave of soul power. This is Yan Jining, holding the microphone, gasped in astonishment. Ring fusion. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Such talent, such brilliance. The dean of Tianshui Academy exclaimed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, as Qin Jian completed the fusion of his rings, Feng Xiaotian's 9th strike came hurtling towards him. Yet, Qin Jian merely raised his right hand, pointing like a sword. Unity of man and sword. Slash. Diffused soul power transformed into a vast sword energy that enveloped Qin Jian. The towering sword light crashing down with thunderous force. Sizzle. The clash of sword energy against the dual wings ignited fierce sparks. Puff. But in the next moment, the wings shattered, and Feng Xiaotian was struck by the astounding sword energy in midair. Stop. We concede. Came the simultaneous shout from the teacher of Shifeng Academy in Qin Jian's fierce command. The sword energy surged forth relentlessly. Bang. Suddenly, a barrier of soul power rose, shielding Feng Xiaotian and completely absorbing Qin Jian's attack. Yan Jining was taken aback, questioning, Teacher of Shinfeng, how can you interfere in a student's battle? We have already conceded. There is no need for further conflict. The teacher of Shifeng escorted Feng Xiaotian out of the arena. Many teachers from Tianshui Academy frowned. Although theoretically one could cease fighting after conceding, Shui Binger still lay on the ground. Never mind, let's announce the results. The elderly dean waved her hand. Yan Jining then raised the microphone, proclaiming, the duel between the students of Tianshui Academy and Qihua Shinfeng concludes here, with the victor being Qin Jian. Shui Binger. Well, regardless of whether the final outcome was entirely satisfactory, it was undeniable that Qin Jian had avenged this grievance. The entire arena transformed into a joyous sea, with the melodious cheers resounding endlessly. No one anticipated the formidable prowess of his opponents, Hua Wu and Feng Xiaotian. Especially Feng Xiaotian, whose Gale Twin Wings ninefold slash was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair. Yet, Qin Jian triumphed, and his victory was nothing short of spectacular. Whether it was the fusion ring divine skill or his final manifestation of the unity between man and sword, he surpassed everyone's expectations, truly earning the recognition of all the students from Tianshui Academy. Chapter 89. The counter-challenge within the arena, a myriad of lights glimmered, celebrating the triumph of Tianshui Academy. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with the girls of the Tianshui team joyfully embracing one another. Yet, Qin Jian's expression remained devoid of any excitement. As if the surrounding festivities bore no relevance to him, he slowly turned and descended from the stage, approaching Shui Binger, bending down to gently cradle her frail form in his arms. Qin Jian, you have won. How wonderful. Shui Binger murmured, resting against him. Qin Jian gradually tightened his embrace, holding her a little closer. I'm sorry for causing you such severe injuries. It's nothing. A teacher helped me recover just now. After a few more days of rest, I will be fine. Shui Binger tenderly caressed Qin Jian's face, saying, You were truly remarkable. I never expected you to triumph over Feng Xiaotian. His final self-created skill was simply extraordinary. Knowing I couldn't block it, yet still attempting to do so, was rather foolish of me. Qin Jian replied softly. Shui Binger managed a small smile, saying, My body acted on instinct. There was no time to think. Qin Jian's gaze softened further. Do you need assistance? At that moment, Yan Jiqing approached with several members of the Tianshui team. Captain, you are simply incredible. Qiu Ruoshui exclaimed with a grin. Yes, yes. Our captain is truly remarkable. The others chimed in, surrounding him with praise. However, Qin Jian merely reached out to Yan Jiqing, saying, Jiqing, may I borrow the microphone? The microphone? Yan Jiqing handed it over, her curiosity piqued. Qin Jian, what do you need it for? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the microphone, cutting through the din of the crowd. All eyes turned toward the source, focusing on the young figure embraced by the girls beside the arena. Shifeng Academy. Qin Jian reiterated, then continued, in 10 days, I will represent Tianshui Academy and challenge your institution. All students below level 35. As soon as the words left his lips, the arena fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into chaos the next instant. He is issuing a counter-challenge. He is going to confront them. Is he angered? Is it due to the meddling of Shinfeng Academy's teachers? Look at him holding Shui Binger. It must be because she was injured. A flurry of discussions ensued. The members of the Tianshui team were elated, their faces flushed with excitement. Only Shui Binger gazed with concern, her eyes calm as she said, Qin Jian, I'm fine. Don't target Shifeng Academy too harshly. It's all right. What about Qihua Academy? Shui Wu suddenly inquired. Initially, it was her who instigated. Sister, I'm starting to feel jealous of you. Shui Yu pouted. The captain is too good to you. Shui Binger smiled softly. You can compete for his affection. I want to stop you. Well, the others exclaimed in surprise. Binger seems so confident now. No, it's not like that. Shui Binger chuckled softly. I merely have faith in him. This sentiment was sweet, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy, as Shui Wu remarked with a slight pout. Qin Jian exchanged a knowing smile with Shui Binger. Teacher Yan Jining, is it true that your Tianshui Academy intends to relentlessly pursue our Shinkong Academy? At that moment, a teacher from Shinkong Academy approached. Yan Jining turned to greet him, saying, "You were the ones who came to our doorstep first. How can you claim that we are the ones holding on?" The other party frowned and replied, "This is merely the angry words of one of your students. Does Tianshui Academy truly take this to heart?" Yan Jining smiled and pointed at Qin Jian, declaring, "He is no ordinary student. He is the captain of our Tianshui battle team and has every right to challenge external teams. Indeed, we at Tianshui Academy are not without our own pride. Are we to allow you to come here unchallenged?" At this point, Xiaojing stepped forward to lend her support. She too prioritized the honor of the academy. And despite her differing educational philosophies with Yan Jining, they stood united against external threats. "Very well, we at Shinkong Academy shall await your arrival." The Shinkong teacher huffed indignantly and departed with Feng Xiaodian. "Huowu from Chiwa Academy? What brings you here?" Qiu Ruoshui inquired, her tone noticeably unfriendly. Huowu, usually brimming with confidence, appeared hesitant now. I would like to speak with Qin Jian privately," she murmured softly. The group exchanged glances. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Qin Jian inquired, stepping closer while holding Shui Binger. Huowu discreetly glanced at Shui Binger before focusing her gaze on Qin Jian, saying, "This is not the most convenient time to discuss." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned peculiar. What could be so inconvenient? A confession, perhaps? Qiu Ruoshui quipped, unable to restrain herself. Huowu's face flushed slightly, and she shook her head. "No, but this matter concerns only Qin Jian, so..." After she departed, Shui Wu gave Qin Jian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Captain, splendid job. With a girl like her, one cannot afford to be too gentle. You seem to understand quite well." Qin Jian regarded her with curiosity. "Of course. I've seen my fair share. Ahem." Shui Wu suddenly fell silent as the others exchanged odd looks. In the bedroom, Qin Jian gently laid Shui Binger down on the bed and then asked with a smile, "You seem quite weakened today. What will you do about bathing?" "Ah." Shui Bingo gasped in surprise, quickly responding, "Then, I suppose I shall forego bathing today." Noticing her flustered demeanor, Qin Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaned closer and whispered, "Binger, after today's battle, are you not even a little dirty? Are you truly willing to be held by me as you sleep?" Chapter 90, Indescribable. Within the confines of the bedroom, atop the bed, Shui Bingo wore a somewhat conflicted expression. Could you help me with the water? I'll wash myself." "Wash yourself?" Qin Jian questioned skeptically. "Do you truly have the strength for that now? I can manage a bit on my own." Shui Binger murmured, lowering her gaze. Qin Jian chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall prepare the water for you." Upon witnessing Qin Jian's unexpected willingness to assist, a look of surprise crossed Shui Binger's face. After all, his previous cunning schemes had left her utterly defenseless. How could he so easily relent today? If he persisted just a little longer, she would have no choice but to comply. Cough, cough. A blush gradually crept onto her cheeks. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Moments later, Qin Jian emerged. "Binger, the water is ready. Come, I will carry you in." As he approached to lift her, he suddenly paused, recalling something. What's wrong?" Shui Bingo asked nervously, clutching his neck. Qin Jian looked at her earnestly. "There's no seat in the bathroom. If I carry you in, you want to have a place to sit and undress." Shui Binger's eyes widened slightly, her expression turning uncertain. She wanted to stand, yet she knew she lacked the strength to do so. Being able to wash herself at all was already pushing her limits. What should we do?" Shui Binger inquired softly. Qin Jian smiled gently. "How about undressing outside?" "Undress outside?" Shui Binger's face flushed a deep crimson. "Then perhaps I should skip the wash. I can wait until tomorrow when I've regained my strength." "Very well," Qin Jian replied. Just as Shui Bingo sighed in relief, he added, "So I shall sleep tonight with the smelly Binger." Upon hearing this, she could no longer contain herself. "No, I must be clean." "Then you should undress," Qin Jian said, moving closer, his right hand slowly reaching for the zipper on her back. "And no." Shui Bingo shyly attempted to block his hand. "What should we do then?" Qin Jian stood, hands on his hips, exasperated. I don't know." Shui Bingo lowered her head. Qin Jian covered his face. "Binger, where has your hard-earned confidence gone?" Her face flushed even deeper. "Confidence isn't meant for undressing in front of you. How about this, Binger?" Qin Jian proposed. What if I close my eyes while undressing you? Close your eyes? Shui Bing'er blinked her beautiful eyes. That seems possible. Then let it be so. I am closing my eyes now. Qin Jian declared, shutting his eyes and reaching out, only to touch something soft. Qin Jian, Shui Bing'er exclaimed in alarm. You're touching the wrong place. The zipper is on my back. Oh, my apologies. Lower it. You're touching my, Shui Bing'er cried out again. Qin Jian nodded repeatedly, his hands gliding along the smooth surface of the jade back until he finally located the zipper. With a swift motion, he pulled it down, then grasped Shui Bing'er's dress, intending to assist her in removing it. Qin Jian, please, do not touch my skin. Shui Bing'er's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. This is quite challenging. Qin Jian sighed helplessly. Ironically, the more cautious he became, the more likely he was to brush against certain indecorous areas. You should hurry and take it off. The quicker, the better. Shui Bing'er finally ceased her struggles. Very well. I don't recall you being so bashful during dance practice. Qin Jian muttered under his breath, then proceeded to remove her dress entirely, disregarding where his hands might wander. We had clothes on during dance. Shui Bing'er couldn't help but exclaim, then added, wait. What are you doing? Qin Jian, feeling exasperated, replied, what do you expect me to do? If I don't lift you, how can I completely remove your dress? Shui Bing'er fell silent, her cheeks flushed. Phew, the outer dress is finally off. That was no easy feat. Qin Jian exhaled, his demeanor slightly hesitant. Bing'er, next comes the inner garments. The inner garments. Shui Bing'er's voice quivered slightly. Can I not take them off? Are you planning to wash them together with your dress? Qin Jian responded, perplexed. They both subconsciously overlooked a more convenient option, inviting someone else to assist Shui Bing'er with her bath. You. Shui Bing'er's face turned crimson, and she finally declared, you must keep your eyes shut. All right. Qin Jian nodded fervently and extended his hands once more. The atmosphere was imbued with an indescribable intimacy. At last, the garments were completely removed, and both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I'll carry you in. Don't forget to guide me, he said, stumbling and tripping, yet after considerable effort. Qin Jian finally managed to carry the bare Shui Bing'er into the bathroom and set her down in the bathtub. The water has gone cold. Qin Jian fumbled until he found the hot water outlet and added warm water to the bath. Shui Bing'er gazed at Qin Jian with a gentle expression, feeling an unprecedented sense of closeness rising within her. The sequence of undressing followed by carrying her in was undeniably intimate. Perhaps even a married couple wouldn't share such proximity. Can you truly wash by yourself? Qin Jian inquired at that moment. I'll just soak for a bit. Shui Bing'er replied softly. Qin Jian shook his head. How about I assist you? I'll still keep my eyes closed. No. Shui Bing'er firmly rejected the offer. She couldn't fathom what it would feel like to have Qin Jian's hands assisting her in the bath. In that case, Qin Jian suggested another alternative. I could use a towel to help you wash, trying my best not to touch you. Shui Bing'er blinked, staring at Qin Jian intently. How come you have so many clever ideas? Qin Jian smiled and asked, what do you think? With little choice left, Shui Bing'er acquiesced to his approach. Naturally, the process was filled with boundless intimacy, indescribable in nature. After completing this series of actions, Qin Jian finally opened his eyes. He immediately flopped onto the bed in a state of utter exhaustion, exclaiming, I am more tired from our battle against Feng Xiaotian than from helping you bathe. Shui Bing'er, reclining against the headboard with a faint blush illuminating her cheeks, playfully retorted, you've taken all the advantages, yet you still complain. I kept my eyes closed the entire time. I have no idea what advantages I may have gained. Qin Jian leaned closer, resting beside her, and was instantly enveloped by a gentle fragrance. Nonsense. Your hands must have felt something. Shui Bing'er protested. What could I possibly have felt? I truly have no idea. Qin Jian whispered teasingly into her ear. Why not describe it to me? Humph, how annoying. Shui Bing'er gently turned her head away. Qin Jian then enveloped her in his embrace, saying, all right, it's time to sleep. They turned off the lights and nestled together in slumber. Chapter 91. The request of Huo Wu. The following day, as Qin Jian descended the staircase, he was taken aback by the sight of Huo Wu's golden-red figure. She sat alone on the sofa in the hall, appearing rather bored. Huo Wu. Qin Jian approached her, concealing his astonishment, and casually inquired, have you arrived so early? The typically fiery-tempered girl seemed somewhat shy at that moment. She fiddled with the hem of her clothing, glanced up at Qin Jian, then quickly looked down again. I'm sorry, I was too eager. Qin Jian found this peculiar. Honestly, I don't understand why you're looking for me. There doesn't seem to be much for us to discuss, does there? Wu Wu became even more awkward, glancing around before whispering. I want to learn something from you. Learn something from me. Qin Jian furrowed his brow as he regarded her, recalling the events of the previous day, and a realization dawned upon him. However, he had no interest in teaching her, so he replied, I still need to have breakfast. Let us talk later. As he turned to leave, Wu Wu unexpectedly stepped forward, holding a bag. I brought you breakfast. To Qin Jian. Wu Wu had always been that fiery girl. He had never seen her in such a flustered and eager state. He chose not to accept the bag and walked past her. A flicker of annoyance crossed Wu Wu's eyes but vanished quickly as she followed him outside. How's Shui Bing's injury? As Wu Wu trailed behind him, Qin Jian felt increasingly assured of his assessment. This girl was undoubtedly intrigued by his fusion ring technique. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have turned and left by now. Fortunately, she only needs about 10 more days of recovery. Wu Wu, meanwhile, garnered a wave of hostility. The students from Tianshui Academy already harbored some resentment towards her, and now she was walking alongside the most popular Qin Jian, attracting even more disdain. This time, you defeated both me and Feng Xiaodian, solidifying your status at Tianshui Academy. These female students seem as if they could be easily swayed. Wu Wu remarked with a pout. Qin Jian, however, displayed no sense of pride and merely stated, if it meant saving Bingo from injury, I would gladly forego this honor. Wu Wu shot him a curious glance. Back at the Tiando Royal Academy, you also exerted yourself for Ning Rongrong. And now you have fiercely dealt with Feng Xiaoyan for Shui Binger. Her eyes brimmed with confusion. It seems you care little for your own achievements and are more concerned about others. Qin Jian met her gaze and uttered words that Wu Wu could not comprehend. They are my entire concern. The sight of Qin Jian and Wu Wu walking side by side naturally attracted the attention of everyone around them. I'll go feed Bingo some porridge. Feel free to do as you wish. Once Qin Jian ascended the stairs, Wu Wu felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. The gazes of the 6 young women pierced her like rays, making her uncomfortable. This was particularly challenging for someone who sought assistance. Otherwise, her pride would have prevented her from feeling intimidated by anyone. Let us depart and find a suitable place to converse, suggested Fire Dance, almost escaping from the small building upon the rare reappearance of Qin Jian. How could the captain possibly go out with Fire Dance? Qiu Ruoshui inquired, puzzled. Shui Wu, with her arms crossed, remarked, it must relate to yesterday's events. Didn't Fire Dance have something to discuss privately with the captain? Could it be a confession of feelings? What about my sister? Shui Yuer expressed her concern. Yu Hera shook her head, reassuringly stating, do not worry, Yuer. Our captain is not so easily swayed. He exhibits a clear interest in ice, yet shows no inclination towards Fire Dance. Indeed, it seems ice possesses a greater charm, Shui Wu mused, her gaze shifting to the second floor. I wonder how those two spent the night without seeking our assistance. Assistance with what? Qiu Ruoshui replied, bewildered. It was then she noticed 6 pairs of bright, eager eyes, assisting with bathing, of course. Are you implying? Qiu Ruoshui's eyes widened in disbelief, that the captain personally bathed ice last night? Shall we go investigate? Shui Wu suggested, her eyes sparkling. Absolutely. Shui Yuer exclaimed, only to find herself pushed to the front. You all are using me as a shield. Her indignant outcry received no sympathy. In the heart of the Tianshui Academy, beneath a cerulean sky and drifting white clouds, a gentle stream meandered. Beside the stream stood a quaint pavilion where Qin Jian and Fire Dance found themselves. Your Tianshui Academy is truly enchanting, Fire Dance remarked, taking in the surroundings. Such is the charm of a women's academy. Too bad I am not of the water element. Qin Jian's lips twitched slightly. To be frank, your disposition seems better suited for a fire-type martial soul. Fire Dance's breath quickened. What do you mean? Wisely, Qin Jian chose not to elaborate and instead asked, what do you wish to learn from me? Perhaps the art of merging spirit rings? He suggested suddenly. Fire Dance shot him a quick glance, noting his impassive expression. Her heart racing. Is that even possible? Of course not, Qin Jian replied, arms crossed. Fire Dance's disappointment was palpable. I knew it was a fanciful notion. Such exceptional skills are not easily imparted. Qin Jian lowered his arms, smiling. Fire Dance, you are partially correct. This skill should not be taught lightly, as it is derived from years of research by our esteemed predecessors at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. He continued. Moreover, this technique is not something everyone can master. To my knowledge, I am the only one in the new generation of our school capable of merging spirit rings. Does your sect prohibit sharing this knowledge? Fire Dance asked eagerly. Qin Jian shook his head, it is not precisely a prohibition, after all. It is merely the accumulated wisdom of many predecessors, lacking a complete system. Each individual's spirit ring differs, and success ultimately depends on one's own comprehension. He added, the sect master once stated that relying solely on our school's resources for research on martial souls and spirit rings would lead to slow progress. However, if spirit masters across the continent could share their findings, the pace of advancement would be incalculable. Qin Jian gazed at Huo Wu and said, therefore, if you wish to learn, you must exchange knowledge of equal value with me. Chapter 92. Promise me a condition. Shall we exchange knowledge of equal value? The expression on Huo Wu's face was somewhat bewildered. It seems I have nothing to offer. Then there is nothing to be done. Qin Jian shrugged and replied, I cannot bestow the knowledge of my sect upon you for free. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School only accepts exchanges. In truth, he had retained some knowledge, as the skill of fusion ring was rather challenging and thus not given much importance. Furthermore, with his mentor being the sword Douluo, even if the knowledge were truly precious, it wouldn't pose a significant problem for him to share it with others. It was merely that Huo Wu's relationship with him had not reached that level. If it were Shui Binger who wished to learn, cough cough, Huo Wu furrowed her brow, lowering her head. Observing this, Qin Jian felt perplexed. Your martial soul, Fire Shadow, is already an exceptional soul. Your potential for greatness is immeasurable. Why do you cling so fiercely to the skill of fusion ring? Huo Wu raised her head, a resolute expression illuminating her face. Because I wish to bring glory to the academy, I must become stronger, ever stronger. You possess such a profound sense of belonging to the Qihua Academy, Qin Jian remarked in astonishment. Typically, an academy is merely a station in our journey of growth. Few exhibit the dedication you display. Huo Wu gazed earnestly at him. My brother and I have been orphans since we can remember. If not for the academy's shelter, we would not have achieved what we have today. Thus, Qihua is my home, a place I am determined to protect with all my might. Understanding dawned on Qin Jian, although he refrained from voicing the thought that lingered in his mind. The notion was that Huo Wu would be willing to risk everything, even defeat, in the elite competition of soul masters across the continent, simply to uphold the honor of Qihua Academy. Such a profound motivation. Yet, this was Huo Wu's personal matter. He too had his own sect and sense of belonging, and naturally, he could not betray the interests of his sect for mere words, unless it involved someone dear to him. Qin Jian, I have created a skill. I wonder if we might exchange? Huo Wu suddenly interjected, her expression tinged with anxiety. I know that what I have comprehended cannot compare to the research of the seniors in your sect, but I truly have nothing else to offer. Qin Jian's interest was piqued. Do tell. Huo Wu explained, since my martial soul is humanoid, akin to a manifestation of myself, I developed a skill that allows for a position swap with my martial soul to improve our synergy. Can this be exchanged? Qin Jian stroked his chin, contemplating. This is indeed quite practical, but as you mentioned, it pales in comparison to fusion ring. Perhaps if you had 3 such skills, we could negotiate a trade. Huo Wu's face fell into a frown. Then I truly have nothing left. Qin Jian, is there anything else you desire? Whatever I possess, I can offer you. Her words felt rather ambiguous. Qin Jian scrutinized her in silence. Huo Wu initially appeared taken aback before clenching her fists and exclaiming, Qin Jian, what are you thinking? I'm not thinking about anything, so why such excitement? Qin Jian waved his hand and said, let me think. What else do you have that I could exchange with you? The anger on Huo Wu's face immediately vanished, replaced by a hint of anxiety. Qin Jian glanced at her and mused, although the current value may indeed be unequal. In the future, given her potential, she could offer much more. Not to mention, what if she is one of the remaining 7? How about this, Huo Wu? In addition to that technique you just demonstrated, agree to one more thing for me, and we can consider it an exchange? Qin Jian proposed. Huo Wu inquired, what do you want me to do? Qin Jian smiled and replied, I haven't decided yet, but I will keep this condition open for the future. Huo Wu instinctively wanted to agree, but suddenly became cautious, asking, will you propose something excessively demanding in the future? What do you mean by excessive demands? Are you referring to? Qin Jian crossed his arms and looked her up and down. Well, I could make a suggestion right now. After all, the enhancement of soul power significantly promotes physical development, and with your current level of 32, you're nearly indistinguishable from an adult. What? Huo Wu was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury, pointing at him. Qin Jian, how can you focus on such matters? My only concern is that you might ask me to do something inappropriate. Qin Jian shook his head repeatedly. I didn't say anything inappropriate. I was merely complimenting your physique. Don't you want to learn the integration technique? He shot her a sidelong glance. Huowu was taken aback, then took a deep breath, saying, Qin Jian, I genuinely want to learn the integration technique. So, as long as you don't present demands that I cannot accept in the future, I will agree. Qin Jian nodded. Agreed. I won't force you into anything you do not wish to do, nor will I make demands exceeding the value of the integration technique. He added, however, you cannot refuse tasks that are clearly within your capabilities. Huowu nodded and extended her hand. Deal. Qin Jian extended his hand in return. Deal. Let me explain what the integration technique is. With the agreement established, Qin Jian sat down on the bench in the pavilion, took out paper and pen from his soul guide, and placed them on the stone table. Come, Huowu, let me explain. Qin Jian, aren't you afraid that I won't uphold my end of the bargain after learning? Huowu sat down, curiosity evident in her voice. Qin Jian glanced at her and replied, not at all. After all, he suddenly remembered that Huowu seemed to have already comprehended the integration technique. So it wouldn't matter if he taught her or not. In fact, he would be gaining from it, so why worry? Yet he knew he couldn't voice this thought, so he said, although we have faced each other several times, and our encounters have not been particularly pleasant, I still believe you are a trustworthy person who would not engage in such behavior. Upon hearing this, Huowu's expression shifted subtly. It seemed that no male had ever uttered such words to her before. The essence of soul ring fusion lies in the attributes of the soul rings themselves. Generally speaking, the more similar the soul rings are, the lesser the difficulty of fusion. Qin Jian picked up a pen and began to illustrate. Observe. If all three of your soul rings originate from the same type of soul beast, the fusion would be the simplest. This elucidates why he had mastered the art of fusion at an early age. His soul rings were inherently his own, perfectly suited to him, thus rendering the fusion process remarkably effortless. What if the soul rings are derived from different soul beasts? Huowu inquired. Qin Jian resumed his drawing. In that case, if the martial spirit possesses a singular attribute and the soul abilities bear resemblance, the difficulty of fusion would diminish, much like your situation. The most formidable fusion occurs when disparate soul beasts and soul abilities, or even soul masters, attempt to undergo fusion. His words opened Huowu's eyes to the possibility. Different soul masters can also engage in fusion. Chapter 93. Entering my realm, the gentle sound of flowing water harmonized with the serene ambience of the small pavilion. Theoretically, different individuals could achieve a fusion. Qin Jian continued his drawing on a new sheet of paper. If several people share the same martial soul attribute, for instance, if all members of our Tianshui battle team possess the water attribute, then the possibility of fusion exists. Could this not also be the case for our Qihua Academy? Fire Dance inquired eagerly. Qin Jian glanced up at her and replied, indeed. If you all can comprehend the technique of fusion, then theoretically it is feasible. Alternatively, one person could merge the soul rings of 7 individuals, which would require an exceptionally profound understanding of fusion. Qin Jian, are you not concerned that by imparting this knowledge to me, I might ultimately assist Qihua Academy in defeating Tianshui Academy? Fire Dance couldn't help but ask. I assure you, you could grasp it independently. Qin Jian chuckled, saying, if you truly can achieve that, then you would be a genuine genius. Losing to you would be no disgrace. With a slight blush of encouragement, the corners of Fire Dance's mouth curled upwards. What if the soul masters possess entirely different attributes? Can their soul rings still fuse? Fire Dance inquired further. Qin Jian responded. In that case, each individual would need to be a genius soul master, responsible for merging their own soul rings. And only then could they collectively achieve the fusion of multiple soul rings. Do you understand the fundamental concepts of fusion? He asked with a smile. Fire Dance nodded, saying, I comprehend. Please teach me how to undertake the training for fusion. Well, there are 2 methods of learning. The choice is yours. Qin Jian replied. One is for me to share the theory with you, allowing you to grasp it independently. And the other is for me to assist you in the fusion, providing you with a more intuitive experience. It seems the second option is more straightforward. Fire Dance remarked. Qin Jian smiled. Yes, it is indeed easier, but it necessitates your complete trust in me. Moreover, due to our differing attributes, we cannot perform the fusion from a distance, which means I must infuse my soul power into your body. Do you understand what that entails? Fire Dance's complexion flushed slightly. She was acutely aware of its implications. Soul power is an intrinsic part of each individual, and allowing another's soul power to enter one's body involves not only trust, but also a profound level of openness, akin to being unclothed. Perhaps you should just share the theory with me, Fire Dance suggested. Qin Jian nodded, unperturbed by any sense of regret. At present, he had no desire to provoke Fire Dance unless it were destined by fate. Fusion entails harmonizing the disparities between different soul rings using one's own soul power. Qin Jian continued to illustrate. Each soul ring possesses its unique characteristics. Our task is to identify the commonalities between them, thereby creating a bridge to eliminate their mutual repulsion. After he spoke, he fell silent. Fire Dance waited for a while. Realizing that Qin Jian had no intention of elaborating further. Has he finished? Indeed, he concluded. Qin Jian shrugged, stating, the principles are quite simple. However, mastering this technique relies on your continuous exploration. Wu, with a bewildered expression, confessed, I truly have no idea what to do. In all honesty, I have perused many records of our sect. Qin Jian remarked, but in summary, there are really only these insights. The rest relies entirely on personal comprehension. Or I can guide you to experience how your soul ring should merge. Such subtle maneuvers cannot be articulated. They must be felt individually. Wu shook her head and picked up the diagrams he had drawn, asking, may I take these with me? Of course, Qin Jian replied with a smile. Wonderful. Wu responded, as Qin Jian also expressed interest. This technique may seem incomparable to the explosive power of ring merging, yet it is remarkably practical. When adeptly applied in combat, it will significantly enhance one's combat effectiveness. The martial soul, akin to soul power, is an integral part of a soul master's being. Hence, just as we manipulate soul power to execute soul skills, we can likewise interact with our martial souls. Wu then fell silent. Have you concluded your thoughts? This time, it was Qin Jian who appeared perplexed. Yes, I have finished as well. Wu couldn't suppress a smile, remarking, it seems the next step is to see whose comprehension ability is superior. This technique sounds rather abstract. How long did you ponder this technique? Qin Jian suddenly inquired. After a moment of reflection, Wu replied, I spent approximately half a year transforming my ideas into reality. How about you? How long did it take you to master ring merging? In my early years, when I had little to occupy my time, I read through the sect's scriptures extensively. That was during my period of indecision about pursuing the path to divinity. Therefore, I was already well-versed in theory and attempted ring merging upon acquiring my second soul ring, Qin Jian explained. How long did it take for you to succeed? Wu pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. Qin Jian scratched his head, contemplating. It seems it didn't take long. I tried in the morning and succeeded by afternoon. Wu was astounded. You mastered such a divine skill in a single day? One could say so, but it is not entirely accurate. Qin Jian sought to soften the blow, adding, my soul ring is rather unique, making the difficulty less daunting. Actually, I spent an additional 10 days to half a month studying the fusion of different soul rings. Fusion of different soul rings? Wu queried. Are you referring to merging the soul rings of others? Qin Jian nodded. Otherwise, I would not provide you with an alternative approach. I have merged with Bing Air's soul ring. However, assisting others in ring merging is time-consuming and thus impractical for immediate use. You, my friend. Wu regarded him with a peculiar expression. Are you even human? In truth, he was not. Yet, such thoughts could not be uttered. So Qin Jian merely smiled. Let us both strive forward and see who grasps the technique first. He rose and added, if you find it excessively abstract, I can assist you in a fusion to help you experience it firsthand. Wu rose to her feet and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, in truth, I too can employ your method. If you find it difficult to grasp, you may seek my assistance, and I shall gladly help you in your endeavors. Qin Jian blinked, suddenly comprehending the sentiments of the other. The act of accepting another's soul force into one's own body, devoid of a sufficiently intimate bond, indeed felt rather peculiar. Chapter 94. Where are you looking in the ensuing days? Qin Jian dedicated himself to caring for Shui Binger while contemplating the technique of soul-body exchange. However, after 5 days, no progress had been made. The abstract theories proved exceedingly difficult to manifest into reality. At this juncture, Wu reappeared. It seemed she had taken up residence in Tianshui City. This time, she did not venture to that small pavilion, as Qin Jian deemed it inconsequential, opting instead to inform several members of the Tianshui battle team about the transaction. Qin Jian, I need your assistance with a fusion ring. Wu's opening remark left Qin Jian momentarily stunned. Are you certain? He inquired. A resolute expression gradually emerged on Wu's face. Isn't it merely a matter of infusing soul power into my body? Come on. With that, she tilted her head back and closed her eyes, leaving Qin Jian both amused and exasperated. At that moment, Shui Binger descended from the bedroom. 5 days had elapsed. Although she had not fully recovered, Her ability to lead a normal life had significantly improved. Qin Jian, are you going to help Huowu comprehend the fusion ring? She inquired, casting a meaningful glance at Huowu. The idea of drawing another's soul power into oneself. She never anticipated Huowu would be willing to undertake such a step. This was not merely a matter of trust. It entailed revealing all of oneself before another. I just want to become stronger, to master the fusion ring technique. Don't overthink it. Huowu retorted, feeling flustered by the peculiar gazes of the two. Oh. Shui Bing'er's expression grew even more peculiar. Could it be that Huowu was unaware of her feelings for Qin Jian? If there were no feelings involved, a girl would never agree to such a thing under any circumstances. Then I shall assist you in trying, Qin Jian replied, regaining his composure. Shui Bing'er cast a covert glance at him, uncertain whether he recognized Huowu's feelings, yet she was certainly not going to bring it up. That would only invite rivalry. Buzz. Huowu stood in the center of the hall, her fire shadow martial spirit behind her, and the 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and yellow glimmered beneath her feet. You may proceed. Huowu tilted her head back and closed her eyes, embracing her fate. Puff. Shui Bing'er stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth to prevent Huowu from becoming indignant. Qin Jian, however, maintained his composure. He approached Huowu, stating, "Extend your right hand." Huowu's eyelids fluttered momentarily, yet she swiftly extended her hand. The crimson light emanating from her illuminated her face, making it appear flushed, though it was unclear whether it was due to the martial spirit's effect or her own. As Qin Jian gently touched her fingertips, she trembled as if electrified. Are you all right? Qin Jian struggled to suppress a smile. And no, I'm fine. Please continue. Huowu insisted, attempting to maintain her composure. At last, Qin Jian's hand gradually enveloped her right hand entirely, and a surge of soul power began to flow into her being. Suddenly, Huowu's body quaked. A spark of fire flared forth. In the next instant, the figure before Qin Jian transformed into Huowu's martial spirit, the fire shadow. Apologies. Fire dance appeared in the very spot where the fire shadow had once stood. She had opened her eyes, yet dared not gaze upon Qin Jian. I'm sorry. I am still somewhat unaccustomed. How intriguing. At that moment, Qin Jian continued to grasp the illusory hand of the martial spirit. His expression dazed. So, the martial spirit truly communicates with the body. Fire Dance and Shui Bing'er cast curious glances at him. Then, they heard Qin Jian mumbling. Soul power serves as a bridge, bridging the distance between the martial spirit and the body, and then altering the orientation of soul power. Akin to exerting force, allowing the 2 parts of the body to interchange. As he spoke, Fire Dance's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. This guy merely sensed my positional change and comprehended it? Impossible. I refused to believe it. Her gaze fixated intensely on Qin Jian. Buzz. At that moment, the yellow and purple soul rings beneath Qin Jian's feet glimmered, and the martial spirit, a purple sword, materialized in his hand. Whoosh. He casually tossed the martial spirit sword, which soared forth, landing in a corner of the hall 10 meters away. Whoosh. In the next instant, both Qin Jian's figure and the martial spirit sword became ethereal. And when they regained clarity, Qin Jian had already exchanged positions with the martial spirit. Aha, just as I thought, he exclaimed with excitement. While Fire Dance's expression became utterly rigid, just 5 days, and he has completely mastered this technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if he had discovered a new toy, Qin Jian and the martial spirit continuously swapped places within the hall, leaving trails of afterimages. The more Fire Dance observed, the more discontented she became, until her frustration erupted into a furious roar. Qin Jian, teach me how to merge the rings. Qin Jian halted in the hall, his demeanor slightly awkward. They had agreed that he would assist Fire Dance in her comprehension. Yet it turned out that he himself had been inspired, directly learning the technique of swapping positions with the martial spirit. Here, Fire Dance stormed forward, extending her hand without further ado. Qin Jian accepted it, once more channeling soul power into her body, and soon, Fire Dance's complexion began to flush. Yet, she still forced herself to endure, patiently awaiting Qin Jian's touch upon her soul rings. At that moment, Qin Jian had closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the commonalities and differences among the soul rings. Although Fire Dance felt as though she were unclothed, Qin Jian had neither the time nor energy to perceive anything beyond the soul rings. He must focus entirely on them. Buzz. Suddenly, the 2 yellow soul rings fused together, and Fire Dance's expression froze in surprise. She had been so preoccupied with shyness that she had entirely forgotten to discern how Qin Jian accomplished this. The perception of the 3rd soul ring proved to be challenging. Qin Jian spent nearly 10 minutes seeking a breakthrough. Buzz. With another resonating sound, the three soul rings completely merged into one. Fire Dance gazed at the intertwining rings of dual colors above, her countenance in a daze. How is it? Do you sense anything? Qin Jian waved his hand before her eyes. She felt too embarrassed to admit that she had gleaned nothing, especially since Qin Jian had comprehended it all in one go. Observing her expression, Qin Jian discerned her thoughts and chuckled, saying, "Indeed. My fusion technique is considerably more challenging than your swapping skill. Perhaps I should demonstrate a few more times?" His words brought a sense of relief to Huo Wu, who sighed and replied, "I would appreciate it if you could try once more." The second demonstration proved to be significantly easier for Qin Jian. He moved with fluidity and precision, executing the technique seamlessly. Huo Wu finally displayed a contemplative expression and urged Qin Jian once more. After this, I believe I will find my direction. During the third attempt, Qin Jian, now well versed in the movements, inadvertently let his soul power wander and veered off course. This prompted Huo Wu to become exasperated, exclaiming, "Qin Jian, where are you looking?" Chapter 95, Behold, the beautiful scenery. By pure coincidence, Qin Jian hastily concentrated his efforts, attempting once more to merge his soul power with the spirit rings. However, this endeavor bore no fruit, as Huo Wu's thoughts were unable to focus on the sensation of the merging rings. Once more, Huo Wu's insistence caused Shui Binger to glance over in disbelief. She harbored doubts about whether Huo Wu was genuinely studying the merging process or merely attempting to entice a man. "Qin Jian, control your soul power," Huo Wu shouted in frustration, for this time Qin Jian's soul power had strayed once again. "This truly cannot be blamed on me," Qin Jian thought with a wry smile. Just as one cannot help but gaze at beautiful scenery while walking, so too does soul power wander. His explanation only served to redden Huo Wu's cheeks further. "What are you babbling about? Beautiful scenery?" Shui Bingo surveyed Huo Wu from head to toe, chuckling, "Indeed, it is quite a beautiful sight." Qin Jian and Shui Bingo exchanged glances, surprised to discover that the usually fiery Huo Wu could also feel bashful. Shui Bingo remarked with a laugh, "You've been so blatant. Naturally, she cannot withstand it." "You are unjustly accusing me. It was you who first mentioned the beautiful scenery." Shui Bingo rolled her eyes and retorted, "Are you truly enjoying the view?" Qin Jian casually pulled her into an embrace, declaring, "There is no sight more beautiful than my Binger. I haven't even shown you." Shui Binger turned her head away. "Though you may not have seen it, I have certainly touched it," Qin Jian replied with a grin. Shui Binger grasped his collar with both hands, blushing with indignation. That was merely taking advantage of the situation. At that moment, Shui Wu and Qiu Ruoshui entered side by side. As they stepped in, they were greeted by an unmistakable scent of romance. Shui Wu pretended to wave her hand in front of her nose. "Alas, our lives have become unbearable." Witnessing the captain and his spouse flaunting their affection daily, Qiu Ruoshui sighed. "You could also showcase your love." Shui Binger lifted her head from Qin Jian's embrace, gazing at Shui Wu and Qiu Ruoshui with a playful smile. "Ruoshui, I find it hard to believe that after sharing a room with Shui Wu for so long, you haven't done anything together." "Huh? Do what?" Qiu Ruoshui's face turned crimson. Qin Jian's eyes widened in surprise. "Is your relationship truly that complicated?" He immediately looked down at Shui Binger in his arms. "Binger, you haven't been involved with Shui Wu, have you?" Shui Binger shot him an exasperated look. "Of course not." At that moment, Shui Wu complained with a hint of resentment. "Our Bingo is genuinely virtuous. Even when pressed, she resorts to using her soul power. Ruoshui is the most obedient. He. She playfully lifted Qiu Ruoshui's chin with a finger. Qin Jian found her laughter to be quite suggestive. Not to mention that Qiu Ruoshui, embarrassed and furious, decided to switch rooms that very night. In the ensuing days, Huo Wu visited Qin Jian daily to request demonstrations of the merging process. Although most of these attempts were fruitless due to Qin Jian's unconscious distractions with the beautiful scenery, Huo Wu gradually acclimated, eventually entering a state of comprehension. A few days have passed, and it is now the day when Qin Jian sets off to challenge the Shinkong Academy. Qin Jian hesitated, as such actions were hardly appropriate. After all, our Five Elements Academy shares a close connection, and we must maintain our dignity. In the hall, Yan Jining remarked, "Therefore, I intend to take only you and Bing Air with me this time, while the others shall remain at the academy to cultivate." A collective lament arose from the other six. "All right, Qin Jian and Bing Air, prepare yourselves and accompany me. You all focus on your training." Yan Jining clapped her hands, and and the others could only sigh in resignation as they watched the trio depart. "Captain, you must win," Qiu Ruo Shui exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Hearing this, Shui Bing joyfully linked her arm with his. However, as soon as the three stepped out of the campus, they were confronted by Huo Wu and her teacher from the Qihua Academy. "Qin Jian, I want to go with you," Huo Wu declared, prompting an odd look from Yin Jining. For if Huo Wu were to appear at Shinkong Academy, it would not merely be a challenge by Qin Jian, but rather a joint endeavor between Qin Jian and Huo Wu. The prospect of both Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy challenging simultaneously was indeed a sight to behold. Qin Jian covered his face. "Have you considered the expression Feng Xiaodian will wear upon seeing you?" But Huo Wu merely shook her head and replied, "Since Shinkong Academy will accompany Tianshui Academy, why should we not follow suit? Their actions should not restrict ours." Yan Jining's gaze grew even more peculiar as she couldn't help but glance at Qin Jian. What in the world had this young man done to Huo Wu? Why did she seem eager to bolster the reputation of Tianshui Academy? Huo Wu pointed at Qin Jian and insisted, "Thus, I must accompany him." "Huo Wu, the fusion ring is quite challenging. Do not be too impatient," Qin Jian interjected. He was reluctant to bring Huo Wu along, for over the past few days, he had been channeling soul power into her body, which had already caused Shui Bing some discontent. He feared that bringing her along for the challenge might provoke an explosive reaction from her. Fusion ring. So Huo Wu is learning the art of fusion techniques. The teacher from Qihua Academy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us go. We shall follow you, Qin Jian." The trio was left speechless. The Shinkong Academy is not too far from Tianshui City, situated atop a large wind hill. The wind intensity here remains above level 8 year-round, making it an ideal training ground for students with wind-type martial souls. As the five arrived at the entrance of Shinkong Academy, it was precisely the 10th day. Almost instantaneously upon their arrival, a guard dashed inside the gates, and soon after, a throng of people surged forth. At the forefront were the high-ranking officials of Shinkong Academy, followed closely by students drawn in by the commotion. "Wow, 3 beauties. Truly, they are from Tianshui Academy," one exclaimed. "Look closely. Only 2 are in Tianshui Academy uniforms. The other is clearly from Qihua Academy." "Qihua Academy? What brings them here? Are they here to challenge as well? But weren't they with Tianshui Academy earlier? Have they turned against us?" Countless students buzzed with speculation. However, the ever-masked Feng Xiaodian, trailing behind the higher-ups, wore a dark expression, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope. He approached and inquired, "Huo Wu, what brings you here as well? Are you here to spectate?" Chapter 96. A Must Break Through. At the entrance of the Divine Wind Academy, the atmosphere momentarily fell into a silence. The teacher from the Blazing Fire Academy intended to nod in agreement, suggesting they had come merely to observe the battle. However, a decisive remark from Huo Wu shattered his intention. "No, I came here with Qin Jian." The moment her words left her lips, Feng Xiaoyan's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. The senior officials of the Divine Wind Academy also exhibited subtle changes in their demeanor, though they concealed it well, making it difficult to discern. "Several esteemed guests have arrived from afar. Let us rest for the night and commence the soul duel tomorrow," proposed the headmaster of the Divine Wind Academy, an elderly man with a head of white hair. His expression, however, lacked the warmth typically associated with old age, instead exuding a sharpness akin to a blade, instilling a sense of severity. After all, he was here to challenge, not to annihilate. What was there to fear? The following day, when Qin Jian and his entourage of 5 were escorted to the soul duel arena of the Divine Wind Academy, they were taken aback by the harsh environment. No one had anticipated that the arena would be situated beside a sheer cliff, exposed to the elements, with the fighting platform extending perilously close to the edge. A senior official from the Divine Wind Academy cast a glance at Qin Jian and remarked, "It seems your students are not of the wind element, and they have yet to reach level 30. Are you truly certain about proceeding? If the Water and Blazing Fire Academies were to withdraw now, we could treat this incident as if it never occurred, and it would remain unspoken." His words, a mixture of taunt and intimidation, caused even Yin Jining's expression to grow grave. The Divine Wind Academy, renowned for consistently ranking among the top 2 in the 5 Elements Academy competition, indeed demonstrated a more rigorous and ruthless approach to student training. "Qin Jian." Yin Jining turned to Qin Jian and inquired, "What do you think? If you feel it is too perilous, you may choose not to fight. The Academy will not hold it against you." Qin Jian smiled and shook his head. "It is merely a cliff. What is there to fear? Rest assured, Mentor Jining." Observing his unwavering confidence, Yin Jining felt a slight reprieve. Meanwhile, The senior officials of the Divine Wind Academy, upon hearing Qin Jian's declaration, exchanged glances and revealed a contemptuous smile, albeit subtly restrained. Then follow me. The students who will be competing today are already on site. Upon entering the Soul Duel Arena alongside the Divine Wind official, they found the surrounding seats filled with students from the Divine Wind Academy. Qin Jian and Shui Binger exchanged glances, clearly reminiscing about their previous experience at the Water Academy. Now reversed with the roles of host and guest switched. As they observed the 5 individuals standing side by side on the platform, Yanji Ning was momentarily taken aback. Are all these students going to participate today? She queried, her brow furrowing alongside the teachers from the Blazing Fire Academy. Previously, we had only 1 match per day. Are you planning a will battle? Yanji Ning questioned. The official replied, when your team captain issued the challenge, he did not specify a single match per day. He stated he would challenge all individuals below level 35 from our Divine Wind Academy, even if we arrange for 5 to compete simultaneously. It is still in accordance with the agreement. We are powerless. The captain of the Tianshui team is exceedingly formidable, capable of defeating our core student, Feng Xiaodian, who is at level 35, even at level 28. The higher-ups wore an expression of indifference. If we were to continue with the same routine of a match per day, it would be a grave underestimation of his abilities. Thus, our Shinfeng Academy's implementation of a wheel battle is merely to provide him with a more significant opportunity for recognition. How detestable. Yin Jining coldly uttered, unwilling to engage further, her ire ignited by his shameless actions. Qin Jian, these 5 intend to engage in a wheel battle today. And surprisingly, Feng Xiaodian is among them. Our Shinfeng Academy has utterly lost its sense of shame. Perhaps it would be better for you to refrain from battling them? Yan Jining approached Qin Jian and expressed her concern. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger and Huo Wu's expressions also darkened. Qin Jian, let it go. We should not fight them. They are too shameless. Shui Bingo grasped Qin Jian's arm, saying, my injuries have completely healed. There is no need for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. Before Qin Jian could respond, Huo Wu interjected vehemently. Qin Jian, you must defeat them today. Huo Wu, do not incite trouble. Shui Binger retorted, her displeasure evident as she stepped forward. Knowing full well the malice of the opponent's intentions and recognizing it as a trap, why would you still engage? This is merely a matter of pride, entirely unnecessary. Shui Binger narrowed her eyes, an aura of intimidation emanating from her that Huo Wu had never witnessed before. Huo Wu, we are not interested in appeasing your desire for revenge. This has nothing to do with my courage. I simply wish to ensure that Qin Jian does not come to harm. If your primary concern is not Qin Jian's safety, then please refrain from interjecting. This is a matter for our Tianshui Academy. Her words left Huo Wu momentarily speechless, her eyes widening in surprise as she struggled to formulate a response. She stammered before abruptly exclaiming, who said I am not considering his well-being? Did I not say previously? I came to challenge alongside him, which implies that I am equally capable of participating. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with determination. That is right, Qin Jian, I can alternate with you. This way, how could we not prevail against them? Now, it was Shui Binger who found herself at a loss for words, as Huo Wu had included herself in the equation. She could only cast a deep look at Huo Wu, a gaze that made Huo Wu feel a twinge of guilt. She herself was uncertain why she felt compelled to defend Qin Jian and was willing to step up for him. At this moment, Yin Jining also remarked, Qin Jian, if you still wish to battle, Huo Wu's suggestion is indeed worth considering. It is a sound plan. The teacher of the Blazing Fire twitched the corners of his mouth but ultimately remained silent. After all, Huo Wu's merging technique still relies on Qin Jian's guidance. Chapter 97. My instruction is complete in the arena of Shenkei's academy. As the gazes of the other 4 fell upon him, Qin Jian could not help but smile. He first addressed Shui Binger, saying, Binger, avenging you is my promise. I shall never yield easily. Before Shui Binger could respond, he turned his attention to Huo Wu. Expressing gratitude, thank you for your kind offer, but that slap would not be thorough enough. Since they have presented their faces, we must decisively stamp down upon them. He then faced mentor Yin Jining, stating, allow me to take this challenge alone. For Binger, for the honor of our academy, and for the clarity of my own thoughts, I cannot afford to lose. Yin Jining remained silent, appearing somewhat indecisive. In contrast, the teachers from Qihua Academy unhesitatingly raised their thumbs in approval, though it remained unclear whether they admired his resolve or were simply relieved that Huo Wu would not have to take the risk. At that moment, Shui Binger stepped forward, adjusting Qin Jian's collar, and softly said, Qin Jian, I support your decision. Although she did not utter any more sentimental words, her simple declaration profoundly touched Qin Jian's heart. He understood that Shui Binger was inherently strong-willed, her most beautiful self radiating a commanding aura. Yet, in his presence, she always managed to temper herself just right. When their opinions diverged, she could succinctly affirm, I support your decision. Such genuine affection, where she could suppress her own feelings for his sake, was truly the most moving. Unable to contain himself, Qin Jian pulled Shui Binger into an embrace. Binger, just watch me as I avenge you, he whispered in her ear, his confidence gradually calming her heart. All right, I will watch you seek vengeance. Huowu suddenly felt like an enormous light bulb. Although she had never experienced such feelings before, she now distinctly sensed a pang of jealousy mixed with resentment towards Shui Binger. Why was it that he fought not for her? How long will you deliberate? A senior from Shenkei's academy interjected impatiently. If you dare to fight, then step onto the arena. Otherwise, withdraw from the battlefield, and we shall not make things difficult for you. At this moment, Yin Ning resolved herself, affirming, we shall not retreat. Very well, prepare for the match, the senior instructed, before swiftly departing to inform the higher-ups. Once the principal consented, he took up the commentator's microphone. Qin Jian watched as the senior's previously disdainful demeanor transformed into a congenial one. Truly a performer. Attention, esteemed students. Qin Jian, the captain of the Tianshui battle team, will challenge 5 of our academy's students below level 35. The duel is about to commence. Let us all await the spectacle. His voice resonated throughout the arena, igniting waves of cheers. Shenkei's academy will emerge victorious. Does he think a single captain can challenge our 5 students? What a dream. Let us teach them a lesson and show them that our Shenkei's academy is the strongest. Amidst the exuberant cheers of countless students, the 5 representatives of Kamikaze Academy waved back, igniting an atmosphere akin to a roaring tempest. Kamikaze shall prevail. Kamikaze shall prevail. Kamikaze shall prevail. In this fervent environment, Qin Jian gradually ascended the stage. Initially unnoticed by the crowd, is that individual the captain of the Tianshui Academy's team? He doesn't seem remarkable at all. Why is he a male? Aren't all the students from Tianshui Academy female? Well, I'm so envious. I wish I could join Tianshui Academy too. The murmurs surged like a tide. Yet Qin Jian remained oblivious, steadily advancing until he stood before the 5 opponents. Behold, the captain of Tianshui Academy, Qin Jian, who is reportedly not yet at level 30, stands before us. The guest commentator resumed speaking, his words veering into absurdity. Observe his stance. It does not resemble that of a level 28 soul master, rather akin to a level 38 soul sovereign. Perhaps that is why he has become the captain of a girls' academy team. Laughter erupted from both the stage and the audience. Yin Jining pounded her fist against the railing in frustration. Kamikaze Academy is utterly overstepping. Shui Binger and Huowu echoed her sentiment, their faces etched with anger. However, Qin Jian remained unfazed, fully aware that his opponents sought to provoke him into making mistakes. It was paramount to maintain composure, for victory was the ultimate goal. Shall we commence? It appeared that Qin Jian from Tianshui Academy could hardly contain his eagerness. Let us welcome the first contestant from Kamikaze Academy to the arena. The others may step aside and await their turn. Soon, only one Kamikaze Academy student remained facing Qin Jian. With both competitors prepared, the battle commenced. As the words left the lips of the officiant, the opposing Kamikaze student was enveloped in vibrant green soul power, his martial spirit illuminating the air. Feng Li, level 32 Agile Attack Soul Sovereign, at your service. However, before he could fully manifest his martial spirit, Qin Jian stomped the ground and charged forward without even activating his own martial spirit. The guest commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena. This action by Qin Jian is quite perplexing. Does he intend to rely on speed to unexpectedly knock his opponent off the stage? On the arena, Feng Li did not adhere to the strategy of utilizing his agile speed to outmaneuver Qin Jian. Instead, he boldly confronted him, confident that facing an unarmed Qin Jian, especially one below level 30, required no tactical finesse. Humph, first soul skill, prepare to be stunned for 1 second. In that instant, a flash of pink sword energy flickered in Qin Jian's eyes, and upon locking gazes with him, Feng Li found himself momentarily paralyzed. Boom. Without uttering a word, Qin Jian delivered a powerful kick to Feng Li's chest. That concludes my guidance. Next, as Qin Jian stood there with his arms crossed, nonchalantly awaiting the next challenger, the audience began to grasp the unfolding events. What just happened? I didn't quite understand. Whispers filled the surrounding stands. Chapter 98. The brazen commentary upon the high platform. The guest commentator from Shunfeng Academy appeared rather grim. To his surprise, the student Qin Jian did not unleash his martial spirit, but instead executed his first soul skill, which seemed to have a stunning effect, an insidious move indeed. He hoped the subsequent students would exercise caution. His words left everyone in a state of bewilderment and caused expressions of alarm on the faces of Yin Jining and her companions. It was utterly shameless of him to discern the effect of Qin Jian's soul skill through his elevated perception. Thus, Qin Jian's first skill became an open secret to the other four. How audacious! Huo Wu slammed her palm against the railing. Clearly, Shunfeng Academy could not afford to lose. The teacher from Qihua Academy pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps the shock from Feng Xiaoyan's defeat compelled them to send such an individual to oversee the soul battles. The second round of the soul battles commenced. At this moment, Shunfeng Academy's second contestant had already ascended to the arena. Feng Yueling, a level 33 agility-type battle spirit master. Please, enlighten me. This female student fixed her gaze intently on Qin Jian's every movement, seemingly apprehensive about being knocked down as well. Another agility type? It appeared the first two were merely intended to exhaust my soul power. Qin Jian refrained from employing the same tactic, for the opponent would likely evade with speed. Unlike the previous participant, who foolishly rushed in. Thus, the stun duration would prove inadequate. Qin Jian, a level 28 strength-type battle spirit master, please guide me. After some contemplation, he decided to manifest his martial spirit. As anticipated, the purple glow of his second soul ring dazzled the eyes of all present. The female student across from him grew increasingly anxious. Perhaps she was intimidated by Qin Jian's prior kick. Although her soul power exceeded his by 5 levels, she lacked the courage to strike. If you won't come at me, then I shall advance. Qin Jian wasted no time. His martial spirit, a long sword, shimmered as he charged forward. Third soul skill, Wind Fox Possession. In response, the opponent, frightened, immediately activated her third soul skill. Our student Feng Yueling, seeking to play it safe, unleashed her third soul skill, significantly enhancing her speed and defense for 10 minutes. How would Qin Jian respond? Would he continue to employ his stunning skill or activate his second soul skill? His reminder caused Feng Yueling, who initially intended to counterattack, to hesitate and swiftly evade to the side. Qin Jian simultaneously pivoted to pursue her. Swish, swish, swish. For a full 3 minutes. No clashes occurred on the arena. Everyone exchanged glances, bewildered. At this juncture, Qin Jian ceased his pursuit, positioning himself at the center of the stage. Never mind. Your speed is indeed superior. I shan't strike. Do as you please. With his arms crossed, his nonchalant remark rendered Feng Yueling, who was still frantically changing directions, quite embarrassed. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Meanwhile, the incompetent commentator resumed. Feng Yueling's third soul skill lasts only 10 minutes. And it is evident that Qin Jian intends to prolong the encounter until the skill's duration expires. Will Feng Yueling allow him to succeed? The commentator's absurd stance nearly caused Yin Jining to lose her composure. As Feng Yueling on the battle stage received a prompt, she immediately responded with agility. Her second soul skill, Dance of the Wind, was unleashed, transforming her into a verdant shadow that surged toward Qin Jian with intent. The sound of clashing echoed, clang, 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 as Qin Jian stood firm, wielding his weapon, a long sword of his martial spirit, deftly parrying the tempestuous onslaught. The disparity in soul power inevitably began to deplete his energy reserves. The relentless assault from the student Feng Yueling compelled Qin Jian to defend continuously, resulting in a gradual drain of his soul power. The commentator resumed, lamenting, "What a pity, had this been a male student. The objectives of Shunfeng Academy might have been realized, but alas, this is a female student." As Qin Jian's gaze locked onto Feng Yueling's, he activated his first soul skill. "Apologies, but it's your turn to leave the stage." The disorienting effect, lasting a full 3 seconds, left Feng Yueling, who was too close to react, utterly vulnerable to Qin Jian's counterattack, sending her off the stage in a series of swift strikes. An awkward atmosphere settled over the audience. The students of Shunfeng Academy were uncertain how to rally their support. In a brief span of mere minutes, they had witnessed 2 of their peers fall in battle, and with minimal depletion of Qin Jian's soul power. Well, the second match concludes with a victory for Qin Jian, the commentator stated nonchalantly, continuing, "Next, we welcome the third contestant, who is not an agile attacker but a powerful assault-type student. Let us anticipate the battle that lies ahead." Thus, the spirits of the previously disheartened Shinfeng Academy's students were rekindled. The next contender was a male student, sturdy and robust in appearance. Qin Jian, your arrogance ends here, he proclaimed, stamping the stage with force, causing his yellow and purple soul rings to shimmer. Feng Ji, a level 35 assault-type soul master, martial spirit, windscale beast. Feng Ji, a familiar face among us, ranked among the top 3 in combat strength within our Shinfeng team, renowned for his explosive offensive capabilities. While Qin Jian had not yet demonstrated the might typical of an assault-type student, the commentator continued, "What kind of spectacle will we witness in this match? I declare." The battle begins. With his first soul skill, Windscale Armor, a series of emerald scales erupted from Feng Ji, enveloping him in a formidable defense. Prepare to receive my punch. Unlike the previous agile soul masters, he approached with raw, unadulterated force, eschewing any finesse. Sword Qi. Qin Jian directed a swift slash, unleashing a wave of purple energy. Clash, bang. Yet, upon colliding with Feng Ji's scaled fist, his sword Qi faltered, shattering against the powerful blow, eliciting cheers from the audience. Did you think I am still akin to those previous agile soul masters? Humph. With a heavy stomp, Feng Ji surged forward with increased velocity. In an instant, Qin Jian brandished his martial spirit, thrusting his long sword forward. A piercing clash ensued as Feng Ji recoiled slightly, massaging his fist and remarking, "Indeed, your martial spirit's sword is exceptionally sharp." However, Qin Jian found himself retreating even further under the weight of the assault, intensifying the fervor of the audience below. Only Shui Binger and Huo Wu maintained their composure, unperturbed by this temporary setback. With a swift flourish of his long sword, Qin Jian surged forward once more, his second soul ring illuminating beneath him. The second soul skill, Sword of Innocence. In an instant, the dynamics of their powers shifted dramatically, reversing the balance that had previously favored his opponent. No wonder it was a millennium-old soul ring. Its effects were astounding. It became evident that the overall attributes of the Feng Ji students had diminished, while those of Qin Jian had been significantly enhanced. How would the Feng Ji students respond? Would they seek to further amplify their offensive capabilities? The commentary resumed its insights. Chapter 99, Dance of Winds and Clouds. Humph. The third soul skill, Beast Eruption. A verdant tempest suddenly erupted from Feng Ji, sending the unsuspecting Qin Jian flying. Following that, the second soul ring beneath his feet illuminated. The second soul skill, Windblade. Two sharply defined blades extended from his arms, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing Qin Jian. This time, I shall strike you down. In the next moment, his speed and strength surged dramatically, the swiftly gliding wind blades ruthlessly slashing at Qin Jian's martial soul. Zing! The piercing sound of their collision echoed, sparks flying. What a splendid counterattack. Feng Ji demonstrated the might of a powerful offensive soul master, thoroughly overwhelming Qin Jian, who possessed only 2 soul skills. The commentator's words effortlessly ignited the fervor of the audience from the Divine Wind Academy. Victory for Divine Wind. Victory for Divine Wind. Victory for Divine Wind. As Feng Ji charged forward once more, Qin Jian furrowed his brow. It seems I can no longer conserve my soul power. I must resolve this swiftly. Clang, clang, clang. Sword energy suddenly enveloped Qin Jian, the explosive sharpness of the blade aura silencing the previously exuberant crowd. Sword energy, cleave. A beam of sword energy shot forth like a laser, aimed directly at Feng Ji. Yet, with all his soul skills already unleashed, he could only brace himself. I refuse to believe you can breach my defense. Crossing his arms, he unleashed his entire soul power without reservation. Boom. The soul power and sword energy detonated simultaneously, a violent wave sweeping across the entire arena. Puff. In the next moment, a soft sound emerged from Feng Ji, causing the students to widen their eyes in disbelief. They then witnessed the once formidable Feng Ji, who had exuded an air of menace merely a minute before, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The entire arena fell into silence once more. Well played. Only the piercing roar of Huo Wu echoed throughout, darkening the expressions of all at Divine Wind Academy. Come, next. Qin Jian gestured invitingly with his finger, inciting a furious outcry from the students of Divine Wind Academy. Defeat him. Eliminate him. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, the arena filled with howls of discontent. However, the expressions of the higher-ups from Divine Wind Academy were grave. This Qin Jian is exceedingly troublesome. The commentator murmured, we can only hope that Feng Yunwu can secure the anticipated victory for us. Fear not. The director, whose countenance appeared harsh, suddenly spoke with indifference. You need not worry. My proposal has been approved. Even if he fights to the end, he shall not attain the glory he seeks." Upon hearing this, smiles spread among the higher-ups, as if their concerns had truly dissipated. Meanwhile, on another side of the stands, Yan Jining observed this scene with an inexplicable sense of unease. "I can't shake the feeling that Divine Wind Academy has other plans. What are they scheming?" On the arena, the fourth contestant finally emerged, revealing yet another female student. The corners of Qin Jian's mouth involuntarily curved upwards. If all the contestants were male, it would be somewhat easier to handle. Yet, having two female contestants has significantly increased my confidence. Currently, my soul power remains at 60%, but my mental strength has diminished by half. I cannot afford to prolong the upcoming battles. Qin Jian pondered. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the standard soul rings of yellow and purple illuminated beneath the feet of the female contestant across from him. Feng Yunwu, a level 35 strong attack spirit master, wielding the spirit of storm. She gazed at Qin Jian quietly and said gently, "You have expended considerable soul power. I should not be on the field at this moment, but alas, the Academy's requirements dictate that as a member of the combat team, I cannot refuse. My apologies." Qin Jian blinked, feeling a flicker of affinity towards Feng Yunwu. The spirit of storm, how intriguing. I wonder what her soul skills might entail. On the spectator stands, Shui Binger wore a worried expression. Yan Xining furrowed her brow and remarked, "Qin Jian's condition has declined by at least 50%. And the penultimate contestant arranged by Shinfeng Academy will undoubtedly be formidable. I hope he can still secure a victory against her." The fourth round of the soul battle commenced. At that moment, the voice of the guest commentator resonated, silencing the crowd as countless gazes converged upon the arena. Yet, neither Qin Jian nor Feng Yunwu made a move. They merely exchanged glances, and then Feng Yunwu smiled. "Qin Jian, are you not going to attack? My soul skills have all been revealed, yet I know nothing of yours. How could I dare to strike first?" Qin Jian shrugged. "But if I were to make a move?" Feng Yunwu gathered her hands at her chest, and a shadow of a tempest began to manifest around her. "I fear you may no longer have the opportunity." Before her words could finish, the third soul ring beneath her surged upward. Third soul skill, Storm Dance. Swish, swish, swish. A tempest erupted, violently sweeping through the arena, elevating Feng Yunwu into the air. "Qin Jian, exploiting my vulnerability is not my intention, but the honor of the Academy cannot be disregarded. I implore you to be cautious." Feng Yunwu's voice grew ethereal. "I cannot fully control the force of the storm. If you cannot withstand it, please exit the arena immediately." Qin Jian's expression turned grave. The repeated warnings from this opponent instilled a sense of alertness within him. Perhaps the final contestant, Feng Xiaodian, is not Shinfeng Academy's trump card after all. It is this Feng Yunwu who poses the true threat? Our Feng Yunwu contestant is exceptionally kind, continuously warning her opponent before unleashing her soul skills, brilliantly showcasing the grace of Shinfeng Academy. Let us all applaud for the Feng Yunwu contestant. The peculiar commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena, and the students dutifully clapped, filling the soul battle venue with calls for Shinfeng Academy. Suddenly, 7 or 8 gusts of wind erupted from Feng Yunwu's spirit, sweeping across the arena and charging towards Qin Jian. This wind cannot be faced head-on. Holding his spirit sword, Qin Jian evaded the oncoming blasts. But the relentless wind showed no mercy, wreaking havoc across the stage and nearly forcing him off the arena. It seems that our Feng Yunwu contestant's third soul skill has caused Qin Jian great distress. Will he concede defeat as a result? We shall wait and see. The commentator's voice soared in excitement, prompting the students of Kamikaze Academy to emit howls of enthusiasm once more. Behold, the sword chi. The inevitable eruption of Qin Jian's sword energy finally manifested, slicing through the air, aimed directly at the swirling wind. However, to his astonishment, the scene that unfolded was unexpected. The wind vortex, struck by his sword energy, did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to whirl, gradually entwining the sword energy within its tempestuous embrace, ultimately engulfing the entire arena. The combination of the wind vortex and the sword energy wreaked havoc, nearly causing Qin Jian to injure himself with his own attack. In that case, I shall confront you directly. Chapter 100. I will always remember you in the arena of the soul battle. The students of the Divine Wind Academy watched as Qin Jian was chased around, evading attacks, a sensation as refreshing as sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day. Go. Feng Yunwu. Divine Wind Academy will surely triumph. The chants rose and fell, echoing across the land. Yet, They remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Jian was inching closer to the center where Feng Yunwu stood. He would need to expend another 30% of his soul power. Suddenly, Qin Jian raised his martial soul, the long sword. Enveloped in a radiant sword aura, the unity of man and sword, a beam of sword light shot forth like lightning, striking the central vortex before anyone could react. However, Feng Yunwu seemed prepared. She swiftly moved her hands, and her bright yellow soul rings illuminated. Second soul skill, Storm Tornado. Boom. The vortex of wind converged, spiraling toward the central tempest, colliding fiercely with Qin Jian's towering sword light. All held their breath. Crack. In that moment, a sharp sound erupted as the sword light shattered, the martial soul long sword plunging into the ground. Yet, before the students of Divine Wind Academy could cheer, Feng Yunwu's soul power suddenly wavered, her expression changing. Qin Jian, get away from here. I can't control it. But it was too late. In the next instant, the entire storm expanded like remnants of a tempest, exploding outward. Boom. The figures of Qin Jian and Feng Yunwu were hurled by the storm, plummeting towards the cliffside. Gasps filled the air. Smoke, Jining, and the higher-ups of Divine Wind Academy activated their martial souls simultaneously, poised to rescue them. Yet, as Qin Jian was about to fall from the cliff, he reached out, grasping Feng Yunwu's wrist, and turned to the martial soul at the center. Exchange. In an instant, the audience blinked, and then they beheld Qin Jian and Feng Yunwu reappearing in the center of the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd. Panting slightly, Qin Jian steadied himself, helping Feng Yunwu to her feet. That was incredibly dangerous. You unleashed such overwhelming wind power. Feng Yunwu's face was ashen, clearly exhausted from expending all her strength. She could barely stand, leaning against Qin Jian for support. Thank you for saving me, the girl murmured, a blush of shame rising to her cheeks. I attacked you with all my might, and still, you chose to save me. Do not mention it. Even without me, I am certain your teacher would have rescued you, Qin Jian replied, dismissing the notion of taking credit for the act. How are you now? Do you wish to continue fighting? He inquired. Feng Yunwu managed a bitter smile before raising her hand. Teacher, I concede. A collective sigh echoed from the students of Divine Wind Academy, their instructors surprised that their hopes for Feng Yunwu had not culminated in victory. Qin Jian. The last words escaped her lips almost unconsciously as a radiant smile graced the girl's face, leaving Qin Jian momentarily stunned. While the students of Divine Wind Academy erupted in dismay. Yunwu, you are truly the goddess of our academy. Must you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Alas, how could this happen? My goddess. Qin Jian, you are utterly deranged. Various voices of condemnation surged from all directions, causing beads of sweat to form on Qin Jian's forehead. Little did he know that Feng Yunwu enjoyed such immense popularity at Shifeng Academy, and he certainly did not hold back. After all, there was still Feng Xiaotian to contend with. And he was merely conserving his strength. Observing Shui Binger's icy demeanor and the fiery glare of Huo Wu, he sensed that he was in deep trouble. However, what was with this peculiar expression on Huo Wu's face? Did it concern him? Qin Jian offered a smile to Shui Binger, rolled his eyes at Huo Wu, and then turned his attention to the recently arrived Feng Xiaotian. We find ourselves once again on opposing sides. Feng Xiaotian, he remarked casually. Feng Xiaotian, shrouded in a black mask obscuring his expression, possessed eyes as fierce as a wolf and clenched fists that betrayed his tumultuous emotions. Qin Jian, a voice emerged, seemingly from the abyss. You have Shui Binger. Why do you still provoke Huo Wu? Do not entangle me in this. I have no connection with Huo Wu. Qin Jian replied dismissively. Yet, Feng Xiaotian was evidently unconvinced, and a powerful wave of soul energy began to emanate from him. Though I may not possess the upper hand, for Huo Wu's sake, I shall crush you. Feng Xiaotian unleashed his third soul skill, ascending into the air, my self-created soul technique, the Gale Wing's ninefold slash. But can you withstand it after being bested by 4 opponents? All eyes fixed upon him as the higher-ups of Shifeng Academy revealed smiles of anticipation. Qin Jian Shui Bing's hands trembled with perspiration. Teacher, may I take the stage? Huo Wu suddenly interjected. She recognized that Qin Jian's soul power and mental energy were nearly depleted, rendering him almost incapable of countering Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill. However, the teacher from Qihua Academy shook his head, stating, if you enter now, all of Qin Jian's efforts will be in vain. The momentum he built by single-handedly challenging Shifeng Academy would dissipate. Yan Ji nodded gravely. At this point, we can only hope for Qin Jian's victory. Substituting him would shatter our hopes. Shui Bing refrained from joining their discussion, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Jian, observing the unwavering spirit of the boy who had never given up. Could he still triumph? Gale Wing's ninefold slash, the first strike. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian finally made his move. Yet, Qin Jian remained unfazed, summoning his martial soul, the longsword, and casually flinging it towards Feng Xiaotian. Do you think to utilize my martial soul to counter my slash? A fool's errand. Feng Xiaotian swiftly flapped his wings in midair, redirecting himself towards Qin Jian with astonishing speed. Knowing full well that you intend to leverage my defense to amplify your power, how could I allow you to achieve your desires? Qin Jian chuckled, his figure suddenly vanishing from Feng Xiaotian's sight, replaced by the martial soul longsword. Whoosh! With a swish of wings, the wind swept through the air as Feng Xiaotian pursued Qin Jian, darting across the arena, yet Qin Jian refrained from engaging him in confrontation.